Chapter 200. On planet Earth. Near a half-destroyed rural road. Boom. Kikaho. Plas. Kikaho. Fudge. Poem. A bald, muscular dude with 3 eyes engulfed in flames and a young kawaii guy in scorched clothes fought absurdly in the air while a bald noseless dwarf, a stunning blonde, and a huge red-haired man with a Mohican hairstyle surrounded by animals watched the confrontation. A peculiar image that deserves to be represented in a Renaissance-style painting author's opinion after having drunk 3 gin tonic while writing. Fortunately Ten Shinhan is using his the heath far from the surface. Otherwise it could cause a fire, and we are near a forest. We will have to be careful, C-16 said as he made sure that the rabbit and the fawn he had rescued from the scorching heat of Ten Shinhan weren't afraid. Yes. You're right, damn, this almost makes us look like the bad guys in the movie. Is this the terrifying android that Jero was so scared to activate? Muenten Rashi said in thought. Boom. Plas. Kikaho. Fudge. Kikaho. Poem. Ten Shinhan and C-17 had been fighting for several minutes. The two of them had been giving it their all since the beginning, using all their energy in each attack, as if it were an inexhaustible resource. Since that's the reality for both. Thanks to that, Ten Shinhan could use the heat at its highest performance all the time, as well as use the Kikaho constantly and madly over and over again as if they were simple bursts of ki. On the contrary, C-17 went completely on the defensive. Since due to the heat aura that his enemy gave off he didn't dare to attack melee, and due to his constant bursts of Kikaho, C-17 was forced to use his barrier constantly. But despite being able to indefinitely maintain that barrier and block those attacks, the heat infused into them was starting to cause him a lot of trouble. Although the barrier allowed to block attacks, it couldn't do anything with the environmental heat caused by the presence and attack of Ten Shinhan, an environmental heat that had exceeded the 3 figures a few seconds ago. What? What the hell is happening? How is this possible? How has Ten Shinhan become so strong? How can he keep attacking like this for so long? Said C-18, who like his brother was completely puzzled and even terrified by the power and ability that Ten Shinhan was displaying. Ten Shinhan had shown overwhelming power and technique superior to those of C-17. It was dangerous both to attack him from melee and from a distance due to his heat aura and his constant waves of ki. For this reason C-17 had decided to use a defensive strategy for obvious reasons. He hoped to use his android trait of unlimited energy in the best possible way. He hoped that Ten Shinhan, who was attacking very violently, would run out of power at some point. He just needed to endure that heat and the shock suffered by his attacks and above all the humiliation of having no choice but to become a turtle. It's ridiculous. This guy never tires. How is it possible? Thought C-17 as he began to notice how due to the heat his skin began to scorch and dehydrate even when he was being protected by the barrier. However, Ten Shinhan wasn't decreasing the amount, power, or cadence of his attacks, and C-17, who hoped that at some point Ten Shinhan would be exhausted, began scorch within his protective barrier. C-17's defensive strategy had completely failed, since he was unaware of a vitally important piece of information when fighting an enemy like Ten Shinhan. He is facing an enemy with the same characteristics as the. It is normal that he doesn't get tired, since like you Ten Shinhan also has unlimited energy, Krillin replied to the questions of the two twins. An answer that completely changed the expression of C-18, even that of C-16, which stopped paying attention to his little animals. What do you mean? Shouted C-18, who despite intuiting the answer she felt compelled as in any anime to ask the obvious question. Bulma got the research from Dr. Jero years ago and has been studying it in detail. Even improving it. Thanks to that, the 3 of us have been operated and like you we have become much more powerful and with unlimited energy, but without bombs in our bodies and without chips to manipulate our minds. That's why we have told you that it is possible to correct those 2 problems. Krillin replied to her crush to inform her and try to convince one more time that they should go with them voluntarily. If you have been operated as C-17 and C-18 to have unlimited energy, how is it possible that I can feel your ki as with any other human? Asked C-16, who believed he had found a flaw in Krillin's speech. Bulma found a way to reconcile both energies based on Cell's plans, which merges both. Krillin replied to the giant ecologist robot to completely clear his doubts. This is. Are they really telling us the truth? If Bulma knows so much about androids to the point of turning them into infinite energy androids with ki, does it mean that they are able to remove these bombs and programming from us? Does it mean they can destroy us with the push of a button too? Does this mean that Cell really exists? C-18 thought while doubts, desire to believe, hope, fear and impotence shook his body and mind, preventing her deciding what to do or think. Please believe us when we say that we can and want to remove the bomb and Jero's orders. Believe us also when we say that there is a monster that grows stronger by devouring you, and by devouring us. We know it firsthand, Chaos was eaten by him. We have to get out of here as soon as possible, Krillin insisted once more when he saw that C-18 began to believe in him due to the great evidence, someone can turn them into androids like them. However, C-18 didn't answer, she kept debating with herself about what to do. She knew that the evidence indicated that Krillin was telling the truth, however she didn't like that truth. It meant that they were in danger, either from the supposed monster or from those who were their supposed enemies. Be that as it may, they would cease to have the reins of their own destiny, and she didn't like that. Not again. C-18, I think they are telling us the truth. We should go with them. We don't have many other options, said C-16, who tried to help her make a rational decision as he watched C-17's fight and continued to use her energy radar to locate Cell and Piccolo. Thanks C-16, Krillin thought upon see that his insistence had had some success. C-16, C-18 muttered as she relaxed his arms as a sign that her internal debate was over. She surrendered to the evidence. Boom! Kikaho! Plash! However, while C-18 surrendered, his brother had been defeated because he was inferior in power and technique to Ten Shinhan, but above all because he had chosen a bad strategy to face him. Boom! C-18 screamed upon C that his brother had been buried in the ground by an energy attack as if he were a vulgar and pathetic Yamcha. Damn! You'll pay for this, C-17 said as he tried to get back on his feet to fight. But, although he was an android with infinite energy, his vitality wasn't, and for this reason he was very injured, so his body didn't respond. He lost to Ten Shinhan. You and how many more? Ten Shinhan replied, returning the arrogance that his enemy had shown at the beginning of the fight. C-17, by now you must have understood that they have no reason to lie to us. We have to get out of here quickly, the keys from Cell and Piccolo are getting closer and closer to here, said C-16, who left his little animals to approach C-17, carry him and leave that place. Thank you for believing in us, C-16, Krillin said to our favorite android, who if not for their help couldn't have convinced them of the situation so quickly. Don't worry, if that Cell is what you say it is, we need to avoid it at all costs. Something like this not only wants to kill Goku, but all of creation, C-16 said, who couldn't allow an artificial being to destroy the natural order. Thank you anyway, Krillin said again to the kind giant. Let go of me, I'm not done yet, the injured C-17 complained while being carried by C-16 as if it were a sack of potatoes. C-17, let's go with them for now. If things go wrong we will think of something. Take it as one of your stupid games, said C-18, who began to feel some hope. Hope that she could regain the part of humanity she lost the day Jero kidnapped her and her brother. I am glad to know that some of you can be reasoned with. Follow us, we will take you to Bulma to fix you. If you betray us during the trip or if after that you still want to continue with your plan to kill Goku, I will not show mercy again, no matter how much Krillin asks me. Ten Shinhan said, that unlike Krillin he didn't trust at all neither in the androids, nor in the ex-invader Saiyans, and only very recently had he begun to trust Piccolo. Don't be so conceited. The fact that you have won against my brother for underestimating you doesn't mean that I cannot win you, protested C-18, who didn't like to be underestimated despite the fact that they could kill her just by pressing a button. And once again Krillin tried to mediate between both parties so that there would be no conflicts. Come on, calm down. Let's go to the meeting point. And so the famous super powerful killer droids have been reduced to this? What a disappointment. The six were about to leave that place. A place that became more dangerous every second, since the combat between Piccolo and Cell became closer due to the fact that to retain Cell, which had with techniques as annoying as Teoken, the cloning that both Piccolo and Ten Shinhan had was extremely complicated. And right now when they had finally managed to convince the androids to go with them. No. Vegeta, no, Mutant Roshi muttered, who realized that things could become complicated again unnecessarily. Since Vegeta, Trunks, Ginger and Yam appeared, and by what seemed they were blocking their way somehow. C-17, C-18, Trunks said as he glared at the two kawaii androids with hatred and tried to contain the urge to kill them for the moment. Finally, from the day he was born, he had achieved the necessary strength to destroy those who destroyed his world. But due to the suggestions of his mother, teacher and new friends, he had to stop the impulse to destroy them, and it wasn't being easy despite since those two technically weren't the culprits. However, Trunks weren't the only ones trying not to be 100 hostile, maybe just 99. Ginger, Yam and Vegeta also wanted to give those two a good beating, since a few hours ago they had been brutally humiliated in their moment of greatest arrogance. All four wanted revenge. And obviously C-18, thanks to her feminine intuition, could notice that there was a certain discrepancy between the group of humans and Saiyans. What happens to these four? They have also been improved by Bulma. No, unfortunately this operation doesn't work on the Scions for now. If so, Cell wouldn't be a problem, replied Mutant Rashi, who by talking to C-18 tried to make Ginger jealous. I see. So they just came here to take another beating? Said C-18, who couldn't come to another conclusion. She could understand that someone became stronger with an operating like her. But that 4 Scions that she beat up a few hours ago got a power-up to easily defeat her. That was illogical. What? The 4 Scions shouted, especially the 3 pure ones, who were extremely offended by that comment. They had been humiliatingly underestimated after a power-up. Humiliated by the woman who had previously humiliated them. A woman they were considering not fighting for the greater good. Until now. This subtle change of mood was quickly noticed by Krillin, who very nervous and worried, tried to mediate between both parties' boys-girls. We have convinced them to come with us. C-17 needed some help, but... He. Everything is solved now. It is not necessary to fight. Yes. You're right. There is no need to fight. There is also no need to have a snack before eating. The thing is, I like snacks, Yim said while cracking her knuckles to further evidence her violent intentions. Violent intentions that awoke in one of the most inopportune moments, and that her sister, who knew her best, tried to remedy them. Sister, I know how you feel, I too would like to beat her up. But I think that... But Ginger didn't have a chance to intervene, since her angry sister turned towards her showing a terrifying face and gaze with a clear message. Don't try to reason with me now. Nothing, I didn't say anything. Ginger said, ignoring the situation. Let me guess. Is this woman incredibly spiteful? C-18 asked Krillin upon seeing Yam's personality change. You can't even imagine, Krillin replied as he remembered everything Vegeta had suffered in recent years for a betrayal that he hadn't even committed. Yam, I don't think this is the time to fight. Be reasonable. Shouted Ten Shinhan, trying to appeal to the critical and cautious reasoning that Yam used to have sometimes. Why not? You already had fun with C-17. Now it's my turn with C-18. Is the most fair. Right? Yam replied as he slowly advanced toward C-18 without hiding in the least that he wanted to split his face. Oh no. It was useless reasoning with her right now. She was too angry and resentful for various reasons. In a few hours she had received a brutal humiliation for the beating that the androids had given her and her sister. He had accumulated a great deal of frustration previously, seeing that they had lagged behind even with the Earthlings. She understood that in part the problems they were having were her fault and that the ways to solve them weren't to her liking either. She carried with her the mental fatigue of having been training in seclusion for a whole year to take revenge and fight Cell. She was still worried about the unsolved issues she had with Vegeta, her son from the alternate future, and Bulma. She wanted to show how much he had improved as soon as possible to compensate the previous humiliations. And that provocation of C-18 detonated all this. That slight spark had managed to explode all that powder keg. And that explosion of anger made her forget part of his mission, the simple mission of not disturbing others. Causing in her what we will call Star-Lord syndrome. Yam. Can you feel it, right? Piccolo and Cell's key are getting closer and closer, which means that monster will be here right away. If Cell devours any of us it will be the end, said C-16, who, seeing that this could be the end of the world, he had finally become communicative even with a hysterical Scion. Shit. You don't need to worry about that, Cell, he won't get here. Super Vegeta will take care of him before that is possible. So stop yelling. And enjoy, Vegeta said as he took flight in the direction that Piccolo and Cell were fighting. Fight that could practically be heard from here. And obviously this statement provoked a disturbing déjà vu in our protagonists, which had a horrible omen. Oh no. The same situation again. Yes. Whatever you say. I'll finish soon and catch up with you. Remember the bet, if I win you will have to do the laundry for a month, Yam replied, shouting, as she watched as his man left here. TSH. That's why I want to hurry, Vegeta said to himself as he flied away from there with more enthusiasm than before. Trunks, please say something. Krillin said desperately to the only person in the opposing group who believed he could think rationally right now. Sorry, but I think I'll go with my father. I don't think I can contain my urge to kill these two with my bare hands now that I am able. Excuse me, Trunks answered, quite annoyed, since his hatred for the androids prevented him from protecting them in any way despite his friends asking him and the potential danger that existed right now. He could tolerate not killing them for now, but not saving their lives or at least prevent some beating. And seeing that Trunks refused to mediate and that he left with Vegeta, Mutant Rashi tried to convince the only person left there, although he didn't have much hope that she would listen to him. Ginger, please try to reason with her. The situation is dangerous. I understand, but When she gets like this she doesn't listen to anyone, answered Ginger, who like Trunks also had an internal debate between what was correct, necessary, and what she preferred to do. At least try to help us get these two out of here. At least try, Rashi insisted when seeing that her flirt had certain doubts about what to do. Unfortunately her loyalty and fear towards her sister won again. I'm sorry, but I think it's impossible now. Damn. Yam, I don't know how strong you got during your training. But don't forget that we are no longer the same as before. Shouted Krillin, who got into a fighting position in front of C-18 since the conflict was inevitable. So you're going to act like a knight protecting his little princess. No problem, you can warm me up in case Vegeta wants to do the laundry, Yam said sarcastically as she got into the usual position of increasing his internal energy through very exaggerated yelling. What are you going to do? Everyone asked since they seemed to not know how the power system of this universe worked. Yam yelled as he transformed into Super Saiyan. And despite that she continued to gather more energy. A few kilometers from there. Pum. Pom. Piccolo and Cell continued their fight chase, in which Cell tried to flee towards C-17 and C-18 and Piccolo tried to prevent it. Something that wasn't being easy for any of them, especially for Piccolo. Ha ha ha. You are persistent, Piccolo, you remind me, Cell said as he wiped some of his blue blood that was near his cheek where Piccolo hit him recently. Damn, we're getting closer to the place where Ten Shinhan was fighting. And this guy is fucking slippery. If it weren't for the Senzu Ben I would have lost my energy several times trying to contain and hold him up. But now I have few left and this guy doesn't seem to be exhausted, Piccolo thought as he ate another Senzu bean to regain his energy and wounds to go through the same process as before. And if possible with more success, getting him to back off and hopefully kill him. But unfortunately they couldn't continue. Since something interrupted them. These keys. Cell and Piccolo shouted, who felt that something quite powerful had approached them very quickly. So this is the famous Cell. He's a pretty strong monster, but I guess the rumors were exaggerated. And that someone was Vegeta. Yelled both Cell and Piccolo. Hello, Piccolo. You have done a good job bringing it closer to me, you have saved me a few seconds of travel. Now sit down and watch how a true warrior fights, Vegeta said with the typical arrogance that characterized him to indicate once again that he was the one who ruled because he was the strongest despite his numerous failures today. Chapter 201. Hello, Piccolo. You have done a good job bringing it closer to me, you have saved me a few seconds of travel. Now sit down and watch how a true warrior fights, Vegeta said with the typical arrogance that characterized him to indicate once again that he was the one who ruled because he was the strongest despite his numerous failures today. An arrogance that Piccolo knew too well, so he tried to anticipate that awful situation with a warning and proposal. Vegeta. Don't go too far, this monster is more dangerous than it seems. We need to cooperate. Warning and proposal that were quickly rejected by Vegeta in various subtle ways. Cooperate? Why should I cooperate with you when I can trash him alone? I don't want anyone to get in the way. Shit, he's out of control again, Piccolo thought, who saw with anguish how his prophecy had come true. Vegeta. What have you come all this way for? Are you trying to stop me from getting my perfect form like Piccolo? Cell asked, seeing that a new hindrance had been added on his way to perfection. He had been having big problems with Piccolo, adding a new annoyance to the equation could be a major inconvenience. Stop you? No. I'm going to knock you into so many pieces there won't be anything left afterward. Unless you disappoint me excessively, if that happens it may let you absorb one or two, Vegeta replied, showing that his arrogance and irresponsibility knew no bounds. Indeed, he is totally out of control, Piccolo thought upon realizing that things could be even worse than what he had dared to imagine in his most negative forecast. You. Amusing, Cell replied also arrogantly, showing that Vegeta's cells were being well used. I'm shocked to think that my cells were being used by a repulsive monster such as yourself. I wonder if you were supposed to have turned out a little better, said Vegeta, who didn't want to lose in this duel of excessive arrogance with something that could be considered his clone brotherson. And in the same way, Cell didn't want to be left behind in this competition to see who had the biggest cock and piss the furthest. They're being used by me, the strongest in the universe. Just for that you should be honored. Well, at least while they are talking, Krillin and the others are evacuating the androids. Piccolo thought, somewhat relieved that for the moment Vegeta's appearance was contributing to his goal of retaining Cell. However, that optimism didn't last long when he verified through his detection of Ki that there was always someone capable of complicating simpler plans. Oh no. Why are they fighting? Yam. Shit, what are they thinking? Oh no. Why are they fighting? Yam. Shit, what are they thinking? The strongest in the universe. Not so, monster. You aren't the strongest in the universe. That would be. Well, forget about that, Vegeta said, who in a mysterious and unexpected way reflected for a moment and didn't declare himself the most powerful being in the universe. "Father!" shouted Trunks, who arrived a little while ago, but didn't want to interrupt his bragging competition with Cell. "Trunks." Trunks changed a lot in a very short time. Piccolo said, that despite noticing Trunks' presence he didn't want to say anything until now. He wanted those two to keep wasting time, changing the topic of the conversation could be counterproductive. "Don't intervene, I'll take care of this," said Vegeta, who wanted to have an individual match as it took place. A strategy with which Piccolo didn't agree at all, for which he had to try to convince Vegeta to stop cracking up. "Vegeta. We three have to fight and finish him as soon as possible." "Shut up, Piccolo. Do you really think that I have come here without the certainty that I am more powerful than this monster?" Vegeta replied, who, very convinced, declared to be more powerful than a Super Saiyan 2. An answer that surprised Piccolo. "You mean that? Have you surpassed the Super Saiyan?" "Surpassed the Super Saiyan? What do you mean?" said Cell, giving a redundant comment, which didn't contribute much, but that's the tradition in all shonen anime. A stupid and useless comment that Vegeta was right to criticize. "Did you need to ask?" While he released energy in the traditional way. "Ah. Rum. Grum. Rum. Grum." A release of energy that even made the planet tremble even though they were suspended in the air. A release of internal energy that was increasing his muscles in a disproportionate way, especially considering Vegeta's small size, but in the same way so did his power. A raw power that made even Cell himself felt fear. "What? Cannot be. His power is greater than mine." But not only Cell was the one who was impressed by this new transformation, Piccolo was also impressed, although the reason wasn't only his power, this power. And this appearance. It looks like Broly, right? Yes. Even though I hate to admit it, but the transformation he used the day he smashed Frieza and his father has shown me the way to surpass the Super Saiyan. I'm still not as muscular as him, I don't give off that green aura and my hair hasn't turned green either. I suppose it's a higher state than I have yet to reach, although I don't think it will take me long to get there. But as I am now, it will be enough to finish you off, monster, Vegeta said, pointing his muscled finger at Cell. That speech surprised Piccolo quite a bit and surprised Trunks even more. However, the most surprised of all wasn't the two of them. It wasn't even because of the transformation or due to the slight change in attitude of the arrogance prince. "Broly? Who the hell is Broly?" asked Cell, who didn't have any information about that guy, the guy who had surely caused so many changes in history. Is that Broly the one who has changed so many things in the past and not Trunks? Cell wanted to ask more about that Broly. Who is him? Where had he come from? What had he done to change this timeline so much? Is he powerful? Is he more powerful than him? Questions that if asked and answered could help buy time for Krillin and the others to have time to get C-17 and C-18 off the planet. However, Vegeta had neither the time nor the motivation to answer all those questions. "You don't need to know. I'll kill you right now," Vegeta said as he made clear signs that he wanted to start the fight as soon as possible. It was at that moment that Piccolo's patience came to an end. He had tolerated that arrogant attitude as they spoke and didn't interrupt further because that was helping to buy time. But now that fighting again was inevitable, he couldn't allow Vegeta to remain being Vegeta. He needed to change his mind no matter what. "Vegeta. Get down to earth again, this is no time for your bragging. Now that we outnumber him we should," Piccolo said, who approached Vegeta to speak with him face to face as psychologists advise. Pum. Watch. However, that was the advice that psychologists give to speak with young children, not for wild animals, since with the latter there were great possibilities of being bitten. In Vegeta's case, a punch to the stomach. "I said I don't need your pathetic help," Vegeta said as he grabbed Piccolo by the shoulder to prevent him from moving. "Ag. Vegeta," damn, Piccolo cursed as he writhed in pain as he tried unsuccessfully free himself from Vegeta's immobilization. "Father, what are you doing?" Trunks yelled when he saw what his alternative father had just done. He hit Piccolo when they should be collaborating. Plank. And not only that, now he had also hit him hard on the back of the neck to knock him out. "Remove obstacles. Hold it and don't become one," Vegeta said as he launched the knocked-out Piccolo towards Trunks, who grabbed him and tried to revive him as soon as possible. He knew that arguing with Vegeta was useless now, was better to try to do something productive than uselessly waste saliva. And helping Piccolo recover was the best option. This is getting interesting, maybe this is an opportunity, Cell thought as he saw that with a big smile as his opponents had internal problems, although also surprised by the power of Vegeta's punch. A punch that knocked out Piccolo, with whom he had been fighting fiercely until now, despite the fact that it had been a treacherous attack. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Now I will carry out my threat." And I will turn you to dust in one hit, Vegeta said as he clasped his hands, pointed them towards Cell and gathered a large amount of energy from his big muscles. What? In one hit? Ha! I would like to see it, Cell answered to this provocation, showing once again that Vegeta's cells had influenced his personality a lot, the second after Frieza. Some statements that surprised Trunks quite a bit. Are you going to attack him from the beginning with an energy attack? Strange. This is not my father's style. Oh no, statements that not only surprised him, they also terrified him. Dad. The Earth. In Kami's palace. Chi-Chi, Mr. Popo and Bulma awaited the arrival of Krillin, Yamcha, Mutant Roshi, C-16, C-17, C-18, and Goku, who was looking for a new Kami that could give them new Dragon Ball. Meanwhile they watched from Bulma's sphere what was happening on the planet. And no one was happy with what they saw. Vegeta. He has gone completely crazy. If this attack hits the planet we are all dead, said Mr. Popo, who deep down thanked that there were no Kami watching this right now. He would most likely have a heart attack. And then there is the problem with Yam and the others. What the hell is going on in the brain of this pair of Saiyans? Why do they always have to complicate everything? Goku, Gohan, Broly, come quickly. Ma said as she cursed the ineptitude of everyone around her and prayed that the only three missing people could do something useful. Once again on the battlefield between Vegeta and Cell. What is all this power? Cell said. He didn't expect that in such a short time Vegeta would be able to gather so much energy in one place. He must be bragging. It is impossible for him to launch this attack from that angle. The planet would be destroyed. Final flash. Vegeta yelled as he launched his most powerful attack until now and that he would hardly use again in the future, although there were perfect situations to use it. Shit. Cell said, since he didn't count on that attack to be real, so powerful, difficult to dodge from that distance and above all, that Vegeta dared to use it even though he is unable to survive alone in space. Boom. Luckily the world didn't come to an end after that attack, an attack that shook the whole world and could be seen from space but didn't make anyone approach that place since Vegeta managed to deflect the angle of the attack in the last moment not to commit a collective suicide. Something that made everyone who witnessed this devastating attack hugely happy. The only one who couldn't rejoice was Cell, since he received that final attack. A final attack that had destroyed 75 of his body. Only his head, part of his left torso and his left arm remained intact. On. Something like this can't happen. Cell said as he watched the destruction that attack which he could have prevented if he didn't have the prideful Vegeta cells had caused on his imperfect body. Has he accomplished it? Trunks asked rhetorically as he tried to get Piccolo to swallow a senzu bean, something quite complicated for someone unconscious who normally only drinks water. That attack had been a full-blown check on the first play. Now Vegeta only needed one more play to end the game for good. Or so he thought. Gotcha. Have you forgotten that I have inherited Piccolo's blood? Cell said mockingly and sarcastically as he contracted the muscles or membranes that still remained in his body. Ah! Splash! And from those membranes all the organs that had been destroyed completely regenerated among purple slime. Disappointed? Cell said with sarcasm and confidence in his abilities while he verified that the mobility of his new members were in perfect conditions. Something that completely erased Vegeta and Trunks' confident smile to replace it with a strong clenching of teeth and a lot of cold sweat falling from their foreheads. And besides that an incessant wave of energy sphere from Vegeta AHH. Boom. 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 Some spheres of energy that were sometimes dodged, sometimes blocked and someone impacted in Cell, which despite going back from time to time continued to advance incessantly towards Vegeta. Father. Why are you only using energy attack? At this rate you'll run out of ki. Trunks thought as he watched his father's next move with great concern. None of this was normal on him. What was happening to him? Why was he attacking in such a crazy way when his power was clearly superior to his opponent? However, he couldn't delve much deeper into those thoughts, as Piccolo woke up groaning, damn. Piccolo. Are you okay? A little dizzy. Go quickly to help your father or this could be the end, Piccolo replied as he tried to put his body back in order after that bruise. His wounds had healed, but it was impossible not to feel somewhat disoriented. Piccolo's proposal was more than coherent, especially with Vegeta fighting like that. However, Trunks had too much of a father complex to reason correctly in this situation. Piccolo, but if we held him? His pride. I don't give a shit about his pride, the same way I don't give a shit about his life. But if that monster escapes we will all die. Order your priorities, brat. Shouted Piccolo in a very bad mood, who had already tired of having to convince idiots to behave like minimally functional people in times of extreme necessity. Dad, if we help him, growled and thought Trunks, who couldn't order his priorities as he watched the battle between Cell and Vegeta. Boom! 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 Battle that was about to end, since Cell managed to make his way through the hundreds of energy spheres that Vegeta was throwing at him. Until he got right next to him. I'm going to have a little fun with you. And Cell, without wasting time, hit Vegeta hard in the stomach, recreating the punch that he gave to Piccolo a few moments ago. Hot. A punch that made Vegeta vomit the last thing he ate that afternoon, which looked like noodles with beef. A punch that also made Trunks stop thinking about stupid things and decide to intervene to save the life of his father and the rest before his stupid pride. Damn it. In Kami's palace. Wow. Trunks has also transformed into such an exaggeratedly muscular shape just like Vegeta. He was more handsome before Chi-Chi shouted. She didn't know whether to be very happy or not. He never liked blonde hair and, like all old-fashioned mothers, hates the extreme bodybuilding. Yet she was happy that someone did something. Your appearance. It reminds me a lot of Broly when he transformed. It's almost identical, Bulma said, which to her surprise could see that both the appearance of her alternate son and her official boyfriend once transformed are extremely similar. A resemblance that was beginning to scare her. She didn't know if they really looked so much alike by coincidence or her brain distorted her perception of reality to make her believe that Trunks, the alternative son she was proud of, was actually Broly's son, the boyfriend she was proud of, unlike her alternative fuckbuddy. Luckily for her, Chi-Chi confirmed that she hadn't gone crazy. The similarity between Trunks and Broly was very high in this transformation. It's true. Is Trunks really Vegeta's son? Who knows? Maybe fate wasn't so cruel with my alternative self, said Bulma, who after verifying that she hadn't gone crazy preferred to turn this supposed madness into a very strange hypothesis. What she didn't know is that the animators took advantage of Trunks's transformation to make Broly design, which is why they looked so moo. Chapter 202. Once again on the battlefield of Cell. Let's go. Piccolo yelled, commanding Trunks to help him in his task of restraining and even defeating Cell. Opening this 2 versus 1 with a flying kick to Cell's face. Pum. A kick that was aimed at pulling Vegeta away from him. You again, Cell said, very annoyed because now he couldn't continue torturing Vegeta for any longer. It was more fun than fighting Piccolo. Trunks yelled, who had finished transforming into his ultramuscular form and lunged at Cell with a powerful punch. A punch that destroyed all the clouds in its path. The punch of a fucking titan. But nevertheless it was easily dodged by Cell. Trunks. What the hell do you think you're doing? Vegeta said, who was trying to recover from that strong punishment inflicted by Cell while showing great anger and discomfort for the interruption. Yes, he's stupid. Anger and discomfort of which Trunks felt guilty. Sorry father, but I can't look around in a situation like this. He felt so guilty that he quickly looked away from Vegeta and joined the fight with Piccolo, who had been exchanging blows with Cell in typical Dragon Ball style 1 versus 1. Until Trunks arrived, creating the typical Dragon Ball 2 versus 1 sequence with endless hits, dodges and blocks that we could see, for example in the C-18 versus Gotenks Trunks Kid combat. However, something was wrong. Trunks was missing too much in this sequence of blows and was receiving more than giving despite having the numerical superiority. Trunks, what's wrong with you? Piccolo asked, seeing how awkwardly Trunks was attacking Cell. So awkwardly that was becoming an hindrance. He was unable to hit Cell and his huge, slow body was starting to get in the way of Piccolo's attacks. No Trunks, I meant that you shouldn't fight hand to hand in that state, Vegeta warned as he tried to recover from the harsh punishment that Cell had given him. Unlike Vegeta, Trunks hadn't realized that this ultramuscular transformation had major drawbacks. It was a transformation that was capable of unleashing 100 the potential of the S-cells. Offering the chilling multiplier of X500 official data, a multiplier higher than that of the Super Saiyan 3 of X400. But unlike the forced transformation and at the same time balanced of Super Saiyan 3, which involved a huge energy expenditure which escaped through the hair, the forced transformation of Super Saiyan 3rd grade as it is known, entailed a huge energy expenditure and decrease in speed since everything was concentrated in his muscles. For that reason Vegeta hadn't fought hand to hand with Cell, instead he intended to destroy him with a powerful energetic attack that had almost all the enormous strength of this transformation. This transformation is fucking trash for close combat unless the opponent couldn't move, and also sucks for long duration fights. However, it was ideal to momentarily become a powerful immobile cannon with which destroy the enemies with a single hit. That was what Vegeta wanted to warn Trunks. But as almost always happens in an anime. Pum. The warning came too late. Cell, taking advantage of Trunks' slowness and that obstructed all of Piccolo's actions in this last movement, to capture him to use him as a human shield. as he jabbed his stinger into his spine to prevent him from moving, thus disabling the Hulk transformation. A very unwanted situation that once again destroyed Piccolo's initiative. Damn. Trunks. Damn monster, let him go. Ho ho, is this situation familiar to you? Right, Piccolo? Shoulder that wouldn't stop writhing in excruciating pain as our favorite time traveler screamed in agony ahh. And indeed this situation was very familiar, too familiar. So familiar it was branded in his mind. Do you pretend? It was exactly the same thing that had happened to Chaos a few hours ago. Cell used Chaos as a shield, and while he used the Taiken to blind everyone, he escaped. And right now, Cell was right in front of the sun with both of his hands in position to perform Taiken again. Shit. He's trying to do the same. Piccolo thought as he closed his eyes to avoid falling into the same trap twice. But. Splash. The same didn't happen. From Trunks' chest a bolt of energy was shot, a bolt of energy that completely pierced his stomach, ending his screams of agony. And in the same way. Splash. Ah. It also pierced Piccolo's throat, knocking him out of action and falling towards the island below them. Trunks. Vegeta yelled, seeing the tragic result that his irresponsibility had brought about. Poor Piccolo, nobody cares about him. No, devouring this half Saiyan would take a long time, and very little energy return. Time I don't have. Ho ho ho. Cell said as he laughed sinisterly to celebrate the success of his great plan. Cell had taken the great opportunity that Trunks had never tasted his transformation. Thanks to that, he was able to catch him without problems as on the previous occasion with Chaos. Could he repeat the same success he had before and get rid of Piccolo and the others? No, too unlikely. They were idiots, but not so much, especially Piccolo. He wouldn't fall into the same trap twice. And that was something he could take advantage of. Using Trunks as a visual obstacle, Cell used 10 Shinhans, for which his technique, to temporarily create 2 new arms on his body. That way, while 2 of his arms were pretending to use the Taiken, the other 2 arms that he was hiding behind Trunks perform an energy attack to get Piccolo out of the way. Trunks was a necessary collateral damage. A Piccolo who had closed his eyes to avoid a Taiken who never came. Ah. Cell. Boom. Ah. Ah. However. Because Cell kept using Trunks as a shield and because he was faster and stronger than Vegeta, it was impossible for him to hit him. Agj. I'm impressed. Seeing how you're almost die in my hands has enraged you, and that has made you more powerful. Congratulations. But. Should you fight me instead of saving him? Cell said as he made Trunks' body wobble with his tail, which emitted slight moans with each of the shakes that Cell caused in his body. What? Vegeta yelled upon see that Trunks was still alive and that surely Cell intended to continue using him for his macabre plans. And worst of all for Vegeta, was that his intuition was correct. I haven't killed him, but he is about to die, but a Senzu bean could save him and maybe Piccolo too. Though I won't give them to you easily, Cell said as he threw Trunks' almost lifeless body towards Vegeta, who had no choice but to grab him. And at the same time Cell, who while had been using Trunks as a shield, had taken the opportunity to steal his Senzu bean. FAUU. Then showed him too that he hadn't destroyed and threw them into the sea. Bastard. Vegeta yelled with great hatred as he witnessed the culmination of the cunning plan of the monster of Frankenstein from Dragon Ball Z8, you don't count. Ha ha ha. I will take the rest. Ha ha ha. Yelled at Cell as he flew in the opposite direction to where he had thrown the Senzu bean. To where were Yam, Ginger and the modified humans and the pacifist robot, not the ones of One Piece. Damn monster. Don't run. Come back here and fight. Vegeta yelled as he watched as Cell ran eager to kill and devour in the direction his woman, his sister-in-law, the guys that if they were eaten by Cell would be the end, and also how the unwanted child that he never conceived and never showed appreciation for, was dying in his arms. A few kilometers from there. Come back here, cowards. Yam yelled, that after several minutes of fighting she had been unable to retain part of his opponents for a long time due to the imperfect Super Saiyan form that she was using and that limited her speed. And above all due to the paralyzing beam that Mutant Rashi was applying on her, a paralyzing beam that he could use without interruption thanks to his new unlimited energy. Sorry Yam, but mission comes first. Yelled Krillin as he fled with C-17, C-18 and C-16. Ginger. Get this one off me. Yelled Yam to her sister to release her from Rashi's technique. A very difficult order for her to follow, so much so that she was unable to answer and react. Ginger, no. Mutant Rashi shouted as Ginger began to doubt. Now. Yam yelled imperatively, showing that she wasn't asking, that was an order. And Ginger that after various defeats, feeling great existential doubts and having always lived under the shadow and protection of her sister, devoid of all confidence, answered yes. Ginger, why? Mutant Rashi yelled, which was grabbed by Ginger, interrupting Mutant Rashi's channeling process while players will understand, fucking Rojas. Sorry it was the only thing that Ginger, that she knew that she hadn't done the right thing, was able to answer. She follows us again. Can't you use your ability to get them out of here? Ten Shinhan said, that escaped with Krillin and the others, but keeping his distances to cover their withdrawal in case something went wrong. A situation like the current one. My near only serves to get close to a target that I can see with my eyes. But in this part of the sea there aren't even islands, only water. And for near the sea it is the same entity by itself, Krillin answered, explaining what the ability that Broly gave him consisted of while they kept flying towards Kami's palace. When suddenly, they felt a very disturbing ki approaching them. And at the same time, they lost track of Piccolo and Trunks' ki. Oh no! Yelled everyone who understood what this meant. And although those who didn't know how to read the ki or didn't know what was happening, they wouldn't take long to understand the situation. C-17, C-18 we can finally be one. Yelled Cell in the distance, which followed the group of modified humans like a lion chasing a gazelle through the savannah. Is that Cell? What a horrible thing. Here, give a Senzu bean to C-17, he needs at least to fly by itself that monster reaches us, said Krillin, who preferred that at least C-17 wasn't such an easy target even though it could get out of control. Vegeta, Trunks and Piccolo have failed. What kind of stupidity have they done? This is not the time to fight each other, we need to fight together, shouted Mutant Rashi, who had already been released by Ginger, fortunately and unfortunately for him you understand. Nay-san, could you consider teaching C-17 and C-18 a lesson after the problems with Cell are over? Said Ginger, she thought this would be the perfect moment, and maybe the only one where her sister could forget about her vendetta with C-17 and C-18. Partly trying to make up for what she had and hadn't done today by helping Rashi and his friends. I will have to grudgingly accept, Yam replied, who despite being very irrational when she has accumulated grudges in mind, didn't lose sight that the most important thing was to live. Even if it meant letting the object of her revenge escape for now or fighting side by side with people she had been fighting a few seconds ago. In that case, let me help, said Ten Shinhan, who joined the front line to retain Cell. Krillin, you are the fastest, take C-17 and C-18 to a safe place, Mutant Rashi shouted at Krillin, who was already fleeing at full speed a little while ago. You're kidding, right? You want me to C-17 protested, who had managed to recover and was fighting to escape from the arms of C-16, who wouldn't let him out for fear that he would commit as stupidly a Vegeta's level. C-17, stop acting like a kid and run. He yelled C-18 to his brother to stop narcissistic stupidities and run, fly in this case for his life. You will not space. Shouted Cell, who thanks to his great android speed superior of Super Saiyan 2 level, was getting closer and closer to the last line of defense against the end of the world. In the world of Broly in the Desire Realm. Audiences were still fascinated by the level of incoherence, incompetence, and stupidity they saw on screen. I don't understand. How is it possible that they have done so badly with the great advantage in power, information and amount of resources at their disposal? Said Aizen, who couldn't bear to see how such simple and practical plans could be ruined in such way. This is embarrassing, said Zetsu, who considered before that Naruto was an idiot like them, but not even in a dream and proposing it was he capable of reaching that level of incompetence. This is intellectual torture, said Kars, a being with superior intellect who was unable to understand how a living organism of transcendental power could be so subnormal. Broly, how can you just sit there doing nothing? Don't you see that your wife is going to have a nervous breakdown? Obito said, that as an ex-idiot and professional idiot seriously, he has been an idiot until the end, he was fooled by Madara, with his Kamui he could have entered any village and kidnapped the Biju without the need for Akatsuki and could have used the Rinnegan to resurrect Rin instead of Madara from the beginning. Felt too much embarrassment to continue watching this embarrassing show. Exaggerated, my Bulma has gone through worse things than these before she met me, nothing will happen to her. Why? Because these idiots will not change until they realize how idiotic they are, they need to hit the rock bottom and of course, that someone do the invaluable social work of reminding them day after day how idiotic they were. Broly replied as he watched the movie with one eye and played the Nintendo DS with the other two. Not even he was willing to pay 100 of his attention to that pitiful spectacle. And that good Samaritan is you? How asked sarcastically and rhetorically. Of course, ha ha ha. Gladly. After this they will understand how much they love me and need me. Especially my Bulma, she will surely throw herself into my arms as soon as she sees me, said Broly, fantasizing about that moment that only exists in his imagination. Yes, surely to strangle you for leaving her alone, the Desire Realm Women's Association responded. Chapter 203. You will not space. Shouted Cell, who thanks to his great android speed superior of Super Saiyan 2 level, was getting closer and closer to the last line of defense against the end of the world. A last line of defense that didn't give up, so they continued to spam energy attacks time after time thanks to their infinite ammo cheat. Kikaho. Kamehameha. However, those attacks failed to hurt their target and were barely being able to contain him. Damn insects, Cell shouted as he tried to advance with some difficulty towards his prey, as if a strong wind prevented him from flying naturally. What a monster, he's not even hurt. Ten and Rashi yelled as they continued to attack despite knowing that their attempts were being quite useless. Kikaho. Kamehameha. And since they could keep him for a short time, Ten Shinhan began to think of new strategies for the imminent moment when Cell got too close to them. Me and Rashi will constantly attack with key attack as support, you should attack melee. Are you afraid of being absorbed and that is why you send us to the front line of battle? Yam yelled, that despite agreeing that this is the best possible strategy, she had to protest a bit to make up for what happened a few minutes ago when they fought. Kikaho. Kamehameha. You are the one who should be scared of that happening, Ten Shinhan shouted to remind him of the reason why this should be the strategy to follow. Kikaho. Kamehameha. And couldn't you use the Mafuba to lock him up? Years ago you didn't stop using it against everyone. Ginger said, since believed she had found a more practical and effective solution to solve this problem. Unfortunately Rashi informed them why he hadn't used this ability against this enemy, that monster knows all of our techniques. If he used it and he knows how to use it, he could reflect it against me. Mafuba doesn't work well against people who know how to use it. Kikaho. Kamehameha. What a useless technique. Criticized Yam once again, in this case Mutant Rashi, although this time partly frustrated, that ability would have been very convenient in this situation. Yam, you don't help that way, Ginger shouted that among other things she didn't want any kind discrepancies right now. Kikaho. Kamehameha. Don't get distracted. He's coming. Damn hindrances. Ah. Cell shouted, that as if he were a MMORPG boss. He got angry at the end and drew even more strength than in the first phases where he supposedly had more energy. Kikaho. Kamehameha. Energy he used to actively counterattack Ten and Rashi. Garlic Cannon. Boom. An attack that managed to counter Rashi and Ten Shinhan's continued effort with relative ease. No. He has stopped our combined attack. And also with a Vegeta ability. Shit, Ten Shinhan thought as he prepared to attack Cell once more. A Cell that when stopped being braked was able to achieve a dizzying speed, with which advanced towards them. However, that possibility had already been predicted by our heroes. What's more, they were waiting for that moment. Ginger. Now. Ahich. Ahich. While Ten and Rashi had been slowing Cell's advance with their inexhaustible energy, Ginger and Yam had increased their power in the same way that Vegeta and Trunks had done to perform a powerful attack with all their power. Golden Doom. Eternal Flash. An attack that traveled at high speed towards Cell, which due to the acceleration produced by anger towards Ten and Rashi couldn't change direction at that moment. Shit. Boom. A combo attack much more powerful than Vegeta's final flash, but above all wider and more precise, so wide and precise that hit him squarely. Aha. We have done it. Yam and Ginger shouted with joy as they celebrated the victory in an exaggerated way with hugs, grabs and slaps, as if they were football players after having scored the winning goal in the last minute. It was a good teamwork, Ten Shinhan said while taking a deep breath, relieved by the result, so much so that he even treated the two Saiyans with camaraderie. There hasn't been a single Cell left of him. Ha ha ha, Mutant Rashi said, making a joke that only amused him. Yes, you have completely destroyed that body, said a mysterious voice, although something familiar that hadn't participated in this heroic and complicated feat. What the? What nobody expected is that that voice was from the same Cell, which was alive and about to attack Ginger and Yam with an energy attack. Watch out. Mutant Rashi yelled as he moved in near slow motion towards Ginger and Yam like in a certain 90s movie with a very catchy soundtrack that the girls loves. Boom. Boom. A powerful attack that dragged Rashi, Ginger and Yam to a nearby island. Yes, sometimes the same attack destroy planets, other islands, other small portions and terrain, others completely disintegrate what they touched and sometimes like this case just pushed. With them off stage only Cell and Ten Shinhan kept flying. Cell. How is it possible? Ten Shinhan asked, stunned and with the word terror written on his face metaphorically. A terror with which Cell rejoiced, and like any villain with excessive ego he explained what he had done to deceive all the protagonists, secondary characters and readers. Ha ha ha. Surprised? I knew that like Vegeta you would try something like this to destroy me with a single blow. Therefore, using the same technique that Piccolo uses to train, I divided myself into two and used the copy so that the two Saiyans spent all their energy on it. A risky strategy that has left me without energy and with a lot of damage. Fortunately Trunks had quite a few Senzu Bean. Ha ha ha. Damn. He played with us. Ten Shinhan thought upon hearing how Cell's plan had been so successful. A success that left everyone quite screwed up, specifically him. And now that there are no Saiyans bothering. It's time to enjoy my food, Cell said as he licked his ugly and sinister mouth, which reminds us all of a mask, to highlight his intentions regarding Ten Shinhan. At that moment. A few kilometers from there. Trunks woke up. With a terrible sensation in his back and stomach as a result of the mortal wounds that Cell had caused him. Deadly wounds that had already healed and that now only existed in the past and in some of his nerves that still remembered the pain. Therefore, after checking that he wasn't dead, Trunks tried to get up. And the first thing he saw was... Dad? Don't waste energy uselessly, Vegeta replied, who was looking towards the horizon, turning his back with his usual kindness. Kindness that Trunks was more than used to, so he tried to direct the conversation in terms in which Vegeta could be more talkative. What happened to Cell? That fucking coward escaped, Vegeta replied, refusing to make eye contact. An answer in principle simple and casual, however, that answer surprised and even alarmed Trunks. Wait, what am I doing here? And if he really has escaped, why didn't he chase him? Trunks thought as he looked around him, realizing that he was on one of the nearby islands where the conflict started, with Piccolo unconscious at his side. I'm going for that coward. Give one of those Senzu to Piccolo if you want him to recover. I'm in a hurry, Vegeta said as he walked away from that place without looking back. A phrase that once again upset Trunks' mind. Dad, you really weren't serious that time. And obviously whenever something did happen in an anime, this moment deserved a flashback. A few hours ago or months, depending on our understanding of the space-time continuum. In one of the time compressor rooms that Bulma had in her spaceship, Vegeta trained in augmented gravity X600 in the most natural and exaggerated way possible in a fighting anime with superpowers. Doing push-ups holding your whole body with the little finger and with weights on your back. A somewhat exaggerated workout even for a Saiyan, especially considering the repetitions he did until now. And... training that was closer to torture that. Floff. It made Vegeta collapse, falling to the ground, barely able to breathe and almost fainting. Father, that's enough, at this rate you will die. Trunk yelled upon see how his father had repeatedly exceeded his limits and was in a state closer to death than life. However, as soon as he tried to help him get up, he slapped him away, a rather weak slap due to fatigue. Don't touch me. I must, train more, until my last breath. I have to become stronger. Stronger than those stupid androids. Stronger than that damn Cell. Stronger than the clown of Kakarotes. Stronger than Piccolo. Stronger than Gohan in his prime. Stronger than. However. Plof. Vegeta's body was unable to keep up with his mind, so when he tried to get up to continue his training, he fell back. Father. Trunks yelled, who once again tried to grab his father to carry him to bed before something bad could happen to him. No. Vegeta said as he tried to push Trunks away again, but he no longer had the strength for it, so he just fell to the ground again. Vegeta was in a deplorable state, so deplorable due to his stubbornness that it made Trunks, who kept almost all criticism of Vegeta to himself, couldn't take it anymore. So Trunks felt forced to make him to see sense, or at least express that what he was doing didn't seem healthy, logical, admirable or normal. Father, I understand that you want to be stronger than anyone. I really understand, but this is no longer a goal, is an obsession that is devouring you. Inside and outside. Are you going to give me the same speech as Gohan? Vegeta protested as he raised his head to glare Trunks at his eyes with fury. Look that reminded Trunks that he shouldn't make comments that could subtract paternal love points, for which he tried to back down. No, But Vegeta, partly somewhat disturbed due to dehydration, heat stroke, lack of sleep, excess fatigue, hunger, bad mood and that he is also an egomaniac, preferred to listen to his voice rather than that of his insistent and meddlesome bastard son. Since I was born I have only had one purpose. Become strongest, to be at the top of creation. What my family had always longed to achieve. The Super Saiyan. I was the strongest Saiyans of all, with the most potential, born royalty. It must be that legendary warrior. That was my destiny. Become the strongest, kill Frieza and take the position that always belonged to me. But I found out about Broly and both Kakarot and his son defeated me, and even a simple Namekian did that. They were stronger than me. Not only that, Kakarot became Super Saiyan before me. And also then you appeared, younger than me, stronger than me, and you could even become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta said as he kept looking at Trunks, speechless of hearing his father's sudden monologue. A monologue that he doesn't expect to hear, either because Vegeta is not very talkative and because his pride makes excessively difficult to express his joys, concerns and above all frustrations. And despite that, Vegeta took out everything he had accumulated until now while trying to catch his breath. Hahaha. I always believed that everything would be mine in the future, so there was no problem in claiming that title right now. It would be something that would come to me sooner or later. Why not get ahead of myself? Why should I stop doing it? My destiny remains the same, right? But Trunks didn't answer, he didn't dare to interrupt even to nod. To improve the joke, Broly showed me that my path, my beliefs and my whole life had been a mistake that kept me further and further away from my goal. That I would never become Super Saiyans. And Vegeta continued with his monologue, speaking with more passion and fury than before. But did I stop? No. I swallowed. I swallowed that frustration, all that embarrassment, and kept going without deviating from my goal. I trained, changed my method and tried to trick my body and mind into generating these stupid S-cells to become what I always had to be. The Super Saiyan. I have reached my goal. I became the top of our race. A peak that should belong only to me, the Prince of the Saiyans. I was already more powerful than Piccolo. It was only a matter of time before I defeated Goku, Gohan, and Broly. But do you know what happened? The androids? Trunks answered this time, since Vegeta kept a silence too long after that question. It's evident that wasn't a rhetorical question, he wanted someone to answer it and there was only Trunks. Yes, the androids. Those guys who weren't even Saiyans beat me up. To me the Super Saiyan Prince. It's more. And after that Piccolo also surpassed me, a monster made with my own cells appeared that is also stronger than me, and what was the last straw? The useless humans also became stronger than me. Vegeta yelled with great fury, frustration, envy and resentment as he hit the ground, but not with excessive force. Boom! Punch that showed that the rest was doing him well and that therefore he could continue with his speech for longer without the need to stop so much to breathe. I could tolerate that Kakarot and his son are so powerful. They are Saiyans after all, the strongest warrior race of all. But the rest? How the hell can I tolerate that scum is stronger than me? Vegeta yelled again, jumping up and grabbing Trunks by the lapel of his jacket to talk to him like a brawler more interested in fighting than to dialogue. But Trunks also didn't answer, did anything or showed dissatisfaction with what Vegeta was doing with him. The surprise generated by the sincere speech he was hearing and experiencing was stronger than any other kind of feeling. He simply froze while Vegeta spoke to him a few millimeters from his face despite the great chances that Vegeta would end that speech with a headbutt. Fortunately because of Trunks' head, Vegeta was too fired up to interrupt his only attack of sincerity, so with the same not peaceful and recommended attitude to speak, he continued shouting at his son. And then there is Broly, the origin of my nightmares. Should I give up and accept that he is invincible? That he is unattainable even though he was born on the same planet as me and below me? That since I was born I was never the best than him, and that goal, that destiny never belonged to me? That I'm an imposter? That as long as he exists all my dreams, all my aspirations, all my efforts are useless? That my own existence is useless? That nothing I have done or believed has been of any use? That I have to give up and accept that I'm always going to be below him? No. No, so powerful and infused with ki that made Trunks to fall to the ground due to the shock wave. And before he could complain or get up, Vegeta finished his speech. Be the strongest. That is my only goal, my only aspiration, nothing else really matters, and I don't care what others say or think, be it Gohan, Yam, Kakaroto, you or Broly himself. So burn well this in your mind. I only care to prove that I am superior to everyone with the blood of those who dare to believe that they are above me. And if for this purpose I sacrifice whoever and whatever it is, even my own life, I will not hesitate for a second, regardless of the consequences or possibilities of success. So don't ever try to stop me. And for your own good try not to become a hindrance, Trunks, Vegeta said as he pointed his index finger at Trunk, who was still on the ground and saw how Vegeta again turned his back to train without him. An image and speech that made it very clear what the motivations of the proud prince of the Saiyans are. An image and speech that made it very clear that Vegeta didn't care about anyone, just confirming that he was the strongest, at the price that was necessary. An image and a speech that made it very clear to Trunks that Vegeta didn't care about him in the slightest, his greatest utility was being a disposable tool that would throw away the trash when he was no longer useful. Or at least, It's what it seemed. Outside the flashback. Several miles from where Trunks was recovering. On a half-destroyed island. Other people were waking up. Ginger, Yam, are you okay? And those were the first words they heard when they woke up. Rashi-chan? Asked Ginger, that despite having her eyes half closed she could perfectly distinguish who that voice belonged to. That's right, Rashi replied, relieved to hear and see that they were both okay. How can you be okay after that attack? Is this the other world? No, it's not possible, you and I couldn't coincide, said Ginger, who like her almost always drew hasty conclusions. But before he continued with his erroneous claim, Rashi resolved the doubt. I am alive. Thanks to the blessing of Broly and to a senzu being just like you. However, despite debating the reason why the three were alive was a fascinating topic, something caught Yam's interest even more. What the hell? AH. That was Ten Shinhan, who seemed to have turned into a human torch. A human torch that wouldn't stop releasing heat around himself, forming a barrier of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. A heat so excruciating that was evaporating the ocean around himself, destroying the little vegetation on the few islands around and making the air practically unbreathable due to the extreme temperature. A hyper-concentrated heat barrier that even prevented cells advance towards its insides. Ten Shinhan seemed to have become the core of a little but powerful sun. At this rate he will melt the planet, said Mutant Rashi, who after taking off his almost destroyed shirt and increasing his muscles took flight towards that incredible source of heat. What? What are you going to do? Didn't you say that if that thing absorbs you it's the end for all of ours? Ginger yelled, who flew towards Rashi to prevent him from going there. Yes. But I can't let Ten die. Furthermore, if Cell absorbs him, everything will be lost too. Mutant Rashi replied, who was aware of the danger, but that he had no choice but to risk his life to save his friend and planet. Do you really think you can fight that monster? You have already seen what has happened, not even we with our most powerful attack have been able to kill him. And I doubt that we can hit him again with that. Yam said, that despite not hating at all that someone wanted to die honorably in combat, she didn't like that someone believed that they could succeed where she had failed. And what was worse, that someone flirted with his sister. It's not about believing. It's about duty, Rashi replied as he gently pushed Ginger aside to face a green monster that threatened to destroy the world. The same thing his teacher did. The same thing he did years ago. Although both attempts failed, and resulted in the death of the Braves heroes. But before Rashi could demonstrate his great courage and capacity for sacrifice for all the inhabitants of the planet once again. Wait, what is he doing? Ginger pointed in the direction of Ten Shinhan and Cell. Creating in this way a cliffhanger that would be solved the following week. Chapter 204. In the middle of the ocean. Cell, who had eliminated or at least removed all obstacles, now you could enjoy your precious snack without interruptions. But unfortunately for him, the appetizer also known as Ten Shinhan will not let himself be eaten so easily. AH. And with that he resorted to his latest alternative. A technique that taking advantage of his unlimited energy and Broly's ability to create a constant burst of heat that enveloped his body and his surroundings. A constant burst of heat that increased its temperature every second, consuming everything around him until reached in a very little space the temperature of the sun itself. Could he still do something like that? Cell thought as he tried to penetrate the barrier of heat and ki that Ten Shinhan had created around him. A barrier that he could maintain forever and as long he had energy left, which was unlimited, and fuel around him to increase his infernal flames. Flames that made Cell sweat and even burned him when he tried to go through that miniature sun. I could easily destroy this barrier with a single attack. But if I did I could kill him. And I need him alive. Damn. Cell thought as he went deeper and deeper into that sun, burning his fingers and tail, which tried to grab Ten Shinhan and devour him. But the closer he got, the more difficult it became, to the point that his fingers and tail began to unravel. He knew that sooner or later the regenerative capacity of his body would be able to adapt to this hellish environment and finally catch the bald man with 3 eyes, or perhaps Ten Shinhan would voluntarily stop his brutal technique to prevent the destruction of the planet. But whether for one reason or another. That took a long time. Time that was against him. Damn. At this rate my main dish will escape, Cell thought as he realized that devouring Ten Shinhan before devouring C-17 and C-18 wasn't being as easy and fast as he expected. Continuing to insist with Ten Shinhan could mean not being able to fulfill his main mission, and that was something that Cell couldn't allow. So he left this battlefield to head for the next one at full speed. Wait, what is he doing? Ginger pointed in the direction of Ten Shinhan and Cell. Although Cell was moving away from the position that Ginger was pointing to. Is he escaping? Yam asked rhetorically. No. He's after Krillin and the androids. Mutant Rashi yelled as he approached Ten Shinhan, who had stopped channeling his technique. Mutant Rashi-sama. I'm glad you're fine. Cell 10 Shinhan said as he gasped. It wasn't from lack of energy or tiredness, but from dehydration due to his own borrowed skill. Don't force yourself, have a senzu. I know that even for you that heat wasn't easy to bear, Mutant Rashi said, while showing the characteristic kindness of a benevolent old man. A kindness that was unknown on the part of the person who would speak next. Swallow it quickly, if you don't want me to leave you behind. Vegeta. Everyone shouted upon see that practically the cause of all the problems of this saga had appeared. What happened to Trunks and Piccolo? Ten Shinhan asked as he ate the senzu, skipping all manner of courtesy. Since it was Vegeta. I suppose they will join us in a while, Vegeta replied as he kept flying towards Cell to reach him as soon as possible. Contrary to what is done in many manga, Vegeta hadn't stayed quiet to talk about the obvious with his peers, he kept advancing quickly towards his goal. So the others followed his example and followed him. What a relief, they're fine, Mutant Rashi said as he flew followed by everyone else. And now what? We have enough firepower to kill him. But Ginger said, showing that she wasn't very optimistic about the chances they had of winning. It will be very difficult to hit him and he has many survival skills. Well. I like challenges, said Yam, who despite having the same opinion as her sister, the way they lived the same problem was different. The only thing we can do is stop Cell from increasing his power and wait until Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, or Broly come back, Mutant Rashi said, being as realistic and positive as possible. Unlike Vegeta, are you kidding me? I'll get rid of this problem before those three come back. Politician statements at election time that didn't convince almost anyone. Kami-sama Palace. Damn. Cell is getting too close to them and Krillin and the androids aren't close enough. At this rate they will be caught before they get here. Gohan has kept the emergency self-destruct device. And we can't allow Cell to reach Kami's palace, Bulma said as she watched through the sphere everything that was happening and bit her thumbnail due to nervousness and anxiety. Until. Palm. She kicked the ground, stopped looking at the sphere, put on the tracker, took her bag and approached the edge of the watchtower. Bulma, what do you intend to do? Asked Mr. Pop and Chihi, who shared the same nervousness that Bulma was showing. Send most of my body to pick them up. I don't think I'll be there in time, but if Krillin is able to distract him for a few seconds, I can probably save them, Bulma replied as she showed the capsule of a less luxurious spaceship. But Bulma, it's crazy if they couldn't, Chi-Chi said, as a supporting character. Although she was annoying more than supporting, she couldn't understand why Bulma, another supporting character, was going to such a dangerous place. Don't worry about me, I'm strong now. Also, with my barrier I am the person most likely to survive. And I leave my 5 here with you. In the event that my 95 is destroyed I only need to swallow a senzu and I will be as good as new, Bulma replied while performing her multiplication technique. Leaving her weakest part in the watchtower to lead the operation and be safe and the other to the dangerous battlefield and suicide a rescue operation. I just hope it's not necessary, Mr. Popo said with concern as he watched as the main body of Bulma headed for danger just like his former superior. Krillin, can you hear me? Bulma asked as she sped down towards the mortal world. Many miles away. Krillin, C-16, C-17 and C-18 kept flying towards Kami's palace, where Bulma was waiting for them with her spaceship to take refuge in space. Until Krillin received a call from Bulma. Bulma, what's happening? And due to the seriousness of the message Krillin stopped to listen to it. What's wrong, Krillin? C-16 asked, that since Cell had been presented as a world threat he had become much more talkative. Guys, go ahead, Cell is coming. Krillin said as he turned in the opposite direction and began to accumulate ki to be prepared for an imminent confrontation. A confrontation for which none was prepared. Put this on and follow the green dot. It's Bulma, she will take you to a safe place, Krillin said as he handed his tracker to C-18, and explained minimally how to use it. So you found us this way, C-18 said, checking that apart from the green dot that tracked the Bulma that was heading towards them, there were also some red dots on the screen, which were her brother and C-16. Thus solving the mystery of how they had been found despite not having ki. And what will you do? Asked C-17, who by now had calmed down a bit and was beginning to recognize the danger to which he was subjected and the few possibilities of success. I'll try to buy some time until Bulma reaches you. If Cell is able to follow us it is precisely because of me, since I generate ki, but the 3 of you who don't emit any type of ki can escape perfectly if you hide well, said Krillin, showing how brave he was and what a dwarf was capable of doing to be able to flirt with an elf. An elf who was beginning to seriously wonder why Krillin was helping them so much. Why do you trust us too much? What if we betray you? Why? I have no other choice. Go away. Krillin yelled urgently as he tried to hide part of his motivations. An explanation somewhat unfinished as well as forced, but that more or less convinced C-18, who along with her brother prepared to flee just as Krillin had advised them. However, someone in his group didn't intend to follow that strategy. I will stay to fight. What are you doing? Will you be killed too? Screamed C-18 upon see how his reserved and quiet traveling companion who hadn't shown until now any fighting spirit unless it was Goku had volunteered for a suicide mission. He is not looking for me, but he is looking for you. It makes more sense that I try to stop him here. It was fun traveling with you, said C-16, as he stood next to Krillin and gave what would probably be his first and last almost emotional speech. Okay. You would be of great help to me, said Krillin, that despite showing courage he was very scared. Having someone else giving him support would help him, especially emotionally. Freak to the end, C-17 said with some sympathy, remembering the few interactions they had had with him. Quick, go before Cell makes eye contact with you, C-16 said with a smile on his face. Smile that quickly spread to all who witnessed like the COVID-19. And that ended quickly when a high-pitched sound almost pierced their eardrums. What the hell are you doing, Krillin? Why don't you move? Bulma yelled with great anger and power from the tracker that had C-18 in her hand. But that scream wasn't the most disturbing sound they heard in the last seconds. You will not escape. Yelled Cell, who was a few seconds away from reaching them. Oops, Krillin said, seeing that they were completely screwed. Such a simple plan had failed among other things for a more than obvious reason. Late. You shouldn't have talked for so long without moving, said C-16, who realized the mistake they had made. A mistake that used to be made in all animes, stopping to speak in the middle of a chase when they could speak perfectly while fleeing. Yes, no fucking sense. But it was too late to regret his lack of IQ or the convenience of the script. Whatever. Run. Krillin yelled, for the umpteenth time that day despite the fact that he had caused that unnecessary stop. Although they finally listened to him, running to the blue point at high speed. Not so fast. Yelled Cell, who was a few seconds away from getting in front of Krillin and C-16. Here it comes. Krillin yelled to point out the obvious. It was at that moment that Krillin generated a Kienzan in each hand and C-16. Well. He removed his arms to launch a large energy cannon from within them. A technique that looks cool and powerful, but is extremely inefficient and leaves its user vulnerable to counterattacks. They were about to shoot before Cell reached them. But. FIU. Cell sped up in an astonishing way and passed through them. I've wasted too much time already, Cell thought as he ignored Krillin and 16 and chased after C-17 and C-18, who were on the run. Watch out. Krillin yelled to warn the two brothers that a green, people-eating monster was behind them. A warning that defying the laws of physics came on time. Cell with his impressive speed higher than that of a Super Saiyan 2 reached where C-17 was and proceeded to hit him. You have to beat the meat before cooking and eating. Komm. However, thanks to Krillin's warning, C-17 was able to activate his famous barrier. Barrier that thanks to the fact that Cell didn't intend to kill him, but to knock him out, he was able to resist the blow. But. Damn vermin. Stop resisting. Pum. HIATUS. He was unable to withstand Cell's second rage-laden attack. Yelled C-18 upon see that his brother had been shot down and was falling unconscious into the sea. Damn. I miscalculated the power and sent him too far, Cell thought, regretting that he had thrown his food away due to a fit of anger. Attack of anger that he didn't intend to commit with the next dish, which was closer than the first. And that dish was obviously C-18. And as with her brother, she raised a barrier around her too. Komm. A barrier that was useless before the amazing power of Cell, which destroyed it with one blow in which he was even able to hit C-18's stomach with force. HIATUS. Leaving her almost knocked out. This time Cell held back a bit so as not to send her flying away from him and to be able to grab her to start the suction. Isn't it about time you let me absorb you? Let's become one and eradicate the life of the entire universe. HIATUS, Cell said while holding C-18 as if he were a rabbit about to be slaughtered. Or in this case, sucked. Cell in a very disgusting and counterintuitive way, given that he had absorbed the others by nailing them with the needle, this expanded until it became a kind of vacuum cleaner with which he intended to completely devour C-18 despite weighing more than 50 kilograms. With clothes, boots, metal belt and everything, Cell's digestive system is a great mystery. Damn you monster, murmured C-18, who saw helplessly how she was a few seconds away from becoming part of that disgusting monster in the form of a bug. An ending hated by any human being, especially by a woman. But fortunately for her. Near. His knight in shining skull armor leaped to her aid. Krillin. That used the Near ability, the ability Broly awarded him as a reward for winning his rigged exam during the Science Saga. An ability that allowed him to teleport easily. That Krillin used to teleport himself just below Cell's tail with a giant Kienzan in each hand. And one of them was right under Cell's suction tail. Phew 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 tra 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 tra. Which was cut in half from inside. Itch. Yelled Cell as he felt the indescribable pain feel like his tail was cut from inside by a circular saw. Men reading this, imagine. However, Krillin didn't stop by his momentary success. He had prevented Cell from absorbing C-18 and C-17 by cutting off his tail, but he was still alive, and with or without tail he could still easily kill them. I only have this chance, Krillin thought as he directed the last giant Kienzan in his hand towards Cell's neck. The Kienzan is an extremely powerful technique capable of far surpassing the power barriers between two fighters. A technique that in the original version managed to cut Frieza's tail, which in his second transformation had a combat power of more than 1,000,000, while Krillin. Well, Krillin. So it was very likely that this disc could also cut Cell's neck and possibly kill him. Shit. What annoying technique, and how did he get so fast in front of me? I had no data about this ability, and that Cell knew very well the danger, since he also knew that technique. That's why. Firecrocra. Firecrocra. He countered a Kienzan with another Kienzan, which he improvised in the palm of his hand. But unfortunately for him, another nuisance tried to stop his defensive play. Pum. And that was C-16, which hit him with a powerful mechanical punch. Slash. A punch that wasn't strong enough to completely stop his defensive Kienzan's formation, but to destabilize his technique a bit. With which Krillin was able to completely cut off his arm instead of his head. An attack that didn't become fatal and that Cell would be able to heal without too much difficulty, but once again hurt the pride of the green monster, which due to carelessness and uninterrupted interruptions had been wounded over and over again. GRRJJ GRJJ. AH. Why you? Boom. Translating that anger and frustration into a powerful explosion of energy that sent all the flies around him to fly. Damn annoyances. I'll finish you off first. He yelled at Cell with a totally inordinate bloodlust as he regenerated his severed tail and arm. He no longer thought to allow any more interruption from anyone. He wasn't planning on leaving any more spectators alive, even if it meant not having anyone staring at his great triumph. And the first was the one that was closest to him, C-16. Krah. To which he pierced the chest with his hand. Fortunately for C-16, being a robot, he was able to survive that attack, since all the information about him was in a microchip in his head. And Cell, believing that he had already eliminated a nuisance, went towards the greatest annoyance in those moments. Krillin. Plash. Which he pierced with his needle in the chest with the obvious intention of devouring him. AH. Krillin screamed due to the excruciating pain of being sucked into a monstrous straw. Krillin. C-18 yelled, who started shooting at Cell with everything she had. Boom. 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 However, these attacks did nothing to Cell, who was tired of so many interruptions at lunchtime. Even if it was the appearance of a new dish. Fiam. So he launched an energy attack that, like his brother, made C-18 fall unconscious into the sea. AH. Krillin yelled, worrying about the life of her crush while his was the most in danger. You have put up a lot of resistance, even though it was useless. Do you have any last words? Said Cell, who was savoring success in more ways than one. Gur. AH. What are you waiting for? Do it. Don't worry about me. Krillin yelled as he grabbed onto Cell's tail, even though it was what was slowly killing him. What? Cell explained as he turned his head slightly back. Where he could see how Vegeta X500, Ginger X500, Yam X500, Muscled Mutant Rashi and Ten Shinhan with bulging veins in his bald head prepared to launch their most powerful attack towards him. And also Trunks and Piccolo, who had arrived at the perfect time to attack with a final attack. Final Flash. Golden Doom. Eternal Flash. Kamehameha. Shin Flare Kikaho. Boom. The most powerful combined attack in the history of this manga and novel, which caused a 5-scale earthquake throughout the planet despite the fact that this attack was carried out in the air and its trajectory was directed towards the sky. An attack that hit Cell. And also Krillin. This time. Have we killed him? Yam asked rhetorically, since they had left Cell for dead on several occasions. I can't feel his ki. Neither Krillin, said Mutant Rashi with great regret and pain as he hid his gloomy gaze with his sunglasses. We will never forget your sacrifice, Baldi-kun, Ginger said as she prayed for Krillin's soul. Mutant Rashi-sama. We can surely bring him back to life with the new Dragon Balls or with Broly's powers. Suffer no more, Ten Shinhan said, trying to comfort Rashi for launching a joint attack that resulted in the death of his disciple as a collateral and heroic victim. Even so. What I've done has been unforgivable. Above all, being his teacher, replied Mutant Rashi, who didn't feel comforted at all by those words. Nothing will erase what he did. Rashi-chan, you heard him, he would rather die in our attack than be devoured by that monster and make him stronger. He wanted us to save him and save ourselves, Ginger said with the greatest possible tact to Mutant Rashi, who wasn't able to clear his conscience despite knowing that he had done the right thing. And we haven't needed the help of Kakarot or his son, Vegeta said, with a comment very appropriate to the situation, sarcasm. A comment that even Yam knew was out of place, so she tried to change the subject to a more productive one. Now we just have to take care of the androids that are. Oh no. But once again something unexpected happened. What is that key? Piccolo shouted, very upset and scared, looking at the ocean, the place where that huge, strange and terrifying key came from. It keeps increasing, cried Ginger, who was beginning to fear the worst. And not only her, also Yam, Ten Shinhan, Piccolo, Trunks and even Vegeta, there is no doubt, it is. Oh, it appears to have gone up quite a bit as well, said the person who owned that Ka, who had come out of the water to show himself among his acclaimed public. Cell. They all shouted, surprised, terrified and above all, puzzled. Chapter 205. Cell. They all shouted, surprised, terrified and above all, puzzled. The green monster in front of them was undoubtedly Cell. They had never before seen a green insectoid monster with stinger tails so ugly and powerful. But the Cell of now was something different from before. His appearance was now less insectoid, less disgusting, and more humanoid. And more powerful. I can't find C-17. It doesn't appear on the screen, Yem said while investigating the area with the tracker, and was only able to find the signal of C-16 and C-18. I see, so that device allowed you to find them. If I had known before, it would have been easier for me to find them. But it will no longer be necessary. I will kill you all first and then enjoy my dessert peacefully. It's a shame, you won't be able to contemplate my perfect form, Cell's second phase said with great arrogance as he considered already dead the people that was hindering his ascent to perfection every moment. And unfortunately the monstrous key that Cell gave off, thanks to the absorption of thousands of humans, an arm of Piccolo, Chaos, Krillin and C-17, reached a level of power close to that of a Super Saiyan 3 in a stable, continuous way and with practically inexhaustible energy. This is impossible, he can't be that powerful, Piccolo said, who could clearly feel how the difference in power between them had grown abysmal in a very short time. A power with which he could perfectly fulfill his intentions. And this was something that the Z-Warriors, even Vegeta, knew very well. Something that terrified them in an unimaginable way. What are you waiting for? Take a Senzu bean to recover and attack, said Ten Shinhan, who would neither now nor ever give up in the face of adversity, either training non-stop despite knowing that he would never catch up with Goku again or fighting an enemy that he wouldn't be able to defeat. Shin flaring Kikaho. Boom! Once again Ten Shinhan used his signature technique. A technique with which in the original version, despite the abysmal discrepancy in power between Cell and him, he was able to hold the monster for a few seconds. However, I've already seen this technique many times, Cell said, which was faster than Ten Shinhan's energy attack. And slash. And just like with the others, he stabbed Ten to devour him and make himself even more powerful. AH! Shouted Ten Shinhan due to the excruciating pain felt when acupuncture is practiced on the spinal cord. I notice how by absorbing you I become much stronger. It is a very pleasant sensation that I plan to savor before reaching perfection, said Cell, who was enjoying this moment a lot. He was increasing his strength when it had already been increased to absurd levels, and he was enjoying the screams of pain from someone who had been hindering him. AH! Kept yelling Ten Shinhan while he experienced the feeling of having turned into a profiterole. I wrote this while sipping cream from a profiterole, I really like them. Stop ignoring me, monster. Vegeta yelled, who was trying to perform for the umpteenth time that day his most powerful attack at full power. Final flash. Boom! And once again that attack impacted, creating a great explosion of light that was able to be seen from anywhere on the planet, but this time the attack didn't leave the planet's atmosphere after impacting with its objective to avoid the destruction of the planet. Since that attack was stopped almost absorbed by a barrier that perfectly protected Cell. In a while I'll be with you, Vegeta. Don't be in such a hurry to be destroyed by the most powerful being in the universe, said Cell, who continued to slowly savor his feast, confident that no one there would be able to destroy his barrier and interrupt him again. Damn bastard, Vegeta yelled as he took another Senzu to recover the energy lost from his ultimate super attack and prepared to launch another. Prepare to try again. Shouted Piccolo, who for the first time agreed with Vegeta's initiative. You don't have to give up so quickly, especially against a barrier. Let's learn from Mazinger Z, where barriers weren't useless and broke easily with every invasion. So everyone once again attacked Cell with all their might. Final Flash. Golden Doom. Eternal Flash. Kamehameha. Burning Attack. Makenka Sappo. Boom. But unfortunately that second attempt wasn't successful either. Cell's barrier smoothly parried the most powerful combo attack once more as he looked condescendingly at the poor deluded who tried to kill him once more. His barrier was impenetrable to them, no external attack could affect him. No, it could be, Trunks said, who practically gave up upon see that nothing they can do could stop him. Not only that, once he finished devouring 10 Shinhan he would become even more powerful, and despite that they could only stand and wait for him to finish eat this partner. Something that 10 Shinhan wasn't going to allow. Boom. Therefore, within the barrier 10 Shinhan decided to end his life, self-destructing with an explosion of heat caused by the detonation of the infinite energy of him and his the heat. The only method he knew of that could prevent Cell from becoming stronger and perhaps harming him, since he was using much of his energy and concentration to maintain the barrier while slowly devouring him. Damn cockroach! Yelled Cell, who was injured by 10 Shinhan's self-destruction, but not enough to kill him. Bwaj! And after that, without dissipating his barrier, he instantly regenerated and directed his anger towards those who were still alive. Brumumumum. A scream that made the world tremble with its fury. This is out of control. We can't do anything against him, Piccolo said, who could feel how even now his inordinate strength become even more absurd than seconds ago before devouring 10 Shinhan. Everyone was paralyzed by witnessing that absolute power, a power that they couldn't compete with at all. Something that was out of that world. A power coming from a genocidal monster who had sworn to kill them all. Games are over, Cell said as he directed his hand towards his annoying but now weak opponents. Generating dire fear among the Z warriors. Will he shoot? Yan muttered as she tried not to choke with her own tongue due to the terror that any living being would feel upon witnessing the cause of his inevitable death. But fortunately for her and the others, his hand passed by. He no longer pointed at them. Oh no! Piccolo yelled upon C where Cell was pointing with his hand and what intended to do with it. He was aiming at C-18, which was still floating unconscious in the sea. But now he was flying at high speed towards Cell's hand, because he was drawing her towards him with telekinesis. I won't let you, Piccolo yelled as he sped towards C-18. He couldn't stand still while that monster still grew stronger. He must prevent that at all costs, and if it wasn't possible to stop Cell he must destroy C-18, regardless of the moral conflict he felt being half Kami and the possibility of disappointing his moralistic disciple. A great plan and an initiative, but Cell was faster than him. Plash. I will not allow any more interruptions, Cell said as he enveloped C-18 with his barrier and brutally hit Piccolo's neck. Crack. A neck that seemed to break from that blow and consequently caused Piccolo to fall into the sea. The strongest stable fighter they had at that time had been defeated with a simple blow. A simple blow that they were even unable to see. Cell was on a completely different level. They couldn't do anything against him. And everyone knew now. Ginger. Get away from here, Yem said, who stood in front of her sister and with a trembling and hesitant voice, but authoritatively gave him an order. What the hell are you saying? Ginger shouted, that despite the fear she felt at that time, like everyone else, she wasn't satisfied with that decision. What the hell are you saying? Ginger shouted, that despite the fear that she was feeling right now like everyone else, she wasn't satisfied with that decision. We cannot do anything against him, you would only die uselessly, Yam replied as she prepared for the imminent combat. A match that she herself had said would be impossible to win. And what about you? Why am I the only one who should run away? Pum. Clank. No. Ginger screamed in agony on impulse as she saw what was happening. Rashi was going to get sucked just like everyone else. He was going to kill him. However, Cell's face didn't show the euphoria it showed earlier when he skewered Krillin or 10 Shinhan. Rather he seemed annoyed, in the same way as when Krillin and 10 Shinhan decided to kill themselves. I see. You two plan to annoy me until the end, Cell said as he watched as his sting couldn't penetrate mutant Rashi's hard skin. A skin hardened by the skill that Broly had awarded him as a reward for successfully passing his training. The iron. An ability with which he can coat his skin partially or fully in a layer of iron, making his body virtually invulnerable to physical harm while the transformation is active. An ability that grants its user an insane defensive ability. And Rashi had completely covered his body since there was a good chance that he would be the next target. Fortunately, his defense was able to block this attack, but... boom! It didn't matter how much defensive capacity he had or how unprepared he had caught his enemy with this unknown technique, Rashi was unable to harm Cell with his counterattack. That punch to the face was totally useless, it didn't even make Cell flinch, who continued to squeeze Rashi's torso with his stinger with the intention of piercing him as soon as that strange layer of metal dissipated. Certainly history has changed a lot. But my destiny is unchanging. And also yours, which is to perish. Pim. Pom. Pam. Pum. Pim. Pom. Pam. Pum. Pim. Pom. Pam. Pum. Pim. Pom. Pam. Pum. Pim. Pim. Pam. Pum. Pum. Pim. Pom. Pam. 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 And immediately afterward Cell began beating Rashi over and over again, as if he were a metal plate in the hands of a crazy boxer from Hajime no Ippo who was looking for an absurd and dangerous training method to beat the next overrated opponent. But instead, this was just a brutal beating with the aim of causing harm to Rashi. He was protected by that metal layer, but Cell refused to believe that he was invulnerable to his attacks. Sooner or later he would give in to his incredible power, and when that happened he would become his food, like everything else. And once that happened, it would be time to devour C-18, who remained trapped in a prison barrier that he had created and kept by his side. Pim. Pom. Pam. Pum. Pim. Pom. Pam. Pum. Pim. Pom. Pam. Pum. Pim. Pom. Pam. Pum. Pim. Pim. Pam. Pum. Pum. Pim. Pom. Pam. 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 Powerful blows that exploded like thunder on Rashi's metallic skin, which despite being incredibly difficult to cut and damage, like all material had a breaking limit where it couldn't fully absorb kinetic energy. Especially if it is hit in an atrocious and continuous way in the same place. These blows hurt. I don't think he can take much longer. What are you doing standing there? Get Piccolo and flee. Rashi thought and yelled as he stoically endures Cell's beating. A fairly coherent proposal. None of them or all of them together would be able to hurt Cell or catch him by surprise at this point with a new energy attack. He had already suffered too many ambushes and his alert level was too high now. Besides, Cell for now was only interested in devouring Rashi before doing it with C-18, that's why he was barely paying attention to the rest unless they did something suspicious. This was the ideal moment to avoid dying uselessly. Gur. Fall back. Next time we will destroy him. Vegeta yelled, which forced Trunks to retreat and indicated Yam and Ginger to do the same while he flew to another place. It is true that if he managed to devour him he would become even stronger, but... fuck. He was already practically invincible. What did it matter that he became a little stronger? Is there much difference in an ant being crushed by a human than by an elephant? He will also die without being able to resist. This was something that everyone there instinctively knew. Even the proud Vegeta, since he missed his umpteenth final flash and saw how Piccolo had been defeated, he had been trying not to stand out too much so as not to become the next victim. Even the kind Trunks didn't dare to help Piccolo or Mutant Rashi, his body was paralyzed with fear, a fear that was helping him to stay alive for a few more minutes. Everyone had understood their situation, everyone except one person. GRJJ. Gur. Ginger screamed as she fought her own survival instinct, her younger sister complex, but above all. Fight against her sister, who was trying to immobilize her and take her away from that place so that she wouldn't do anything reckless. Pim. Pom. Pam. Pum. Pim. Pom. Pam. Pum. Pim. Pom. Pam. Pum. Pim. Pom. Pam. Pum. Pim. Pim. Pam. Pum. Pum. Pim. Pom. Pam. 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 Until at a certain point. Clank. Choff. Ahich. Cell was able to penetrate Rashi's metallic skin with his stinger and began to absorb his life energy. No. Let me go. Ahich. But Yam was unable to hold her for much longer. Ginger multiplied her power to the maximum to free herself from her bind and lightly stun her to prevent her from pursuing her. Ginger. No! Yelled Yam as she tried to recover from that unexpected attack that had completely stunned her. But it was already impossible to recover in time to stop Ginger. She was already too close to Cell. Shannaro. Ginger yelled as she flew over him with the intention of punching him in the face at the Sakura style. But stronger, more muscular, and less useless. However, as the anime had shown us, attacking someone melee, specifically Cell with the ultra-muscular Super Saiyan wasn't a great idea. PLFF. Very slow, Cell said as he watched Ginger, to whom he pierced the stomach with his hand and kept it skewered on her. Pwajuich. Ginger screamed as she vomited blood from her mouth due to her internal and external bleeding. Ginger. What Mutant Rashi shouted in agony upon see what had just happened. An indescribable agony that even exceeded the one he felt from being skewered by Cell. What the hell was she doing? Had she gone crazy? This way they would both die. And Ginger, struggling to breathe and vocalize, turned to Rashi and said, trying to hide the pain she felt when saying those words, I've already failed you too much today, always. I'm not going to do it last time too. My Rashi-chan. That? Mutant Rashi muttered upon hearing those last words of apology. But mostly to see the strange determination in Ginger's eyes. Those weren't the eyes of someone who had decided to die in vain. Plath. That. He screamed at Cell, at which Ginger vomited her blood into her eyes, momentarily blinding him. A dirty, disgusting and rudimentary strategy that forced Cell to reinforce his defense, gathering most of his ki in a protective layer to cover his body and using his detection. He needed to prepare himself for an imminent surprise attack. An attack that he was beginning to perceive, but that would surely be incapable of hurting him, much less killing him. But he couldn't afford to underestimate them again. Who knows, if someone joined the ambush, he had to be prepared to fight back. In addition, he also had to watch that nothing happened with the barrier in which he kept C-18 for his next consumption. He had to worry about too many things. Clan. Ginger was about to fire an energy attack very close to Cell. But that attack, unlike the others, wasn't fired from his hands. And her target wasn't Cell either. I love you, perverted idiot. Ginger yelled as she pointed her foot at Mutant Rashi and fired her energy attack at him. Fiam. GN, Mutant Rashi yelled as he flew at high speed, being propelled by Ginger's powerful attack into which he had put almost all his remaining energy. An attack without volatile, cutting, calorific or destructive capabilities. It only contained striking properties, which sent Rashi flying far away in an instant without damaging him. And with that, Cell was interrupted at breakfast again that day. Damn! Yelled Cell, who was looking for Rashi's key somewhere while he kept sticking his arm through Ginger's stomach, who was completely pale. It was as if she had already spent all of her energy and blood, being unable to offer any more resistance. However, Cell was unable to locate him. It was as if Rashi had completely disappeared. I have underestimated them again. Now that bastard must have hidden the key from him. You will pay for this. Thought and screamed Cell as he glared at Ginger. Fuck you. Monster Ginger said, while showing him her middle finger in a triumphant way in her last act of rebellion. Splash. Her last act of rebellion before Cell sliced her body from the bottom up, creating a scene too gore to be broadcast on the hour that Dragon Ball Super is currently broadcast. Ginger. Yam yelled as she gave off an insane amount of energy due to the fury caused by the tragic loss of her sister. Chapter 206. After Cell's extraordinary display of power, Vegeta fled with his tail between his legs while camouflaging his ki to avoid being detected by Cell. Shit. This is the second time I have been forced to flee from a battle. But there won't be a third time. I swear by, Vegeta was thinking to himself as he walked away from Cell with Trunks, when he suddenly realized that they were the only ones who were fleeing. Wait. Where are Yam and? But that thought was momentarily interrupted, because an energy attack passed very close to them, something that forced them to dodge it. That key was from Ginger. Said Trunks, who deduced that something bad had happened. But Vegeta was more observant than his son, and he was able to see that there was someone in the head of that energy beam, but not only that. Have I seen it wrong? Mutant Rashi was inside that attack and suddenly. This is something I've seen before, Vegeta thought as he remembered how Mutant Rashi mysteriously came out illogically from that energy attack, as if he was being drawn by something. And immediately afterwards he disappeared in an even more strange way from all his senses, as if he had completely vanished. However, they couldn't think about what happened any longer, since something more worrying had happened a few meters from here. Oh no. Ginger's key, and Trunks said as he sensed that Ginger's key had suddenly disappeared. And a few seconds later Vegeta was the one who got nervous, even more than his alternate son. Yam! Vegeta yelled in despair as he took off in the direction where they had come. And obviously if Vegeta was going somewhere, Trunks, as if he were a baby duck, chased him. Father, wait, I'll go. Don't follow me. You are already grow up. I can't keep caring for you. Vegeta yelled, as he didn't want to repeat the same embarrassing moment of caring for his alternative son. These harsh words made Trunks stop in his tracks, and as he watched Vegeta walk away from him, the memory of his blunder made impossible for him not to think Vegeta was right. This harsh truth tormented him so much that he was unable to look up. Nevertheless, he couldn't afford to give up. Not after the promises he made to himself upon reaching this timeline. T.S. Maybe not. But who will take care of you? Trunks said to himself while chasing Vegeta again, trying to save him from Cell, but above all, save him from himself. A few meters from there. AH. Yam was yelling in an exaggerated and unnecessary way, as if she was a tennis player about to serve, but instead she was gathering energy as is always done in this manga. She was reaching a new transformation. She was getting ahead of Gohan, becoming the first Super Saiyan to a normal one. Broly doesn't count in modern history. And obviously, as always happened in this manga, Cell didn't interrupt this repetitive scene. What is this Saiyan doing? The fact that I killed that hindrance made something change in her. There are too many surprises. The story as I knew has changed too much. I think it is better to be conservative and eat what I already have served. And then Cell went to work on his new transformation, one that can be achieved by turning his tail into a vacuum cleaner to absorb a beautiful woman. I am surprised that there are no more hentai about this. MHH. Yam. A disgusting transformation that could also been stopped by Vegeta, who had just arrived at the place he fled to save his life. But in his place he began to contemplate his transformation, but especially the one of Yam. This new form. Is this the true path that a Super Saiyan must follow? I've been surpassed, again. And this time for Yam, Vegeta thought quite depressed, since for the umpteenth time he felt great envy of the pioneering achievements of other Saiyans. And now more than ever, since that achievement belonged to his girl. His pride had been fragmented to historic levels. He could bear being the shortest in the relationship, also being the one with the lower income, or that his opinion for day-to-day counted very little. But being the weaker of the two, that was something he couldn't accept. AH. Yam and Cell shouted as they finished their transformation. A transformation that had made them stronger, both in power and in appearance. Specifically Yam, more furious and vindictive than ever, so much that she was hurting herself by clenching her fists, which were bleeding from the pressure. So much anger that she was unable to express in words the hatred and desire to kill that she felt. Cell. I'm going to. And this made Vegeta finally revalue his priorities, which almost for the first time weren't focused only on him. No, now is not the time for this. FIU manga onomatopoeia of someone using super acceleration. Yam. You have become much more powerful. I admit it, but do you know, right? Don't make me tell you that, said Vegeta, who appeared behind Yam Super Saiyan 2 and put his hand on her shoulder. A gesture that the angry Yam didn't like, who after her transformation into Super Saiyan 2 her aggressiveness was at the highest possible point. But she wasn't to the point of being violent with Vegeta this time, although from her tone, expression, and gestures she seemed to be about to strangle his testicles. Are you trying to stop me, Vegeta? Everything you could say is useless. I will not rest until. I wanted to tell you that you will not be able to handle him alone. Don't let this momentary success blind you. Although you have managed to reach the next phase of the Super Saiyan before me, I'm still the Prince of the Saiyans and your man, said Vegeta, who interrupted to correct her with a somewhat thunderous speech, but under the standards of the arrogant Prince of the Saiyans. An interruption that didn't bother Yam at all. Idiot. Both had understood each other perfectly without the need to speak. They were both determined, without any doubts, without fear. They would both fight Cell regardless of the consequences. No matter what might happen to them. They plan to fight that monster. It is impossible that they can win. It's Trunks thought, who had just arrived following Vegeta's trail. And the first thing he found upon arriving at the place from which they fled for obvious reasons was a much more powerful Cell and Vegeta and Yam about to commit a folly. FIU fui. Not bad, said Cell, who was still contemplating his new and sensual from his point of view, new transformation while punching the air, doing a bit of shadow boxing. If not for Trunks, who continued to be enslaved by his father complex and the desire to fight alongside more people, like when he fought alongside Gohan in the most difficult times of his life. Wait. I will fight too. I told you not to follow me. Are you deaf? Vegeta said, with great anger upon seeing that Trunks hadn't only disobeyed him for the umpteenth time, He was also trying to waste the life that cost him so much to save moments ago for nothing. But Trunks didn't mind that reprimand. He had a goal to fulfill and he wouldn't stop until he tried to achieve it, regardless of the opposition he encountered from family, friends and acquaintances' father. Stop underestimating me. I have more or less the same power as you. Yam. I can be as useful in avenging Ginger as Vegeta. It's not just about avenging Ginger, Yam replied, making a more tragic and bitter face as he turned his back on Trunks. From a few moments ago she could only observe Cell, and every second she looked at him, her hatred and determination increased exponentially. To a point where she seemed to be alone in her own world, where only Cell's death and everything related to that death existed. Yam was being consumed by the darkness. A darkness that she herself allowed to take over her body and mind. However, wherever there is darkness there is always light. Kingdom Hearts fan, even if it is dim and comes from the most unexpected places. Trunks. Come here son, said Vegeta with a solemn tone as he motioned for Trunks to come closer to him. For words that surprised everyone who paid attention. Dad? Trunks said, not believing what he was hearing as he advanced towards Vegeta. A Vegeta who for the first time in history showed in public and above all in front of Trunks something that could minimally be considered affection. Or maybe just consideration for his involuntary alternative brood. I'm proud of you son, Vegeta said, who hugged Trunks as soon as he got close enough to him. A hug that Trunks didn't expect at all. A hug that he could only dream of as a child, an impossible dream. He couldn't hug a dead father that he never knew. A dream that could come true thanks to the existence of the time machine. But that dream that was shattered again at the moment of meeting the real Vegeta, who completely denied him and that didn't seem to have given or received a hug in his life. He hadn't even said good afternoon to him. So this was a hug that he never thought he could receive. And having achieved it filled Trunks with an indescribable happiness even at the gates of death, so much so that made the tough boy of the future, raised among death and ruins, cry at the same time that he answered that hug with a stronger hug, without being ashamed in the least. Dad. MFFMM. Clash. However, that hug lasted less than Trunks would have wanted, since after a few seconds he was knocked out by Vegeta, who had his neck in an excellent position to hit him. Passing out and ending his Super Saiyan transformation. To immediately grab him and scream. And now. Grab and take care of your son to prevent him from messing up. Vegeta yelled as he threw Trunks in the same direction they had come from. Fiam. He threw high into nothingness and from a great height, when below there was only sea. Or so it seemed. Pam. Since out of nowhere a hole was opened in space and Trunks entered inside. And there he was caught by Bulma, who was accompanied by Mutant Rashi, who seemed to have lost the vitality that always characterized him. Huh? How did you know we were here? Why are you screaming? I was trying to secretly pick him up. Thought and screamed at Bulma, that was trying to grasp the tall, muscular body of her alternate son in a position she could make him eat a senzu bean to recover while she reactivated her space-time barrier. To warn you that if you bother we will also kill you, Vegeta shouted, the usual Vegeta, without any trace of kindness. Especially you Rashi. If he kills you I'll kill you, Yam also shouted, warning the person for whom her sister sacrificed herself. Gur. You can both die. Especially after how you've complicated everything. Everything is your fault. Ah. Bulma yelled, giving her classic scolding before disappearing completely. Fiam. And luckily she raised her dimensional barrier at that time, as Cell had launched an energy attack on them. What the hell did I just see? That woman was Bulma? What the hell is she doing here? And what was that? Said Perfect Cell to himself as he tried to locate them with his key sense, but he was unable to locate them. It was like they weren't there. However, he found them. They were in the sea. Next to Piccolo's unconscious body. Phew. Boom. Which also disappeared with them, along with a small portion of water before Cell attacks could hit them. Piccolo's body has also disappeared. Awesome. I didn't think it possible that after reaching perfection there were still things that were beyond my understanding and power. I suppose I still have some room for improvement, Cell said in a boastful but critical way as he searched for Bulma and her refugees, sometimes shooting into the air in hopes of hitting them randomly. And without Cell being able to hear. Another critical and less hopeful comment was shouted next to him. Fuck. I thought my heart would explode. And now it's my turn to take care of my alternate son passed out. Also Piccolo, I'm surprised he's still alive, the Namekians are incredible. And Tarashi, who seems to have lost his soul, shouted Bulma, that in view of the situation she had proposed to save as many as she could thanks to her barrier and later flee the planet with them until she found a solution for this great catastrophe. While that monologue without listeners occurred a few meters away, Cell kept shooting in all directions. FIU FIU. BOMM BOMM. occasionally destroying a neighboring island while trying to find Bulma and company. Until someone shot him. FAUU. A shot that Cell avoided, hitting a nearby desert island. Boom. Monster. Stop looking for those useless ones. I'm still here. Shouted Vegeta, the author of that failed energy attack, with which he tried to demand the attention he thought he deserved. Oh, it is true. You were still here, I had forgotten about her for a moment. Forgive me, Cell said, who with great arrogance slowly turned towards him and smiled insolently at them while he feigned some surprise. Bastard, Yam muttered with even more hatred after being despised and underestimated by her new mortal enemy. Don't take it as an offense. I really forgot you were there. This is what usually happens when butterflies leave their cocoon. They forget about the worms around them and just fly, replied Cell, who after getting the perfect shape of him had become much more cultured, calm and boastful. Good metaphor for someone who really came out of a cocoon, Bulma thought inside her barrier. Insolent, Vegeta muttered as he saw how his genes and Frisia's were the most predominant in Cell after having reached his final form. Come on. Don't feel completely useless. You still have an important mission to accomplish. Test my perfect form. I know that you will not be able to reach my full potential, but unfortunately I have no better alternatives available to me right now, Cell said, showing that Vegeta's theory was very true. He was as or more arrogant than him, but with more power, abilities and cells. GGH, Yam growled, who clenched her teeth in rage so much that made her gums bleed. Meanwhile, within Bulma's dimensional barrier a few inches from the battle. Piccolo, you have finally woken up. Trunks said with some enthusiasm, seeing that the most injured of all had recovered again in front of him again. Something that confused Piccolo quite a bit. Where, however, he quickly looked around and understood what had happened. I see that monster has achieved his goal. In that case, what the hell are you still doing here? Why haven't you evacuated? I know you won't like it, but in the event that they lose, it is still possible that I can rescue them. As long as Cell sends them far and near my direction, Bulma replied, that despite having told Vegeta and Yam that she wished they died, she still felt some responsibility for their life. If it's true, Trunks said, who was calmer now after energetically discussing with his mother, who explained him that it wasn't the time to go out to play with Dad. I wouldn't bother you. I don't think it will be possible. But could we stay until this is over? Mutant Rashi said, that for the first time since he entered the barrier said something after the shock of Ginger's death. Something ambiguous and worrisome. Chapter 207. Once again outside of Bulma's safe barrier. Cell still believed himself to be the king of all creation. Scared? Don't worry, I won't move or attack for a minute. It would be unfair not to give you some small advantage, said Cell, proposing one of his narcissistic games in which he put himself at an absolute disadvantage to try to prove to himself that he was the best. Game that at the same time insulted the pride of its rivals. A game that achieved that goal in the proud minds of the two pure Saiyans. However, at the same time they were also excited about the idea. Yes. And we know about arrogance too, Vegeta said, doing some self-criticism. And then Yam charged against Cell at an almost imperceptible speed to those who were both inside and outside the capsule. Phew. Except for Cell and Piccolo. Slash. Plas. Flow. Slash. Slash. Plash. You have become faster. But not enough, Cell said as he dodged each of the attacks that were directed towards him without moving the fixed point in the sky from which he had announced not to move. Just by contorting his head, body and making small twists he was being able to evade all of Yam's precise and violent attack. Yam had become much faster by transforming into Super Saiyan 2, however Cell was even faster. This was frustrating, but her onslaught didn't seem to have any results. And even if she hit him, it could hardly hurt him. If she could barely hurt him with the Super Saiyan X500, she would hardly be able to with the X100 without sacrificing speed. Hence. She changed her strategy, and instead of trying to hit him at a vital point precisely, she went to grab. A tactic with more precision, but that normally didn't have many results with someone much taller, heavier and stronger than you. Good idea, but you aren't strong enough to strangle me and neither to immobilize me, Cell said calmly and arrogantly as Yam grabbed him from behind with her legs and tried to strangle him with her arms. Yes, she was trying to strangle someone who can live in the space without breathing. And at the same time. Super Saiyan Vegeta advanced at high speed frontally towards Cell. And at the last moment and still in the race. Vegeta increased his bodybuilding, transforming into Super Saiyan X500. In this way he could preserve his running speed and at the same time the greatest attack power ever to hit with the most powerful punch he had ever struck in his life in the disgusting face of the most disgusting being with Frisia's permission he had ever faced. Palm. And unfortunately that punch had no effect whatsoever. You can't even make me feel pain. If this is all you have, I have to tell you that you have disappointed me. This can't even be considered a warm-up. You can't even make me feel pain. If this is all you have, I have to tell you that you have disappointed me. This can't even be considered a warm-up. You may not know it, but failing my expectations is something that is punishable by death, Cell said calmly, still gripped by Yam and with Vegeta's fist still embedded in his cheek. They had used everything they had, even a power-up. But they hadn't even been able to make him bleed or truly immobilize him. From Cell's point of view, this performance, although well maneuvered, had been pathetic. He hadn't been able to show off the way he had planned. Although on the other hand, he was also very happy. He had proven that he was invincible, that no one, not even attacking in a group, could be defeated. His goal had been accomplished. And now he just had to get rid of those annoyances in the most cruel and imaginative way possible. Once he finished his own game, he would torture them, both physically and psychologically. He would bend the enormous pride of those two conceited ones to dust. And once they begged him for mercy, with faces full of fear and his body in submission, he would destroy them. Death? Ha ha ha. Do you think that scars me? Yam yelled with contempt and arrogance as she strangled Cell stronger than before. And at the same time that Cell didn't understand Yam's attitude, Vegeta perfectly understood what Cell was thinking. Ha ha ha. You are more of an idiot than you think, Cell. Did you really think we were going to get out of this alive? They mean that, Cell thought, who seemed to have understood the subtext behind Vegeta and Yam's words. It hasn't been a minute yet, Cell, Vegeta said as he pressed his fist against his face with more strength than before as he stared into his eyes. With eyes full of determination and regret. See you in hell. Yam yelled as she muscled her body, which began to glow with an unusual golden color. Like Vegeta. Both of them were shining like a miniature sun glued to Cell's body. Oh no. Trunks yelled upon see what was happening and what Yam and Vegeta were trying to do. Like Cell, shit. Vegeta and Yam. Boom. They had turned their bodies into bombs with Cell right in the middle of both. Thus creating the ultimate bomb that contained the power of 2 Super Saiyan X500. An explosion of highly concentrated energy that created an expansive wave that affected the entire planet and even the space debris that flew through the atmosphere. An explosion that made a fool of all the previous ones registered. An explosion that only 4 people had the opportunity to see live and that collaterally killed millions of poor humans and furries who were several hundred kilometers around. We will always remind you of collateral damage, chance. I thought for a moment that the barrier wouldn't withstand that explosion. Even if it was physically impossible, said Bulma, who despite knowing that her barrier was suicide bomber-proof, panic seized her for a moment. Dad! Yam! Trunks yelled, who for some reason still believed that Vegeta and Yam hadn't died, which is understandable too. Deaths by explosion in anime are always very ambiguous. Luckily there was Piccolo, who removed him from doubts with the greatest possible tact. It's useless, Trunks. They have sacrificed themselves to destroy Cell. And it seems that they have succeeded, Mutant Rashi said with some sadness as he looked at some of Cell's remains in the sea. Cell had been destroyed to pieces, it could hardly be distinguished which part was amputated, burned and torn was the one they were observing. Cell had been ripped apart and scattered across the planet with that great blast. We did it. Now we just need Goku to return with the new Kami capable of creating Dragon Balls and we can revive the whole world. And hopefully have a good vacation, said Bulma, who despite thinking so positively and being so relieved she hadn't turned off her barrier yet, this was the safest place in the world and she didn't want to leave it after that apocalyptic event. The threat had ended thanks to the sacrifice of many heroes, Yam and Vegeta. Although it could have been stopped in a simple way if not for the incompetence and or stupidity of those same heroes, especially Yam and Vegeta. Either way, they could finally have peace again. Or that was the plan. It's not possible, Mutant Rashi and Piccolo shouted, who were the first to realize that something had just happened. Not far from there an immeasurable key was emerging from nowhere. A key that, although it seemed impossible to believe, grew with every second that passed. An extremely evil key that seemed to be composed of dozens of other keys. Bulma! Run in that direction. It was evident what was happening. Even though he seemed abused, Cell had somehow managed to survive and was recovering from his injuries. It's evident from the fact that his ki had gone from being nothing to being at a lower level than before. Although it was increasing. They had to arrive as soon as possible. Before it was too late. Ha ha ha. I take it back, you have been very helpful. Not only have I verified that I am practically immortal, Cell shouted as he changed his assessment of Vegeta and Yam. For immediately afterwards. AH. Broom. 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 Unleash much of his power, a power so terrifying that made the earth tremble, as did all the survivors. Subrashi. I have also become much stronger. He yelled at Cell with euphoria, having turned his greatest crisis into his greatest blessing. This was the best moment of his short life. He had reached the great cusp behind the cusp. His wettest dream had come true. All was in vain. They all said when verifying that the sacrifice of Vegeta, Yam, Ginger, Ten Shinhan and Krillin hadn't only been in vain. They had even helped to make that monster stronger. How is it possible? Piccolo said, he didn't understand how he could stay alive after that explosion, much less become stronger. Cell was made up of his regenerating cells and he knew exactly what their limit was. It was impossible to heal from those wounds. Is he really invincible? Fear. A fear like no other seized the hearts of our heroes. A fear that was intensified by Cell's following actions. I know you are listening to me, wherever you are. And surely you are wondering why I am still alive and why I have become more powerful, Cell said with euphoria, with the face of someone who knew that he had already achieved everything in life. And he was casually looking in Bulma's direction. No. It's not possible, it must be a coincidence. Said Bulma, more terrified than ever. This couldn't be happening. Was her defensive maneuvering entirely useless too? Were they all going to die? However, Cell outside the sphere was still perpetrating one of the greatest clichés in the world of fiction. Explain everything that had led him to that moment when he believed that he had already won. The answer is quite interesting. I have a certain brain mass that if it is not completely destroyed I can regenerate my body completely from it. And fortunately it was intact after the explosion, and as you have been able to witness. He. This is what happened. And as for my increased power. I have the cells of powerful science in me, so by receiving a wound as deadly as this I have been able to have a Zenkai. So. Thank you very much for your sacrifice, Vegeta and Yam, you have helped me a lot once again in my mission to achieve perfection. And now? What is he planning to do? Bulma asked rhetorically. She knew what might be planning to do that monster, but she wanted someone to propose another alternative. An alternative that didn't mean plan. Destroy the planet completely, Piccolo said, which was about to collapse. The world that for so many years had been taken care of would be destroyed in front of his eyes helplessly. His Kami part thinks so. I don't know how to find you, but I doubt that you can stay in that barrier forever. And when you go out? He. You will not have a planet to return to nor oxygen to breathe, Cell thought as he prepared his planet-destroying attack, with which he intended to end everything once and for all. Clan. That attack was being accumulated in his hand. It was only a matter of time before he shot it. And that moment was right. No. FAUU. No. Everyone who could do nothing but hide in the barrier shouted in desperation without even being able to assimilate what was happening. The world had come to an end and they could only stare without doing anything. They couldn't even look. And the worst thing is that once they opened their eyes, the first thing they would see is the infinite nothingness full of chunks of the plant that they couldn't save. It was a nightmare. Nevertheless. They didn't hear a big explosion. They didn't hear the loud bang of a planet exploding. Instead they heard a somewhat familiar but unfamiliar voice that said very interesting information. Do you want me to help you become stronger too? What? Hadn't the world ended? Does that mean that someone had stopped that attack? Who had it been? They had to see it, they had to see with their own eyes who that hero is. And when they finally opened their eyes, what they saw. Gohan. That's right, it was Gohan, who at the last second teleported in front of Cell and deflected his hand towards the sky, thus avoiding the destruction of the Earth in the most efficient way possible. A surprising and incredible achievement, especially for someone who wasn't even of legal working age. However, the fact that he now had the ability to teleport and could make triumphal entries saving the day like his father and his teachers did wasn't the most surprising. The most surprising thing was that her appearance and temperament had changed too much. There was no longer a trace of the poorly drawn little boy. Seriously, look at Kid Gohan's proportions, they don't inspire confidence debating morality and duty. In his place there was a well-defined teenager with an imposing aura who reviled having great confidence in himself. Woof. He has grown up, said Bulma, that by not being able to age she was even more aware of the passing of age in others. She was impressed, as was everyone. Trunks with 17 years of age, after a year and a half in the time compressor had a remarkable physical change. He had become taller, muscular and mature. It was easy to see that if one looked at him for more than 5 seconds. However, Gohan, who was only 10 years old, had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Even his adoptive father Piccolo found it hard to believe that he was seeing the same person. He was even worried about how he had grown up so fast. You. Who are you? Another guy that I have no data on like Ginger and Yam? Asked Cell, who was beginning to get annoyed by so many unforeseen events, although on the other hand they were quite entertaining, especially now that he had achieved his final form of it. Finding a surprise like this was like a new free optional DLC after playing the main story. I am Son Gohan. The son of Goku, the one who you were ordered to destroy. Gohan replied with great seriousness, completely forgetting the good manners that his mother had instilled in him even to talk to monsters. Gohan. The last time I saw you a few hours ago you were a dwarf. I understood that children grow a lot at your age, but this seems exaggerated to me, said Cell, who was really surprised by Gohan's great stretch. His now perfect mind had hardly recognized him. I can say the same about you. You have changed a lot in the last hours, but you are still just as disgusting to the eye, Gohan replied, showing once again the hatred he felt towards Cell for all the lives he had selfishly reaped. Including those of his friends, acquaintances and Vegeta. Hee. I'll take it as a compliment, replied Cell, who only had praise for himself, and then went on to business. Let me guess. Have you also come so that I can kill you? Or, failing that, to immolate yourself uselessly? But Gohan didn't reply. His silence, accompanied by his penetrating gaze, said more than any great speech. A silence that didn't bother Cell at all, who would have said the same regardless of what Gohan had answered. I would have preferred to fight your father, but what can he do? I suppose ending you will be my consolation prize before leaving this world behind. So I'm going to enjoy it, son of Goku. I hope you are at least as funny as Vegeta and Yam. And for you to verify that I am not a bully. Hee. I'll give you the same advantage that I gave them. I give you a minute of mercy. And that was an offer that Gohan, lover of efficiency thanks to the harsh teachings of Broly, gladly accepted. Are you sure? If so. Kaioken X20. At the same moment, within Bulma's barrier. Piccolo was getting incredibly nervous when he saw what was happening outside the barrier, so much so that he couldn't help but shiver as he wiped the cold sweat that fell on his eyes with his wristbands. This doesn't look good. Bulma, let me out. What? Bulma exclaimed upon hearing this request. You heard me, let me out. Piccolo yelled with more volume and authority than before as he pointed his finger at Gohan, who was taking his time preparing a good first strike. Piccolo, I know you're nervous, but I think you should calm down. Do you really think Gohan would come here to just die? I don't believe it. He must have a plan. Right, Trunks? Mutant Roshi said to reassure Piccolo. He refused to believe that Gohan, someone who had proven so logical this day, would have come here without a successful plan. However, the memory of the Gohan from the future fighting a losing battle against C-17 and C-18 to protect him and later die, failed to awake any optimism from Trunks. I don't know. I don't know. Don't you see? He is using the Kaioken and hasn't recovered his tail. It is evident that he cannot transform into Super Saiyan or True Saiyan. He has nothing to do against Cell in his base form. If we don't do something he will also die for nothing. Piccolo yelled with more desperation than before, as if he were a newly mother that saw that her little son was about to fight with a bear. No. We'll wait, Bulma replied, trying to keep her composure despite sharing the same nervousness as everyone else. Mother. Trunks protested upon SE that his young mother was abandoning his little teacher and disciple of her boyfriend in this timeline. You don't have a bad heart, woman. So much being with Broly has made you no longer have decency. Piccolo yelled again in extreme panic, so extreme that he even grabbed Bulma by the lapel of her shirt in a desperate act. However, Bulma didn't flinch or let panic take over her judgment. Instead she responded with all the logic she could analyze from this situation while pushing Piccolo's hand away. Don't bring Broly into this matter. For the first time he is not guilty. And no, if I open the barrier, Cell will destroy us. The first 2 times it was because we caught him by surprise, but now he will be waiting for us to appear. But, Piccolo replied, still not convinced by this argument, although he was somewhat sorry for having lost his composure. What's more? It is not my life that worries me, but yours. I have my body divided into 3 parts, one is here, another in Kami's palace where I wait for Goku to come with the new Kami, and another has already evacuated with Chi-Chi, his father, my parents, and a body of Gohan. Even if he dies here he will be able to recover completely by eating a senzu bean and coming back here to fight again. But you can't. Stop making stupid things that put everyone and yourself in danger. Bulma finished off explaining all the reasons why it was irrational to go out there, at the same time expressing her general discontent at almost everyone's performance today. An explanation that made Piccolo's rational part return, but even so his mother's soul kept telling him that he shouldn't let his son suffer. That relieves me, but still, it's useless. He won't be able to change anything. Unfortunately. They could only look and pray to the vacant god that everything would go well. Outside the barrier. Cell was getting impatient. He had been waiting for several seconds for Gohan to hit him at once. However, he was just moving his fist towards his head and making it go back, as if he were calculating the correct distance and power. Come on, what are you waiting for? Hit me. I don't have all day. Finish at once. Microbe, the ki I feel in your body is negligible. Even if you hit 1,000,000 times, you wouldn't be able to leave a simple moisture mark. I'll let you hit me. It will be fun to see how your fist breaks due to your own hit. Cell thought, who was analyzing Gohan's energy, speed and power to make sure he wasn't trying to do something strange. Although the most likely thing is that he was trying to make time for his friends to flee. But he didn't care, he would find them sooner or later. Okay, Gohan replied as he once again performed his routine of pushing back and forward his fist. Until he got ready to hit in the same way he had previously rehearsed dozens of times. Yo. However, that fist. It wasn't like the previous ones. His fist was infused with an energy that Cell had never seen. Something that didn't seem from that world. Time seemed to have stopped for him. It was as if his mind had entered a state of hyperactivity that had distorted his perception of time. An abnormal state that only occurs a few times in life. And one of them is, when you are about to die. What? What is this? Thought Cell, who felt fear for the first time since he acquired his perfect form. Fear caused by ignorance, fear that existed for having been too arrogant. Fear of an immovable power. Shit. Cell thought as he watched the incarnation of death approach his head. Boom. 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 And that incarnation of death was a single punch whose shock wave had split the planet in two, splitting the clouds, water and land that dared to be in its path. Not only that, it also spread outside the planet, destroying the small asteroids nearby, that turned into space dust. A punch worthy of a vigilante hero who destroyed evil with a single blow. A punch that even seemed to cause mental damage to those who witnessed it. Bulma, Rashi Trunks and Piccolo stuttered, they couldn't believe what had just happened. No one, not even in their wettest and most absurd dreams, could have imagined something like this coming from Gohan. What was that? How is it possible? How can he have so much power without even transforming? Was that boy really Gohan? Chapter 208. In the time compression room. A few hours ago, or years, depending on whether one is inside or outside that room. Hello Simba. A voice that echoed between the wide walls of the time compression room. An imposing, venerable, and even majestic voice that was coming from a cloud shaped like Broly's head. Broly-sensei? Gohan asked, very surprised by what he was seeing. Although in the case of Broly anything was possible no matter how absurd it was, so Gohan didn't ask how he was doing that or why. Yes Simba, the Broly cloud answered with more reverberation than before to give more epicism to that great moment. But Gohan still didn't understand anything at all, even though he already had experience with his teacher's nonsense. Broly-sensei. Who the hell is Simba? Aish. Nobody here understands my references. Anyway, hello Gohan, if you can see me it's because you've lost your tail and you've finally reached the Super Saiyan. Broly replied as he materialized his body to speak in a less epic but more practical way. Yes it's true, but why did I need to lose my tail? And where are you? And why do you appear among the clouds? It's more, why are there clouds here? We need you here as soon as possible. Everything is messed up and Bulma is on the verge of a depression. Asked Gohan, who really wanted Broly to come back to pick up this mess, the mess they created themselves. I'm sorry, but I'm not the real Broly. I am only a part of his consciousness that he prepared to activate when you meet certain conditions. In this case, become a Super Saiyan. I can only support you morally, give you good advice, teach you valuable lessons and tell dirty jokes. That hyper-realistic simulation of Broly answered, informing Gohan about the bad news. I see, Gohan replied, somewhat disappointed that he wasn't talking to his true sensei and surely my readers too. As for the tail, the same thing happened to me when I was about your age. Until I lost it, it was impossible for me to transform into Super Saiyan. Let's say it hinders the activation of the S cells. But don't worry, there are means to restore it. You will not lose your true Saiyan transformation and in your case you will continue to have the possibility of transforming into Super Saiyan when you recover it. More or less said the hyper-realistic simulation of Broly, this time giving good news. I see, it's a relief. But why do you say that in my case it is possible? Gohan asked, who didn't understand why only he had this advantage. And Broly as usual replied in a Socratic way, fortunately for you and everyone, you have an unusual talent since you were a crying dwarf without any combat ability. Don't you remember when your evil uncle kidnapped you? When you got angry you went from having the combat power of 1 unit to more than 1,000. Did you think that's normal? No, the truth is that I still don't explain it. But how does this relate to what I asked you? Gohan answered with another question. It is true that on occasions he had asked himself that question, but at a certain moment he stopped giving it importance. He even thought that it was something normal between hybrids between humans and Saiyans, since he was the only one with this genetic combination. But after meeting Trunks, that power didn't come out spontaneously from nowhere. Since you were born you have had the unusual ability to draw power from your S cells even when you didn't meet the conditions to become a Super Saiyan. You basically borrowed some of the power of a Super Saiyan unconsciously when you were very, very, very angry. This is why I have only taught the true Saiyan transformation to you and didn't help your father to regain his tail. It's because you'd be the only one capable of sustaining both transformations at the same time, except for me of course. I'm the fucking master. Since I have some very incredible mutant S cells, answered Broly, explaining in a more or less scientific way the meaning behind the power-ups of the child Gohan. A scientific explanation about the science that convinced Gohan, who understood the whole context. I get it. You mean that despite transforming into true Saiyan it will still be possible for me to force my S cells to transform into Super Saiyan at the same time in some way. But. No buts. Let's get to the point, you have things to do. The reason why on the day of the barbecue I implanted that message was to teach you my favorite original technique, of which I am most proud, the most useful and my greatest contribution to the Saiyan race. My Super Broly body multiplication. An ability that only a Super Saiyan is capable of using, said Broly, who was about to transmit to his student his definitive technique. An almost 1,000-year-old anime doesn't have so much history and sacred tradition in all combat shonen. Like when Jiraiya teaches the Rasengan to Naruto. Yes, I know the Rasengan was invented by his father, but you understand me. Super body multiplication. But that isn't that what both me and Bulma used to fragment our body? Gohan answered with some doubts and some disappointment when he discovered that super technique that Broly wanted to teach him was something related to a technique that he already know. Like when Jiraiya announced to Naruto that he would teach him to perform the Udama Rasengan, when Kakashi announced that he would teach him the Futon Shuriken Rasengan, or when Killer Bee taught him the Biju Rasengan. Fuck you, Naruto. Get out of your fucking comfort zone and learn something not related with the fucking Rasengan. That is just a simplified version that everyone can use. This ability has a higher phase that only a Super Saiyan is capable of reaching. While the first phase allows you to fragment your body up to 100 parts, dividing in each part its corresponding combat power, the final phase allows you to create permanent clones based on the number of S cells perfectly activated and controlled in your Super Saiyan transformation. Do you know what I mean? Broly explained again in a Socratic way to his student. However, Gohan this time didn't seem to fully understand the I think so. But, although it wasn't his fault, since he lacked the necessary theoretical knowledge of Saiyan physiology that few knew. Luckily Broly was there to instruct him. No, you don't understand all the implications of this technique. To give you an example. A normal Super Saiyan multiplies your power by 50. Once you have mastered this technique you can create 50 permanent clones. Problem? Those permanent clones will only have about 50 of your base power at first. Solution? You can train them until they reach their maximum base power again, so you will have 50 equally powerful Gohans with a single mind, and if a Gohan is destroyed you can simply create another one from scratch and train it again until it reaches its maximum base. Plus you can fuse all your bodies into one to create a Gohan 50 times more powerful. Said Broly, who explained all this with a very visual and convincing PowerPoint presentation in which he represented a SWOT of his technique. A presentation that captivated Gohan, although obviously he wasn't completely convinced. Incredible. It's like having 50 more lives. But. Yes, this has a small drawback associated. The downside is that by using your S cells to create and maintain those bodies, it will be impossible for you to use those S cells to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although it will still be possible for you to use the rest not used in this technique to transform into a Super Saiyan, even if it is forced, unbalanced and imperfect. Although I don't recommend it, at least in your case, replied Broly, who already knew perfectly well where the criticism could come from. That's a bit, Gohan said, showing a little disappointment. This practically takes away from the grace to be transformed. What's the use of being a Super Saiyan if you can't show the world your cool transformation? And of course, as a good businessman, Broly also had prepared in his PowerPoint what are the brutal advantages of this disadvantage. I know, but this supposed disadvantage also has its advantages. You will not attract attention with your appearance, your mother will not get hysterical, you will not have energy losses derived from activating the transformation, and That your bodies count as if they were in their base form even if they are using the S cell every moment. That means that each of my clones would be able to use the Kaioken X20. Even when I have joined my 50 clones in the same body. This is crazy. Gohan yelled, just thinking about what this meant started to feel dizzy. How could a technique like this exist? Bingo, you begin to understand the greatness of my creation. But that's not all, my young Padawan. This technique also allows you to train automatically and without rest your body's compatibility with S cells just by having your maximum number of active clones. So just by practicing this technique it will become easier for you to activate the rest of the S cells in your body with total harmony and with them create more clones and accumulate more power. In the end, all are advantages if you look at it coldly, right? Okay, yes. You will lose the ability to turn your hair blonde and your eyes green at will. But don't worry, there is hair dye and colored contact lenses, everything has a solution, said Broly as he closed his PowerPoint presentation with great satisfaction, knowing that he had sold his technique with excellent results. Or rather, terrifying results, as Gohan couldn't stop shaking every time he thought about the implications of this ability. Broly-sensei. How many clones is a Saiyan capable of creating with this ability? Asked Gohan, who was finding difficult to breathe and felt like his heart was about to leave his chest. A normal Saiyan can use his S cells to multiply his power by 500 maximum at least naturally. Therefore, you have room to create 500 clones. You know. For a normal Saiyan to reach a Super Saiyan of multiplier x 500 in a stable way 100 is something extremely complicated. Alternative transformations can be created that reach or approach that level of power, but they are unfortunately faulty transformations. Some of these sacrifice speed for power Super Saiyan Hulk, while others involve a brutal energy expenditure that greatly shortens the time that the transformation can be sustained. Super Saiyan 3. The key is to maintain a stable and balanced transformation in every aspect, and there is no better way to achieve that stability than my technique. Although I can skip this limitation, because I am the fucking master. I'm awesome, right? Broly said, finishing explaining a little more about Saiyan biology, the theory of the Super Saiyan transformation, and praising his own master technique. Yes. It's amazing, Broly-sensei. It's crazy. If I manage to create 500 clones, I merge them, I use the Kaioken X20 and the Kien in the true Saiyan transformation at the same time. I can't imagine how strong I can become. Fortunately, the Saiyans, like everything in this universe, has a limit. If the potential of the S cells were infinite. I feel chills just thinking that something like this was possible, Gohan yelled with enthusiasm, although he still felt a certain existential terror thinking about how brutal the technique he is about to learn is. An existential terror that still lingered in his mind for just imagining that there was no theoretical limit to the number of clones that this technique could create. Even though 500 was an amount that shook him even now. Ha ha ha, yes. It would be quite disturbing if a Saiyan with S cells with infinite capacity existed and knew this technique. Right? Broly said nonchalantly, as if he was posing an impossible hypothetical scenario. A hypothetical scenario that really terrified Gohan, but that he was unable to get out of his head no matter how hard he tried. Yes. That guy would be able to create clones in an unlimited way as he adapted his S cells, something that supposedly happens automatically and progressively with the use of this technique. And not only that, each of those clones would be able to transform into a Super Saiyan without any limit, since their S cells have no limit either to multiply or to continue transforming into Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan without a theoretical power limit. Unlimited clones and each one with unlimited power. That guy would be invincible. Right? It is fortunate that something like this doesn't exist and that this is only a theoretical exercise between you and me. Right, Gohan? Broly replied as he tried to contain his craving to laugh like a cliched villain by revealing his incredible, unstoppable and immoral plan. A more or less subtle hint. But due to the years of student-teacher relationship and the many times he had pronounced the word right, Gohan understood that all his fears related to that ability materialized in one of the less indicated people. Oh. My. God. Gohan muttered as his mind went completely blank from being unable to process and not wanting to process what this meant. He was so freaked out that he couldn't move or think. It was as if time had stopped for him. Clash. Gohan. What are you doing? Stop thinking about stupid things. Besides this, I have other auxiliary techniques to teach you, such as teleportation. I can't let my student need public transportation like an idiot, Broly said, reloading a PowerPoint presentation that included his curriculum. Why yes. Broly-sensei, Gohan replied awkwardly, who again rediscovered how fearsome his sensei really is. Outside the flashback. Gohan stared at the horizon, waiting for something to happen. Phew. He waited for this to happen. To someone trying to attack high by surprise with a powerful attack. A treacherous energy attack from the sky that was rapidly approaching him, which he should not evade. Since doing so the Earth would be the one who would suffer the impact. Hence. Omega Beam X20. Gohan countered with one of his best attacks. Fire. Boom. A powerful attack that perfectly countered the Kamehameha coming towards him, causing both of them to explode. I withdraw what he had said before. You're quite impressive, Cell said as he descended to speak face to face with his greatest enemy to date. Cell, I thought you said you wouldn't move. Have you also retracted that? Gohan said, with some sarcasm as he kept glaring at his predestined enemy. I apologize. I underestimated you. If I hadn't left in time, you would have completely destroyed my entire brain mass and would have been impossible for me to regenerate. Luckily that attack that has left me on the brink of death has made me more powerful again. So thank you, Cell said, not feeling at all embarrassed for having broken his word. I see. I thought that I was imagining things. But you really have become stronger than before. I have to be careful. If I fail many times to kill you, you could become a big problem. And you're already more or less like me at my highest level, Gohan said without sarcasm as he ate a senzu bean to regain his energy. A comment from Gohan that moderately pleased the proud Cell. I'm glad you understood the situation. If you want. Boom. However, he didn't have the opportunity to finish his sentence, since Gohan took advantage of that moment in which he pretended to pump himself to punch him in the stomach. Something that didn't sit well with Cell, who hated being interrupted and get hit. Bastard! Yelled Cell in fury as he tried to get revenge, killing Gohan with a deadly punch to the head. Phew! But. What? He was unable to hit him, his fist stopped a few inches from Gohan's face, who stood without blinking staring at his first. It was like he knew that punch wasn't going to land. That was a fatal blow, right? Gohan thought as he sarcastically watched Cell's confused expression. Plus. Boom. He gave him another powerful punch, this time in his face, to change Cell's expression in one go. Oh. Cell complained, whose face was slightly deformed. Which went from confusion to pain. And from pain to anger. AH. Cell yelled with bloodshot eyes as he prepared to kick Gohan's stomach. However. One more time. Cell thought, terrified, as once again his limb stopped a few inches from its target. Boom. But that didn't apply to Gohan, who hit him hard in the solar plexus. UHH. An attack that made Cell almost vomit. It is normal for young children to fight each other over nonsense. But. Giving mortal blows or with the intention of killing the other is out of question. Is it common sense, did you know? Gohan thought sarcastically as he continued hitting Cell as if he were a punching bag. Palm. Komem. Pum. Zaz. Inside Bulma's spacetime barrier. The refugees watched in amazement the evolution of the combat. I cannot believe it. Has Gohan locked Cell in his curse? Piccolo said, excited and terrified once again by the terrifying Kaien ability of his adopted son. Curse? What curse? Trunks asked, who had no idea what they were talking about. Nobody had mentioned anything to him about any Kaien or other things outside of this universe. Does that mean you have already won? Does it mean that Cell is no longer a threat? Mutant Rashi asked, ignoring Trunks' questions. He was too excited about the idea of winning this war. I'm afraid not. Gohan has used a related ability, but it is not be a good boy, even though it is something very similar, said Bulma, who also ignored Trunks' questions. She didn't have time to explain the whole background of what was happening. How do you know that? Piccolo asked, who didn't understand how Bulma could know all this. But quickly Bulma answered that question, as it was easy to answer. Gohan's body is in my spaceship, he's telling me about it. I see, Trunks said, who was glad someone finally answered a question. Even if it wasn't his question. Broly told him that he should adapt this technique to direct combat. And the crystallization of that criticism was the ability, fight like good childs, which prevent the intentions to kill in a fight and all mortal blows. This ability is activated by giving a non-fatal blow to his enemy in the head. As long as Gohan doesn't hit it with murderous intentions, Cell will not be able to do it either, Bulma replied, explaining what a body of Gohan had explained to her recently. Amazing. Does that mean that now he can't kill anyone himself? Trunks asked, who more or less understood what they were talking about and tried to ask again. And fortunately his alternative mother solved the doubt this time. No, it only works against Gohan. However, the good news is that he will no longer be able to destroy the planet, as that would imply killing Gohan too. So for the moment we are saved. I see. It's a terrible technique too, Piccolo said, who kept finding this simple and innocent technique equally terrifying. This way Gohan will be able to buy time, exhaust him or make him pass out with a non-fatal blow with which he can later activate his final curse. Incredible combo, said Mutant Rashi, doing a little analysis of this ability and how to take advantage of it. And not only that. Cell is now unable to attack, as he doesn't know why he can't attack like he almost always does. Wit killing intent kill. Especially now that he has recognized Gohan as a threat and he's taunting him every time he can, Piccolo said, expanding on a good analysis of Mutant Rashi. Yes, and Gohan will not be such an idiot as to explain the trick of his ability to make his enemy take countermeasures. Said Bulma, who was confident that her boyfriend's disciple wouldn't be such an idiot as to reveal his secret if he didn't have the absolute certainty that it was impossible to fight back. That as always, this was the terrible mistake of all shonen fighters, explain to his opponent the secrets of his ability. Outside the barrier. Gohan kept hitting Cell non-stop. Palm. Koemem. Plash. Crush. Something that was infuriating Cell in a way that even he hadn't considered possible. AA. Cell yelled as he tried to attack with his perfect barrier. A deadly ability that destroyed everything in its path as a spherical barrier expanded from his body to the surroundings. An ability with which he intended to push Gohan aside and kill him in the process. But. Shit. He was unable to generate the force field. Palm. But Gohan was able to hit him in the stomach, which had left him very exposed when trying to perform that attack. Ah. Damn bastard. What the hell have you done to me? Why can't I attack you? Cell yelled, totally desperate to understand what the hell was happening to him. That's not normal. It was unprecedented for such a skill to exist. What the hell had happened to the history of this world? Why everyone had become so strong and mysterious? Why Gohan is so powerful now? These were some questions that Gohan seemed willing to answer. Okay. Listen well, because I'll only say it once. Is. Palm. Or maybe not, since instead of answering his doubts, he punched him in the face when he lowered his guard. A little secret, Gohan said, finishing his sentence. Chapter 209. Palm. Koemem. Clack. Plash. Crush. Clack. Plash. Palm. After several seconds the fight between Gohan and Cell continued. Palm. Koemem. Clack. Plash. Crush. Clack. Plash. Palm. Turning into a completely one-way combat in which only Gohan attacked. Or rather, he was the only one allowed to attack. Palm. Koemem. Clack. Damn. What the hell is happening? Why can't I crush this brat? Cell thought as he defended himself from Gohan's incessant assault, which kept hitting him over and over again without him being able to counterattack. From time to time, when Gohan would stop for a few tenths of a second to take a breath to hit him again without respite, Cell tried to get revenge for the humiliation. But. Flap. Once again his fist was unable to reach Gohan's expressionless face, who seemed to be staring at an inanimate punching bag. Why? Why am I again unable to? Palm. Koemem. Clack. Plash. Crush. And once again Gohan continued with his beating, cutting off that reflection with a punch to the chin. Damn! Cried out at Cell helplessly as he defended himself like an armadillo from Gohan's incessant blows. Palm. Koemem. Clack. Plash. Crush. Fall down at once, Monster Gohan thought as he sped up the pace at which he hit Cell. There was no doubt. Gohan was completely dominating combat, if this could even be called combat. No. It was more of a training match against a CPU that was prohibited from attacking player 1. Something that aroused the optimism of the spectators. Optimism that until a few seconds ago did not even exist. He can win. Ha ha ha. Gohan can win. Trunks yelled with great enthusiasm as he saw that his young sensei was achieving what his future self could not achieve. Save the world. Something that filled everyone with joy and hope. Palm. Koemem. Clack. Plash. Crush. Unlike Cell, who was only beaten, bled, vomited blood, writhed in pain, regenerated and was hit again. And above all he cursed the situation in which he found himself while suffering the greatest humiliation of his short life. It was frustrating. It was incomprehensible. It was unacceptable. Get away from me, brat. AH. Cell screamed as he tried to unleash an energy blast around his body to push Gohan away from him. An attack that to everyone's surprise. Boom. Worked. Hey. Why? Why now have I been able to attack? What's going on? Cell thought in amazement as he realized that he hadn't been completely disabled. This is bad, Gohan thought, who flew towards Cell to attack with even more fury than before. Die! Yelled Cell, who pointed his finger at Gohan with the intention of shooting a death beam at his head as he blindly advanced towards him. But. Plaska. Cell was unable to fire Frieza's attack. Instead of him it was Gohan who hit him hard on the head. What? Why before could I and now not? Where is the trick? Cell thought as he tried to perform the attack that was previously successful but not now. However, with much more power. Plash. But once again he was unable to attack and it was Gohan, who was able to take advantage of that opening. Here's something strange. There are attacks that work and others that don't. Why? Cell thought as he used all his neurons to unravel this great mystery and defend himself from Gohan's assault. Meanwhile, inside Bulma's barrier. Oh no. Cell was able to attack. Piccolo yelled with great scaremongering like Mutant Rashi, who was just as worried as he. And this was something that Bulma didn't quite understand. Why are you so alarmed? He's only been lucky once. You don't see it, Gohan has attacked him again in a unidirectional way. Bulma. If he has been able to attack once, he may be able to do it a second time. It has our cells and has shown considerable intelligence. It is possible that, he will end up discovering what Gohan's trick is. Mutant Rashi answered by explaining to non-combatants and combatants with little experience the consequences of this tiny setback. Yes, but Gohan has an absolute advantage. He has been hitting him non-stop for more than a minute. Even if he finds out the secret and can start attacking correctly, he'll be in worse shape than Gohan. Trunks said, who agreed with his mother. Gohan was giving him a brutal beating. It was common sense that that was practically impossible. However, after hearing the different arguments, Bulma disagreed with Trunks. No. Piccolo and Rashi are right. This does not look good. Why? Trunks asked as if he were an anime character that only existed to ask questions that served to clarify possible doubts from less intuitive viewers. If Gohan was fighting other bloodthirsty enemy, this strategy might work, but he faces Cell. A guy who can regenerate even after his body explodes, who has unlimited energy, incredible physical stamina, able to survive the vacuum of space, and who can survive even if he is sliced into 1,000 pieces. Gohan cannot win in a battle of resistance against that monster, Piccolo said, cursing that in part his Namekian survival abilities were harming his godson and the world in this way. That's right, Gohan knows. That's why he's giving everything to knock him out as soon as possible, Mutant Rashi said as he watched as Gohan attacked with greater speed than before, without properly managing his energy reserves to have a multi-round combat. It's true. Regardless of Broly's technique, Gohan is using the Kaioken continuously. He does not have infinite Senzu beans and he cannot always have the luxury of eating one in the middle of combat. Especially if Cell starts attacking, Trunks said, beginning to recognize that the situation was worse than he had imagined. That's why we can't assume that Gohan has the upper hand at any point. It's more. Do we even know if this guy can get knocked out? Mutant Rashi said, that despite how precarious this situation was, in a certain way he liked being able to share his experience with the youngest. He can be completely regenerated from its core automatically. It would not be unreasonable for him to be biologically incapable of losing consciousness. If I had more information about him I could determine it. Unfortunately Gero did not complete it due to the imminent threat of Broly. So we are blank, Bulma replied, regretting not having investigated further that project temporarily discarded in her present. That would be the worst scenario of all. Gohan couldn't use his ultimate ability to turn Cell into a harmless puppy, Piccolo replied, who loved and feared that ability at the same time. So his only viable alternative is to pressure Cell until he can completely destroy him with a final attack. Bulma asked to be sure that she had understood the only paths to victory they had left. If Cell is not able to pass out. Yes, that would be the only possibility. But knowing Gohan, he probably won't go for that strategy. Unless he looks totally desperate, Piccolo replied, concerned about the possible decisions that Gohan could make, when he could make them and if he dared to. Yes. You're right, Trunks said, that apart from Piccolo he was the one who knew Gohan best, despite being another Gohan. That is why he shared part of that concern. In the past he made decisions that put him too much in danger to make sure his friends lived. Would he make a decision like that again? Right now Gohan has the whole world on his shoulders. He has to be completely sure of his success in trying to kill him. If he launches his deadly attack but Cell survives and by regenerating he becomes stronger. Game over, Mutant Rashi said, giving his final verdict on the strategy of killing Cell when he appears to be distracted. But if he continues with the strategy of knocking him out and knocking him out, it's impossible. "We're screwed too," Bulma said, expressing in the most subtle way possible that none of the alternatives they had was entirely safe. And that failure in any of those options only meant one thing. The end of the world, and possibly the whole universe. Damn. Gohan, cheer up, Trunks said as he looked with concern and resignation at the legendary combat that was taking place before his eyes. A fight in which he would not be able to do anything except becoming an hindrance like everyone else who was there. While Trunks, Bulma, Mutant Roshi, and Piccolo discussed Gohan's chances of victory and defeat, Gohan and Cell continued fighting fiercely. Palm. Koemem. Clack. Plash. Crosh. Clack. Plash. Palm. And even though Gohan was still the one with the upper hand in this confrontation. Palm. Koemem. Clack. Plash. Cell was starting to get the hang of this strange curse. I see. I don't know exactly how you did it, but the key is not having the intention to kill when attacking, right? Cell asked with arrogance and satisfaction as he continued to dodge, block, receive Gohan's attacks. And for the first time in a long time, hit his enemy. Palm. Koemem. Clack. Plash. However, Gohan did not answer anything. He just kept attacking and defending from Cell's attacks as if his enemy hadn't been asked anything. However, that silence did not make Cell angry or uncomfortable, on the contrary, it was the confirmation that his hypothesis was true, something that filled him with pride and satisfaction. I see. You will not answer, but it is not necessary. And if I'm not mistaken, this ability also affects you. You also have to attack without the intention of killing. Palm. Koemem. Clack. Plash. And once again Gohan didn't answer, he didn't even change his facial expression. It was as if he didn't care if he had discovered his secret at all, or at the very least as if it didn't affect him. In your first attack you clearly tried to kill me. But in the following ones there was not a hint of murderous intent, unlike each and every one of my attacks. And all those attacks failed for one reason or another. However, the energy blast from before was not intended to kill you, but to drive you away from me. And that did work. Curious, right? Cell said more arrogantly than before as he increased the rate at which he successfully attacked his enemy. Palm. Koemem. Clack. Plash. But Gohan still didn't answer. And even though Cell tried not to show it, he was beginning to feel very annoyed at having the sensation of talking to a wall. It's a somewhat strange and annoying ability. Too annoying, just like you. It is incredibly difficult and irritating for me to attack without killing intent, especially you, the biggest annoyance I have encountered so far. But I will take it as a challenge. Palm. Koemem. Clack. Plash. And Gohan continued to ignore Cell, as if he only wanted hit Cell and nothing more. And this lack of attention and interest was driving the egocentric green monster crazy, who not only wanted to be heard and answered to, he also wanted to see the reactions of his enemies become bitter due to the possibility of being defeat, and he was not experiencing any of that in this combat and couldn't stand it. Tell me. What do you plan to do now? Sooner or later I'll get used to this curse and we'll be even. However, I can regenerate myself, I am more resistant than a simple Saiyan like you and my energy is unlimited. My victory is guaranteed at that rate. What will happen when you pass out? Will your curse lose its effect and then could I kill you? What if you were able to defeat me without killing me? Tell me. And with that sudden rage, Cell's power exploded, returning each and every blow that Gohan had given him so far. Pum. 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 A storm of blows that left Gohan very badly injured. Too badly injured, as if he were a shonen eki voyeur who had been caught by an army of powerful and violent women while they were bathing. Gohan. Trunks, Bulma, Roshi, Piccolo shouted in terror when they saw the state in which Gohan had been after that burst of blows and energy. None of those blows had been fatal, but if he didn't heal his wounds, would he be able to continue fighting in that state? It's more. Would he be able to even eat a senzu bean to recover? His hands, his arms, his jaw, his ribs. They were all broken. Is Gohan going to lose? I guess I'll find out soon, Cell said, seeing that all his patience and planning had paid off. He had destroyed Gohan to the point where he was unable to attack, defend himself, and recover. Now he just needed to finish his job by knocking him out. And maybe after that he could kill him in the ways he had been imagining during the beating. However, I'm very afraid that you won't find out in the way you thought. Gohan thought as he looked with the same hatred at Cell as before, but unlike before, a clear mocking smile could be seen on his face despite the fact that his jaw had been shattered. Antithesis. YA continuation. Wawa. Cell complained of excruciating pain throughout his entire body, as if he had been brutally beaten in all the limbs. His jaw, his hands, his arms, his ribs. They were all broken. What have you done to me now? What? Cell asked in bewilderment and fear as he regenerated his wounds. Fear of being hurt so badly. Fear of not knowing once more how he had been attacked. But above all, fear to see that Gohan had fully recovered. It was, as if he had never been hurt in the first place. What happened to your arrogance from a moment ago, Cell? Are you afraid? Fear of the unknown. Fear of being defeated? Gohan said, asking Cell with the same arrogance and contempt that Cell used with him a few seconds ago. And that was the greatest humiliation Cell had ever felt in his life. Bastard! Answer back! Cell screamed with bloodshot eyes as he advanced towards Gohan to attack him with all his might. But... oh shit! Cell was unable to hold back his urge to kill at that moment, so he was unable to attack Gohan again. Pum! And unlike Gohan, hit him with full strength in the face, destroying part of his decorations. I have nothing to say to scum like you, Gohan said with contempt as he invited him to attack him in a very humiliating way to further enrage the already angry monster. Damn brat! He yelled at Cell with more hatred than before, however he learned from his mistakes and with great difficulty eliminated the killing intent from each of his attacks. Pum! Ahich! Pum! Ahich! Pum! Ahich! Pum! Ahich! Pum! Ahich! Antithesis. However, those attacks once again disappeared from Gohan's body and instead appeared on Cell's body. Wawa. Why are you hitting yourself, Cell? Gohan said mockingly as he encouraged Cell to attack him again. Bastard! Cell shouted with more anger than before, but above all doubts and fear. How is it possible? How is it possible that this child is so strong? What is happening? Where did he get these abilities and power from? Once more inside the barrier. Am I imagining things or? Gohan's injuries have been transferred to Cell. Said Trunks, who didn't understand the origin of this ability either. He didn't even have the slightest clue. The Gohan of his future had nothing that even looked similar. Yes. As he is explaining to me, it is one of the last rewards of Broly that he acquired today in the final test. Antithesis, an ability that allows him to reverse something that has already happened between two targets, such as damage inflicted. That means that if Gohan were to be greatly injured while fighting an opponent, he could reverse what occurred between himself and his enemy, simultaneously healing himself while grievously wounding his opponent, said Bulma, who had a direct link with one of Gohan's body, and thanks to that she resolved everyone's doubts. Devils. That ability is very useful. You can tell that Gohan is Broly's favorite mutant, Rashi said, who despite finding his ability very useful felt great envy of Gohan. That means, if Gohan is not defeated in one blow, is he invincible? Trunks asked, who never wanted to give up his optimism whatever the circumstances, especially if it was about Gohan's survival and victory. Practically. However, if his opponent can heal himself and does not tire, that advantage is not entirely perfect. And there is still the possibility that he can knock him out if he is careless, Piccolo replied, who like him always had to be the pessimist of the group. Although considering everything that had happened to him today, it was the most sensible thing to do. Yes, but things have improved a lot, Trunks answered, who still wanted to dream. Yes, but not enough. We can't relax, this guy has surprised us too many times so far, Mutant Rashi said, trying to keep an attitude between Piccolo's pessimism and Trunks' optimism. Bulma, be on the lookout in case we need to help Gohan at any time, Piccolo said, who couldn't bear the idea of standing here doing nothing. At the very least they had to follow closely in case Gohan needed to be rescued if something went wrong. But Bulma with great enthusiasm replied, I don't think it's necessary. Hey! Why, Mom? Trunks asked, who had been left with the responsibility in this chapter to ask the questions so that they would later be answered. The latecomer is here, Bulma replied, creating the last cliffhanger of the Android saga. Chapter 210. In Kami-sama's palace. Where only Mr. Popo, one of Bulma's bodies and an evacuation spaceship were found. However, suddenly two people appeared out of nowhere near them. Hi guys. I'm sorry for being so late, Goku Super Saiyan said in a happy and casual way, who appeared next to them with a little Namekian yes, he's denned. However, he wasn't received with the kindness and joy that he expected. Goku, where the hell have you been? Are you aware of how long it took you? Do you know everything that happened while you were away? Bulma yelled with bloodshot eyes as she grabbed Goku by her neck too. Wawa. Strangling the same way that a certain bald, fat, yellow father does to his spiky-haired son. Who is this terrifying person? Den thought with great fear as he looked for some place to hide from that terrifying monster that had ambushed them upon reaching Earth. I'm sorry Bulma, but Broly has placed the planet Namek very far from anywhere, so it was impossible for me to detect the key of any Namekian, and without that I can't teleport. Not even North Kai found it easy to know where he was. In fact, he needed to ask many other Kais for help, so that from many different planets his strongest warriors would raise their ki one after another so that I could detect them reach Namek through of them. I had to make 36 stops to go and another 36 to return. It was very difficult, I swear. Besides, I didn't stop to fight with any of them. Goku screamed as best he could, while still being strangled by Bulma, begging for mercy, wishing his excuses would convince Bulma of his innocence. Some excuses that reassured Bulma, who stopped strangling him. So it's Broly's fault. I see. I'll forgive you this time, and while trying to calm down and pretend that it hadn't been something excessive since it was Broly to blame, Bulma noticed the new guest hiding behind a palm tree. Oh my mini Piccolo, so he's the new one. Kami. A little guest who was scared to see that the attention of that violent being was focused on him now. Wait, she's acting nice towards me and doesn't give off the murderous aura from a few seconds ago. Then. Isn't she an enemy? Den thought after analyzing the situation. Maybe she wasn't violent with everyone, only with Goku. However, Den wasn't the only unexpected guest. Hello everyone, wow, you were right, he looks a lot like Piccolo, said a person who had just teleported to Kami's palace. And that person was Gohan. Weren't you fighting? Oh, I see, the multiplication technique, I almost forgot. Wait. Have you teleported too? Wow, you've grown a lot. This brings me back old memories, like when Goku said, who had many questions and memories of a fictitious future past in which Gohan had already entered adolescence. Anecdotes that no one wanted to hear, especially at such a delicate moment, and especially Gohan, who was the one who was risking his life right now. Dad, I'm sorry, but there's no time. I'll explain everything to you later. Hello, are you the new Kami capable of creating the Dragon Ball? Bulma said with great kindness, trying to improve the first bad impression that she gave to the new god of this planet. Yes, it is. Nice to meet you, my name is Den. Den said politely after stopping hiding behind a tree, realizing that Bulma wasn't a direct threat to his safety. Den, I know that this is all very hasty and that you are the one who would most want to ask the questions, but we are in a very critical situation right now, so I really need you to answer me, Gohan said, showing the great hurry he was in right now. So much so that he couldn't even introduce himself formally as his mother had taught him, especially with beings from another planet who had come to assume a very important position of responsibility. All right. No problem, answered Den, who was quite sympathetic to the situation. Can you create the Dragon Balls right now to be used right now? Can you make the Dragon Ball grant multiple wishes? Can you make that with a single wish we can resurrect multiple people? Gohan asked in the most succinct way possible, explaining everything he needed to overcome the situation they were in. The answer is yes to all your questions. But to re-establish the Dragon Balls quickly, I would need to have the old Dragon Balls and the model of the dragon with which they were created. I can make that with a single invocation. He can grant more than one wish, but if you want a single wish to resurrect more than one person, the wishes will be limited to 2 per invocation. Den replied in a very professional way, as if he had years of experience in the Kami sector. In fact, being more efficient than many others who had been working on it for billions of years. Perfect then. Do we have everything we need to re-establish the Dragon Balls here, guys? Gohan asked, who was very satisfied with Den's answer, despite the negative conditions. Yes, Bulma brought the Dragon Ball, now I bring the model of the dragon, said Mr. Popo, who entered the temple to collect the sculpture of Shenron that the previous Kami We Will Always Love You created in the past. And after a few minutes of waiting in which the Z warriors introduced themselves more formally to the little new Kami, who was a bit out of place, Gohan and Bulma told Goku everything that had happened while he was making scale trips through the universe. Gohan and Bulma commented live on the fight that Gohan was having against Cell, and they tried to prevent Goku from joining that fight, for which he was currently not prepared. Mr. Popo finally arrived with Shenron's sculpture, and Den began to perform his magic around the sculpture. Totorodo paparunga puro pompo patempero papapopo totem pipo pupipero panpompapa parapuro pipo. Den said in his native language to perform the restoration magic trick of the Dragon Balls, which stopped being spherical stones to become the orange crystalline spheres with stars that we all know. Great. They are back to normal. Quick Den, call the Shenron as soon as possible, Gohan said, that he couldn't wait another second. What? So soon? Yes, Gohan has had a good idea to solve Cell's problem once and for all with the first wish, replied Bulma, who had already discussed this strategy with Gohan previously with her other body on the spaceship. Really? Wait. Remember that Shenron cannot kill Cell, he is much more powerful than Den. Goku said, reminding everyone of something that had already been very clear in previous sagas and that everyone already knew. Don't worry about that. It will definitely work, Bulma replied with great optimism. And while our heroes once again depended on an alien god and his magic dragon to fix their mistakes, the fight between Cell and Gohan continued. Palm. Poem. Clack. Plash. Crosh. Clack. Plash. Palm. Although it was a match that was totally at a standstill. Both were very even in terms of power and technique, which was making this fight much longer. If we add that neither could be mortally wounded, that one could regenerate almost all of his wounds and the other transfer all of his wounds to his adversary who could regenerate. And besides that they both had methods to regain their lost energy. The combat was endless. Damn brat. What the hell you pretend? Do you want us to be fighting all eternity to save this pathetic world? Said Cell, whose patience was reaching its limit despite his ability to regenerate and recover energy. Also, the fact that he was so limited due to Gohan's curse and because all the damage he did to Gohan was transferred to him was driving him crazy, to the point where he only attacked violently with hardly any defense. Pum. No, I'm afraid this is the end. Your end. Gohan said, who caught with his hand the punch that Cell had thrown at him, something that had already happened on other occasions. But this time was different, or rather, Gohan was different. What the hell is happening? What is this appearance? Cell thought as he observed Gohan's strange appearance right now. His hair lengthened while becoming wilder, reaching down to the middle of their back, while two long pointed bangs of hair appear on both sides of the neck and now a shadow trim around their eyes and over the eyelids. Not only that, he became larger in height and muscularity and almost all his body was covered by a brown monkey fur. But above all, Gohan now had a long monkey tail that danced in the air with freedom and arrogance. What Cell didn't know that Gohan had used Shenron's first wish to get his tail back, a tail that would instantly regenerate in the event it was severed since Shenron was unable to create an indestructible or uncuttable one. And thanks that Gohan was able to regain his true Saiyan transformation. What the hell is this? I had no information on this either. What the hell happened to this past? Why is everything wrong? Cell thought with great indignation as he glared at Gohan with great anger. But while Cell kept cursing everything that could be cursed. Crash. Cell's fist was crushed by Gohan's hand. Ah! Let go. Cell screamed in pain as he repeatedly hit Gohan with all his might on the face and arms so that he would let his crushed hand. Pum. 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 However, he didn't get it. Gohan had become a very intimidating and immovable wall that didn't move an inch despite the hard blows of Cell. How is it possible? I'm not doing anything to him, he doesn't even flinch despite hitting him with all my might. What the hell? Is this a new trick? Cell thought as he stared blankly at Gohan, who kept surprising him in a bad way each time with a different ability. This is another trick, right? This is some kind of illusion, right? It's impossible for him to become so strong, right? Game over, Cell. Now I have all my power. Ah! Gohan yelled as he clenched his fist tighter and unleashed his true power. A power that combined the Super Saiyan, the Kaien, the Kaioken X20 and the True Saiyan, thus creating the terrifying power multiplier of 20,000. Broom. 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 A power that made the whole world tremble. No. Not only that. It spread throughout the universe, alerting all living beings that someone was fighting against the greatest threat known until now of all creation, exonerating Moro, Beerus and Broly. And also made Cell feel the true terror. No, I can believe it. His power now is at least 10 times greater than mine. I have to escape into space. Ah! He yelled at Cell as he tried to bear the pain he was feeling in his hand, and furthermore, prepare for the impending pain he would feel from amputating himself the arm trapped by Gohan. But Cell's arm sword stopped against his will before he could cut off his own arm. How? I can't cut my arm. Have you ever heard that a fight between children ended in mutilations? Gohan said condescendingly while Gohan split his body in two to completely surround Cell with two bodies that were 5 times more powerful than Cell. Ah! No, wait, stammered the immobilized Cell in fear. The same fear that a rat trapped in a trap feels before the eyes of 2 cats who were going to dispute who was going to eat her. However, those 2 cats named Gohan didn't intend to negotiate. Don't worry. This will be over soon. So just like Broly sensei taught me. However, those two cats named Gohan didn't intend to negotiate. Don't worry. This will be over soon. So just like Broly-sensei taught me. Gohan hit Cell's head non-stop for several minutes, which looked like a punching ball that moved non-stop, being hit by the two Gohans from side to side over and over again, testing the limit of their resistance with each punch. Until Cell's brain couldn't take it anymore and he passed out for a split second. And when he came to, the only thing he could see was a single Gohan, who was looking at him condescendingly. What's wrong, Cell? You've peed inside your bio armor. One more insult to his pride that like Vegeta couldn't consent whatever the circumstances. BD. What's this? What the hell you did to me? This is my be a good child skill. Let's say it's an improved version of what you've been going through so far. An ability that will prevent you from fighting, insulting, or misbehaving. For all eternity. So forget forever about killing someone, destroying things or even ending your own life, said Gohan, who reported in great detail about the terrifying situation in which Cell was right now. What the FK are you? Are you? And once again Cell experienced what was the true terror of the true terror. No, it can't be. It cannot be true. This can't be real. No. No. But Cell wasn't the only one who felt despair at that moment. Also Bulma, Trunks, Piccolo and Mutant Roshi, seeing that Gohan had once again chosen to leave alive a potential threat. This time being the biggest threat except Broly that they could imagine. Didn't he realize that this monster made from the cells of Frieza, his father, the evil Piccolo and Vegeta, was irreformable? Wasn't there a possibility that he could break this curse in some way? You couldn't keep someone like that alive. No matter how much one respected life. Fortunately, Gohan understood that. I'm glad I was able to turn part of your life into hell. Now I will send you towards the real one with this curse still on your soul, Gohan said as he grabbed Cell by the head. What? Stammered Cell, who began to cry in despair for the first time in his life. And in turn these were also the last tears of his life. Omega Blast. Boom. In Kami's palace. Dend, Gohan, Goku, Bulma and Mr. Popo kept holding Shenron back to make the second wish. You know what the second wish is? I don't have all day, Shenron said, for the 10th time in less than 5 minutes, something quite irritating. You only work once a year, stop complaining, Bulma thought influenced by Broly's constant criticism of Shenron. Yes, excuse me, I've already disintegrated Cell. Now bring back to life all the non-evil people who died on Earth today, including Vegeta, Yam, and Ginger just in case. And also repair the environmental damage that has been generated. It's possible? Gohan asked, still having some doubts about resurrection of the guys who had caused the most complications for them today. Yes, well done Gohan, just like I told you. Many islands have been destroyed today. If we resurrect people and they are resurrected in the middle of the ocean they would die a second time, thought Bulma, thought also influenced by Broly, who used to comment anecdotally about several script errors or Dragon Ball. Yes, it's possible. Restore the planet to how it was before today and resurrect all non-evil people, except Vegeta and Yam, Shenron replied. Well, do it. We're in a hurry too, said Bulma, who was a bit grumpy and eager to get home, gather all of her bodies and take a good bath. The wish has already been granted. Goodbye, Shenron said, saying goodbye as always. Entering into the Dragon Ball and suddenly everyone was transported to another place. Hey. Where we are. This wasn't Kami-sama's palace. What the hell has Shenron done? This has nothing to do with what we have asked, said Goku, who didn't understand the situation either. Because they had suddenly appeared in a huge 3D movie theater. A huge movie theater where many people were sitting. This is hell. Vegeta said, who didn't understand the situation yet, he only remembered dying heroically. Doesn't it seem so scary? Said Yam, who imagined that hell was something totally different. Oh, you are alive. Trunks yelled upon see that his alternate father, his lover, and the other were alive. Kakarot is here too. I think we aren't in hell. Ginger. Shouted Mutant Roshi, who pounced on her to hug her emotionally, and pervertedly too. Roshi-chan, wait, there are people watching, Ginger shouted very embarrassed, trying to push Roshi away, but without using violence or trying too hard. I'm not in heaven anymore, which means that Cell has been defeated and you have resurrected us all. Said Yamcha, who had already gotten used to life in heaven, he was even starting to pick up a girl there. That's right Yamcha, Gohan has saved us all this time. Piccolo replied, as he patted the heads of his students and adolescent godson of whom he felt so extremely proud. You are amazing Gohan. And you've grown, you're already taller than me. Krillin said, trying not to get more complex than usual. What happened? What? It was from someone they knew, but not from their group of friends. But Tae Shinhan quickly identified who he belonged to, thanks to his super grudge, C-17. Is it you? What has happened? What are we doing here? C-18 said, that was sitting next to her brother, and like him she didn't know what was happening either. I am very happy that you are well, C-18. Ah, and C-17, I'm also happy to see that you're okay, said Krillin, who flew quickly towards C-18 to take her hand and celebrate their resurrection. Something that surprised the elf C-18 a lot, but she let it pass since she had too many worries to give importance to this action. C-16, my god, you are completely destroyed, Gohan said upon seeing the deplorable state in which C-16 was, who couldn't move half of his body. You called me, Den said, accompanied by Mr. Popo, who thought someone had called him. Thanks for your concern, C-16 said respectfully as he stroked with the only hand that he could move a small baby seal that he protected from the shock waves while he was sunk in the sea. However, while everyone was still celebrating the fact that they were reunited and still alive, Bulma kept trying to remember where she had seen this place before. Wait, this place is... Until she had no more doubts upon hearing. Ladies and gentlemen. And Vegeta. Welcome to Chapter 211. Ladies and gentlemen. And Vegeta. Welcome to Broly wasn't here today awards. Shouted Broly as if he were a showman addicted to methamphetamine, but dressed in a tailor-made suit and on top of a stage with many golden statues of himself. Yes, just as I suspected, Bulma said as she hit herself in the face upon verifying that her premonition had been fulfilled. Who else could have brought them to a place like this right after they had solved the biggest crisis they had ever experienced? It's more. How is it possible that she hadn't recognized the private movie theater of Broly's Island Mansion? Congratulations to all. You have been summoned to my private theater in my secret mansion that only Bulma knew, for obvious reasons, for this great ceremony in which your performance will be valued by me obviously in how you have faced adversity on the only day that I, your incredible master of ceremonies, was absent in a moment of danger, for a matter. Where are these applause? Come on guys. Said Broly with excessive enthusiasm to motivate the injured, tired, stunned, angry and in some cases recently resurrected public. I knew, the bastard hasn't been fighting anything. He's been laughing at us the whole time. Piccolo thought as he killed Broly with his mind in many ways, some very imaginative, because this Piccolo carried Piccolo and Kami's joint resentment. None of them wanted to go along with the guy who dumped them, but since that guy was crazy and almighty. Plas. 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 If I were you, I would also applaud. Although like us I know you want to strangle him. Believe me, Cell is just a puppy by comparison, Krillin said to C-18, C-17 and C-16 even though he didn't have both arms, who still didn't know Broly fully and how terrifying he was when his events didn't go as he expects. However, the absence of applause from the crowd didn't discourage him, so he continued with his crazy idea of the end of the saga. Thanks. Let's see. We will start with the award to the biggest disappointment of the day. Come here Goku. Broly said as he took out Goku's name from an envelope and indicated him to go up to the stage. Me, Goku asked with great surprise. He didn't expect to win an award today, much less an award with this title that sounded so disappointing. That's right, you were such an idiot as to fall ill the same day of the confrontation. Day that was prophesied years ago and for which you had preventive and active medication to avoid it. It was something you could have prevented, just like most of this android disaster. Because of that detail, you got all your friends in trouble by getting into a fight with cardiovascular disease in which they had to protect you and you were absent for many hours in which you didn't contribute anything. Although perhaps it was better that way, since due to your unnecessary desire to contribute you caused Cell to become more powerful by bringing him a delicious chaos when Piccolo already had the situation under control. Also, it took a long time to bring Den to restore the Dragon Balls, so this is another negative point. Take the award and get out of my sight. Broly said in a long and critical speech in which he was patting his shoulder quite annoyingly to finally award him with a golden statue of Broly showing the middle finger. To later kick Goku off the stage while throwing rotten fruit at him. Well, if you say so, Goku replied as he left the stage quite depressed. That harsh but coherent criticism had seriously affected Goku's morale. A damage that would embitter his existence, for a few minutes, then he would forget. And then while Goku was consoled by the public, despite the fact that they agreed with Broly's criticism, the host continued with his award ceremony. The following is the award to I have contributed negatively on this day. And go. We have 2 winners. Vegeta, Yam, come on. Nah, I will teleport you directly and keep you quiet until I finish, said Broly as he teleported, paralyzed and silenced the rebellious couple, who didn't want to participate in this show. And just like with Goku, he gave them a disastrous rating, but in a much more hurtful way. You started out pretty well saving these overconfident idiots. You really did very well, but then you acted stupid on your own by not paying attention to Bulma. Because of that you had to be saved by Bulma, and later you sabotaged the entire team by destroying Bulma's equipment. That subtracts many points. Due to your stupidity, you wanted to face C-17 and C-18 without anyone's help, instead of killing them when they hadn't yet awakened, and as it was evident that it was going to happen they gave you a very humiliating beating. A beating that should have taught you what humility is and that this is not a fucking game created for you amusing. But no. You didn't learn a fucking shit. You once again made the situation worse to unsuspected limits in the most stupid way possible, endangering the entire universe. In the end you minimally redeemed by sacrificing yourself for all the mistakes you made, although it didn't help. The latter adds points, but it is impossible to recover the uselessness that you have previously shown. This award belongs to you. Any words? Fuck you. Yam and Vegeta answered as soon as they had a chance to vocalize something before being teleported back to their seats. Thanks, maybe later. Let's continue with the next award. The award to the most pathetic death. It's for you, Chaos. Don't get up. Seriously, the only thing you did today is get an incredible power-up that wasn't dependent on you, and be pathetically devoured and increase the power of the enemy. Very pathetic. Take that, said Broly as he threw something at Chaos from the stage. A candy? Chaos said, feeling very humiliated and disappointed. Shit taste, like your death, Broly replied with a wide smile, which contrasted enormously with Chaos' pale and sad face, to then continue distributing traumas, and the next award is closely related. The award to the most useful death. Come here, Yamcha. What? Me? Yamcha answered with some fear as it was a prize from Broly towards him, but somewhat excited since it contained the useful word in it. That's right, Yamcha. Thanks to the fact that you died very early, you couldn't screw up the future situation even more, something that you would surely do. Congratulations. Now sit down, Broly said as he handed him a trophy sculpture of himself, laughing out loud as he cruelly pointed out the classic Yamcha death meme. Anyway. Why did I get my hopes up? Yamcha thought dejectedly as he returned to his seat holding his humiliating adword. Ha 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 ha, that was fun. The next award belongs to a very special category. The best sacrifice. Come, Ginger. Broly said, indicating Ginger to go up, or else he would be forced to do the same as he did with his sister and partner. Therefore, Ginger decided to go up voluntarily, but with little enthusiasm. You started the day believing that you could handle everything by being a Super Saiyan, that you had everything under control, that you were the heroine, that you had already graduated from being Yam's obedient little sister, that you were a different Ginger. But you were very overconfident, due to that you screwed up, then Yam saved you and with it your confidence and plans for independence died, so you went back to being his lapdog. And, like every irrational tsundere, you paid all your frustration with your boyfriend or love interest, Mutant Rashi, when he cared about you. You told him that he was in the way, although it was true at the time, and despite knowing that Vegeta and Yam were acting badly, you preferred to listen to them before Rashi, who was only looking out for your well-being. However, you redeemed yourself at the last moment despite the orders, rational at the time, from your sister, and decided to give your life to save your loved one from his death in a moving and cool way. Congratulations, Ginger, you have improved as a person. Now you just need not to forget what you have learned today. And above all, to fuck a lot and very hard with Rashi. I know he is looking forward to it. And I think you too, Broly said in another of his long summaries, handing out a gold award that immortalized the moment she gave her life for Rashi, while reading Rashi and Ginger's minds. Yes. Rashi cheered happily, who had been waiting for that moment for years. Shut up. Eki, Ginger replied, blushing excessively and with the tone of a tsundere about to come out of her shell when she found a moment of intimacy. FIU. That was undoubtedly one of the most cheered moments by all who were there, who were delighted with this reconciliation. Crank. Although some, like for example Yam, broke his award to show his disagreement. And now the next award occupies a very big place in my heart. The award of. I've been thinking with the cock since I saw her and even more since she kissed me. C18 please date with me. A loud applause for Krillin, who you can see next to C18, the girl with whom he is in love. Yes, right there, hiding between the armchairs while looking for the exit of this place. He seems embarrassed. Don't you want to go up? Broly said as he watched how Krillin experienced extreme shame. Extreme shame that escalated. Looking at C18's expression, she seemed very outraged due to that revelation. An embarrassment that turned into a very sharp pain that got worse every time Broly spoke. Crash. 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 To the point where hitting his head against the door was the only thing that made him feel less bad. However, Broly wasn't satisfied with only causing that disaster, although with good intentions, since he predicted that this would make them be together in the future. He continued with his macabre unrewarding award ceremony. How? That you would rather be dead? Okay, I'll give you the award later. Let's move on to the next. The award of. The one that has been humiliated more times, has been surpassed by almost everyone, has been pigeonholed as a minor character and is also a shorty. Is for. Broly. However, the humiliating show was suddenly interrupted by the shrill, dark and terrifying of a very, very, very angry Bulma who was walking up to the stage stomping on the ground. As if she were a humanoid kaiju with a desire for revenge. It was there when Broly felt the true terror. This meant. The award for the most attractive girl, intelligent, suspective, kind, not spiteful and that definitely wouldn't get angry with her beloved Broly. ISS. You, my love. However, luckily, Broly was prepared for a situation like this, so he immediately hid the award dedicated to Vegeta and exchanged it for a life-size gold statue of Bulma wearing the Playboy bunny in honor of the figure that Broly liked the most of his woman in his previous life. Woof. Did he have this award ready? He's very far-sighted, Vegeta thought, since he really admired Broly for that. Those abilities would have been very useful to him to counteract Yam's anger during his most difficult years. This tactic seemed to have had some effect, since her murderous instinct had diminished compared from few seconds ago. However, that bloodlust was still there, so when she reached the stage, grabbed Broly from the lapels of his suit and with a menacing smile and bloodshot eyes asked, "Darling, tell me. Have you pretended that there was an enemy who could copy you in order to have an excuse, leave us, spy on us and not help us with the pretext that we have to solve our problems by ourselves without depending so much on you, and then laugh at everything and everyone when everything is settled? You see, honey. We love and know each other so much that we can even read our minds. Isn't that romantic?" Broly answered, who after analyzing the situation determined that the only way to fix the situation was to resort to his peculiar humor and affection that they had for each other. However, that brilliant strategy didn't work. On the contrary, Bulma got even more angry than before, so much that she was even beginning to transform into a Super Saiyan despite being human. Fuck. This time she is very angry. She will not easily forgive me for lying to her in such a pathetic way and leaving her in the care of this group of idiots unable to do anything with a minimum of coherence, Broly thought as he telepathically opened his emergency safe within his dimension and took out a single rectangular item. And that object is a case? The point is that I thought about waiting for this day. The day you would show the world that you are the best and that none of them would be able to survive if it weren't for your help to prove that I couldn't live without you either, Broly said in a poetic voice as he knelt before Bulma, held the case at hand height and then slowly opened it. Oh my! Shouted Bulma, who stopped grabbing Broly's neck to cover her mouth cover in amazement at what was happening around her. This can't be happening. He's really going to. Bulma, brief. Would you marry this almighty mutant scion who is crazy, especially for you? Broly said while still kneeling as he showed a ring composed of more than 1,000,000 mini diamonds from different universes and colors that he himself made for this day. That moment was the moment. The moment when the strongest warriors on the planet were speechless and with their hearts beating to an inhuman rhythm. Since Bulma's answer could have consequences never seen before, for their relationship, friendship and even universal security. Nobody dared to say anything, or to emit the slightest sound, not even that of breathing. Everything, possibly all creation depended of Bulma's answer. Broly. Of course I want, crazy idiot, Bulma yelled through tears as she grabbed Broly's bowed head and gave him a double-threaded screw kiss. Yes. It has worked. I'm a genius. Broly thought with double satisfaction. He had put out the fire now and would also get wet tonight. And after a few seconds of rest in which our warriors and their companions began to breathe again. Wow. I wasn't expecting this ending, Trunks said, who found strange to see someone kiss his mother, even though she was his alternate young mother. And after having successfully declared and quenching Bulma's anger, Broly threw the rest of the awards around the stage while leaving with Bulma in his arms outside the cinema, to the huge garden of Broly. thus leaving the entire audience in suspense. Some still couldn't react with their mouths wide open. Others rubbed their eyes when they saw how Broly reversed the situation. Others just didn't understand anything at all. And a certain feeling also emerged among the female audience, who looked at their partners or love interests with certain expectations in addition to those they had a few seconds ago. And one with a certain resentment. I also would have liked Goku to ask for marriage to me like this, Chi-Chi said, though was the only married one in the audience, and that as we all know she was the one who proposed and in a not very romantic way. So what happens with the award ceremony? Keeps going. Will there be any more Edwars for me? Goku said, who was unable to notice that her wife was looking at him in a very surly way, as if she were disappointed in him. I'm afraid not, Dad. Almost all of them are for negative, stupid, or embarrassing things. Like the award for Best Nanny, the second most attractive guy with 3 eyes, the smallest adult Saiyan, the cuckiest, the prince without a kingdom that smells worse, the most pathetic moment, the worst alternative father, Vegeta is a jerk. And almost all of them are for Vegeta, said Gohan, who was inspecting the undelivered awards that Broly left behind to see if he could find his. Hey guys. There is a huge banquet behind this door. One of Broly's corps has forced me to say that C-16, C-17 and C-18 are invited. They will sit next to Krillin, said Ten Shinhan, who was one of the first to leave that place since Chaos was sick due to the shit-flavored candy that Broly had given him. Yes. Is there nothing better than a feast after traveling the universe? Right, son? Goku said that when he heard about food he completely forgot about the awards and his lack of fights. And it is also the best after defeating an evil android from the future, said Gohan, who had inherited his father's appetite. And with them they all went out of that theater to celebrate the victory against the androids and the commitment between Bulma and Broly, even though Trunks and Yamcha felt a bit violent about that. There were only 3 people who hadn't followed the group. What do we do, sister? C-17 asked as he carried C-16, who was now unable to move on his own. The banquet is free. Why not? Said the materialist C-18, who told her younger brother that they should take advantage if they had been invited. Chapter 212. After Broly's chocolate fondue party a week passed, where peace and tranquility once again reigned. Trunks returned to his timeline to destroy the androids and Cell that continued to inhabit his Earth. Gohan and friends. Convinced. C-16, C-17, and C-18 to undergo reprogramming at Bulma's expense, to prevent them from indiscriminately killing people, especially Goku, to get rid of bombs or other control engines in their bodies, and they could reintegrate into society and above all help them to reintegrate into society. Yamcha underwent the same operation as everyone to avoid being the laughingstock of the group. He could still compete with Chaos and went to train with the hermits Ten Shinhan and Chaos some weeks. Mutant Rashi returned to his Caribbean island with his girlfriend 100 years younger than him, with whom he was finally able to fulfill his dream, lose his virginity. Piccolo continued to train alone, with his mini-selves, and from time to time he would instruct Den with his duties as God, and he also helped Gohan in whatever way he could, the best nanny in Dragon Ball. And as for the rest of the Saiyans and their families. Right now they were at Bulma's house, specifically in the garden. Doing. Jeffrey, bring me a martini, shaken, not stirred. And some peanuts too, roasted with honey if possible, said Broly, who was lying on a lounger in a carefree way while he ordered his personal butler to satisfy his appetite and pedantry. GRRJJ. For the last time, stop calling me Jeffrey. This is excessively humiliating, his butler replied, that turned out to be Vegeta dressed in tuxedo, who obeyed Broly and prepared his cocktail despite actively complaining. Don't complain, Jeffrey, I'm preparing you for your imminent future. By the way, Alfred, your foot massage leaves much to be desired. Didn't you learn anything at the Butler Academy? Broly said, referring to the future training that he would have with Beerus at the same time that he spoke with his second butler. What Butler Academy are you talking about? Better this way, said the second butler, which turned out to be Goku dressed in a tuxedo too, who, following Broly's orders, tried harder in the foot massage that he was performing. Yes, relatively better. But if you want me to teach you my perfect Saiyan body multiplication technique that I teach Gohan to become stronger, you better try harder. Especially after your pathetic performance in this saga. Thank you, Lina, said Broly as he took the martini that Vegeta had made and drank it with satisfaction. Call me by my name. You bastard, Vegeta protested, telling himself over and over again to hold on. He can't allow Goku to learn that technique and surpass him. And while Goku and Vegeta suffered in a humiliating way for Broly to sell them a technique, his wives had fun eating delicious delicacies from the gourmet world. Ash, if it continues like this, Broly will never have real friends, although he looks happy, unlike the other two, said Bulma, who felt a bit sorry for Goku and Vegeta, although she had to admit that it was fun to see them dressed in tuxedo. It comforts me to know that Vegeta will teach me that technique when Broly teaches it to him, Yem said, which has already overcome all the resentment she felt towards Bulma. Well, at least Goku is working. And it is a detail that Broly also pays them with money to act as a servant, said Chi-Chi, which was already operated by Bulma and joined the elite of super powerful women. Ha 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 ha. Broly laughed out loud upon hearing the conversation that the three girls were having. That obviously hurt the already cracked heart of the butler Vegeta, who was almost about to leave GRJJ. Damn bastard. Vegeta. Do you know why I am always so severe with you? Asked Broly, who got up from the hammock to speak face to face with Vegeta, although due to the difference in size he had to crouch, something that made it even more humiliating. And Vegeta, who had almost reached the limit of his patience and sanity, told Broly exactly what he thought. Because you're a fucking bastard who enjoys teasing others. Because my family intended to kill you and because I fucked with your alternate wife. Yes, among many other things. But, especially because it pisses you off that you always behave like a stupid psychopathic and egocentric jerk. Seriously, you're a guy with potential, not just for fights. I wish I could see more often the Vegeta who turned his back on his stupid self-destructive ideology to save his alternate son, or the one who sacrificed himself to make up for his mistakes and sins to save the planet he claims to hate so much, Broly said with great seriousness while reinforcing his speech with a pat on the shoulder to show that he meant this from the bottom of his heart. An incredible statement that left Vegeta stunned, with his mind completely blank. He never expected Broly to say something like that ever, and much less to him. That show of respect, concern and even paternalistic moved him so much that he almost began to cry. While the rest of the people who heard that discourse felt an inexplicable fear. What? Broly saying nice things about Vegeta. What is happening? Is this a hidden camera show? An elaborate joke? Is the end of the world near again? Oh. Did he really do that for my alternate son? How cute. Said Bulma, who was shocked to hear that Vegeta prioritized his alternate son over his stupid ideology of Saiyan supremacy. A comment that slightly fueled the resentment that Yam had forgotten a few days ago. Wow, really? Chi-Chi exclaimed that he couldn't believe that Vegeta had any kind of human feeling. Ladies. Get back to your business. Vegeta yelled, very embarrassed. He couldn't help but blush for all this talk. But, were you serious, Broly? Asked Bulma, who noticed that there was something strange here. Her Broly isn't like that, at least not with Vegeta. Of course, I think Vegeta can improve a lot as a person. I mean, he's a complete and absolute garbage, from the worst of the worst. So horrible that practically no one can fall lower. It could be said that he has hit the bottom so much that his only possibility to advance is improvement. And since he has started to take a few small steps, it shouldn't be so difficult to take some more, Broly answered, caressing Vegeta's head in a very rough way, who looked at him again as a target to kill. Anyway, it was nice while it lasted, Bulma said, partly glad to know that she was right. Luckily for Vegeta and Goku, Broly, who was no longer interested in alcoholic drinks, snacks and foot massages. So he freed them from their humiliating task, since he had another more interesting project on his hands. Sure. Today, apart from enjoying this humiliation, we also have a very special event. Gohan's big idea presentation. Although I have helped him a little. I wish you looked a little more like him. Gohan, repeat what you learned that day. That we have to end the threats before they happen if possible, no matter how willing we are to fight. That we cannot underestimate the enemy or overestimate ourselves. That the 1vs1 combat formalities when we have a numerical advantage are stupid when the survival of the universe is at stake. That you always have to be prepared and trained in case of an emergency. That having an effective and efficient plan is as or more important than being stronger than the rival. That leaving genocidal victims alive is an enormous stupidity. And that my father is incapable of self-medicating, Gohan answered, who approached the large table where the women were, at the same time that he shared for everyone a great reflection that every shonen character, especially in this manga, should study thoroughly. MFF. I am so proud of you. But I'll be even more proud of you in a few moments, answered Broly, who pretended to wipe away non-existent tears as he approached the table too. Thank you, sensei. I wanted to present my family business idea to you, said Gohan, who wanted to share with everyone the business idea that he had been studying for years. I'm dying to know what our dear son has thought. Any new kind of garden crop? Open some kind of store in the capital? Supplement something small in which to work all together as a family. He's so adorable. Too bad he grew so fast, Chi-Chi thought, very moved to see that her adorable son had the initiative to help the family finances, even if the contribution is small or doesn't materialize. For her, the fact that a man in her house had that concern and the initiative was already an achievement in itself. The constant fights between my parents for economic reasons have made me think for years of some way to end them. And this was my idea. Turn our house into a great luxury resort, Safari Gohan said as he opened his briefcase from which a hologram of the surrounding grounds of his house was displayed. Next to his house there weren't hundreds of mansions, supermarkets, squares, tourist lakes, roads. There weren't dozens of housing estates. Wait. Gohan, why are there so many mansions around Mount Paozu? Chi-Chi asked, who was overwhelmed by the size and nature of Gohan's project. You see, Mom, I was investigating and these lands aren't owned by anyone, not even the government, since originally this was an area infested with dangerous monsters and no one wanted to claim the lands. However, Grandpa Gohan and Papa have been living here for decades, and according to an old law, if someone has lived on land without property for more than 3 generations or 100 years, those lands become the property of the family. So officially we are the owners of 500,000 hectares of Mount Paozu, Gohan said while projecting the different laws along with their legal gaps and a map that showed the extension of land they owned without knowing it. Wahat! Really? Shouted Goku and Chi-Chi, who had no idea about this. Yup, today we went to the notary to formalize it, said Broly, who helped his minor student with the government paperwork, all legal. How could we not know that before? Shouted Chi-Chi, who was overwhelmed by this informational bomb. How is it possible that her husband owns so much land without even knowing it? Fuck. The extension of this land is bigger than that of some small countries. I don't know, I guess lack of studies. The fact is that we have a lot of almost heavenly land to exploit, and the luxury and semi-luxury real estate market in remote areas is a great option. Especially considering how overcrowded the main cities are now and the great baby boom after the various invasions of genocidal monsters. The fear of death helps to procreate. If to that we add the attraction of the fauna of the place, which we have tamed, we could turn the surroundings into a protected safari. Safari where Dad could work, he would just have to guide the tourists around the area and make sure none of them get hurt due to the animals. We would earn a fortune in rentals, land sales, safari tickets, business commissions that would be established in the area, tolls to reach the urbanization, Gohan said as he showed the estimates of the possible benefits with the hologram. Wait, Gohan. But how do you intend to pay for all this? We don't have so much money to build so many things. Chi-Chi said, who began to get dizzy upon seeing the scale of the project of her son from elementary school but with the body of a teenager in verse Detective Conan. The possible annual profits were brutal, thousands of times higher than what they could earn right now in millions of years. How could SH say no to this? However, Chi-Chi understood perfectly that in order to earn all that money, first they had to invest a large sum to be able to build all this. And it wasn't just the money, it was the time it would take to make a profit after this great inversion. No bank would lend them that amount. Don't worry, Mom, I have saved a lot this time to invest in this project, and thanks to the creator of matter of Broly and Bulma, my ability to multiply and my strength. And if we add to that father and the construction robots, we will hardly have any costs and we will be able to finish the critical points in less than a year, said Gohan, who had also taken that detail into account, not for nothing approved the Broly's Master of Business Administration and Management. Besides, I also plan to help. I own 20 of the shares of the company's Son and Associates, so I will ensure that my investment and yours obtain great profits, said Broly, who gave his seal of quality to that project. A project that being Broly involved would be successful by hook or by crook. He can alter reality. But that whole place being run only by us? Chi-Chi asked again. She just couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that they would become millionaires in such a short time. There must be some flaw or trap in all of this. It was too good to be true. Don't worry about it either. I have already contacted several friends of ours without many intellectual capacities to earn money, despite having superhuman capacities, so that they are part of our elite staff, said Broly, who as a member of the board of directors and shareholder also took care of certain matters for the company. Yes, we have talked to Krillin, who needs work. He recently looked to be a policeman, but they paid him a pittance compared to what we can offer. We also have the help of C-16, who loves animals, and surprisingly also that of C-17, and C-18 as well, who immediately accepted when she heard the salary, the hours of work and the various bonuses such as paid housing. And Ten Shinhan and Ginger also seemed interested. This will also suit Father, who will be able to train after work with them. And also for you, Mother, since in part they will make sure that Dad takes his job seriously, it is a bonus that will come in the salary. And you of course will be the great landlady and manager. Trust my mom, everything is under control, Gohan said, ending his first official business presentation, with which he would ensure that his family had a secure income and were busy. This is wonderful, Gohan. I've been careless for a few days and you've already become the man of the house. Finally. Bua bua. Bois, Chi-Chi said, who jumped from the table to hug and kiss Gohan dozens of times. Chi-Chi was very happy to see how her son had grown, and at the end she began to cry for the joy and relief she felt when she definitively contrasted that all the effort, concern and hard work she had put into her son had been rewarded. "Mom, don't cry, calm down, it's over. Everything will be better from now on," said Gohan, who also started crying while he hugged his mother. Meanwhile his father, who heard exactly that same speech, came to another conclusion. Great, I will be able to train daily with everyone. This clown has no salvation, Vegeta said, even he understood that should be the least important info of everything that had been said. Exactly how much do you pay Gohan? Yam asked, who approached Gohan and Chi-Chi to talk business. And Broly, seeing that the chick he found less than a decade ago had become the eagle he always wanted it to be. He left the scene with joy and pride so that Gohan had the opportunity to spread his wings even more. "I'd a great idea, Broly. Although I can think of something else you could do with that terrain. Organize weddings and events. And that reminds me of. What kind of madness do you have planned for our wedding?" Bulma asked, who approached her fiancé to congratulate him for his new project, in which it was clear that he wanted to help his friends and especially to flirt. "You'll find out, darling, but..." Spoiler alert. WLLB Legendary. Broly answered, ending the android saga with a fiery kiss. Chapter 213. Chapter 214. Chapter 215. A few months passed after what happened with Cell. And without realizing it, a very important day was incessantly approaching in the calendar of all the Z warriors. The wedding day between Broly and Bulma. And our dear and almighty boyfriend was very nervous for some reason. Fuck, what do I do? The weeks before the wedding are usually a time of great stress for the bride and groom, a stress that can originate from multiple reasons. Concern about the cost of the wedding and the demands of the bride for that day. Doubts when asking yourself again and again if getting married is a good decision. Doubts when meditating if that person with whom you are about to marry is really the love of his life. Anxiety seeing yourself in the future with the responsibility of taking care of children that you still don't know. Fear of change, commitment and opportunity cost in general. However, Broly's concerns were different. He was an unusual person and therefore his concerns were at a level above normal boyfriends. His great concern was, "Darling, when will you send your wedding invitations?" Bulma said as she prepared her wedding invitations. "Soon, baby, soon. Fuck, who the fuck do I invite to my wedding?" said and thought Broly as his face darkened in a dramatic and even overactive way. That's right, that was his biggest concern. And it was understandable, since I didn't think about it until now, but all the people I know are also known by Bulma, even before I met them. Technically they are her friends, since I knew them when I got together with her. If I don't bring friends out of this relationship, people, especially Bulma, will think I haven't had life until now. They will think that I have never had a social life or that I gave it up when I got together with her. And that is fucking pathetic. He was incomprehensibly concerned about the opinion of others right now, although only for this matter. What should I do? Before appearing in public the only people I knew were Tights and Jocko. And obviously those two don't count. Damn. One is the older sister of my future wife and the other is that useless one that we just want to see him for interest, Broly thought, as he walked around in his room while Bulma looked at him trying to pretend that she hadn't realized that he didn't know who to invite. The others are Cammy, who has unfortunately died, technically, Mr. Popo, and Dend. But they are also known to Bulma's group another body of Broly thought, which had gone to visit little Cammy, for some matter. The alternatives I have left are Shin and Kibito. But not. These guys have to appear in a few years, and if they come to my wedding the surprise will be screwed, another Broly thought in the Desire Realm, who was observing various important figures from the different universes with some magical espionage devices, and by default also to Shin and Kibito. Whis. No, that one even less. He cannot appear yet and besides he would come without a partner, since Beerus is sleeping. Besides that if he discovers how well I cook now, he'll be all fucking day at my house scrounging while I try to have fun with Bulma, another Broly thought, who was in Gohan's urbanization preparing everything related to the wedding with his disciple. With Bados it's exactly the same, but I also have to add the problem that she would come with Kompa and that moron is 100 capable of screwing up my wedding. I can't risk it, the Broly from the surveillance room in Desire Realm thought again, who was checking how Kompa was actively looking for the Super Dragon Ball. My only option is, another Broly thought in the Desire Realm, who was having a picnic with his more normal and less busy subordinates, when suddenly he found himself without many alternatives. What's wrong Broly, why are you looking at us that way? Obito asked, who didn't like how Broly was looking at him with his 3 eyes. My only alternative is to ask or force my subordinates to attend. Fuck, but that's fucking pathetic, Broly thought as he internally debated not if what he was thinking of doing was right or wrong, but if it was fucking pathetic to have to resort to this. I'm sure it has to do with his wedding. He has been talking about the same thing for weeks, Najimi said, who used one of her almost infinite abilities to know exactly what was happening, although she didn't explain it to the entire audience. And meanwhile Broly was thinking of other possibilities apart from coercing his lackey's weight. I can always create beings who think they are my friends. I just have to create life, make false memories. No oh. Fuck, that's even more pathical. However, that option was even more pathetic than the previous one, and everyone noticed that. If you want us to go to your wedding, you just have to ask us, said Frozy, the best person that Broly had abducted and therefore decided to do a charity work for him. Seriously. Doesn't it bother you? Asked Broly, who hadn't yet completely ruled out the idea of creating fake friends to attend his wedding. Not at all. We owe you a lot, even if you are a tyrant and pain in the ass sometimes. You organized our wedding, the least we can do is go to yours so that people think you have friends, Kamagawa said, who sympathized with Broly in a certain way, since like him, he doesn't have too many friends either. Besides, it's better to volunteer now than to wait for you to force us later, Rin said, who could somehow predict what would end up happening. Thank you very much. You will only need to pretend a few hours, you know, don't say anything suspicious that they shouldn't know yet, said Broly as he began to write a list of taboo topics. Don't worry, our lips are sealed, we will pretend to be your friends from another planet whom you saved once. We'll have to come up with a convincing story, said Obito, who thought that after spending half his life pretending to be another guy it wouldn't be so difficult for him to be friends with Broly for a day. Perfect, Obito, I withdraw everything bad I said about you and your absurd plan to take over the world. Now I just need to convince a few more. Many people are going to come from Bulma's side, and only the three of you is very little, said Broly, excited about the idea of getting guests he doesn't have to force, although they were still his lackeys and technically they were forcibly attending. Okay, we will try to find others as well, although your options are limited. Here there aren't many very normal people, fewer couples, and fewer normal couples, Acacia said while pointing to Orochimaru, who had possessed Cell's body, and Kabuto, who was trying to mutate again to resemble his new precious lord Orochimaru, Mayuri and his artificially created daughter, Dio and his slave Vanilla Ice. Yes, the truth is that I can't be very exquisite, Broly said as he watched the squad of degenerate monsters that he had formed. And once again, as at the beginning of the chapter, the Broly who had just been asked by Bulma returned to take the leading role in this part of the chapter. Sweetie. I already have the list, although it is short. Many of my friends cannot come that day, said the Broly as he handed out a list of invitations quite short. Yeah, I know. Whatever you say, replied Bulma, who didn't discuss that obvious lie so as not to hurt the feelings of her imminent future husband. In this way the days passed until the appointed day was reached. The wedding day. And that day Broly was totally paranoid, watching at all times in case something unexpected could happen. Anything was cause for concern and immediate intervention. Damn it, again. Especially if it was a hysterical scream from his girlfriend a few minutes from the start. Crash. Is something wrong, honey? Said Broly, who forcibly entered Bulma's room by breaking the window, while Bulma, stunned by this unnecessary entrance, was adjusting her wedding dress in front of the mirror. Broly, it's bad luck to see the bride before the wedding, Bulma protested as she continued fixing her dress, without turning to look at Broly and the mess he had created. It brings even worse luck that your bride is angry about something during the wedding. And your anger is lasting and terrible. What's happening to you? Broly asked as he approached her, so they could talk face to face, even if it was through the reflection of the mirror. It's my dress and bra, they have become small again, just on the wedding day, replied Bulma, who pointed the upper part of the dress and finally turned around, considering that since at this point that absurd tradition was already broken. Don't worry, it's the side effects of pregnancy. You know, breasts grow, answered Broly, the future father who used that argument to avoid offering other alternatives that could ruin that beautiful day. I am only from 2 months, it is impossible that they have grown so much, almost every week they get bigger. Wait. Broly, do you have something to do with this? Bulma asked, whose sixth sense to detect the strange ploys of her husband was activated very violently. Me? No. Of course not. Why would I want your precious tits to be even bigger? It's absurd, Broly replied as he tried to tear his eyes away from Bulma's tits and eyes so as not to reveal his guilt in his plan to enlarge Bulma's breasts. Plan that he postponed until the first pregnancy to camouflage his intervention in some way. Fix my bra and dress and we'll discuss my breast enlargement later, replied Bulma, who didn't want to fight as it was on the wedding day, even though it was evident that her constant breast enlargement was Broly's fault and, because she liked her new breaths. Yes ma'am, Broly replied as he adjusted Bulma's bra and suit with his magic. And while he helped her put it on and assist her with everything else, he asked with some nervousness. For real, do you want to marry me? You know, this is your last chance to back down. What is this question about? Do you have insecurities at this point? Bulma asked, very surprised and dismayed at seeing Broly's somewhat insecure expression. I don't, but you know. I am someone very weird, and I am not exactly the best man in the world. It's not impossible that at the last moment due to panic you decided to fly away, answered Broly, who despite seeing the future and verifying that this wasn't going to happen, this was still a scenario that terrified him. And Bulma, seeing that her future husband was delirious about an absurd hypothetical scenario, responded with humor, I have a magnet for strange people. It's no wonder that I fell in love and married the weirdest of all, right? Said like this. Besides, I have all the exits controlled, no bride or Vegeta can escape from here, Broly replied, covering his nervousness with humor as well, although he was serious. Ha ha ha. And speaking of extrambotic things. You haven't prepared anything weird for the wedding, have you? Nothing that is physically impossible, planetary scale or higher, that can cause a heart attack to someone not knowledgeable in magic or something similar? Said Bulma, to make sure everything was normal in this wedding, since she had received some quite worrying tips from someone. No. Of course not, none of that. Although that will make the wedding not so legendary. Just grant me 2 licenses please, Broly replied, as many of his other bodies descheduled certain rather questionable events of the wedding planning. Okay, now go fix yourself. See you in a few minutes, Bulma replied as she kicked Broly out of the room through the window, as the bridesmaids were about to enter through the door. Minutes later. The wedding ceremony began. Everyone was in the chapel created by Broly, in which there were many sculptures of Broly and Bulma, works of art, and even the windows to represent biblical passages interpreted by Broly and Bulma. And on the main stage were the bridesmaids Chi-Chi, Tights, and Jocko, who was forced to dress as a woman by Broly, and also Gohan and Piccolo, the groomsmen. In addition, of course, Broly, who was waiting for the bride with his mother-in-law Panchi. You are very handsome today, Broly. Don't be nervous, everything will be fine, said Bulma's mother, who was getting too close to Broly while she reassured him. Yes, I know. Everything will go perfectly, I can see the future, said Broly, dressed in an Armani suit like a normal person as he tried to reassure himself. Ha ha ha, what a joker you are, replied Panchi, who didn't believe that his son-in-law could see the future. And apart from the groom, the mother of the bride, the bridesmaids, and the godparents, on that main stage there was also the priest who was to direct that ceremony. And that role corresponded to. Are you sure that marrying you is one of my obligations as Kami? I don't see much sense in this rule, said Little Dend, who suspected for more than obvious reasons that Broly was scamming him. Yep, it is, believe me, I discussed it with your predecessor before he died and he agreed. I would have asked the Supreme Kaioshin to do so. However, he's a useless motherfucker that might even ruin my day. But with you it's different, Dend, I fully trust you, said Broly, lying about the authenticity of his responsibilities while being sincere and praising Dend, the first non-useless Kami who at the same time didn't cause problems. Thank you, I guess, replied Ware, so flushed with the compliment that he almost forgot that Broly was lying him. Dend, don't believe anything that. Wait. Did you say the Supreme Kaioshin? Piccolo said, very disturbed by everything he was hearing and experiencing right now. Piccolo, don't yell, Gohan said, trying to put order while his mother unnecessarily combed his hair in the middle of the stage. I can't believe my little Broly and my little Bulma are getting married in the end. It seems like it was yesterday when they were kindergartners and I wanted them to get together, Tight said as she tried to hold back her tears upon seeing that the perfect couple that she imagined so many years ago were about to start a family. Yes, nightmares do come true, replied Jocko, who didn't know how to express how extremely humiliated he felt at that moment. But not all happiness was concentrated around Broly. From the stands the excited public commented second by second everything around them. I find it strange to see Broly in a suit, he almost always ends up destroying them with his muscles, said Ten Shinhan, who also felt uncomfortable wearing a suit and tie. I think he likes to show off, said Yamcha, who was accompanied by his monthly flirt, which was excessively obsessed with his favorite baseball player, and being at a wedding made her even more crazy about him. So you are Broly's friends? Blink twice if he has kidnapped you or something like that, said Oolong, who turned to speak to Obito and Rin, Kamigawa and Najimi and Acacia and Frozy, the only guests 100 from Broly's side, who obviously interested all the attendees, even more than the wedding itself. Okay. In my case it wasn't technically a kidnapping, but Kamigawa said with his usual porcelain doll face as he prepared to divulge prohibited information. Conversation that was quickly interrupted by Obito and Acacia with a nudge. Kamigawa, remember your role. Don't say anything unnecessary. I knew we shouldn't have brought him, Frozy, Najimi and Rin said at the same time as they peeked at the antisocial and troll minus. These friends of Broly. They don't seem to be very friends with Broly. I think he has hired them, or threatened them to come and thus make us believe that he has more friends than us, said Mutant Rashi, who had experience in this matter, since before to attend couples events he sometimes hurt actresses so that he could pass for his girlfriend. Possibly, but they seem strong. I want to fight with them, said Goku, who couldn't stop looking at Acacia, since of Broly's 3 male friends, this one seemed the most powerful in terms of combat. He wanted to fight him ASAP. Goku, remember the rules. No fights before Broly, says Soyam replied about the rule of not fighting until tournament time, although she was unable to look away from Najimi, who for some reason made her hair stand on end without transforming into Super Saiyan. Shoo. Shut up. Bulma is going to come in any minute. Shouted Ginger, who didn't stop looking towards the door, waiting for the expected appearance of the bride in her beautiful dress. Dress that she wanted to see herself in one day. You're very into this, Ginger. What happened? Is there a reason why weddings get you so excited? Krillin said with some sarcasm as he pointed towards the door with his Capsule Corp digital video camera. And you, Krillin? You even brought a video camera with you, Ginger replied with the same sarcasm that Krillin used earlier as she looked at C-18 next to her. This is a very special moment, of course I am not going to miss a single second, replied Krillin, who despite catching the hint wasn't ashamed or gave in to Ginger's insinuations. You mean Bulma's entrance to the church? Asked C-18, who didn't understand why Krillin was so excited about recording the entrance to the church of another woman's wedding. And trying to hold back his laughter, Krillin replied, no, PFF, something much better. And from there was silence, as the heavy and luxurious doors of the newly built cathedral were opened. And behind that main door, a certain person entered the cathedral slowly but firmly, marching down the red carpet towards the altar, dazzling the entire audience who couldn't take their eyes off that precious and angelic white dress, to which. Did they point the finger and laugh at him? Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. And with all the reason in the world, since that person was Vegeta, who was selected democratically to carry out the almost forgotten tradition of the flower girl, which advanced to the stage throwing petals in the way that few seconds later the bride would walk. You're so pretty, Vegeta. Ha 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 ha. Broly said as he wiped the tears from his eyes after attending one of the funniest and most beautiful moments of his life. Damn bastard. Why are you making me do this? Vegeta yelled telepathically at Broly as he was embarrassed to levels never imagined upon. See that everyone laughed with him and in a very justified way. Have you forgotten that your stupidity almost cost everyone their lives during the androids' invasion? Did you think your punishment would end just with me being a butler? No. You are going to suffer much more, Broly replied telepathically, who still had even more ideas designed to humiliate him this year. And why isn't Yem doing this with me? She did things wrong too. Vegeta protested, seeing that all the punishments were directed at him while Yam, who was just as guilty, always skipped all the punishments. Because that wouldn't be funny, Broly replied while still laughing at Vegeta. Gur, growled the poor prince of the Saiyans whose pride had been destroyed that day, he would never be the same person. But that fun had to end, since. Stop laughing, she's coming in. Accompanied by her father, who between tears entered with her, to guide his lovely little daughter to the altar as tradition dictates. And before the attentive gaze of the whole world, Bulma came to where Broly has been waiting some minutes or years, which received her with a face of love like never seen before, so much so that his third eye was spinning uncontrollably. After that, Gohan, his godfather, gave him the rings, since Broly only trusted him or Piccolo for this task. And with the rings in hand, Den started the ceremony, avoiding a useless and stupid sermon that nobody wants to hear. Broly, you promise to be loyal to Bulma? Brief. Yes. For the umpteenth time. I hate fucking harems. It should have been clear years ago. Broly said, interrupting Den's question and giving more information than necessary, and quite out of context. So out of context that only those who saw the chapter in which he went to the world of To Love Ru understood that reference. Nevertheless, Den, who was already warned by Piccolo and Mr. Popo of the possible outbursts of Broly at his own wedding, continued as if nothing had happened, love her and respect her. That shouldn't be even asked. I loved and respected her since before I was born. Broly interrupted one more time, once again providing information that was quite complicated to understand for those who didn't know the truth. But that didn't discourage Den, who continued with his script, in prosperity and adversity. We are the richest in the world and the universe if I want. The adversity doesn't have to be named. I am not a useless man like others in this room. Broly interrupted once more to report something that this time was in the public domain. And Den, who no longer even bothered to pause briefly to process that information, continued, in health and illness. Disease? We can't get sick thanks to my abilities, said Broly, showing off his many powers, as he always did when he had the chance, even now. Until death do you part. Den said, concluding the longest question he had ever asked. And of course Broly had to respond duly, we are immortal. It is impossible that. Shut up and kiss me. But this time it was Broly who was interrupted, by Bulma, who took off her veil and rushed towards her husband and kissed him passionately in front of everyone, partly because of the emotion of the moment, the love they had for each other, and above all for him to shut up once. And then, seeing that Bulma had skipped several steps of the ceremony, he concluded as he could, as Kami of this world, I declare you husband and wife. You can kiss, well, that. Long live the couple. They all shouted happily except Vegeta and Jocko upon seeing that in one way or another they were already married. And now Bulma will throw the flower bouquet. The single woman who catches it will be the next to marry with the couple that she has brought to the wedding. Broly's unilateral mandate, said Den, which with this concluded his first and last unpaid job as wedding officiator. And all the single girls who attended, which were Ginger, C-18, Yam, Ties, and the girl madly in love with Yamcha that Yamcha had brought to the wedding, went to catch the bouquet. Some with the clear intention of not catching the bouquet, such as Tights. Some with little interest at the moment, like C-18. And others with excessive interest. Ginger, aren't you overly motivated? Yam said upon seeing that her sister was even doing stretching to reach it first. Me? Why? The most excited of all seems her, Ginger replied as she pointed to Yamcha's flirt, whose eyes were bloodshot and didn't even blink as she stared at the bouquet in Bulma's hands. Please God, let Ginger jump for the bouquet with all her might, Yamcha prayed to Den, crossing his fingers, hoping anyone but his new flirt would be the one to get that fucking bouquet. His single life couldn't end now, much less with a flirt he met 4 days ago. Catch it! Bulma yelled as she threw the bouquet. Bouquet of flowers that was only being fought by Ginger, Yam and Yamcha's flirt, although the poor thing had no chance of getting it since she was competing with 2 very powerful hysterical crazy women with the ability to fly. Something that amazed and saddened her at the same time, but that made Yamcha very very happy. Even if it was only momentarily. Here is my second intervention. Since Broly teleported the bouquet of flowers directly into that girl's hands. I cannot believe it. I took it, darling. I mean Yamcha, I've caught it. When do you want us to get married, my love? Yamcha's flirt shouted with joy as she rushed towards him to kiss him in front of everyone. What a joy this, honey. Oh shit, I don't even remember her name, Yamcha replied, greatly contradicting his words, thoughts and expressions. Whoa. Congratulations, Yamcha. Did you want a single life? To go from flower to flower? Not in my presence, you will marry, get fat and stop fucking something that will not happen to me, but to you. Hua Broly said, greatly contradicting his words, thoughts and expressions as well. And now comes the moment that you have all been waiting for. Go for Broly's gourmet canapes, shouted Bulma, that as always she was the life of the party, especially at the parties set up in her honor. Great! Absolutely everyone shouted, since most had come to that, eat until they burst. And then you can enjoy your stupid fighting tournament. That goes for you, Goku, said Bulma, that knowing how some of his guests were, had scheduled a fighting tournament after the dance, so that everyone could be happy. Great! Goku yelled, doubly happy. Broly has given me permission to beat you up, don't worry, I won't leave you any irreversible damage. Said Acacia, who after being challenged throughout the ceremony also wanted to have fun with the famous Goku, his artistic grandfather from Shonen Jump. Vegeta, you are forbidden to change your clothes. Even to fight, said Broly when he saw that Vegeta pretended to wear clothes according to his sex and age. Damn! Vegeta yelled, extremely furious for obvious reasons. And while everyone went to eat, Bulma and Broly notarized their marriage. Okay. Finally we have married, just as you have always dreamed. What will you do from now on? This will change your life in some way? Asked Bulma, who signed the document at the same time that she grabbed his butt affectionately. Meeting you already changed my lives forever, answered Broly, who also grabbed her but while signing with his tail, something that surprised the notary. Oh come on, save some for tonight, said Bulma, who for some reason was playing innocent despite being the one who started first. Not much will change, not now or ever. At most I will become more calm, serious and responsible since I already have everything I wanted in life, Broly replied, getting quite sentimental to find himself so spiritually satisfied today. Everything? Asked Bulma, surprised, since she knew how greedy her husband is. Well, almost everything. And one of those 3 things will come to us in 6 months and 9 days, Broly replied while touching Bulma's belly, which contained the fruit of their love, whose name has already been indirectly spoiled in this chapter. Oh, thank you for spoiling my own pregnancy. And what is the second? Asked Bulma, quite blushing, since possibly he was referring to that he wanted more than one. The second. You will see it in 9 years. As for the third, we will have to wait a little longer. But let's not talk about that anymore. There are 5 Saiyans and 2 gourmets in that room. If we don't go we will be left without eating, replied Broly, spoiled in an optional chapter, important parts of the next volume and the one that will precede it. You'll never change. But you know that only 3 things don't seem enough to me, said Bulma, sealing the end of this chapter with a second kiss and a fairly direct hint for our protagonist. His future son or daughter wouldn't be an only child. Chapter 2:16. It's been 7 years since the Cell incidents. 7 years in which no type of planetary or universal threat occurred. Everything was in perfect tranquility and harmony. Gohan's family business materialized, becoming a great success thanks to the magnificent facilities that were created with the cutting-edge technology that Gohan used, the excellent advertising campaign and the contacts between the higher echelons of Bulma and her family. That and the great security of having almost all of the strongest guys in the world in one place made the waiting lists to enter the urbanization. Sun and Associates. Become extremely large, either to get a permanent home in the urbanization, attend the guided safari, hotels, amusement park and many other events. However, despite this great economic success at a young age, Gohan had to continue studying. His mother forced him and he needed academic certificates, and today one of his bodies was returning home after his second day at Orange Star High School. Hello. I've already come home. Hello Oni-chan. Have you finished playing superhero? You can play with me, said Goten, who was born and raised in the same way in the official version. Although with many more friends because he was the son of the owner of an urbanization inhabited by people, with more luxuries, with a father, even if he's Goku, with better training and with many Gohans to play with. I'm not playing superhero, I am. Also, do you want us to play again? I've been playing with you almost all morning. When you finish your homework I will play with you, but not before, Gohan said, fulfilling his role as a responsible older brother, severe but kind at the same time. Okay. I'll do my homework. But then will you take me to the amusement park? Goten replied, who was raising the price of his playtime with his brother, knowing that he would have to do something he hated before. Yes, but that will have to be after your daily training. It is very important to practice every day or you can get rusty. By the way, where is Dad now? Gohan answered and asked, even though he could tell by locating his ki, but from time to time he wanted to pretend to have a normal life and family. He's with C-17, C-16 and Krillin in training ground number 4. Mom told me not to go near them while they train if I am not in front of her, Goten replied as he pulled some books out of his backpack without much enthusiasm due to the unpleasant task that he would have to do now. Although he also resented that his mother didn't let him play with the grown-ups, and that she forced him to study. Okay, thanks Gotens. See you later, Gohan said as he observed that his little brother was starting his homework. And he was teleporting where his father, friends, partners and employees were playing after a long day at work. Oh hello. Gohan, how is your student life? Have you already got a girlfriend? Krillin asked, asking the typical sympathetic but somewhat irritating uncle question. And Gohan responded, to the first question naturally pretty good, but not so much the second, which made him quite upset. WWH, what the hell are you saying, Krillin? Oh. That means there are some, Krillin said suspiciously, seeing that Gohan seemed to overreact. He had even blushed a bit. Krillin. Gohan protested against this intrusion of his adolescent private life. A typical cliché scene that amused all who witnessed it, despite that none of them had a typical adolescence. Ha 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 ha. We were already leaving here, today we have a family meal and we cannot leave everything in the hands of women, C-17 said, reminding his brother-in-law of their commitment. Yes, it's true, otherwise C-18 will drill my head. See you tomorrow, Goku said, Krillin saying goodbye to his best friend and also boss. And you're C-16? Goku asked, who saw with sadness that his friends stopped playing with him. I'll go watch the safari animals. One of the advantages of being totally mechanical is that I don't need to sleep, replied C-16, who had found his life's work and also had completely forgotten all his hatred and adversity towards Goku thanks to the reprogramming of Bulma. Okay, see you tomorrow. It seems that we are left alone, Gohan. What do you say? Do you want a little fight with me? Goku asked while he warmed up, since he knew perfectly what the answer is. Yes, of course, replied Gohan, who had come with his combat uniform to fulfill one of his daily routines. Fight with his father. Palm. Crush. And after a few minutes of fighting in a place far enough away from the urbanization so as not to cause damage or scare the neighbors with the sounds of missiles exploding near their house. The pre-dinner workout was over. Ah. You have become even stronger than before. Even without using the true Saiyan transformation, antithesis or the Kien, I cannot defeat you. You have become very strong Gohan, Goku said, very excited to see once again that his greatest challenge, Broly doesn't count, lived with him and that he could fight with him every day. And Gohan wasn't in a better state than he was, although, it seemed that there was something else that worried him. Ha! Thank you, although I have been on the verge of losing on several occasions. Dad, do you have a moment? I would like to ask you about something. About what Krillin was saying, Gohan said, somewhat uncomfortable trying to discuss a certain topic with his father. But still, he felt he needed to do it, especially with him. However, it wouldn't be easy. Yes, of course, whatever you want. But what did Krillin say? I didn't understand what he said, Goku replied, who laughed at the joke earlier without having understood it. This was a challenge, however Gohan didn't flinch or give up despite adversity. There is a girl that I like, well, I think that, and I would like your advice. How can you get a girl to like you? For example, how did you and Mom fall in love? Asked Gohan, a teenager raised in the mountains with hardly any company, especially female company, who had recently started a new life and felt attracted to a girl for the first time. No one, not even Broly, had prepared him for something like that, so he needed some help with this matter. He needed the advice of someone close and sincere, with experience in this stage of life and who could guide him in this matter so delicate and unknown to him with success. A success like the one he got. And who could advise him better than his own father? The man who conquered his mother and responsible for his birth thanks to that. There was no one better to fulfill this role than Goku. Well. It is easy. You just have to kick her pussy, then she will force you to marry her in a few years even if you don't know about what marriage is. Years later you have to hit her really hard in a martial arts tournament, she will ask you to marry again and you just have to accept. Or maybe not. Thanks Dad, I think I'll go ask Broly for advice. Or Piccolo. I know he reproduces asexually, but still I think his advice will be more useful, Gohan said and thought with great disappointment as he teleported to another place. Capsule Corp. The emblematic circular mansion belonging to the richest family on the planet, where the founder Dr. Brief worked slowly next to his animals. Where Panchi his wife prepared dinner with a big smile, where Bulma the youngest daughter and family heir worked in the laboratory in one of her new inventions with her husband Broly, the most powerful being that has been born in this universe. But in addition to them now there was another person who inhabited that house. Well, right now two more. Dad, Gohan-chan has come to see you, said Bra, the daughter of Broly and Bulma, who hung around Gohan's neck as if she were a koala. An adorable 7-year-old girl who was practically the same as her mother when she was little, except that she has a bluish ape's tail, the same color as her hair, and that she is very hyperactive. Oh hi Gohan, what are you doing here? Do you want to stay for dinner? Bulma said as she got up and grabbed Bra for her to stop bothering Gohan. Have you come to make you a good superhero costume? Maybe something cooler than simple fabrics? Asked Broly, who had previously expressed how little he liked the superhero costume that his student had designed to hide his identity while fighting crime in high school and wanted to make him some Iron Man or Zetman style arrangements. But Gohan, who really thought his suit looked cool, ignored that question and replied, Hi Broly-sensei, hi Bulma-san. No thanks Bulma, my family wait for me at home for dinner. I just came to ask Broly for a little advice. I see. Bulma, Bra, could you just leave us for a moment, I think he wants to ask me something embarrassing. You know honey, he's at that age, Broly said with a mischievous smile, since he read the mind of his poor student and didn't try much to hide it or to hide the reason for this visit. Broly-sensei. Don't read my mind. Oh I see, you have inherited your mother's genes in this matter. He. Bra, let's go to the dining room, I think they need a little privacy, Bulma said with the same mischievous smile of her husband as she took her still innocent Bra with her so she wouldn't hear inappropriate things for her age. Okay Mom. Gohan-chan. Can you bring Goten tomorrow so we can play? She asked Bra to Gohan before her mother led her away from a conversation that seemed funny. Yes, no problem. I think it would be good for him, Gohan said as he watched his mother and daughter left the room, and seeing that they had moved far enough away not to hear them he asked his question, more or less, well. Since you've read my mind. Do you have any advice? Well, possibly, although you have it very easy Gohan. You may not have realized it because in some ways you are the same as your father, but that girl is very interested in you. She is even more interested in you now that she knows about you 87 are powers, that your father is the previous world champion and that the leather belt you always wear is actually your tail. You just have to show yourself as you are to her and you will conquer her. This is normally shitty advice, but in your case will work, Broly replied, somewhat disappointed and happy at the same time. Disappointed that it wasn't a great challenge that required his invaluable help to make elaborate, incredible and somewhat absurd plans for both of them to go out together, and happy to see that he wouldn't need to work for free. Really? asked the incredulous Gohan, that couldn't believe what Broly was telling him. Normally Videl behaved quite aggressive, bossy and tried to annoy him, and although she showed interest in him he didn't know if that was good. Of course, in fact, the classes that she has proposed to do tomorrow so that you can teach her to fly will help you. Show her everything you know about ki and the art of fighting, so you will spend a lot of time with her from a position of respect and admiration in a physical activity that releases large amounts of dopamine, especially in combat, which involves the risk of death. Why do you think so many women fall in love with their dance, aerobics, Zumba or kickboxing teachers? Coincidence? I don't think so. So this is my second tip. Never trust those guys, said Broly, revealing one of the secrets of the chemistry of the fucker, reminding readers that we are a mass of hormones and that we shouldn't be calm when our women go to play sports with a young good-looking teacher. I see. Thanks Broly-sensei. I knew talking to you would help me. By the way, what do you advise me about participating in the martial arts tournament? Should I participate? Gohan asked, showing obvious concern. A concern so obvious that Broly didn't even need to read his mint to know what he was thinking. Are you so worried about being paired with her and having to choose between whining her or letting her win? That whatever the result, are you afraid that the hyper-competitive Videl, the daughter of the world champion, will be angry that you have been condescending to her by not using all your power or by defeating her? Don't think about it so much, I will manipulate the pairing so that it is only possible to see you in the final. And whatever happens if you both reach the final, although I doubt it, don't dare to let yourself be beaten. That would make her very angry, Broly said, explaining to his young and unsuspecting student how contradictory and complicated human females are. Oh, I see, thank you very much for. Wait, why are you so doubtful that Videl will make it to the final? She is very strong, more than her father, and if I trains her she will be even better, Gohan asked, very surprised by the curious answer of his teacher. You haven't heard, have you? Yan plans to participate in the competition and has also forced Vegeta to participate. Not only that, Ginger is also going to participate, she wants her victory in the same tournament that her husband won years ago, you know, couple bullshit. This year they give a lot of money to the participants, even if you aren't one of the top 3, answered Broly, explaining why the scale power of this tournament was no longer human. Something that greatly concerned our son of original protagonist, that the editors of Toriyama didn't allow him to become the true protagonist of Dragon Ball Z after the death of Goku in the Buu saga. Really? This is bad. Yes, so if you were you, I would spread the word among all our friends so that they participate as well. We cannot allow Vegeta to be happy, said Broly without any shame or qualms about masking his true intentions. Ha 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 ha. He really wants us all to get together. And curiously, my father's advice wasn't bad at all, more or less. Okay, I'll tell Dad and the others. Will you also participate, Broly-sensei? Gohan said and thought as he mentally prepared to hear the answer to that question. No, neither I nor Bulma will participate, I don't want to be a bully. But we will go to spend the day with the whole team and cheer on Bra, who will participate in the children's tournament with Vegeta Jr. and Zingiber. Why don't you sign up, Goten, too? They sure have a great time together, said Daddy Broly, who wanted his daughter to hang out with children his age who had similar powers to avoid unnecessary accidental deaths. Also, the more children, he added, the less presence of Vegeta's son would have in that group. Okay, I'll tell everyone. Dad will excited about the idea. Thank you very much, see you all on May 7th at the tournament then. He will not participate, what a relief, Gohan said as he wiped with great relief the beads of sweat that ran down his forehead. Yes, of course. Good luck with Videl and don't forget to use protection. Remember, you cannot wear a helmet in the tournament, put on a mask that is not ridiculous or something. But above all, don't even think about making ridiculous poses when you play superhero, you will not look cool, but pathetic, said Broly, giving great advice to his student, advice that no one should forget under any circumstances. Yes, I know. Every year we have a 2-hour class about that since I was 8 years old. And the truth is that they have been a monumental waste of time, Gohan answered, remembering with distaste those repetitive, ridiculous, absurd and semi-military classes in which Broly made him embarrass himself to incredible levels. Believe me, they haven't been, Broly replied, happy to see that all that time wasted had been worth it. But Gohan didn't feel like arguing about that matter again, besides, his dinner would be almost ready, so he said goodbye. Whatever you say, sensei. See you later. Gohan left the same way he came, teleporting away and leaving Broly alone in the lab, so. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, he pressed a button that he had hidden among some books that no one used anymore because the internet existed in this world thanks to them. By pressing that button a secret room appeared between the shelves, and in that room among other very suspicious items was a calendar. A calendar with several marked pages, and the closest mark was precisely that of May 7th of this year. Day. Broly stared without even blinking. It was as if he was possessed by something. Finally. The moment I've been waiting for over 30 years is finally coming. Hua hua. Hua hua ha. Said Broly like a fucking psychopath addicted to meth as he laughed madly in an extremely exaggerated and loudly way. So much so that he could be heard throughout the mansion. Mom, why is Dad laughing like one of those crappy villains on TV? Bra asked, somewhat concerned by the strange laugh of her father, whom she had seen do very strange things until now, but this was new to her. I don't know honey, but whenever he has done that something strange has happened. He must be planning something, and something not good. Anyway, let him know that dinner is ready said Bulma, who after many years of marriage with Broly she had adopted the mental defense mechanism consisting of not worrying too much about his crazy plans and his various eccentricities. Okay Mom. Dad. Come at once. Dinner is going to cool. Yelled Bra as if it were a human megaphone to avoid moving from the sofa as much as possible, since she had found her ideal posture. That's impossible. Today we have fruit, ice cream and unheated food for dinner. It is impossible for it to cold. In any case it is going to heat up. Shouted Broly with the same voice cadence as his daughter from his laboratory. It was just an expression. You already understand me. Come. Bra replied, not getting up from the couch yet. I meant for you to get up and go to the laboratory to tell him that. Well, I'll have to love them anyway said Bulma, who was beginning to find that these somewhat chaotic behaviors between father and daughter were a bit cute. Chapter 217. On May 7th, the day of the tournament finally arrived. Except for Yamcha, who had to take care of his children, Ten Shinhan and Chaos who were continuing their training in hermit mode. And C-16 and C-17, who had stayed in the urbanization to control the situation, everyone else had gathered on Papaya Island to participate in or observe the World Martial Arts Tournament. And since everyone had had contact for the last 6 years due to Broly's barbecues, that many worked in the same place. That Broly had brought the information age to the planet through Capsule Corp, that Goku hadn't died and the Saiyan families made their children play with each other because they feared that with their super strength they would accidentally kill normal children. It wasn't necessary to make an epic reunion, so everyone went straight to sign up, drawing undue attention in the process and watching the child matches. Matches that Broly rigged for Goten and Vegeta Jr. This pairing was Vegeta's request, fight in one of the semi-finals and for Bra and Zingiber the daughter of Ginger and Rashi, to fight in the other semi-final. In fact, one of the matches had already ended. And the winner of this incredible fight has been Vegeta Jr. Woof. This has been the best match I have seen in over a decade. I hope all the World Martial Arts Tournament will be like this again. It is a pity that all our cameras have been damaged and we haven't been able to record this great fight, said the famous referee and announcer of this series we still don't know his name, that was living with great emotion the resurgence of the World Martial Arts Tournament of yesteryear, where supernatural beings with powers beyond the human condition fought each other. Clash. Combats where absolutely anything could happen. Like for example, that from the stands a huge, muscular guy with a third eye and an ape's tail hit the head to a green alien with snail antennae. My head. Why the hell did he do that to me? It hurts much. Piccolo protested against Broly's unjustified and painful attack, his head hurt so much that he even had a hard time remembering things he did yesterday. I have never raised you to destroy private property like this Piccolo. Poor cameras said Broly excusing his surprise attack into something akin to youth vandalism. Something that earned Piccolo's energetic and deserved protest you never raised me. In addition, you have manipulated the election process so that the kids could fight together in the semi-finals. You have no right to criticize me. They did what? Videl yelled very upset by what she had just seen and heard. The more she knew about Gohan's strange group, the more surprised and scared she became. But she especially less understood. Nothing Videl, they haven't done anything, Gohan said quickly, trying in every possible way since he introduced her to pretend some kind of conventional normality. Too bad Kakaroto. Looks as though my son comes from better stock Yim said with great pride upon see that his family had finally won something over Goku's for the first time in the history of this novel. And not only that Kakarote. This is a premonitory combat of what will happen between us Vegeta said with 200 pride seeing that the exact copy of him had defeated the exact copy of his rival. He couldn't wait for history to repeat itself. Yeah, Goku replied without giving much importance to anything. On the other hand, Ginger and Mutant Rashi weren't happy at all, unlike the rest of the cast and now it's my little treasure's turn. I am so worried. They were extremely worried and the origin of that worry seemed to be the next match. The fight in which their precious daughter Zingiber fought against. Tell me Gohan. Bra is like her father. She doesn't have a third eye, it's obvious, but you know, she has a tail and his genes Piccolo whispered worriedly to Gohan as he saw Rashi and Ginger's worrying reaction. They were so worried that they even started praying to Den to protect their daughter. Fuck. If their last hope was prey to the weak god of planet Earth, they must be very desperate. Okay. Let's say. She is the perfect combination of her two parents, although luckily her S-cells aren't as mutant as Broly's Gohan replied, trying to reassure his friends but lying to them. An answer that didn't reassure them too much. However, it was better than what they would hear next. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I have instructed her so that things don't get out of hand. She won't devour a solar system like I did at her age or something like that. Or she will be punished, said Broly, trying to relax the atmosphere by promising that he had forbidden his daughter to create the apocalypse from a fight between children. But. One moment. If he had forbidden it. That meant. Was she capable of doing it? Oh shit, almost everyone answered at the same time except Rashi and Ginger, who already knew about Bra's strength, since both daughters were super friends, reflecting on their faces a great terror. The terror of knowing that a second Broly had been born. Although the person who seemed most affected was Videl, who for the umpteenth time that day her world fell into the toilet. What? Devour a galaxy. Is this a joke, right Gohan? That had to be a joke, a silly, exaggerated and disgusting joke, however guys. Why are you so pale? It's a joke, right? However, while some uninformed adults tried to assimilate that another weapon of mass destruction was between them and Gohan tried to convince Videl that all of this was a joke. The fight between Bra and Zinjibur had been announced by our dear referee and both looked at each other and chatted before starting to hit each other. Bra. Please don't overdo. We are best friends, have some mercy, said Zinjibur, who had lost all hope of victory from the beginning and she just wanted not to be humiliated in front of everyone. Don't worry, it will be quick and painless. Well, almost painless. I have to save energy to fight your cousin. My dad has promised me a reward if I humiliate him a little, you know how. He Bra replied as she cracked her knuckles, showing by her facial and body expression that she wouldn't be overly merciful to anyone. Something that worried Zinjibur, and rightly so, who added more conditions to his surrender. Don't go overboard with him please. And don't hit me on the head, I'm studying. Okay, don't worry, Bra replied, who lowered her fists and stopped showing so much hostility and bad intentions towards her best friend. A friend who regained hope in life and half human beings. Thank you very much Bra, you know you always. Pum. Crash. However, instantly Bra teleported in front of her and with a single punch to the face sent her flying towards the stands. Never get distracted in combat. Especially when it hasn't even started, Bra said as she posed victoriously like a Joestar, repeating verbatim one of the great lessons from her father that she learned in the same way that Zinjibur had just learned now. Wow, this has been faster than I expected. The winner of this match is Bra. The announcer said with enthusiasm upon seeing that there were more monstrous children, something that would guarantee the future of this competition. Although, unlike him, everyone was concerned in their own way to see that a 6-year-old girl could be very hurt. Zinjibur. I'm coming, hold on. Yuish, that had to hurt, Goku and the others said upon see this humiliating defeat and powerful punch that will surely leave some kind of temporary sequel. Gohan. Gohan. We have to call a ambulance. That poor girl, Videl said, terrified upon see what had just happened and its possible consequences. She really believed that that poor creature could have died at the hands of that monster in the form of a girl. And for the umpteenth time that day Gohan tried to reassure her calm Videl. Surely nothing has happened to Zinjibur. Right Bro? Although. Perfectly done Bra. In her fucking FA, Broly said like a violent hooligan who asked for blood and guts, until he realized that everyone, especially Gohan, looked at him with some hostility, more than normal. This, I mean. Bra. Too bad, you shouldn't hit your friends so hard. I've never taught you that. Don't listen to me, Dad is proud of you, Broly said telepathically to his daughter so that she wouldn't be confused with contradictory messages. And after a few minutes in which Zinjibur was treated, who had only suffered a small hematoma, minimally repaired the stands and reassured the audience. The competition continued. Then we move on to the final. Vegeta Jr. versus Bra, the announcer said as he pointed to the young participants to come at the ring. No hard feelings, right Vegeta? Bra said as she offered her hand to Vegeta Jr. in an act of apparent sportsmanship. Yes. No hard feelings, Vegeta replied, without shaking her hand just in case. And while the two opponents talked about that and the other, the referee began to announce what could be the best final in the history of this tournament so far, despite the fact that the participants were elementary school children. It's time for the Junior Division final round. Will the victor be Vegeta Jr. Kun? Or will it be Bra-chan? Both contestants have fought their way here with overpowering strength. And what's more, both of them are good friends. Yes. Very good friends. He Bra said as she pounded her knuckles and laughed in an incredibly suspicious and malevolent way as she carefully observed Vegeta Jr., who seemed unfazed. We would now like to present the World Martial Arts Tournament Junior Division Final. Ready. Go. The announcer shouted to start the best final in this tournament history. A final in which two little children would flying, show an unusual martial ability and physical qualities, using magical skills and divine abilities that go beyond the most crazy imagination. A final that would be engraved on the retina of all the spectators. A final that would break the limits of the world in which the audience believed they lived and would open their minds to new possibilities. In a nutshell. An event that would make history. No. The event that will completely change the history. I give up, Vegeta Jr. said as he came down from the stage. Or that was the idea. What? The announcer yelled in disappointment upon seeing that one of his greatest illusions had been shattered. What? The public yelled in disappointment due to having paid to attend a final that wouldn't be held. But above all. What? Why do you surrender? Coward. Bra yelled in great indignation as she pointed accusingly at Vegeta Jr. and kicked the ground furiously. You were thinking of lowering my pants in public, right? Thanks, but I have a reputation to uphold. I prefer to allege that I was injured from the previous fight and that is why I have surrendered instead of losing uselessly in a humiliating way, said Vegeta Jr. as he left the ring with elegance. What? How did you know? Can you read minds like my dad too? Bra asked, very shocked to see that her infallible and original plan had been discovered. No, my cousin told me that you were planning something, and knowing you, I knew you would try something like that. Better luck next time, although I don't know why you always have to lower my pants. Pervert, Vegeta Jr. replied, before leaving the stadium to go eat his sandwich. Damn Zinjibur. You have betrayed me. Bra yelled as she pointed accusingly at Zinjibur, who was in the stands along with Goten and Chi-Chi, Bulma and other combatants with an ice pack on her cheek. You hit me very hard. And in the face. You deserve it. Zinjibur yelled with great rancor and satisfaction seeing that her revenge had been successful in some way. I'm going to, Bra yelled with her fist raised as she swore revenge. And while, among the Z warriors there were certain complaints and doubts regarding the combat of the century, as well as in the entire stadium. Give up. What are you doing, Vegeta 5th? Vegeta yelled, outraged to see that his son had given up before even fighting. What happened here? Hasn't your son inherited your stupid and convenient pride? Shouted Broly, outraged to see that Bra hadn't been able to defeat Vegeta's son in a humiliating way. And for the first time, although for different reasons, something magical happened. Vegeta and Broly agreed on something. However, Yam wasn't at all upset, rather she was proud of her little one's decision. If I have learned something over the years thanks to you, it is that a withdrawal on time can also be considered a victory. That is what I have taught to my little Vegeta Jr. Fuck. Broly protested with great indignation and sadness. Certainly, from the expression of both it seems that Vegeta Jr. has been the victor. You can be proud, Vegeta, you have finally won, Broly, even through your son and through a surrender. Piccolo thought with great happiness, rarely could something like this happen, and when this happens it should be enjoyed to the fullest. But while our heroes argued, the rest of the world kept moving. That surrender has been something unforeseen and anticlimactic. But the junior division has a champion. And now, following such a tense match, it's time for a delightful attraction. We will now have Bra-chan, the winner of the junior division, take on the world champion, Mr. Satan. Said the announcer, announcing a small bonus as a reward for the junior winner. Have the opportunity to greet the world champion. That was surely the dream of every child who practiced martial arts. Although for the champion in question, this would surely be the greatest of his nightmares. Although because he couldn't see the previous fights and there was no fight in this final, he didn't know what he was facing. So the winner of this edition is an adorable little girl. She reminds me of Videl when she was young. This will help me be even softer. I wouldn't want to harm a toddler, said Mr. Satan with the great confidence that characterized him as he advanced towards the ring while the entire state applauded and cheered his entrance. Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan. World Champion. Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan. And as expected, he continued to play his character with great enthusiasm to motivate the public. WHH. Now who is this youngster who challenges the world champion, Mr. Satan? It's you, then. I hope you're ready. WHH. Satan. 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 However, not all the public was equally motivated. Well, how about we start getting back? I think the preliminaries should be over by now, said Krillin, who had no interest in seeing a 999 assured defeat. You're right, let's go see, said Goku, who wanted to arrive as soon as possible to gorge himself on the restaurant before starting the fights. An unusual decision that once again shocked the new member of the group. Hold down. That child down there is one of you, right? He's about to fight Mr. Satan. Aren't you going to watch that first? Said Videl, who didn't understand if these people were bastards who didn't care about which would surely be the most important fight of that child, or were insulting her father. Yeah. Yeah, we are. You never know, it may turn out to be a good match, Gohan said, almost begging his friends to act more or less like normal people in this situation. Well, we'll see you later then, said the others, as they left to the restaurant, ignoring what they had been told. Except for someone. Although that someone had also gone with them. Don't worry, I left a clone here. For nothing I would miss a fight of my little angel. Besides, this is going to be fun, Broly answered as he divided himself in two and materialized a bag of popcorn to enjoy even more what was about to happen. A clone. And where did you get this from? Videl asked as she felt her brain implode upon seeing two Brolys and that one of them could make food appear out of nowhere. The poor Videl didn't understand what was happening as how something like this was possible. This had to set off all of Gohan's normal alarms and ask Broly to stop doing strange things that could cause mental problems in front of his flirt. However, it wasn't like that, since there was something that worried him even more. Wait, Broly. What is Bra going to do? Gohan asked, extremely worried about what that mischievous little demon might do to his crush's father. Chapter 218. Wait, Broly. What is Bra going to do? Gohan asked, extremely worried about what that mischievous little demon might do to his crush's father. And meanwhile in the ring. The combat had already started. Good little one, come to me whenever you want, Mr. Satan said to Bra to attack him, since he was 1,000,000 sure of his victory. A victory in which he had planned to teach that girl 2 or 3 things about the art of fighting, as he did with Videl when she was little. Okay sir, but first I would like to ask you something. If you don't mind, Bra replied, pretending to be a shy and somewhat embarrassed girl as she awkwardly indicated to Mr. Satan to approach her to whisper something in his ear. And Mr. Satan didn't see why he shouldn't listen to a simple request from such a pure and innocent little lady like Bra. Oh, of course little girl, do you want an autograph? Don't worry about it. However, when he got closer, Bra's expression changed. No. Everything in Bra changed, that wasn't the expression of a sweet and innocent girl. She became a demon. And the aura that she gave off too. What is this feeling? It is as if I were naked in the middle of a blizzard made of poison. Don't tell me that, thought Mr. Satan, who could barely move due to the sinister kin of Bra, which overturned all the frustration of the combat that a few minutes ago she couldn't carry out. And then Bra pounced on Mr. Satan, but not to hit him, but to hang around his neck like a koala to strangle him. Oh. It seems that Bra-chan has tricked Mr. Satan into pouncing on him and strangling him. What a clever girl, the announcer shouted, who described from his point of view what was happening in the ring. And that was also what the public perceived, which encouraged Bra despite the fact that in principle that was foul play. Ha ha ha. Well done little one. Cheer up, you can. Only you can beat Mr. Satan. Ha ha ha. Although not all the public believed that version. I'm afraid Bra is planning something, and no good. Well, as long as she doesn't commit a crime it doesn't matter, Bulma said, that once again tried not to worry too much about what was happening. Pay attention. Today I haven't been able to lower my friend's pants in public, so I am very angry and I may not be able to control my strength with you, Bra said with a very intimidating tone of voice as she tightened and loosened her choke so that Mr. Satan understood that she was in full control. What? What the hell is this girl? This is not normal. She must be using some trick to make me shit with fear, Mr. Satan thought, that understood perfectly and very quickly that that girl was from another world. You are very weak compared to us, so much so that I would only need to squeeze a little to destroy your neck. Do you feel it, right? You see I'm not kidding, right? Do you already understand that I can beat the champion with a single blink? Bra said with an even more sinister and threatening tone than before as he squeezed Mr. Satan's neck harder and for a longer time, which not only found it difficult to breathe, but also to move any part of his body. This is not possible. How can a 6-year-old girl be so strong? This is not a trick. I'm drowning, Mr. Satan thought as he struggled between life and death and recognized that he could do nothing against that monster that inhabited the body of a girl. But that wouldn't benefit me much, while it would sink you. So. How about we make a deal that benefits both of us? Bra said in a kinder way than before as she loosened a strangulation so that her poor victim could breathe and even speak. And the first thing her poor victim could say was what? And Bra obviously clarified his doubts, proposing with great kindness a win-win plan. Even though some benefited more than others, letting you beat me would be humiliating for me, so you think. You make it look as if I had won after giving you a slight blow to the face. That way I would keep winning, but everyone will think that you let yourself win to brighten the life of a little girl. So you would still be the champion. It's not a bad deal, is it? No, it is not. Brachon. Ah. Brasam, Mr. Satan replied, very happy to hear a proposal like this. Would that demonic girl really not just let him live? She would also let him remain the world champion. Fuck. Of course he would accept. Until a few seconds ago he believed that that little monster wanted to devour his soul. This deal was so much better. Well, you see, my family is very rich, but they control my finances to make me learn the value of money. And believe me, they have succeeded. The price to save your honor will be only 10 million zennies, 5 million less than the first prize in the adult category. As you can see, I am being very generous to you by letting you keep part of the prize that belongs to me. Don't you think? Bra said that if it weren't for her sinister expression and that she was strangling and extorting someone like a mobster, she might even seem like a charitable soul by giving such a generous offer. But at first Mr. Satan didn't find it charitable at all. What? 10 million. Oh. That is a no. Bra asked as she squeezed Mr. Stan's neck harder than ever. And after loosening the grip a bit. I agree. I agree. Mr. Satan replied, who magically changed his mind after fearing that his neck would be split in two. That was an answer that satisfied little Bra, who stopped squeezing the punished neck of his victim and told Stan what she had to do now that he had accepted good. I'll wait for you after the tournament. If you don't bring the money you will regret it, but for a short time, you already understand me. Now try to free yourself from my strangulation, I will let you. And so it happened, Mr. Satan got rid of Bra's strangulation and she separated from Mr. Satan, adopting a combat stance to continue facing the champion. The situation seemed dangerous, but Mr. Satan has managed to free himself from Bra's dangerous neck lock. Shouted the announcer, who broadcast to the entire stadium the logical version of this combat. You have been very smart, girl. You almost caught me. Wah 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 wah. But that wasn't necessary, it was going to give you an advantage from the beginning, said Mr. Satan, who despite having been about to die and being in front of an inhuman monster didn't interrupt his performance. So, the public overreacted, like always. Ha ha ha. It's a shame, Bra, it was a good move. You almost fool me, Mr. Satan. You're a great actor, it seemed like she was really strangling you. Come on, Bra, show what you are capable of. Mr. Satan, don't be too severe. And then he continued with the strategy of showing that he had allowed himself to be defeated. Oh. Mr. Satan has stuck out his face, as if to say. Hit me. Such poise. Said the commentator upon see that Mr. Satan was letting the Bra hit him in the face. And Bra, who wanted her money as soon as possible and to go with the adults, was quick and concise. Okie. Plash. Boom. Crash. Quick and concise with a powerful punch that took Mr. Stan out of the ring, as happened with Zingiber. A daunting image that was etched in the retinas of the entire audience, who momentarily gasped upon see that their great champion was stamped against the wall. Dad! Videl screamed, terrified and stunned to see that her father, the great champion, could have been killed by a 6-year-old girl. You devil! Why did you hit him so hard? Gohan yelled as he saw that one of his biggest worries became true. The first millionaire extortion of my little girl. MFF. They grow so fast, Broly said, excited and proud as he wiped the tears from his 3 eyes. Tears of emotion that every father has dried at some point when verifying that his offspring were successfully advancing on the long and difficult path that life is. And luckily for Gohan and Bra too, Mr. Satan didn't die and continued with his performance. Wah! You got me. You sure are strong. This old man has lost. Said Mr. Satan as he pretended not to need to go to a hospital immediately. Ring out. What's this? Brachan, you have won. The locator yelled in a rhetorical way for the public to draw their own conclusions. Conclusions that seemed more than obvious to the inexperienced eye. Hey, he did that on purpose. That's our Satan. Nice going, world champion. Satan. Satan. However, those cheers didn't help to heal his pride and nearly broken jaw. Shit. Shit. This cannot be happening. Where did that demon in the form of a girl come from? What kind of monsters could have raised such an abomination? Mr. Satan thought as he retreated to the dressing room, trying to avoid everyone. And on the other hand, Bra was received by her little friends, Goten, Vegeta Jr. and Zingiber, who came down to congratulate her. Hey Bra. Are you still angry? Zingiber asked, who didn't want to be upset with her best friend for snitching, even though she deserved it. But fortunately for her and also for the universe, Broly's daughter wasn't spiteful, especially after a good payday. No, don't worry, I just got rich. We are going to eat something at the restaurant with the older men. I invite. Great. Celebrated Goten and Zingiber, who loved to eat above all other things, especially if it was free. One moment. Wasn't the food free for the fighters? Vegeta Jr. asked upon detecting a certain contradiction in Bra's invitation. Yes, but I invite you to go, she replied while sticking out her tongue and winking. Later, not far from here. The food back here is so good. Goku said after gorging himself like a pig before a fight, something that no doctor or physical trainer would advise. You didn't eat anything. Are you on a diet of something? Gohan asked Videl, believing that she was the weird one. A comment by Gohan that the Casanova of the series couldn't ignore Gohan. Such things mustn't be asked a young lady. Your father never told you. Okay, I didn't say anything. By the way Broly, what are you doing here? This is an area only for participants, asked Vegeta, who despite not caring about the rules he wanted to see Broly as far away from him as possible. Don't worry, this body is only visible to you right now, others cannot see me, hear me, smell me, or touch me. Much less savoring me, Broly replied as he continued to accompany him. Gohan, are these things he says for real or not? Videl asked, which she no longer knew what to believe about Broly. Everything got very weird and confusing when that guy was around. I'm afraid so. But don't worry, if you hang out with us more you will get used to it, Gohan replied, giving the standard advice that was given to anyone who asked that about Broly. However, at that moment something stranger than Broly caught his attention. Well, maybe no more strange, but more rare to see for them. Since two people with a not very earthy appearance were standing in their way. And one of them. Hey, that guy's floating in mid-air, Videl said, pointing to the mysterious short, lilac character, dressed in an unusual way and with a Mohican hairstyle that floated in front of them. Both were very suspicious and strange, but quite polite, since the first thing they did when they saw them was to introduce themselves. Good day. You are Son Goku-san, are you not? How did you know I was? Goku asked, that he didn't know who he was or that he knew him. It is true that he had saved the world on several occasions, but he didn't think that would make him famous. I have heard some rumors concerning you about some friend. I wanted to try my hand against you in a match. I too have managed to qualify in the preliminaries. If things go well, I hope we may end up competing against each other. Of course, I don't believe I have what it takes to win. I would just like to know how strong you are. By all means, if I could shake your hand, answered the strange young man with lily skin replied, who despite appearing educated, humble and powerful, under that mask was hiding a rather informal and arrogant personality, at least up to this point compared to mere mortals. Ah, good to meet you, answered Goku without giving more importance to that speech, shaking hands with that strange boy. I see. As the rumors said, you truly are a pure soul, the young man said with satisfaction after verifying that the information about Goku that he had obtained was true and that thanks to that he could continue with his plan. However, as always the gods laugh while mortals make plans. And when the gods make plans, the one who laughs the most is Broly. How long, Useless-chan and Sidekick-chan? Do you also want to shake my hand? Said Broly, which undid his partial invisibility to appear in front of his dear friends whom he hadn't seen for a long time. And they were also very happy to see him. Broly. If by happy we mean shitting themselves. Chapter 219. Broly. Kibito and Shin shouted with great terror upon see that suddenly and without warning one of the most dangerous beings in the universe appear in front of them. They were so scared that they even fell on their ass to the ground and hugged each other out of self-reflex to feel more secure. Yes, the same, Broly replied proudly without caring the least that two people looked at him as if he were a monster that was about to devour them. A situation that gave enough information to those who saw this picturesque scene. I'm not sure who they are. But there is no doubt that Broly traumatized them in the past, Ginger said, which she knew this firsthand, since she also went through a similar experience. Gohan, is this friend of yours dangerous? Videl whispered to Gohan, she had never seen someone so scared of another person, and that's considering that she beat up villains in her spare time. No. Well, maybe yes, Gohan replied, not knowing exactly what to say to defend his teacher. What are you doing here? Kibito and Shin asked as they tried to regain some of their dignity, although it was being difficult for them. How cruel North Kai is, he tells you about Goku, his location, but he didn't say anything about me. I feel left out, Broly replied, pretending to be somewhat offended, although he was the one who prohibited North Kai from spreading information about him and his whereabouts to other annoying deities. Oh. Conceus to North Kai. Are you his friends? Goku asked somewhat surprised. How did he know about all this? Kibito and Shin thought in panic as they saw that their entire plan was being ruined and that Broly was even more terrifying than before. No, Goku. I think it's more complicated than that, Piccolo answered, instinctively deducing that the relationship between them wasn't that simple. There was something about them, specifically Shin, that made him think that. What the hell is happening? Dad, do you know them? Bra asked, that she along with the other Saiyan children had gone to the cafeteria with the adults to gorge themselves and follow them to the tournament with some hidden intention. Yep. Bra, we adults have to talk. Take this money so that you and your friends can have fun, buy what you want within the facilities. But don't get into trouble. Or I will confiscate those 10 million that you are about to receive, and what is worse, I will tell your mother. Remember that I watch you closely, Broly said as he handed a purse to his daughter and warned her of the consequences of what she and her friends were thinking of doing. Oh, okay, Dad. We will behave well. Don't tell Mom, Bra answered with some fear but at the same time gratitude with her dear father. He had given her a lot of money. What? He has a daughter. Kibito and Shin shouted, surprised and terrified upon discovering that a little monster like the Broly of yesteryear was wild in the universe. It just cannot be true. Does the universe allow a being like him to reproduce? Kibito thought, who saw a potential threat in the established order if Broly's genes kept multiplying like normal humans. Normally when a being was excessively powerful, the universe limited its reproductive capacities to maintain a balance. But in a few decades he had already had a daughter. This is a very worrying thing. So worrying that should be consulted with the Hikation just in case. Yes, and very often in addition, but at the moment we don't want a second child at home. We are waiting for Bra to be a little older and calm to deal with another little troublemaker at home, Broly replied with some embarrassment and excitement as he explained in more detail his family plans. Fascinating and even cute information, but what impressed the poor Kais was another piece of information, which scared them more than before. What? Has he read my mind? Wait, he had that ability when he was little. Yes, I can read thoughts. I have learned many things in these years while you didn't do anything as usual. By the way. What are you doing here? Broly asked, even though he already knew perfectly well why they were here, either by reading their minds or having seen Dragon Ball Z. Oh shit, don't think about anything, don't think about anything. Well, nothing special. We just wanted to exercise a little, Shin replied, who was trying to blank his mind at the same time that he lied very badly. Too obvious lie for Broly. Oh. So the Supreme Kaioshin and his lackey have come to my planet and signed up for a martial arts tournament for mortals and want to meet a strong, pure-hearted guy to do nothing? What? Supreme Kaioshin shouted the ex-god Piccolo, knowing that he was in front of his former supreme boss. Do you really expect me to believe that some ninis like you who don't move from their planet have come here to fight? Spit if you don't want me to interrogate you again like I did when I was a toddler. Said Broly, threatening the two gods to repeat what he did in Volume 3 to extract information from the two angel brothers and the Fat Cat Destroyer. A very traumatizing and humiliating event that the two useless gods didn't want to suffer a second time. No-oh. No-oh. Wait. We will tell you everything. Not again. Shin and Kibito pleaded between tears. What did you do to the Kaioshin-sama? Broly. Have you left not a single god of the universe without trauma? Can I know what we have done to you? Piccolo said and thought, outraged, astonished at Broly's infamy towards all existing deities. Although somewhat relieved to see that he had only played half-innocent jokes on him, they seemed not to have been so lucky. Gohan, this guy is definitely very dangerous, Videl said, that despite not fully understanding all the context, she began to see Broly as some kind of Yakuza from another dimension. I begin to believe that his stories as a child were no exaggeration. It's disturbing the ones that had the opportunity to hear Broly's anecdotes on some occasion, especially when he fought with various gods who falsely accused him of some intergalactic crime. Everyone now believed in the veracity of that story by having the victims of that anecdote in front of them. Victims for whom Broly didn't have much compassion. Good, but sum it up. These people have to get balls out of a box, and I have to make sure that my daughter is not so interested in Vegeta Jr. and what is under his pants. What? Vegeta and Yam yelled upon hearing that last somewhat disturbing phrase that involved Broly's and Bulma daughter with their son. And Shin, seeing that would be impossible to hide the truth with Broly in front of him, said everything he knew in the way that Broly had asked him. Okay, I'll summarize it as best I can. We have come to this planet because millions of years ago an evil space wizard named Bibidi accidentally created a terrible monster. A Majin called Bu who only destroys, kills and devours everything around him. He was so powerful that he killed 4 Kaioshins at once. He was terrifying, so terrifying and powerful that Bibidi couldn't even control him, which is why he frequently sealed him in a sphere. Until one day he sent it to Earth, which was the next world to destroy, but fortunately I was able to kill Bibidi before he opened it again. When I killed him I believed that everything was over, that no one could revive Bu. But we recently found out that Bibidi had a son, Babidi, and he is now trying to revive Bu. And we have come to prevent him from achieving it. That. I mean it. Videl asked Gohan, whispering in his ear. Certainly this was an absurd story. If she had listened to him before meeting Gohan and his friends she would have thought this guy was crazy. But now she no longer knew what was absurd madness and what not. It seems so, Gohan replied with great seriousness as he was aware that peace in the world could be at stake once more. Okay. With this you have shown us that you are weak because you cannot even kill a sealed monster. Also an idiot, since you left a monster that could destroy the universe in the same place where the bad guys were supposed to have left it and unguarded in addition. And of course a careless incompetent for not investigating well if there was someone who could revive the monster of which he knew exactly its location due to your stupidity. And that you also don't know how to summarize. It has been a very long explanation, Broly said, making a good analysis of the situation that left Shin and all the gods of the franchise in a bad place, as usual. Yes. I have no excuses, Shin replied, lowering his head, since he knew that everything said was true. Okay, I think I got it, but what are you doing here in a tournament instead of looking for that wizard? And why did you want to meet me? Goku asked, who didn't understand what he and this tournament had to do with the mission of the Kaioshin and his lackey. To revive Bu, Babidi needs a lot of energy. And it turns out that two of his lackeys, whom he has bewitched and manipulated with his evil magic, have entered the tournament with the intention of stealing the energy of the strongest fighters. Our intention was to let them absorb your energy and then follow them towards their base, where the sphere of Bu and Babidi should be. But it seems that this will be more difficult now, Shin replied, revealing the reason why they were here and his plan without Fisher's sarcasm. So you need to locate Babidi's base and stop Bu from resurrecting. I will overlook the fact that your plan included gifting Bu our energy that could make him resuscitate more easily, because it is an emergency situation. We cannot let another monster of unknown origin threaten the peace of the earth again, Gohan said with great seriousness, which stopped trying to hide the truth to Videl so as not to scare her and decided to take action. Right now he wasn't the teenage Gohan eager to flirt, instead he is the serious and competent savior Gohan that he was years ago. Only that this time he was better prepared. Even with a case of capsules, from which he took one out and threw it on the ground. Clash. And from that capsule a tablet appeared. What is this, Gohan? Almost everyone asked. And Gohan obviously answered them while operating his device to no waste time. After the events with Cell and company I realized that it wasn't enough be stronger to keep the planet safe. So I created an extensive system of satellites to monitor both the exterior and the interior of the planet in case something ever invaded us from space or new cells appeared. Although I am surprised that my system hasn't been able to alter me that a magician from space has arrived here. It seems your tracking system doesn't take into account magic teleportation. You still have to learn, Gohan said, Broly suppressing his urges to make magician jokes that he would only understand. I don't know if I can be more surprised than I am now, said Videl, who had accepted until now that Gohan and all his friends were extremely strong and mystical. But she never imagined that her crush was also a technological genius with so many resources. Are these two guys Babidi's underlings? I intuited it because they are the most suspicious of all participants excluding us, Gohan asked Shin and Kibito while he showed them on the tablet Yamu and Swapovich, who were waiting a few meters from here. Yes, they are, Kibito affirmed. Those extremely hormonal guys with an M on their heads were without a doubt the bad guys. Okay. I have them located. If I consult the recordings of my satellites I will be able to see all their movements in the last days. In the same way that they had to return to their base to deliver the stolen energy, they also had to be at the base at some point to know where to deliver it. I just need. Aha. I think it is here. This place is incredibly suspicious, Gohan said with enthusiasm, which thanks to logical reasoning and technology had managed to locate a wizard's lair. That's how it is. That's Babidi, Shin said with great enthusiasm for the simple and risk-free way they had used to locate the great threat. How ugly, and it doesn't seem like a big deal, Yem said, highlighting the obvious when seeing the recording of when Babidi went outside his spaceship. Yes, he uses formidable magic, but he isn't particularly strong himself, Shin said to justify his danger despite his appearance and ki. Well, since we know where it is. Let's go, we have to solve this, said Gohan, who didn't want to leave this matter unresolved for another second. He wouldn't allow another tragedy to happen because of his group's lack of initiative. Then will you come to help? Shin asked, quite relieved that they were willing to help him do his fucking job for free. A wizard and a monster that kill Kaioshin easily. Sounds fun. Goku said enthusiastically. Finally strong new people to fight and have fun with. It will be a good appetizer before our fight, Kakarot, Vegeta said, who was practically thinking the same as his rival. Something that worried everyone who remembered the antecedents of these two too much. Take it seriously. Don't you remember what happened last time? Gohan yelled to remind them that because of their past negligence the world almost came to an end and that with that attitude they were about to do the same mistake. Yes, I'm sorry, Goku said somewhat regretful to his son, while Vegeta averted his gaze to hide his guilt. Wait, more or less I understand that something strange is happening, but... Are you going to go? And what about the tournament? Said Videl, who reminded everyone that they were still registered and that there was less than an hour to start. If so many participants were missing it would be a big problem, and as the champion's daughter this situation also worried her. Don't worry Videl, I promised you that I would participate and I will, so I will leave one of my bodies here for. Those henchmen of Babidi are still here, it would be dangerous not to pay attention to them, said Gohan, who divided his body in two, one with 80 of his power and the other with 20 just in case. And since he was in crisis mode he didn't realize he had done something highly shocking in front of Videl. I withdraw what I said. I can still be surprised, Videl said with her eyes and mouth wide open as he re-evaluated her opinion about Gohan. However, Gohan had a good idea. In this way it would be possible to have fun in the tournament and against the magician. And Goku loved the idea of dividing part of his power, then me too. But not everyone thought the same, such as Vegeta. Don't even dream about it, I want to fight you with everything we have, a fight between portions of power is not worth. Besides, later we could lose against one of them. I would enjoy it, Piccolo and Krillin said, who have dreamed of defeating these Saiyans many times. Guys. You can fight whenever you want later, now the important thing is what Gohan said. There is a world to save. But don't worry, the great Broly will help you this time, said Broly, who was unexpectedly too excited to help this time. Something that surprised, excited and worried everyone. What? Is it really going to help? Really help? Krillin asked, that he couldn't believe what was hearing. Broly had never actively helped until now since the elimination of Frieza and his father. He had only manipulated or influenced them so that they would fight better as if they were his henchmen. Would he once again use his tremendous power to eliminate the threat? Why? Yes, I haven't fought against things for a long time. Also, I don't trust you, I promised my little girl that I would take her to the amusement park if she won. If there is a monster that starts destroying things, it may destroy the park and make my daughter sad. I can't allow that. Broly said, showing that he was a great daddy. Wow. He loves his daughter very much. Kibito and Shin thought, it was difficult for them to imagine the terrifying child that tormented them years ago being a father and taking care of other living beings. But even though this was good news, Shin was still worrying about the whole matter, especially if Broly got involved. Wait Broly, I know you're very strong but... Babidi can control certain types of people and... But Broly didn't care at all about Kaioshin's poor excuses. Che. There is no discussion. Those who want to come with me to the lair of the bad guys, raise your hand. And obediently Gohan, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo and Krillin raised their hand. Okay, so we go. If we do it quickly, we may even have time to come back before the tournament starts. I have placed my bets and I would need you all to be present, Broly said before snapping his fingers. So that was the reason for his strange participation in this mission, everyone thought before being teleported. FIU. They have disappeared, Videl stammered, amazed once more that day. Anyway, it's my turn to bring the money home again. Now I understand, Chi-Chi. I hope Vegeta Jr. learns from Gohan, said Yam. Since she had children she put aside her most irresponsible side sometimes and only to fight sometimes for money. Yes. I understand you, said C-18, the most materialistic woman on this show by far. The others were millionaires, she wasn't. No, you don't understand me, yours works of his own free will and not because you force him to be financially responsible. Yan protested, who like Chi-Chi suffered the consequences of marrying a pure Saiyan who only thought about fighting and training. Rashi-chan, why haven't you gone with the other boys to play? Does the idea of me winning the same title as you 100 years ago bothers you so much? Ginger said to her husband with obvious ulterior motives. No thanks, I leave the monsters to my students. And it wasn't so long ago that I won it for the last time. What bothers me is not the idea that you win the same title as me, it's that you will be constantly reminding me that. Rashi replied, who couldn't allow Ginger to win the same as him. If she also had the same title, of what impressive anecdote, what he could boast in front of his daughter that her mother didn't. Videl-san, are we going inside? Gohan said to Videl, who was still dumbfounded looking at a fixed point, reflecting and trying to analyze everything that had happened so far. Yes, I guess so. But after the tournament we have to talk seriously. About you, your family and your friends, especially about the guy with 3 eyes, Videl said very seriously as she walked with Gohan into the establishment. At that moment, in the middle of the open field where important fights always occur, Babidi opened the door. Pum. Followed by a sound similar to that of a nuclear explosion that knocked down a door and everything around it and caused a small earthquake. What? What has that been? What's going on? Shouted Babidi, scared by that commotion. Chapter 220. Babidi opened the door. Pum. What? What has that been? What's going on? Shouted Babidi, who was startled by that unexpected war cry and explosion in his ship. I think that someone quite powerful has broken into the spaceship. Great Babidi, said Dubra, who quite accurately intuited what happened. That's true. Is the Kaioshin who so long ago killed my father and humans. Babidi said as he projected into his crystal ball how Broly, Shin and the others entered his spaceship hidden underground. Although some don't seem too human, Dubra said, pointing Piccolo and Broly, who were the most unusual of all for this world apart from the Kais. Good observation, Dubra. That coward has surely asked for your help to locate me, stop me from reviving Bu and kill me later. Just like he did with my father, Babidi said, showing the great hatred he felt for Shin. It seems that his father is the only being for whom he feels any affection. True, great Babidi. However, some of them appear to have wonderful energy, perfect for Majin Buu's revival, Dubra said, to improve the mood of his dear dwarf master. A news that filled with joy the evil brother of ET. Really? Perfect then, I guess my hated Kaioshin has made things easier for us. Now that you have entered the spaceship, it will be very easy to absorb their energy. I never thought that reviving Majin Buu would be so easy. Hua hua hua. Babidi and Dubra laughed in a cliché way at the same time to celebrate their impending evil victory in Dragon Ball. They didn't laugh this way, but here they do. At that moment a few floors above, our heroes, the Kais and Vegeta, descended the vertical corridor of the spaceship while discussing things that were somewhat absurd. Broly Sensei Dano-sama. I don't think it's a good idea to just walk in here, Kibito said, who for some reason was against using force in a preventive assassination mission. Stop calling me that, I'm not your fucking teacher and I'm not going to be. Only Gohan can call me in that way. But why? I have warned them that I was going to enter and I have repaired the door, answered Broly, who believed that Kibito's complaints were related to the lack of protocol. And while Kibito gave up in his attempt to explain why what they had done wasn't the most correct, at least from his point of view, they all arrived to a well-lit circular room. What's this? We? Sure is a tidy room. There's a door overt there. Why don't we try breaking through it? Or directly we destroy the entire spaceship, Vegeta said, which was quite practical and decisive when he wanted, but also destructive. You must not. A strong enough shock could awaken Majin Buu. We can't be so rough. Shouted Shin, who as always was the party pooper of the group. One moment. Your plan was to let them steal our energy and then follow them to their base, let them keep the energy and not enter their base until they let us through while they are reviving Majin Buu with the energy they stole from us. Gohan asked that if he had understood fairly well, Shin's plan was a fucking shit destined for absolute failure. No. This. Okay. If you put it like this, Shin replied, that after hearing his plan from someone else's mouth, he had no choice but to admit with shame that his plan was absurd. I'm starting to lose respect for the Supreme God, Piccolo thought, who expected a lot more from his Supreme Chief. Either way, it will be better look for that Babidi. I'll cut the ground carefully. I guess that magician will be lower down, Gohan said as he created with his ki a kind of torch with which he was precisely cutting the floor of the spaceship. A tactic that would allow them to easily reach the final boss level without having to fight and without causing sudden movements in the spaceship that could wake Bu. However, Gohan's sensible plan was interrupted, as almost always in this manga someone happened to do something mildly intelligent. Welcome, this is the first stage. Babidi-sama is on the very bottom floor. However, unless you pass through the various stages, and defeat of the warriors that come out, you cannot proceed downward. And your opponent for the first stage is me. Which means you guys are finished here, said the half-random lackey who appeared in the first room. However, what Gohan was doing seemed more interesting. Fuck. Finally someone had a good idea. It wasn't something that was seen every day, however, an evil alien, arrogant and destined to die, yes. Oh, it is true. Cutting the ground we can get down easily, although a lot has to be cut, Shin said, marveling at how efficient these mortals were with barely a few decades of life. They were far better than a god who had lived for millions of years in almost every aspect. Something that didn't say much in your favor. Eesh. Bastards! What do you think you are doing with the spaceship of the great Babidi? Yelled the useless lackey upon seeing that they were ignoring him and that they were vandalizing his master's property. On the lower floors. Ah! These bastards are damaging my spaceship. And what is worse, if they get here it will spoil my plan. I have to fight back with magic. Baba Bidi screamed as he prepared to magically teleport the entire room of the spaceship. Wow, they aren't as idiots as we thought, Dubra said quite surprised, for the first time Shin had hired competent people. One more time with our heroes, Shin, Kibito and Vegeta. What? What happened? Where are we? Krillin shouted somewhat altered by this unexpected change of events and landscape. This is the work of Babidi. He has changed the room with his magic, probably to someplace that benefits his fighter. And of course prevent us from digging, said Shin, who seemed to know Babidi too well, and despite that it was impossible for him to hunt him down before. A shame. I had a feeling that I had little left to get to the next floor, Gohan said, very annoyed to know that he had been working for nothing. Hey! Stop ignoring me! They yelled lackey again. And finally they listened to him, although if he had known, he would have preferred not to stand out. Everyone except for the two useless ones wanted to fight. They wanted to trash monsters. They wanted to warm up before the tournament, and this low-cut alien seemed like the ideal punching bag, especially for a certain person named Krillin, finally an extremely easy opponent with which to regain my confidence. After the operation I have become extremely powerful, more than I ever dreamed of. So much so that I was able to beat Goku and Vegeta during our training years ago. But due to Broly's multiplication Saiyan technique things haven't been easy lately. But now. He. Krillin's intention was evident, volunteering to fight the first well. If we have to fight then I think. However. Leave it to me. Someone claimed that match. What? Something that surprised everyone. The surprising thing wasn't that someone wanted to be the first to fight in a group of warmongers who took fighting as a way of life, profession and fun. Rather, it was the most expected. But what they didn't expect was that a certain person would volunteer right now. You, Broly. The reasons for this surprise were more than obvious, so much that even Gohan had to highlight it. Are you sure, Broly-sensei? This guy looks like a loser that any of us can beat. Why do you take this trouble? I thought that you would only help against Majin Buu if it was 100 necessary. Gohan. There are several reasons for this. The first is that since I have become a father I have accumulated a lot of stress that I need to launch against someone. And the second is to teach you another lesson, dear student, Broly said in a badass manner as he advanced with his hands in his pockets towards the ignorant alien lackey who was looking at him arrogantly. Another lesson? Asked Gohan, who believed that they had already finished the lessons when he learned antithesis and the perfect Saiyan multiplication skill. That's right. I want to teach you that even when a lion hunts a rabbit, he does it with all his power. Broly replied as he took off his shirt and stored it in his formless realm so as not to break it with what was about to do. What? Almost everyone shouted at having a little déjà vu that forever marked their lives. A déjà vu in which Broly unleashed a lot of his outsized power, transforming into true legendary Super Saiyan full power. And the world that Babidi teleported them to began to shake. Broom. 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 What the hell is that monster? Yelled the footman that could barely keep his footing as he began to think that coming here hadn't been a good idea. Like Broly's companions, who felt that they should never have let him fight. Oh no. It's that transformation. Wait. It's different, there's something else, Piccolo shouted, who sensed that something was changing in Broly. Something that was making him even more abominable, cool and powerful. His hair. Vegeta yelled upon see that. Broly's hair was growing exponentially to the point that there was more hair than Broly, which by now he and his muscles had reached the size of a titan. This is true legendary Super Saiyan full power beyond. Broly yelled as he increased his power and the size of his hair even more. Ahich. Crack. 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 Broom. To the point where the very planet Babibi had teleported them to and the space around it began to collapse. That's why I didn't want you to come. This is the end. Shin cried out through tears while holding Gohan's leg as if he were a panda scared by an earthquake. Meanwhile, in Babidi's control room. What? What the hell is that? What is happening? What are you guys with that kind of power doing on Earth? Babidi screamed, seeing the absurd and intimidating power of Broly, who was destroying a planet only releasing some of his power. Indeed. 300 years ago, when we investigated here, there weren't any guys like these. But I've never seen anything like that. Who the hell is the guy with the third eye? Dubra said, who was even more incredulous than Babidi when he roughly understood Broly's power level. Where did that monster come from? And why had he come to screw our day? This was horrible, almost catastrophic. Dubra. Don't tell me this guy is stronger than you. Babidi asked, seeing the grim and worrying expression of the powerful, calm, calculating and efficient Dubra. I don't know for sure, great Babidi. But he's certainly a great threat, Dubra replied, not wanting to panic or belittle herself by admitting that Broly was a great danger. Something that Dubra said quite subtly, but that Babidi understood very well. Shin had brought competent people with him on this mission, and his life could be in serious danger just like his father was millions of years ago, and this completely despaired of Babidi. Damn it. If only Majin Buu was awake. Eesh. However, something suddenly gratified him. What's wrong, great Babidi? Dubra shouted, seeing the change of expression of his master, the dwarf and ugly. Majin Buu. His sphere. I cannot believe it. It seems to have absorbed residual energy from that guy and all the other he hurt. And it's at full power. Babidi shouted with great euphoria as he saw that the sphere in which Buu was locked up gave off smoke as if it were a kettle burning at maximum capacity. Nanny! Shouted Dubra, who didn't understand how this had happened. I don't know how it could happen, but Majin Buu is finally being revived. Babidi replied, who was too happy with the result to bother with the method. Excellent. No matter how strong that guy is, he will be no match for Majin Buu, said Dubra, who was infected by Babidi's optimism and stopped asking questions. The invincible Majin Buu would be revived shortly, and those guys, no matter how strong they are, they will die. Hua hua hua. The two villains laughed in an evil way. One more time in Babidi's spaceship. Our friends had returned from their brief trip to another distant planet, defeating a rather weak enemy. Broly-san. I think you have exaggerated a lot, Krillin said with good judgment. Exaggerated? I haven't even touched him. Besides, certain collateral damage is impossible to avoid in a high-level battle, answered Broly, who wasn't making a triumphant pose due to his great achievement, something excessive as he used to do. Collateral damage? You destroyed a fucking planet to defeat a weak lackey, said Kibito, who of course saw problems. Yes, but I have restored it later. Nothing has happened, said Broly, who used his ability to turn back time a few minutes in a certain area. You have done it by manipulating time. That is illegal, and you know it, shouted Shin and Kibito at the same time. It is only illegal if you create alternate timelines, but this is not the case. So I'm clean. Broly wins, the gods lose, as usual, Broly replied, leaving the two idiots speechless. Damn, said Shin and Kibito, who were left without arguments with which to accuse him of the same crime as decades ago. Other than that, Majin Buu will be revived in no time. Apparently I am so powerful and I have so much energy that even with absorbing a little of my residual energy it has been possible to revive it, Broly answered, somewhat annoyed. He was happy to announce that he was extremely powerful, but that had also caused an inconvenience. What? So it's your fault he's going to resurrect? Shouted Shin, that felt he was on the verge of having a nervous breakdown. And Broly, to reassure him and the rest, but above all to excuse himself, he said, maybe. But this brings us to the other great lesson that I wanted to teach. Sometimes you have to dose your power to avoid. That's the contrary of what you said before. Everyone shouted in unison without giving him time to finish his poor excuse. Please, Broly-sama, please take things seriously. I beg you. Shouted Shin, who even knelt in front of Broly begging him to solve the mess that he had created. Okay, I'll teleport us to where Babidi is. So sorry. I just wanted to feel young again. Sorry for wanting to enjoy being alive a little bit, said Broly, somewhat angry with himself and with all creation, seeing that his good intentions hadn't been well received by his friends, acquaintances, Vegeta and the reality itself. In the control room of Babidi's spaceship, more people joined the resurrection party. You see, we have arrived, said Broly, who arrived with his entire troop in front of Dubra, Babibi and a spherical kettle made of rather gloomy meat. What? How did you arrive here? Shouted Babidi, who didn't understand how they could have arrived. They hadn't passed the other two levels and he hadn't given them permission to get here. A magician did it. He Broly replied with a reference that only he understood. Is that Babidi? He looks quite imposing, Goku said, pointing to Dubra, who really looked like the final boss in that place. No, Goku, didn't you hear me before? Babidi is the short one, he's Dubra. Shin yelled, pointing at Dubra, a great evil with which he didn't count in this mission. Who? Asked Piccolo, who had never heard of him. And obviously Shin started to reply, he is. However, Broly interrupted him to remind him that they were going against the clock. If the explanation is long, better avoid it. You suck summarizing. Okay. He is a very strong guy, very evil, with special abilities, and he seems to be under the control of Babidi for being very evil, Shin said, trying to be as brief and simple as possible in his explanation. Well. You've improved. Broly congratulated Shin for having improved in such a short time. He had finally done something right. Although it was somewhat pathetic. Unfortunately, that little distraction due to the existence of Dubra was fatal for our heroes, since at that time Babidi was able to perform his resurrection ritual. I don't know how you got here. But that doesn't matter. I didn't plan it in this way, but this is even better. Kaioshin, I'm so happy you came. Now I can finally have my revenge. You will watch with horror as Majin Buu emerges from his shell and slaughters all the terrestrial ones that you have brought with you. To finally, tear you apart. Hua! 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 The large sphere of flesh in which Buu was supposedly enclosed began to throb as if it were a heart. The steam or smoke that it gave off was more and more numerous and thick, and above all the noise was more sinister. Like the energy that poured from within. Let's run away! Shouted Shin, who was starting to panic at the thought of being once again in front of that monster. The monster that killed his superior and his 3 other friends and co-workers. He panicked from the trauma of that day. Shut up, fucking coward. Vegeta said, already tired of that weak and useless god. You don't understand. It is not a question of strength. Majin Buu is invincible, Shin yelled agog as Kibito tried to reassure him upon see that he was having an anxiety attack. Don't worry, we have someone invincible among us, Gohan said, pointing to Broly, who blushed a bit. But that didn't reassure Shin at all. He saw what Buu was capable of. He was even able to defeat people more powerful than him and become more powerful after devouring him. It didn't matter what they said to him, he couldn't be calm, and therefore he had to express it. You say that because you don't know what he is capable of. Even with Broly here. Oh God. If that monster devours him, it will be the. However. Too late, useless gods. The bug is about to come out of the egg, said Broly, pointing to the egg, which hatched completely, filling the entire room with a smoke screen that made it impossible to see what was happening. Come Buu. Kill them. Avenge your creator. Hua hua. Shouted Babidi with a crazy voice as he danced with joy for having managed to claim the most powerful weapon of his family. No. It's the end. Shin yelled as he collapsed physically and mentally. Our time has come, guys, said Goku, who indicated to all his friends to get into a fighting position. The time had come, and this time they will save the world together. Ha 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 ha. You poor fools, you won't be able to do anything, Babidi shouted with more euphoria than before. This was the beginning of the end of his great plan. Babidi had managed to gather the necessary energy to free the terrifying monster Buu from his sphere, and Shin and Kibito had pooped in his pants. How will be this terrifying and abominable monster that nearly destroyed the universe millions of years ago? Can our brave heroes stop this terrifying threat? Is it really the end? Gohan will succeed in conquering Videl. Will Bra manage to collect Mr. Satan's 10 million and pull down Vegeta's junior pants? What does Broly think of this strange friendship between these two? Chapter 221. In a dark room of Babidi's ship. In the middle of a thick smoke screen. Everything was happening at dramatic speed to create even more tension. Come Buu. Kill them. Avenge your creator. Hua hua. Shouted Babidi with a crazy voice as he danced with joy for having managed to claim the most powerful weapon of his family. No. It's the end. Shin yelled as he collapsed physically and mentally. Our time has come, guys, said Goku, who indicated to all his friends to get into a fighting position. The time had come, and this time they will save the world together. Ha 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 ha. You poor fools, you won't be able to do anything, Babidi shouted with more euphoria than before. This was the beginning of the end of his great plan. The plan to take over all the universe. And that plan started with Buu's awakening. An ancient being whose sole mission was to destroy all existence, and which our heroes and villains began to glimpse as the smokescreen dissipated. His appearance was something out of this world, although hardly identifiable with something like the supposed terrible monster that everyone was talking about, but still it was something that his imagination would never have been able to emulate. Everyone was petrified watching those small round eyes, and small rounded grey ears. Of that short and small, with a rather large oval-shaped head and sky-blue skin, except for 2 sections from his ears to the middle of each eye on both sides of his head, which are purple. Where I am? What is this place? said that unknown being with a childish voice as he looked around in bewilderment. No one had ever seen anything like him, the same with that strange magenta and yellow lined coat and black and white shirt underneath, with the kanji for on the front that little being was wearing. No one except WWHWHWat. Shin and Kibito shouted with their mouths wide open and their eyes about to come out of their sockets as they though that were about to die dehydrated due to the torrent of cold sweat that was running through their bodies incessantly. That being, the one in front of him, was someone they knew too well. Someone extremely fearsome. That being is No-Oh. No-Oh. It's not possible. ZZE Zen Zeno-sama. What is happening? Shin said as he looked terrified at the imposing god at all without blinking or making any kind of movement just like Kibito. Although, their voices could barely be heard in that closed and practically silent room. Due to the initial terror of coming face to face with Majin Buu along with the subsequent surprise and even greater terror of meeting without any kind of logic with the destroyer of universes, Shin and Kibito were on the verge of a psychotic and heart attack. Such was their shock that their throats suddenly became dry, so much so that it was difficult for them to even breathe, preventing them from speaking correctly. Hey! Is that the monster? Goku said puzzled and disappointed as he pointed to that blue dwarf with a deformed head, just like everyone. And when I say all is all. Babidi-sama, is that Majin Buu? Dubra asked, that like almost everyone, he could not believe that this ridiculous-looking being was the fearsome monster that destroyed galaxies with a flick of his hand. Not sure. I've never seen him before. Kaioshin's the only one here who's ever actually seen him, said Babidi, who like his lackey also had serious doubts, but luckily he knew how to contrast this information. Shin Kibito. Is that Majin Buu? Gohan asked on behalf of everyone. However, Shin was unable to answer correctly. It was as if he was not listening to them, or rather, as if his body and mind were completely blocked. Ah. That's impossible, Shin stammered as he tried to kneel before his royalty. However, it was being impossible, his legs were completely paralyzed due to the shock. It seems that they are terrified. Seems to be Majin Buu, after all. Babidi said excitedly upon seeing Shin's expression. He was totally scared to death. There was no doubt, that being despite his appearance was the fearsome Majin Buu. Him. Everyone said pointing to the suspected Buu, who still could not believe that he was that abominable being. Hey there, Majin Buu. Babidi shouted with great enthusiasm as he got dangerously close to his new subject. Although that Buu didn't recognize him at all. Who are you? Who are you talking to? Zeno asked Babidi as he looked around him looking for that supposed Majin Buu, but he didn't see anyone else behind him. Who the hell was he talking to? To him? Oh. No, Babidi. Don't say anything else, Shin and Kibito yelled inward as they fell further into despair upon see that Babidi could provoke the wrath of the childish destroyer of the universes and realities. However, their words could barely get out of their mind and mouth, they were too scared and shocked to vocalize properly. I am Babidi, the child of Babidi, who created you. I've revived you after you were sealed up in your ball for an incredibly long time. And so, starting today, I will be your master. Babidi said, proclaiming himself the owner of Zeno, the supreme being who was above all. An incredibly irritable and bipolar supreme being. What the hell are you saying? You are very annoying, Zeno said, showing great hostility towards Babidi. How could he not be? Few seconds ago, he was quietly playing marbles with planets in his house when suddenly appeared in this ugly place, and suddenly an even uglier bug said that he was his property. He was very angry. No. Babidi. Please. Shin and Kibito stammered completely pale, as if the blood on their bodies was drying. They would both be crying and sweating profusely, but there was no more water in their bodies. Despite being gods with a very long life expectancy, they felt that they were losing thousands of years of life in this small interval of time. Babidi-sama, with all due respect, it seems that the resurrection ritual was a failure. It's impossible for someone who looks like this to be the fearsome Majin Buu, Dubra said, belittling Zeno out loud, so that he could hear him perfectly. You're right, it looks like a retarded baby with a head malformation, said Broly, totally agreeing with Zeno's stupid appearance. Some appreciations that completely melted the already battered mental resistances of the two poor Kaioshin, that were about to faint between screams. Stupids. Do you have an idea of who you have just disrespected? He's Zeno-sama. A being that can erase universes with a simple flick of his hand. Buu in comparison is a fucking bitch. An insignificant being. How you dare to bother him in any way? That and many more things were what Shin and Kibito wanted to tell everyone, however they did not have time to do that. I don't like this place, I don't like you. I don't like this universe, Zeno said, very angry. Immediately afterwards he flew and spread his arms, and suddenly a bluish light shone from the palm of his hands. It seemed as if he was aiming to perform an energy attack, but it was very different. Hey! What's he doing? All mortals asked, as they were unable to feel ki in Zeno's hands or body. They had no idea what he was doing, but the gods knew it perfectly, and this was precisely what they had feared so much. No, oh. This can't be happening. It's not possible. We are going to. I am the worst Kaioshin ever. And possibly it was true, his incompetence had caused Babidi to find Boozball, and somehow, although he still had no idea how, that summoned Zeno-sama. Due to shock that caused their state of mental derangement, they were unable to warn others or try to mediate with Zeno. And his negligence caused the Supreme Being to use his ability to destroy entire timelines. As soon as the light from Zeno's hands goes out, all the universes on this timeline will disappear. All because of him. Now the only thing Kibito could do was watch helplessly, through tears and on his knees while the apocalypse broke out on his face. Guys. I am sorry. I am so sorry. Plof. Unless, that the end of all the universes of this timeline meant that Zeno's head was opened and that from inside a camera with a very powerful flash emerged, portraying everyone's faces at that moment. What? This for reasons more than obvious was something that nobody expected, much less Kibito and Shin. Everyone was confused, stunned, and two of them were even on the verge of having a psychotic and heart attack. Everyone except. Bwahaha. 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 Ahahahahaha. Ha 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 ha. Ah. Ah. Broly-sensei. Gohan asked, confused upon see that Broly was lying on the ground, writhing on himself, crying and laughing as if he had seen the funniest thing ever. So much that he seemed to have lost control of his body and emotions. Palm. 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 Ha 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 ha. 30 years. 30 years waiting for this moment. And every fucking second has been worth. Look at your face. Ha 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 ha. Said Broly while between tears of laughter hitting the ground again and again, not only with his fists, also with his head after seeing the newly printed photo of the desperate and resigned faces of the two Kais. Causing little earthquakes with every hysterical hit. What the heck was this situation? Those who knew Broly and his crazy troll behavior more or less began to understand that this was all his fault. However, those who did not know him like Babidi. What the? Isn't that Majin Buu? Asked Babidi, who was still trying to process everything. Not. I beat Majin Buu decades ago. However, I predicted that something like this could happen, so I used the empty shell to stuff a robot of someone Kaioshin fears above all else. And. Wahahahahahaha. So funny. Wawawawa. I'm dying. Despite being immortal. Shouted Broly, who was practically dying of laughter. He was laughing so much and so hard that even his abdomen began to ache. The first time in a long time that he felt pain, and it was caused by his own joke. Kibito and Shin stammered, incredulous and dismayed to hear that shocking and outrageous revelation as they tried to recover unsuccessfully from the previous shock. Was that all a fucking prank? Waiting. Majin Buu. I remember now. So that blow to the head a few minutes ago in the tournament was to make me forget what happened more than 30 years ago. Did you make me lose my memory so I wouldn't remember anything about the joke you played on me with Majin Buu? And to prevent me from trashing this new joke too? Piccolo Kami asked, who remembered everything that happened to him in the third volume, since Broly's amnesic blow had lost its effect. Yes. Ha 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 ha. I'm the best. Wah 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 wah. ASH. AH. UH. Ha 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 ha. Broly replied, trying unsuccessfully to stop laughing like crazy while pointing at the catatonic Shin. But it was impossible, he had waited a long time for this moment and his execution had been incredible. The best joke of his life. Ah. I see. No wonder he was so participatory. Krillin thought, that from the beginning it seemed strange to him that Broly was so participative and that his participation had caused an alleged accident. What the hell is wrong with you? I almost died of a heart attack. In fact. I don't feel well. Everything is spinning. I think that Shin yelled as he began to lose consciousness and felt like his heart was about to explode. Everything he had experienced in these few seconds had been too much for his lazy and useless godly body. PLAF. PLAF. Shin. Kibito. Are you okay? Ha 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 ha. AIH. AIH. Ow. Ha 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 ha. Something that didn't make Broly feel guilty at all, he even laughed louder. I don't quite understand what happened, but I think Broly has crossed the line again with his jokes directed at gods, the others thought with indignation after being used in a mean and somewhat useless way to play a prank on someone. Although deep down some were relieved to know that they would not have to worry about another dangerous monster invading the earth again. Although of course not everyone was relieved. It cannot be. It is impossible that you have defeated Majin Buu. He is invincible, Babidi said, totally desperate. He could not believe that what Broly said was true. But then where is Buu? What's happening? Don't worry, Babidi-sama. I'm still here. With my power and your magic those guys are nothing. We don't need Majin Buu, Dubra said. He did not lose confidence in himself. He still had his ace up his sleeve. His petrifying saliva. Pwaj. No matter how strange and powerful Broly was, if he's hit by his saliva he would turn into stone. Buff. However, a simple breath from Broly brought about the inevitable. The saliva changed direction. You're so stupid that you spit against the wind, said Broly as he saw how Dubra was hit by his own spit in the face and turned into stone. Ah! Dubra! Babidi screamed as he saw that he had run out of competent lackeys to protect him. But Broly didn't have time to listen to some disgusting cockroach cries. Shut up for once. I'm in a hurry. You are detained for illegal immigration, Broly said as he engulfed Dubra, Babidi and his spaceship in his formless realm, thus ending with all the villains. Wow. So it's all over. Gyou Gohan disappointed and relieved at the same time. He didn't really know how to feel. That seems like, Vegeta said, that unlike Gohan, he knew exactly how he felt. Extremely disappointed. Like his rival Goku, it's a shame. I would have liked to fight with those guys and with Majin Buu. Well. Maybe I can let you fight the other day. But now I better take you to the martial arts tournament. You still have time to participate. And, ha ha ha. I also better take those two to a good cardiologist. Ha ha ha. So fucking funny. Broly replied as he telekinesisized Kibito and Shin and teleported them all back to Papaya Island. Chapter 222. After that little episode of Babidi everything went well. Well. Relatively. Since the two lackeys of Babidi exploded when he died, so they exploded in very gore way in front of the audience. Luckily, Mr. Satan was there, who was asked what had happened, and Mr. Satan, against the opinions of any doctor, thought that this had been caused by an excess of steroids. Therefore, he reminded the entire audience that in order to be strong one had to train hard and not rely on drugs, something quite true, but unrelated to what had happened. So the tournament was not cancelled, oddly enough. Videl fought in his first round against Mr. Satan, easily defeating him thanks to his superior talent and Gohan's training, thus ending his father's charade. Goku and Vegeta fought each other in the first round as well, with Goku's victory, since Vegeta will always be inferior to him no matter what happens, something sad, but that's a fact. Mutant Rashi and Ginger had their much-dreamed revenge, which ended with another public scandal of the quirky couple, which deserved their disqualification, expulsion from the tournament for life. Almost the loss of custody of their daughter, who looked at them with shame, but they won the affection of the public with zero or low morale. Krillin fought his wife C-18, who emotionally blackmailed him, lowering his guard at the last minute and falling off the stage, losing the fight even though he was technically stronger. Yam and Gohan had their rematch once again, in which Gohan won even more easily, but without cursing his opponent Vegeta, couple eliminated in the first round. And as for Piccolo, he was forced to fight Kaioshin, which was also forced to participate by Broly, with the humiliating defeat of the Supreme God at the hands of a former local god, who apologized thousands of times later with his punching bag. In the end, Gohan was the absolute winner of the tournament, with Goku being the second and Piccolo the third, thus leaving everything in the family. And even though Gohan had to fight Videl in previous rounds, since Broly broke his promise to Gohan to help him flirt, defeating her in a somewhat condescending and didactic way, she ended up falling completely in love with him after the fight, thus fulfilling another family tradition. And an even deeper and more extended tradition, that every Saiyan man ends up married to a woman from a wealthy family, not Vegeta in this timeline. Well, maybe not so rich, now. Hello Mr. Satan. I hope you have not forgotten what we agreed. Because that would not be good. For you I mean, said Bra, who intercepted Mr. Satan before he fled from the tournament to remind him that he had to give her something. Ah. But. You see me now, I don't, mumbled Mr. Satan as he tried to contain the urge to cry. How could Mr. Satan forget this pact with the devil? Ironic. Of course he remembered. The point is that he thought that he would win the tournament and therefore receive the money to pay this demonic girl who floated in front of his face while cracking her knuckles. However, he lost, something that made it difficult for him to pay his debts. And what is more, he was no longer a world champion, he no longer had a reputation to maintain, therefore he cared less that people found out that an evil kindergarten girl defeated him. A deal is a deal. Or do you want me to scream and cry? Dad says I'm a very good actress. The story of a former champion who abuses children can be very lucrative. And if that doesn't work, I can always use a less artistic method, Bra said, showing that despite being 6 years old, she could destroy a man with more than her fist. Waiting. I will give it to you. Just wait a minute, I'm going to get the money. Shouted Mr. Satan, that at this point he was willing to do anything to get rid of that monster. Even if that meant his ruin as a world champion and showman, he was able to amass a great fortune during these years, although less than in the original version because he could not kill Cell, you know what I mean. Go, don't worry, but remember. I'm watching you, Bra said to warn him not to try to escape while she teleported next to him, showing that she could follow him to the end of the world if necessary to collect the money. And a few meters from there, hidden in the undergrowth. I am so proud of her. If only she would stop following Vegeta's son everywhere, Broly said as he wiped a tear of pride from his 3 eyes and worried about his daughter's strange fixation. Broly, Bra. It's getting late, we have to go, the grandparents are waiting for us at home, said Bulma, who remembered her husband and daughter that they had family commitments to attend. Among other things, celebrate with the family the great triumph of Bra. Wait a minute, Bulma, Bra has to say goodbye to a friend. Let's give her some time, said Broly, who walked away from the scene with Bulma so that she would not realize that his Bra was doing something quite shady. And obviously he did it with a big smile and in the most romantic way that he could while they held hands. Something that did not go unnoticed by Bulma, who asked him, what's happening, darling? I see you very happy. Of course, how can I not be? Bra has won, she has learned how business works. My student has also been the winner and has managed to hook up with a good girl. I've gotten together with my best friends after so many months. I've seen live semi-porn. Vegeta has lost in his first match. I have played the best joke of my life, and I'll go home with the 2 most beautiful girls in the universe, Broly replied with a wide smile of satisfaction as he looked Bulma in the eyes. As if he was trying to look through her soul. Ha ha ha. What's the matter with you today? You're very weird, more than normal, Bulma asked with a wide laugh. She was used to Broly's compliments and romantic phrases, however today he was even more mellow. Is nothing. I was just thinking how incredibly lucky I am. I don't know, until relatively recently I was a weird, lonely, megalomaniac child, without family, friends and without a place to belong, who was only obsessed with power, knowledge and having fun in a banal way. Fun, power and knowledge that I acquired, but that I did not share with anyone. But now, I am so strong and intelligent that I have to restrain myself in an almost infinite way so as not to make everything extremely boring. I have good enough friends to support me, I care and I try to praise other people besides myself. And above all, I am incredibly lucky to have in my life the most wonderful woman in all the universes and a daughter just as thug as me, whom I love so madly, with whom to return home after spending a beautiful day together. I guess, I can't ask much more of life, Broly replied in a melancholic way as he romantically hugged his beloved Bulma, lifting her off the ground so that they could continue to look into each other's eyes. Oh, come on. Don't be silly, besides you're still the biggest megalomaniac I know, Bulma replied with a laugh, returning the hug to her husband and correcting some of his appreciations. I'm serious. The years that I have been with you, together with everyone, have been the best years of my entire life, like a dream come true. Something that I would not change for anything in this world or another, said Broly romantically, ending the sentence with a passionate kiss. And after a few minutes, right after the kiss, Bulma replied, and you're also very romantic, more than normal. But before Bulma could go on the attack, as in any marriage, the children interrupted these good moments. Dad! Save this for me, please, said Bra, who rushed towards the back of his father and gave him an envelope large enough for you to keep. Of course, darling. Has he fulfilled his part of the deal? Broly asked as he gently laid Bulma down to carry her other treasure on his back. Of course. He had no other option, as you have taught me, said Bra, very proud and happy for his first great business success. That's my girl. Broly shouted, very proud as he stroked her head and hid the envelope in his pocket. What that? Bulma asked, curious to know the contents of that envelope and the conversation that her 2 thugs were having. Nothing, mom. Is nothing. Nothing, sweetheart. Is nothing. Bra and Broly answered at the same time very effusively. Something that didn't convince Bulma. I have a feeling that you have done something. Something not very good. Anyway. What's for dinner tonight? However, she didn't feel like arguing or finding fault with what those two did. Today had been a very nice day and she didn't want to spoil it for some random stupidity. Pizza of everything you want to put. Broly replied effusively as he showed a holographic image of what his clone was preparing at home. Yees. My favorite. Shouted Bra, who believed to have lived today one of the best days of her life, just like her father. Desire Realm. In the usual movie theater of the Broly planet, at a private party. Many of Broly's lackeys ate pizza of whatever you want to put on while they watched Broly having a fairly normal and perfect family life. Until the questions arose. You really can't ask for more from this life? I would swear you still want so much more, Aizen asked, who believed he had heard countless times that Broly's goals were quite different. Much higher than their own and almost any other. It is possible, although for me now that is just an administrative step that sooner or later I will carry out. It's strange, when I didn't even fully understand the infinity the more I was obsessed with it, but now that I'm almost touching it I care much more about the smallest, simplest and most earthly numbers. What exactly happens to me? Perhaps it is part of the natural instinct of every living being not to exceed the limits of what is pre-established in its own biology or mind, as if it were a kind of resistance that, in case of breaking, will try to reset that organism towards more mundane objectives according to its initial biology. Or my priorities only changed over the years, Broly said, psychoanalyzing himself and wondering the reason behind his mental changes. Does that mean you cancel the plan? You promised me absolute prosperity for America once you were successful, said one of the group of newcomers, who were being received with this succulent party full of pizza mozzarella. No. Of course not, the plan continues. I have become a model father who values his family above all else, but that is not incompatible with the plan. Don't worry, funny Valentine, I am not a politician like you, a deal is a deal and my plans never fail or are half ruined. Not like those of Dio or Pucci, Broly said to the best US president in history while pointing out part of the cast of JoJo's villains, specifically the best couple in the show. I did not fail. Not at all, Pucci replied, remembering with bitterness how he lost after achieving the divine power to destroy the fucking universe and recreate it at will. Whatever you say, but a child beat you. Don't worry, Valentine, you will be well rewarded even though you killed Yiro. One of the reasons why I chose your JoJo universe and you specifically is your stand. If not, I would have been forced to choose the Katekyo Hitman Reborn universe too, and that would have prevented me from beating Yugi or traumatizing Rito, Broly replied once more as he ate another slice of pizza. Don't worry, he promised me a perfect and immortal body and look, I already have it, he will fulfill his part of the deal, Orochimaru Cell said, showing the newcomer his perfect genetically modified bug body, something he loved. Anyway, these are being the best and longest vacations of my life and the previous one. And the best thing is that I still have a few months left that I can enjoy before I start working again. After that, another vacation. And then. He. It will be legendary, as always, Broly answered, ending the conversation while he put Frankfurt, York ham, cheese, mozzarella, minced meat and pineapple to a pizza. At that very moment. At the Origin Realm. In office of the laziest movie producer in the Omniverse, the fourth job interview of that day was taking place. An interview to find his substitute and temporary assistant that his boss Broly advised him to carry out. And for some reason this girl gave him very good feelings. Hello, Miss Bromley, is a pleasure to meet you, said Avalon, who got up from his chair to greet the interviewee. Although for some very particular reason he was not looking into her eyes. Rather, it was impossible. No matter how high the universe was, it was practically impossible for a heterosexual man to look up from that pair of melons, especially when that pair of melons belonged to a beautiful and lush redhead that seemed to have been sculpted by the gods of art. No, the pleasure is mine, Mr. Avalon, I am a great admirer of your work and it would be a great honor to be your assistant, said Miss Bromley in a very effusive and suggestive way, returning the greeting to Avalo. However, instead of shaking hands like the Anglo-Saxons, she gave him 2 kisses like the Hispanics. Something that made the boring filmmaker very happy. Ha ha ha. Thank you very much, miss, but I warn you, this can be very hard work. Are you sure you have what it takes to replace me after my retirement? Avalon asked in a very pedantic way, trying to score points of alpha male in front of Miss Bromley. As if he believed he had a chance of flirting with that goddess. I am sure that if I work for the best I will be able to follow in his footsteps and hopefully make him feel proud of my work. You just have to tell me what to do and you will have it, Miss Bromley replied suggestively as she adopted a posture that further pronounced her already exuberant gutter, which Avalon couldn't take his eye off. Excellent, Miss Bromley, I look forward to your help next month. Although if it were up to me you would start right now, Avalon replied, who was hoping that Bromley would say goodbye in the same way she had introduced herself. And why not, maybe in a spicier way, never lose hope. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Avalon. I will do my best to make this movie. Legendary Miss Bromley replied in a rather particular and unique way. Chapter 223. Chapter 224. Chapter 225. Age 777. A few months after the events involving Babidi and the useless Kaioshin, the universe was at peace. Well, relatively at peace, since there are always bastards everywhere, but at the very least there was no crazy and ultra-powerful being that threatened to destroy the life of the universe as we know. Until one day. Boom. 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 On some distant and strange planet a bomb alarm clock went off after 39 years. Lord Beerus, is time. Time to wake up, said the charismatic and effeminate Whis to his ugly, purple and humanoid cat, who happened to be called Beerus and was a rather fearsome, despotic, powerful and negligent god of destruction. Fine, Whis. I'm up, Beerus replied, trying to keep glued to his bed. Toriyama, it should have been a litter box. And after several hours in which Whis tried by all means to wake up the most sleepy god in the entire Dragon Ball multiverse, it was time for his bath, in which our favorite nanny angel teacher cleaned of sweat, dust, accumulated scab, and surely feces too, to Beerus after his nap of almost 4 decades. Moreover, obviously they chatted meanwhile that was happening. Lord Beerus, why did you set your alarm clock for precisely this time? Whis asked while performing his duties as Beerus's personal maid. For nothing in particular, to take care of certain matters. But while I was sleeping, something curious happened to me. I had a dream, Beerus said, while like all cats he did absolutely nothing. What kind of dream? Whis asked, even though he knew Beerus would tell him anyway. One prophetic, Whis. One in which I faced an ultimate warrior who was capable of making things difficult for me even. His name is. Ah yeah. Is Super Saiyan God, Beerus answered, explaining with some pride another of his premonitory dreams, which for the first time he expected to come true. Did you say Super Saiyan God? Whis yelled quite enthusiastically upon hearing that combination of words. Yes, that's right. Why are you asking so enthusiastically? Do you know him? Beerus asked, not expecting his maid to react like this to his premonitory dream. Did he have information about this? For the first time, would Whis not hesitate or laugh at his premonitions? I think I know who can be. What's more, you know him too. In fact, you fought him 39 years ago. He is one of the surviving Saiyans I told you about and who now reside on Earth, Whis replied, showing Beerus how ironic life is while forcing him to make use of his withered and dormant memory. 39 years ago against a Saiyan. Ah. Interesting. Whis, pack the breakfast, we're going to planet Earth, Beerus answered, who seemed to intuit the identity of that enigmatic Super Saiyan god. Not much later. On planet Earth, the 24th birthday, 45 years old with the appearance of 21 of Bulma, the richest woman on Earth, was celebrated. And she obviously held a big party at her mansion where all her friends were invited, even Vegeta. Happy birthday, Bulma. Everyone toasted in honor of Bulma, the birthday girl. Thank you all for coming. Bulma said, thanking everyone for their participation. Bulma, if it's your birthday, how old are you? Said Krillin, who always asked the most appropriate questions. 21 since many years ago, and it will continue like this forever, answered Bulma, very proud of eternal youth and current biological age. The prize of the bingo competition consists of a castle and a plane, right? Asked C-18, a woman with great monetary vision since she's the only official DB no rich woman. Yeah, if it's bothersome, you can have it in Chash Insetat, Bulma replied, demonstrating why she is ranked as the richest woman in the world according to Brolib's magazine for another year in a row. An outdoor birthday party, where everyone chatted, ate, played, and had fun, everyone except. By the way, where are they? You know, Bulma asked upon see that certain Saiyans weren't in the crowd. And immediately everyone knew who he was talking about. Who? Ah. You mean? Don't worry, I am playing with the children in another dimension with another of my bodies. Once they get tired I will bring them here fully cleaned and washed so they don't miss your wonderful birthday party. And a complete menu of Acacia, one of my friends, the one who kicked Goku's ass at our wedding, Broly replied as he approached her wife to offer her an gourmet alcoholic drink. Thank you, darling, you are the best. Mwah. Bulma said as she kissed Broly, showing how happy she was, because once again her husband was taking care of everything so that she could enjoy her anniversary. Do I still think those guys weren't his friends? Krillin said, who was still suspicious and rightly that these guys came forced or almost forced to the wedding. Honestly, I highly doubt that he has any friends other than us, Yem said, although she herself didn't really consider her his friend. Meanwhile in the form realm, Broly was playing with the kids. Ah. Ah. He's too strong, Goku shouted, who was full of injury and trying to catch his breath. Ah! Ah! This is absurd, Vegeta yelled, even more hurt than Goku as he struggled to stay on his feet. Since they were facing the most powerful, annoying and humiliating thing they had ever faced in their lives. Ha ha ha. Let's go, guys. How do you intend to beat me if you can't even fight my little tail? Said Broly as he stroked his adored tail stand, which manifested a hand and motion for Goku and Vegeta to come again to take a beating. Since the party started they were fighting non-stop against Broly, however they had been unable to touch a single hair of his head, since his tail prevented it. His tail was so powerful, fast, and unpredictable that it was impossible to break through his defense, not even withstand his overwhelming attacks. How the hell could they beat Broly, who wasn't even paying attention to them while he was watching TV, if they couldn't even beat his tail? Gur. Vegeta, I think we have no choice but to use that technique that Broly taught the children at Christmas, said Goku, who looked so desperate that he even thought of a strategy. That technique? Do you want me to do that stupid dance to fuse with you? Don't even dream about it. Vegeta yelled, outraged by that proposal that consisted of merging with a lower-class warrior. Never. He would never do something like that. He would defeat Broly alone, at most with the assistance of one of his subjects. But never. Never. Not in a billion years would I do it together with him. Much less fused with him. And remember that if you can't make any progress you'll have to go back to being my butlers for a month, and I've been craving a shoulder and foot massage lately. Broly said as he indicated that his shoulders were a bit numb and his feet were a bit sore. Okay, Kakaroto, but only this time, Vegeta said, who quickly decided to lose some of his pride in the short term to save it in the longer term. No problem, take your time to make a fool of yourself. There is no rush. Well, yes there is, but it doesn't matter, in this place time is relative, said Broly as he changed the channel, not caring what Vegeta and Goku were planning. And after several pathetic failed fusion attempts with even more pathetic results, that Broly took the opportunity to make fun of them, but especially Vegeta. The definitive fusion was finally successful. Gogeta will be your opponent. This time it will be different, Broly shouted. Gogeta, the most powerful fusion seen to date in this canonical franchise, the fusion that was able to defeat Broly in the film. Well. Finally, something minimally interesting, said Broly as he turned off the television to relive the battle that hadn't yet taken place and with which he hoped to have a very different result. And so began the combat prophesied by the film. Gogeta vs. Broly. The battle between the most powerful Saiyans in history. Vegeta doesn't count, he is after all the same as Gogeta, but weaker and less decisive. An apotheosic battle where both put their lives on the line, exchanging blows, powerful techniques, mystical and shocking abilities until one of them was knocked out. Or that was what Gogeta wanted. Instead he had to fight Broly's tail stand while he was reading the Shonen Jump. A tail that prevented him from advancing towards his arrogant opponent thanks to his powerful and rapid lashes, strangles, immobilizations and WTF. A tail that changed weight, size, shape, state of matter, multiplied and completely changed its properties. Plash. Plosh. Boom. Crash. That wasn't a tail. It was a nightmare. An invincible nightmare that humiliatingly destroyed its opponents, humiliating them in indescribable ways. Damn you, Broly. Fight fair. Ah! Shouted Gogeta, who couldn't believe that tail wasn't running at peak performance before the merger. Don't worry, I wash it every day. Haha, Boruto is getting worse every day, Broly replied, who still didn't take his eyes off the screen of his television in Shonen Jump, where he saw a very bad manga and anime. Plash. Plosh. Boom. Crash. And in this way the combat continued for a few minutes, until the fusion was undone, showing a Goku and Vegeta doubly humiliated. They had lost pathetically and also had to dance for it. And what is worse, they would have to work as butlers again. Curse. You cheated. What? When? If I haven't even used the true ability of my tail, asked Broly surprised, it was totally unnecessary to cheat to defeat them. Your own existence in a cheat. Vegeta yelled with practically his last breath. He didn't even have the strength to be angry with Broly. Come, don't cry, you have done well, you have saved yourself from doing forced labor, answered Broly, who turned off Boruto due to how bad that show is and advanced towards the half-dead Goku and Vegeta, which regained the shine in their eyes. Really? But why? We haven't achieved anything. No, you have made a lot of progress, look here, Broly said, pointing to a specific part of his tail while he made Vegeta and Goku float nearby for them to see. The what? They asked, still not understanding what he meant. Look, you have managed to bend a hair of my tail by a millimeter while fighting. It is an incredible feat that shows how much you have improved. Congratulations, today you will have a double sugar cube, answered Broly as he pointed to a hair on his tail, which was totally unharmed, but a little more bent than the others. I don't know what is more humiliating. Losing as we have lost, having to be his servant for a month, or being congratulated for something like this even after merging, Vegeta said, totally defeated in all aspects. If he had the strength to commit suicide, he would surely think about such an option. Did you say double sugar cube? Goku asked, who always tried to see the good side of everything. Well, guys, collect your dignity, now it's time to eat. Clash. And with that snap, Goku and Vegeta appeared in Bulma's garden, with all the wounds healed, showered and dressed in tuxedos, although they were the only ones dressed like this in that somewhat informal party. And that made them feel even more embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Papa, Vegeta, who has won? Asked Gohan, who until now was chatting with Videl and the mothers of the group about a certain matter, and they couldn't help but notice the faces of the newcomers to the party. Uncle Gohan, do you really need to ask? He said Bra, who was playing nearby with Vegeta Jr., Gotenks and Zinjibur. Dad, the important thing is that you tried, don't be discouraged. You know, fall and get back up. You will get it another time, said Vegeta Jr., who tried to console his father as he always did in these situations, showing more maturity than his own father. Yes. Son, Vegeta Sr. answered, trying not to show sadness or depression in front of his son. With the incorporation of Vegeta and Goku, the capacity for this great holiday was finally completed. Rest for now and don't fill your stomach completely, remember that I have a surprise for you, said Broly as he left the crowd to go to his kitchen. Yes. We already know. Although there will be more than one apparently, said Broly, who deviated a bit from the kitchen. Since as many know, sometimes there are unexpected last-minute guests. So you are the strange Saiyan boy back then. You have grown a lot. Did you know? Beerus said, who was waiting for Broly to come towards them, stretched out in a hammock in the garden. I know. On the other hand, you are still exactly the same as 39 years ago. Mr. Beerus and Mr. Whis, Broly answered, approaching the couple that who decades ago marked the beginning of his journey off planet Vegeta. And that now they were giving the starting gun to the super last saga of this novel. Chapter 226. So you are the strange Saiyan boy back then. You have grown a lot. Did you know? Beerus said, who was waiting for Broly to come towards them, stretched out in a hammock in the garden. I know. On the other hand, you are still exactly the same as 39 years ago. Mr. Beerus and Mr. Whis, Broly answered, approaching the couple that who decades ago marked the beginning of his journey off planet Vegeta. I know, it is one of the many advantages of being a god. I see that you escaped from that dunghill and have become much stronger since then. Whis has updated me on your exploits as we headed this way. AMD, I must say that I am quite impressed, Beerus said, barely using sarcasm. He was really impressed with the feats that Whis had told him about Broly. And that's considering that Whis hadn't mentioned even half of what Broly had done, like fighting Kompa. The mere fact that a minimally powerful mortal had divine energy activated was already impressive. And that kind of energy was something Beerus was feeling in Broly. And since Beerus was being relatively kind and calm, Broly tried to be humble, polite, a good and charming host, hahaha. Of course, starting from so low, the only thing you can do is go up. But what brings the only god of destruction in the universe to this planet, and the most gluttonous angel I have ever met, of course. Ah yes, we have come to. Sniff, sniff, sniff. However, before that. What are you celebrating here? A party? Beerus answered and asked, who quickly changed priorities upon smelling the divine quality food near him. And obviously Broly replied, that's right, it's my dear wife's birthday. The truth is that. What? Broly-chan. How cruel you are. You got married and you didn't even tell me or invite me to the wedding. Whis shouted with great sadness and pain. He felt as if his beloved student had betrayed him in a very mean and insensitive way. So, Broly, upon seeing Whis' puppy dog eyes, he said the excuse he prepared for this day, I'm sorry, but I thought you couldn't leave the planet while Beerus was asleep. I didn't want to put you in a troublesome position due to your obligations as angel. You know that is not true. At least you could have brought me some of the wedding catering, Whis protested energetically as he unconsciously remarked on what had really hurt him. So is that what bothers you? Broly said, that despite knowing the reason for his anger, he was still disappointed. However, while Broly and Whis argued, Beerus, the god of destruction and also a narcissist and megalomaniac in his spare time, he felt that no one was paying attention to him, so he interrupted them. Whis, don't forget what we've come to. Wait. What is this divine smell? What is happening here? Before he was smelling a lot of delicious food, something that undoubtedly tempted him, but now. Now it was something different. Something that was on top of all the food he had smelled. It was like the god of destruction of all existent food. Something that made even him forget about the Super Saiyan god thing. It wasn't surprising, since precisely now one of Broly's bodies was cooking Acacia's full course, and that smell was spreading outside the kitchen. As I said, it is my wife's birthday and I have prepared certain unique dishes. As you must remember, I was a good cook when I was little, and I'm infinitely better now. Now I'm quite busy, so how about you join us? We talk about the old days and your reason for coming here once the party is over. Sounds like a wonderful idea to me. By the way, what is this dish that I smell from here? Beerus asked excitedly, like a child attending an amusement park for the first time. Oh ho ho. It is not just one, Beerus, you will see, you will never taste something like it in this or the other universes. After all, I am a better cook in any of them, Broly answered, that like Beerus he's also a narcissist and egomaniac, and like to show it. And in this way Broly guided his two guests to the heart of the party, where the other Z warriors ate and drank. Beerus-sama, remember why we came here? Are they that good? Said Whis, who lost sight of the objective of this visit before Beerus. Hello honey, some acquaintances of mine from space called Mr. Beerus and Mr. Whis have come to ask me something. Do you mind if they join the party for now? Broly said to Bulma, formally introduced to the two gluttons. Crack. Closh. Crash. Friends of Broly. Everyone shouted in amazement upon hearing that combination of words. That was so shocking that some of them even dropped their glass. Acquaintances of yours. Of course, we don't see them very often. I'm Bulma, the wife of Broly and the birthday girl. I look great, right? Bulma said with an excess of euphoria and enthusiasm. Not only was she very happy to celebrate her birthday with all her friends, but also to see that Broly had more friends, and above all because she had drunk a lot until now. Pleased to meet you, Bulma, Whis and Beerus said with respect and politeness. Guys, these are Beerus and Whis, some friends of mine who will be joining us on that wonderful birthday that I am organizing for my dear Bulma. Make them feel at home and treat them with the same respect with which you would treat me. So no fighting, Goku, I mean you. No altercations, Vegeta, I mean you. And no ruining my festivities. So, brah, no pranks today, said Broly, who introduced his two friends, and quickly located and warned the main sources of problems among all the usual attendees. The reason was simple, not to anger the cat that tends to destroy everything when he is angry, just like a common cat. Yes, Daddy, said Bra, who quickly changed her plans and went back to playing with the other children. He had a daughter and he didn't even tell me. You are so insensitive, Broly-chan was thought, feeling even more betrayed than before. Hi Beerus. Hi Whis. Said everyone, warmly welcoming the newcomers. Although one of them saw Beerus with some suspicion, and that was Vegeta, who thought he had seen those guys and also heard names somewhere. Beerus. Where have I heard that name? And that appearance? Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to finish the main dishes. You can keep snacking on everything else while participating in all the activities Bulma has prepared, but leave room in your stomachs for what comes next. Otherwise you will regret it a lot, said Broly, who went to the kitchen to help his other bodies, leaving the others to have fun without him. Yees. The usual Z Warriors yelled upon hearing that the moment they had been waiting for months was almost approaching. One more time Broly will cook something mystical. I can't wait to eat it, said Goku, who quickly forgot to ask Beerus and Whis if they were strong upon hearing that Broly was about to prepare the menu from the guy who beat him up months ago. Neither do I. I've been waiting all year just for this moment, said Yam, who like all Saiyans loved to eat until they burst. And the newcomers didn't understand this enthusiasm. Everyone was overly excited about these new dishes despite the fact that all the tables were full of exquisite delicacies. Why were they making such a fuss then? It seemed as if they were all about to cry with joy. Was there so much difference between what he was seeing and now tasting compared to what Broly was about to bring? These were some of the questions Beerus and Whis asked themselves. Is what he usually cooks that good? When he was little he gave me very tasty things, but I didn't expect such a shock now, Beerus asked, dumbfounded upon see everyone's exaggerated reaction. As incomprehensible as it may seem, when Broly says that he is going to cook something spectacular, you become unable to express with words its flavor and texture. You even feel stronger and more energetic. I bet anything I have that he is the best cook in all the universes, Gohan replied, who was one of the few with enough self-control to speak now. It was impossible for others, since the excess of drool in the mouth prevented them from vocalizing correctly. I have to agree with you and that I had never smelled something like what he is preparing. Oh God! This is delicious. What's more, everything Broly had given him so far was rubbish compared to how little he had just tasted at this party. Wow, you are creating a lot of expectations for me. I hope that's true, Beerus said, who was starting to drool just like them. Oh my god. This is awesome. While he ate everything that was within reach of him just like Whis. What's wrong, Vegeta? Yam asked her husband upon seeing that he didn't taste anything that was in front of him. He simply stared at Beerus without even blinking, showing great concern and nervousness. I don't know why, but I think I've seen those two before, Vegeta replied, still trying to remember where he had seen or heard about these guys. Make them feel at home and treat them with the same respect with which you would treat me. Those were pretty clear indications. Enough to make even an average idiot understand that those two shouldn't be disturbed. However, Dragon Ball idiots weren't average idiots. Sorry for the wait. Tgthegood. Krillin said with excessive confidence towards a strange guest friend of Broly while showing him a plate full of food. What's this? Beerus asked quite curiously, as he always does when it comes to food. I never seen this dish before, said Whis, who had also been interested in what that little boy had brought. Well, this is Russian octopus balls. It set up to that a single ball filled with heaps of wasabi instead of octopus meat was added to the mixed. Now let's have some fun. Krillin replied, unaware of the great danger that such a game could bring to that planet if luck wasn't on his side. And in the same way Beerus was also not aware of what could happen if he mistakenly ate the wrong one. I don't know what this wasabi thing is, but these Russian octopus balls do look incredibly tempting. We'll know once we try it, he said as he took some chopsticks to eat that mysterious delicacy. Oh, you're taking the first bite? Here's on who gets it. And seeing that the newcomer had plucked up the courage to be the first in that deadly game, everyone encouraged him to feel more integrated with the group by acclaiming his name. Yeah. Beerus. 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 Obviously Beerus reciprocated those ovations. How could he not? They were inviting and praising him to eat something delicious. What more could a gluttonous god of destruction ask for? So he took the octopus ball to his mouth and chewed it slowly to savor the texture and keep the flavor in his mouth for as long as possible. He expected a unique and exquisite taste, something he had never tasted. And that's what he would have experienced in the original version of Dragon Ball Super, in which he had more luck choosing. However, this time. Ow-ha-ha. I'm dying. Screamed Beerus in great pain as he drew fire from his mouth due to the horrifying excessively spicy taste of the special gourmet wasabi synthesized by Broly. A taste so spicy that even a mighty god of destruction couldn't tolerate, so much so that he writhed, agonized and collided with everything around him in the foolish hope of ridding himself of that inhuman sensation. And meanwhile, obviously, all the Z warriors and companions laughed at the bad luck and exaggerated reaction of the poor newcomer. Ha ha ha. Bad luck. And all this. Didn't like Beerus at all. Bastards. Not only have you tried to kill me with this, you also laugh at me. You made me mad. Beerus yelled, unleashing all of his fury and almost all of his power. Delicious. Surprising everyone with that change of mood and show of power. Even Broly was shocked, but for another reason. Chapter 227. Bastards. Not only have you tried to kill me with this, you also laugh at me. You made me mad. Beerus yelled, unleashing all of his fury and almost all of his power. Delicious. Surprising everyone with that change of mood and show of power. Even Broly was shocked, but for another reason. Wow, things scaled quickly. I was hoping that with these idiots around this would happen, but not so fast. And in the unlikely event that they didn't do what I told them not to do, I would have done it. Anyway, I'm going to let him hit them a bit, so I'll have the perfect excuse, and they'll love me more when I rescue them. A perfect plan, Broly thought as one of his bodies worked for everyone in the kitchen. It wasn't the time to intervene yet, he had to let everyone else see how weak they right now. Although this could mean the death of someone. Moreover, seeing that Broly's guest, who seemed quite strong, had gotten angry, Krillin tried to reassure him, apologize and explain what had happened. After all, this was his fault. Wait, don't be angry about that, Bang! However, Beerus wasn't interested in what Krillin had to say, so he hit him on his big head, slamming him against the nearest wall. And thanks to the fact that Beerus believed that the dwarf was weak due to his appearance and that his hair cushioned the blow, the Baldies are in danger, the guy who always used to die in Dragon Ball didn't die, luckily by little margin. However, that didn't calm the desire for revenge of his beloved wife, in-laws and some friends, who came to his aid. You! What are you doing? Yelled C-18, C-17, Tenshin Han, Yamcha operated, so not overly pathetic, Rashi and Chaos as they came to their friend's aid or revenge while also acting as security guards with a clear objective. Stop Beerus, who was causing an unnecessary ruckus with his violent behavior. Pam. Palm. Crash. Plas. Plaska. Pim. However, they were defeated with extreme ease by Beerus, who knocked them out in a humiliating way with a single blow. Although unknowingly they earned Beerus recognition. Wow, they didn't die from that blow. Pretty impressive for a mortal. They must be stronger than Frisia, Beerus thought, minimally calming down due to the surprise of finding so many extremely powerful mortals on a universal level gathered in one place. And he was right, thanks to the genetics of some, strange techniques and above all Bulma's surgical operations, practically everyone not Yamcha had become stronger than the canon perfect cell. Something that is extremely difficult to believe, few universes had mortals of such a level. However, that didn't calm his exacerbated rage, he needed to hit more people and destroy more things. And that was something that the ancient god of this planet couldn't allow. You. Be still, or Piccolo yelled as he unleashed 100 of his power to face that mysterious and powerful enemy who had easily defeated the modified humans who after years of training had become extremely powerful. And certainly, with his training and multiple self-absorption he had become incredibly powerful. Stronger than the modified humans that Beerus defeated easily. Piccolo had a better chance of beating that angry cat. But after several exchanges of blows. Crash! Piccolo! Shouted those who were still conscious, since they could see how the powerful green alien had also fainted before the feet of the purple talking Siamese alien cat. And while that crushing and humiliating defeat to one of the strongest guys of the group made some cringe in fear, it had the totally opposite result with others. Specifically in all the irresponsible Saiyans. Wow! This friend of Broly is super strong. Goku yelled, putting his food aside to focus on his other great passion. And has beaten my pervert. Only I can hit him. Ginger screamed, who came to the defense of her husband, but only after she finished eating what she had in her plate. Hey Kakarot. Don't get ahead of yourself, Vegeta yelled, still not remembering who that ugly cat was. Maybe because of the trauma, maybe because what Broly did to him as a child caused a butterfly effect with which Vegeta didn't meet Beerus. Perhaps because being consistent with the original story as it should have been told in Dragon Ball Z, Beerus should never have met Vegeta. Or maybe because Broly altered his memory so that he would forget about him and thus fight believing that he could win and then lose, obviously. Many versions and maybe all true. That's what I say, said Yam, that also wanted to fight things that could kill. And when I said all irresponsible Saiyans, I mean all irresponsible Saiyans. I want to too. Shouted Goten, who also wanted to play with the adults. I also want to fight. Said Zinjibur, who wanted to avenge his father with his mother. Damn, and me too. Said Bra, that whenever there is a fight there she goes. But luck for everyone in that same place, a responsible adult Saiyan, the only one there, was trying to put some order. Not. Children, none of you are going to fight him, yelled Gohan, giving coherent orders to all the children except Vegeta Jr. And obviously as all the children tried to negotiate, but we confuse and. However, Gohan didn't negotiate with terrorists, although he did with children with more power than the average terrorists. It is too dangerous. You have a more important mission, you have to find Broly and explain what is happening. If you can do it quickly, I'll buy you that toy you wanted. Quite successful negotiations, albeit through bribery, okay Uncle Gohan. And while Gohan tried to control the children and locate, even visually, Broly to warn him of what was happening. The four purebred Saiyans faced the cosmic cat. Plash. Plosh. Prum. Crashes. Thanks to the fact that Broly had taught them the magnificent ability that among many other things allowed them to get the maximum potential out of their S cells in base state, keeping the multiplier of X500 in a stable and balanced way at all times without the need to transform. And of course, that everyone had learned the Kaioken X20 to take advantage of that ability even more. Vegeta, Goku, Yam and Ginger were able to do a good job in front of the God of Destruction, so much so that they even partially won his solemn admiration. Even if it was only the admiration that a superior being feels upon seeing less favored life organisms achieving feats that went beyond what could be expected due to their clear limitations. I never imagined that Saiyans could reach this level. They are without a doubt the strongest mortals I have ever fought in this universe. It has also been fun to see how little Prince Vegeta has become a man, but it is not what I have been looking for. I don't detect even a hint of divided energy in them, Beerus thought as he dodged, deflected, and blocked the multiple attempts of Goku, Vegeta, Yam and Hiner to hit him. Failed attempts that began to unsettle the group of Saiyans, which had a little annoying deja vu. Impossible. I am unable to read his ki. It is like if we were fighting Broly. Enough warm-up, Beerus said as he abandoned his defensive posture to finish the first minimally anaerobic activity after his 39-year-old nap. First giving a precise blow to the neck to Ginger and Yam, causing them to pass out with hardly any pain. Beerus was quite kind to women and children, at least compared to his general behavior. Clash. Clash. Ah. Ah. Then he gave Goku a forceful punch in the stomach, causing him to vomit almost everything he had eaten at today's barbecue, also disconnecting his brain momentarily like he did with the girls. Plomp. Awk. Wah. And to finish he hit Vegeta in the head without too much power so that he didn't pass out, crashing him against the ground. Plom. Crash. AH. Then when Vegeta tried to do everything he could to get up, Beerus landed his foot on the head of the definitive minor character and said, "Does this bring back memories, Vegeta?" Memories well submerged in Vegeta's memory that began to float again due to the great similarity between that situation and that of his memory. Are you the one from that occasion?" Vegeta said, still with Beerus's foot on his head as he remembered how Beerus did the exact same thing with his father 39 years ago. Although on that occasion his father was totally bald. For some reason. "I'm glad to see that you remember me. As we are old acquaintances, I will minimally forgive your insolence if you are able to answer my question. Do you know what the Super Saiyan God is?" Beerus asked, who thought he could get the answer he wanted from Vegeta. He was the prince of the Saiyans and seemed to be on good terms with Broly. It was possible that he had access to this information. And once he had that answer he would surely destroy that planet and leave without having to stay another second, without having to wait for Broly. He was no longer in the mood to talk to the boy he once encountered. "Broom. I don't know what relationship you have with Broly-sensei, but I think you should know that he hates that something or someone ruins his parties. Especially when they are dedicated to Bulma." Gohan said in a badass way, who interrupted the umpteenth humiliation of Vegeta with a flying kick. Flying kick that managed to distance the cat from the dwarf prince, although thanks to his feline reflexes he was able to block it with his arm, which became slightly numb from the blow. Interesting. Quite interesting. This appearance. Are you the Super Saiyan God? Beerus asked as he dusted off the area where Gohan had hit him and analyzed Gohan's appearance and power. A Gohan who like the other adult Saiyans had the X500 multiplier active at all times in his base form and also used the Kaioken X20 intermittently. But he also had the true Saiyan transformation, which multiplied his power X10, without forgetting the Kin, which increased his strength by a factor greater than X2. And was precisely that unique appearance, the power significantly superior to the other super powerful Saiyans from the Saiyan point of view and that strange energy different from Ki that aroused the interest in the overbearing Beerus. Super Saiyan God. No, I've never heard of it. This is the true Saiyan form. Gohan replied, preferring to buy time and or solve this peacefully if possible. That cat was someone to fear, he was much stronger than the super perfect Cell. And worst of all, he was an acquaintance of Broly. He didn't know what he was facing, so it was better to calm things down. After all, no one had died yet. I see true Saiyan, not Super Saiyan God. Interesting but not enough. Yelled Beerus as he rushed towards Gohan to return the flying kick that he had given him a few seconds ago. Beerus and all the cats are very spiteful. Broom. A flying kick with which he intended to KO Gohan with a single blow. However, the surprises didn't stop for Beerus. What? AH. So strong. Gohan yelled, who managed to narrowly block Beerus' kick with both arms, although that caused his arms to go numb, slightly injure his hands, and the worst of all. Destroy Broly's lawn by cushioning that blow with the ground. And then. Antithesis. Gohan used his cheat ability to transfer the aftermath of that blocked attack to its perpetrator. And Beerus, very confused, excited and angry, looked at Gohan in a different way than the others. He was no longer a harmless mortal incapable of hurting him. Now he was a rare mortal with the ability to entertain him minimally. I withdraw what I said. You have piqued my interest. And not only him, Whis also stopped eating momentarily to observe this unusual event. Did he use a strange ability to return part of his damage to Beerus? No. Antithesis hasn't worked perfectly. Many of my injuries haven't been transferred to him. What's happening? Gohan thought upon see that even though the wounds on his hands had disappeared, they were not reflected in Beerus's hands, or at least not completely. His ability that ignores all defenses hadn't fully worked. And that had only happened to one person until now. I have to hit him on the head as soon as possible and activate my fight like good Cheels before this gets out of control. That ability is annoying. And I don't know why, but there is something in this mortal. It's as if my instinct tells me that I have to beat him immediately. What is it? It's not his power. It's another weird ability. Doesn't matter. If that is so, I only have to defeat you in one fell swoop. Beerus thought and said, unleashing part of his destructive power. He would no longer hold back as much as before, he would attack Gohan with some seriousness. What? Gohan yelled with great confusion and concern. Although he didn't fully understand the energy that Beerus was releasing in front of him, he was able to understand the context. Beerus hadn't shown his true power until now, and he was still extremely powerful. What the hell would happen now? A question that was answered practically instantly. Clash. Since Beerus, at a speed almost imperceptible to the mighty Gohan with a multiplier of 200. 000 hit Gohan precisely, forcefully, and perfectly on his chin, thus restarting the brain of Goku's son without barely hurting him, a perfect strategy to face someone extremely strong and resistant who you shouldn't hurt. The result? The one any boxing fan would know. Gohan passed out and fell to the ground. Dear! Videl yelled, who ran over to Gohan to see if anything serious had happened to him. Gohan! Yelled Chi-Chi too, who like Videl came to the aid of her son, unlike what she did with her husband. I haven't seen fighting seriously in a long time. Beerus-sama. Has his ability to strike back at you and heal his wounds intimidated you? Said Whis, who walked over to his cat while eating sushi and everything he could find near him. It doesn't hurt to be cautious, Whis. Beerus replied to his servant master while pointing his fingers at Gohan, which he infused with an energetic attack. This boy is quite strong even without the ability to ignore the defenses of a god like me and heal himself. Although he is still not strong enough to consider him the Super Saiyan god that I saw in my dreams. What should I do with it? Eliminate him to get rid of this bad feeling, or leave him alive in the hope that he will become a worthy opponent in a distant future? It is a complicated decision. Fuck. That cat man had beaten everyone with ease and in a humiliating way. Even Gohan, who was able to defeat everyone else on his own, had been defeated with one blow. Not only that, he seemed to have extremely destructive intentions towards Gohan and everyone else. The whole crowd was freaked out, especially Vegeta. No one even dared to breathe too hard to not upset Beerus more than necessary. No one had the balls to complain about everything he did, not even stand up to him or look at his eyes. No one except Clash. That's it. I'm trying to be a gracious host at all, but I'm getting really tired of you ruining my party when you weren't even invited. No one except Steel Ovaries Bulma, who slapped Beerus across the face, a very effective method of disciplining cats that still don't know how to behave properly. Insolent woman. Unfortunately, that slap had very little effect on correcting Beerus' behavior. On the contrary, it made him more furious than before. And as vengeful as he was, he tried to pay Bulma with the same coin, giving him the strongest slap he had ever given. But Plash. Before he could even touch Bulma's face, Broly, still in an apron, appeared, stopping Beerus' hand paw. What the hell do you think you're doing, fucking shitty bastard castrated cat? Chapter 228. What the hell do you think you're doing, fucking shitty bastard castrated cat? Shouted Broly, who was squeezing Beerus's arm tightly, as if it were a lemon. Staring at him with bloodshot eyes due to the heinous act he was about to commit against his beloved Bulma. He did this once on the original show, but not here, not on his guard. Also, stopping this hit at the last second has made me look incredibly cool. Tonight I fuck for sure, Broly thought as he sat Bulma in her chair using his tail. But apart from his questionable plan to keep the passion of marital life at bay, something else had just happened. A mortal dared to insult and assault a Hikaishin. A Hikaishin already enraged from before that. Fucking cat. How dare you, Beerus yelled as he tried to break Broly's arm with the same arm that he was grabbing with, but what the? He could not perform the Aikido technique that he had planned to perform. Broly was holding him perfectly and with an enormous force. See Dad, the ugly fucking cat is screwing everything up, Bra yelled while pointing to Beerus. She and his friends, following Gohan's advice, went to warn Broly that someone was ruining his event barbecue. One of the worst deadly sins in that house, planet and universe. Ugly fucking cat. Beerus yelled, even more furious as he killed Bra with his eyes upon see that this family seemed to have an open bar to insult and attack him. Bra. Be careful with that vocabulary. It doesn't cost a fucking shit to speak well, fucking damn it. And you. Stop looking at my daughter. You are talking to me now. Shouted Broly, giving a great lesson in good manners at the same time that he prevented Beerus from looking badly at his foul-mouthed little angel. Who was to blame for Bra having a small flaw? Surely because of her mother. Ah. Luckily Broly is here, Krillin shouted, who miraculously was not dead today yet. This has gotten interesting, Whis said as he continued to eat non-stop. Since he started training him, he hoped Beerus and Broly would fight one more time, although he didn't predict it would be on such bad terms. Although perhaps thanks to that the combat could become more passionate. Out of respect for Whis, I will let you ask me the question you have come to ask me, but after that you will get out of here. Whis can stay and eat as much as he wants, which will be extremely delicious because I made it. However, at most you would only be able to hear how wonderful it is or see the dishes and reactions in Insta Broly. Yes, Broly has created Instagram in the Dragon Ball world as well, and many other businesses such as Brawlzone, Brolybook or Broogle. Have you got it? It seems fair to me, said Whis, happy to hear that he was not being punished in a collateral way. Unlike Beerus, he always behaved well. But Beerus didn't think it was fair at all, on the contrary, it was insulting. Child. Do you don't remember who I am? Do you think that? I think you still have time to ask your question. If you don't want to, you can go right now to shit in your litter box, Broly said threateningly, opening the box of bad cat jokes, a box that he had been waiting to open for a long time. Gur. I will play your game. For the moment. Answer my question. Are you the Super Saiyan God? Otherwise, Beerus said threateningly, just like Broly. He wanted to destroy him and this entire planet as soon as possible for the bad treatment he had received, but first he had to get the answer to his premonitory dream. He wanted to fight against that entity called Super Saiyan God, but above all to demonstrate to Whis and himself that his premonitory dreams sometimes come true. If you are asking if I know the transformation of the Super Saiyan God. Yes, obviously I know it and I can also use it. And if you are asking if I am the God of Super Saiyans. Also, obviously there is no one more suitable for that position like me, Broly answered while with his magic he repaired everything that Beerus had destroyed and healed everyone he had damaged. Except Vegeta and Yamcha, for some reason. Super Saiyan God. Is that a new transformation that Saiyans have? Was there another transformation besides the true Saiyan? You bastard, heal me too. Super Saiyan God, it sounds powerful, the four Saiyans, adult Saiyans said at the same time. And that was great news, so much so that even cheered up the wrathful Beerus a bit, who could finally fight against his prophesied self-opponent, destroy him, destroy his planet and possibly go back to sleep. Great. I finally hear what I want to hear. Then. So I have already answered your question. Now get out, the food is going to get cold. The rest do not have to bear that you are a fucking madman that ruins everything. Guys, girls, Vegeta, Whis, everyone go to the dining room, Broly said as he turned his back on Beerus while indicating to everyone except Beerus to leave that area. The great feast would be served in a more elegant and special place than the garden. Cool. I've held back to taste that. Where is the dining room, dear Bulma? Asked Whis, who had integrated quickly and naturally with the natives of that planet. But that lack of attention, lack of respect, contempt and even underestimation, completely filled Beerus' patience, who released his Hakai energy, destroying part of the garden that was around him in that rage burst. Boom! And grabbing Broly's shoulder tightly with the intention of causing pain, he said with great fury, you do not turn away from me. You know perfectly well what I have come here for. I have come to fight with. I don't give a shit what you've come to, since you're leaving right now. I won't repeat it twice, said Broly, interrupting Beerus for the umpteenth time that day. However, this interruption and lack of respect did not anger Beerus, rather it made him laugh. Ha 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 ha. It made him laugh at how absurd and empty that pathetic warning or threat was. Or else. If not, I will throw you out myself, Broly replied, still not turning or taking Beerus' paw off his shoulder in defiance, showing that his stupid attempts to make him feel intimidated or inflict pain on him were useless. And once again Beerus laughed at the extreme and empty arrogance of the stupid mortal in front of him, who seemed not to understand he was talking to HHA. You. I would like to see that. Pum. That punch caught me off guard. It seems that I am the one who underestimated him. I really can't relax, Beerus said as he hovered in the air and patted his cheek, which was savagely beaten and almost without warning by Broly. The Haitian had a very sore face, he had not been hit like this in a long time, and not because he had slept for decades, in thousands of years the only one who had been able to cause him such damage had been Whis, and before that only other Haitian from the other universes. He did not know how many tenths of a second it was, but he was totally sure that for a very short time he had been knocked out by that blow. However, when he opened his eyes and looked around, he doubted his own judgment and perception. Where the hell am I? This doesn't look like planet Earth. Of course he was not on Earth, he was in the middle of space, outside the atmosphere of a planet. However, that planet he was contemplating was not even Earth. The planet Earth was not that big, nor did it have that asteroid belt around it. Where the hell had Broly sent him with that punch? You're close to Saturn, far from my home. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on you. Someone has to watch over you so you don't do anything irresponsible until Whis comes to pick you up. And it will take a long time for him to digest everything he is eating, said Broly, who teleported in front of Beerus, this time with his combat clothes and no shirt. He was basically saying that he would be in charge of taking care of the cat while his master had a good time eating out with other people. I will destroy you before that happens, Beerus said, wrapped in Hakai energy. Hakai energy so dense, immense, and powerful that seemed to tear apart the space around him. In the meantime. In the dining room of Bulma's house on planet Earth. Delicious. Amazing. Magnificent. Sensational. Apotheosic. Divine. Was all the food that I had eaten so far rotten? Broly-chan. You are evil. You have not only hidden from me that you have a wife and a daughter, you have also hidden from me these delicacies that not even angels can dream of. Don't you have any kind of affection for your sensei? Said Whis, who cried with joy while eating and even venerated the food that was in front of him, but above all he resented Broly for having hidden this from him for so long. Although he was willing to forgive him if he let him eat things like this every day. The taste and effects of that food were shocking, but nothing had as much impact as a certain word. Sensei. Everyone screamed in amazement upon hearing how that effeminate man referred to himself to the terrible Broly. What? Does that almighty monster have a teacher? My God! If he is like that, what kind of monster his teacher is? The shock and surprise was so shocking that some even fell from their chairs, choked on what they ate or the water they drank came out of their noses. This revelation was too shocking and terrifying. I didn't tell you anything because I knew you'd be scrounging here every day. And as for the fact that you call yourself my sensei, that is quite debatable. We have only trained from time to time in the use of divine techniques, and on all those occasions it was you who asked me to come, always with food, obviously. Broly answered, slightly denying that Whis was his sensei. He was just a colleague who was obsessed with his food. Train with him was only a poor excuse to eat very well for free. Wait. Sensei. Broly, who are these guys? Asked Bulma. She wanted to be aware of what kind of people were attending her party. He is Whis, the angel in charge of caring for, training, advising and watching over the god of destruction of this universe. And yes, that rude, megalomaniac and violent cat that my dear Bulma has given a deserved slap is the god of destruction. Do not compare him with Akayashin, he is a really strong guy, even among the other gods of the destruction of the other universes. Although of course not as strong as me, Broly answered, introducing them properly. At the same time he critiqued and ridiculed their divine figures. Oh okay. And where is this god of destruction right now? Some asked after assimilating all that information. One of my bodies is playing with it near Saturn while we eat. You have to keep him entertained so he doesn't bother. Don't worry and keep eating, the next dish is coming soon, Broly answered again, downplaying the whole issue of his fight with Beerus. This was the time to eat, not to watch or talk about fights. But not everyone thought the same as Broly, especially among fight otakus, and especially among fight otakus who hoped to see Broly lose. What? And who is winning? If Whis is Broly's sensei, and at the same time Whis was also Beerus' sensei, does that mean they have similar powers? Did that mean they could finally see Broly in trouble? They needed to witness that match. Right now. Oh, it's true, I had forgotten about Beerus. Let's see, it's here, Whis said, suddenly remembering his obligations, so he searched for Beerus with his magic scepter. Oh, we can see from here what is happening. Shouted those close to him, at least close enough to see in the sphere that crowned Whis' scepter Broly and Beerus fighting in space. Can you expand or project it, Daddy's weird friend? Asked Bra, who still couldn't remember Whis' name. Yes, of course little one, Whis replied, not caring about his new nickname. Guys, using cell phones or similar devices at lunchtime is rude. Do you have 3D image on that Whis thing? Asked Broly, who was willing to make exceptions if the projected combat was combat. Chapter 229. Close to Saturn. The combat between Broly and Beerus continued. Although it could not really be called combat, since a few minutes ago only one of the two sides was attacking with murderous intentions, while the other only dodged and teleported from one side to the other. Ha ha ha. You would be unable to hunt a mouse even if it was trapped in your sandbox, said Broly, who constantly used his KIEN ability to enter and exit his formless realm to teleport from one side to the other, thus avoid all the attacks of Beerus. Stop running away and hiding, cockroach. Fight like a man. Beerus yelled as he discriminately threw spheres of Hakai energy towards all places that disintegrated and exploded everything they touched. CH. And that's what a cat says. By the way, you just destroyed Lepidus, one of the strangest moons in the solar system. I hope you are satisfied, you vandal. Shouted Broly with his strategy of upset his opponent by all possible means. A strategy that he has always been able to carry out with excellent results. And this time was no different. Enough of the bullshit. You are stronger than your student, there is no doubt about that, but Are you really the Super Saiyan God? You're starting to disappoint me, just like years ago when I screwed you up. Yet for the first time someone had counterattacked him. And Beerus realized that. He realized that that last sentence had managed to change Broly's aura, although that change was almost imperceptible and fleeting. I'm sorry, maybe I have offended you. Beerus said sarcastically with an overreacted evil smile. Ha! And you? Don't you feel ashamed? Does the god of destruction of this universe take pride in defeating a toddler the first time he fights in his life? Quite pathetic in my opinion, Broly replied, trying to counteract that same argument. But Beerus, who had lived for many years although most of the time he slept he did not fall into that obvious trap, he ignored that argument and continued to verbally attack the wound. It seems that this has you self-conscious. Let me guess, was that the first and only time you lost? Is that why you've gotten so arrogant since the last time we met? Ha ha ha. That thorn in your pride had to hurt a lot for many years, right? Have you separated me from everyone because you want revenge and are afraid that they will see you lose again? You ask too many questions. But no, although the matter of revenge is quite true, the reason why I have separated you is to be able to fight without worrying that you will destroy any of my real estate investments. And since you are so curious about the Super Saiyan God, I'll tell you everything relevant about the Saiyans. Before I send you to sleep again, said Broly, who changed his strategy drastically. The strategy of angering and ridiculing Beerus is over, it's time to crush him. Oh, Beerus said sarcastically. Quite satisfied to have won that first part of the battle. And said that Broly unleashed part of his power, giving off a greenish-yellowish aura, turning his hair blonde and increasing his muscles and size at the same time. Transforming in this way into Legendary Super Saiyan. I will skip the standard transformations, those are not worth it. If you are interested, ask Goku or Vegeta. This is the Legendary Super Saiyan transformation, one that only I, the Legendary Super Saiyan, am capable of performing. With this transformation I use my mutant S cells to multiply my power thousands and thousands of times until I push my body to the limit. Normally this transformation turns its user into a berserker, increases little by little the power and madness. However, I am able to control my mental state and get all the energy possible at once. Interesting. You really have become much more powerful, Beerus said, quite surprised, although not too much, although the explanation was quite solid. He had seen many transformations throughout his life and this was not even one of the most spectacular, although his increase in power was considerable. The Legendary Super Saiyan pushed my body to the limit, but... The limits exists to be exceeded. Shouted Broly as he transformed again. This time increasing his muscles and size to limits that seemed impossible and turning his hair green, just like the aura that he gave off through his pores. Wow, haven't you done the stretch yet? Beerus said sarcastically again as he contemplated Broly's next transformation. A much more intimidating transformation than the previous one, although he did not see it too practical. It was not necessary to have so much muscle and be a giant to fight. This is the Legendary Super Saiyan full power. A transformation in which I overexert my body to use more of my inexhaustible sources of power. This would make any other Saiyan much slower. But thanks to my legendary body I can adapt incredibly well to this increased energy, losing nothing in the process. Just getting bigger, more muscular, cooler, and above all, powerful. Broly said as he posed like a bodybuilder in front of the puny Beerus, trying to make him feel self-conscious. But he wasn't, he's a cat, they all think they are perfect and the rest are fucking scum. I thought you were just idiot monkeys. In the end you will turn out that Saiyans can be quite funny. But Broly did not care, he was in the middle of his monologue and wanted to continue demonstrating all his unique phases, but even my legendary body has its limits. I can't use all my infinite power in this container, so... There's still more. Beerus said surprised as he watched as Broly's power increased, and not only his power, his hair also grew in an uncontrolled way until it became larger and voluminous than Broly's own body, which was already huge. I can use my hair to store all this excess power. This transformation, if used by another Saiyan, would gradually lose his energy and power in a few minutes. But for me it is the opposite, just like my hair my power does not stop growing and my energy is inexhaustible. I call this transformation Legendary Super Saiyan Full Power Beyond. Said Broly as he touched up his hair with head shakes. As if he were in a shampoo ad. To think that a mortal could have so much power. Don't tell me that Whis has trained him to become my successor. Beerus thought, who was no longer able to joke after seeing this. Broly was without a doubt a fucking monster and very surely Whis had been training him up to now to make him fight against him. Either to replace him as god of destruction or to force him to do something at the end of the day other than sleep and eat. But this is not what you came for. You came to see this. The Super Saiyan God. Although in my case it is the legendary Super Saiyan God. The aura of divine energy in the Super Saiyan God is red, just like their hair, but due to the influence of my green S cells it turns a bit brownish, said Broly, undoing his transformation to transform into less cool but more aesthetically formed since it diminishing his beloved musculature. But unlike Broly, Beerus loved this transformation, for more than one reason. Yes. This is what I saw in my dream. Finally some fun, Beerus said as he felt his blood burn with emotion upon see that image of his dream and what he was contemplating right now overlapped. He could finally fight against the warrior he prophesied, the one who would make things difficult for him. But this was not all. And did you see this too? AH. Broly yelled as he unleashed even more power to transform one more time. What the hell, Beerus yelled upon see Broly's new transformation, and without a doubt the most shocking of all. His body had completely transformed, as if he were a humanoid ape, just like the boy he saw on Earth, but unlike him his fur wasn't brown and his hair wasn't black. Broly's were a bluish-green color that covered all of his huge, rocky muscles, which seemed even bigger than when he transformed into Legendary Super Saiyan full power. And his hair. His greenish and bluish hair, as in the Legendary Super Saiyan full power transformation, beyond had become bigger than his gigantic body. And it kept growing. I present to you my most powerful transformation. The true Legendary Super Saiyan God full power beyond. In which I unite all my transformations. The transformations coming from my S cells. The one that comes from my divine energy. And the one that comes from my power Oozuru. All in one. What do you think of Beerus? Impressed? Broly said as he slowly advanced towards Beerus. Walking on space, which seemed to have solidified from being in his presence as his hair grew at the same time as he advanced in a JoJo way. However, Broly's appearance was not what impressed Beerus. What the hell is this guy? His divine power keeps increasing with every second. Does he have no limit? His raw power is much superior to mine. But, if you think that will give you victory, you are very wrong. If I'm quite impressed. I mean your hair keeps changing color. I've never seen someone with this stupid ability before, Beerus said, trying not to look intimidated by this new transformation as he let Broly slowly approach him. The roles have been reversed, Beerus. Almost 40 years ago you were the one who looked down on me. For a year I wondered what you thought of me when you saw me from above. But now when I see how you saw me that day I think I have found the answer. You surely thought. This creature is insignificant. Broly said once he got a few centimeters from him, lowering his body to be able to speak face to face, but still from a much higher position. A provocation and insult that irritated Beerus, who attacked him again with a punch loaded with his Hakai energy, cocky bastard. What? However, that punch passed through Broly's body, as if he were some kind of ghost, something that took even someone like Beerus by surprise. Even when he faced millions of enemies with strange abilities. But Broly didn't stop to explain what he had done, instead he scolded him, bad cat. Palm. With a punch that made him fly other thousands of kilometers in space. Until. Crash. Boo. It crashed into a relatively large planetary body, which was shattered by the impact of Beerus falling into it, scattering debris throughout the area. For years there has been a great debate. Pluto is or is not a planet. Well, thanks to us that debate is over, said Broly, teleporting himself near the remains of Pluto, the former ex-planet that Beerus had just destroyed with his back. Beerus is the only one at fault. And among the rubble, right behind Broly. Crash. Beerus flew at full speed, with his hand covered in Hakai energy and the intention to decapitate Broly from behind. Ah. But. Plamp. Broly managed to block that attack using the same technique as Beerus, but instead of using Hakai energy he used his Kien to repel it. And with the shock wave of that exchange of blows, every trace of Pluto was disintegrated. You are fast, Broly said as he continued like Beerus with the previous attack, increasing the strength of his arms to reach the neck of his enemy. If you wanted to get on my nerves you have succeeded. If you wanted me to lose my cool, you failed. But thanks to that right now I consider you a threat to this universe that must be eliminated. Consider yourself lucky, you will be my first destruction in 4 decades, Beerus said with the greatest seriousness and hostility possible, but without a hint of arrogance, pity or disdain as before. Now he was looking at Broly not as a mere mortal whose life or death only depends on his state of mind, just like a simple ant who had the misfortune to pass where he shouldn't when he shouldn't in his presence. Now he was aware that he was facing a predator like him, he was not a prey to feed on, not a vermin with which to have fun tormenting. Broly was a threat that he had to fight and drive out of his territory for his own survival. Therefore, he had to prove to that arrogant would-be alpha predator why he and no one else was the only one who deserved that title. The title of the strongest in his universe. Not for nothing are you the god of destruction. But don't worry, you won't have a chance for that to happen, said Broly, thus ending this week's chapter, as always with a cliffhanger. Chapter 230. In the almost infinite universe 7, everything continued as always. The galaxies separated from each other, continuing with the expansion of the universe. The multiple nebulae due to the action of gravity and extreme temperatures formed other celestial bodies. The planets revolved around their star, which were born and died, creating supernovae and black holes that destroyed and devoured light years in diameter. In the midst of this chaos and cosmic order, millions of civilizations were born and died without even leaving records, while very few managed to explore a small part of the universe and survive the planet and star from which they originated. Kra. Boom. And in the middle of all this, a very ugly lilac humanoid cat and a hypertrophied ape giant with 3 eyes and a phosphorescent mane larger than its own body, fought fiercely in space. How is it possible, Beerus thought, frustrated to see that once again his attack had been dodged at the last second. Oops, you failed, said Broly, dodging Beerus' punch with a head turn. Kra. And Beerus continued with his assault with the same difficulties as before despite being so big. Very close. A little more and you have it. It's so hard to punch him in the fucking face. Beerus thought in great rage and frustration as he missed another punch by a millimeter. Pity. Better luck on the next try, said Broly as he dodged Beerus's next attack. A sphere of energy fired a few millimeters from his face. Boom. This guy has dodged all my attacks. Whis has taught him the Magat no Goki. No, that is impossible. Besides, it's different. His body doesn't automatically respond to my attacks. In his case it is as if he knows what attack I am going to use before attacking, Beerus thought with great frustration as he looked at Broly's eyes. Eyes that had changed since a while ago. Now he had multiple pupils, as he was using his almighty ability. An ability that allowed him to see multiple futures and thus dodge Beerus's attacks without any problem before Beerus himself attacked. Dodge this then. Beerus yelled, launching a giant energy blast in all directions. An explosion spanned thousands of miles to have a 100 chance of hitting Broly. Blash. And he was finally able to hit him. Although he didn't give him a single scratch. Come on Beerus, don't be a sore loser. Don't you get tired of being a clown? You stopped being funny minutes ago. One more stupidity and the consequences will be disastrous, Beerus shouted, very angry as he pointed his hand towards the earth. Making a clear reference to what kind of consequences he was referring to. I'm sorry if I have offended you. Well, not really. What happens is that even if it is you, I find the battles of that universe very boring, flat and repetitive. It is practically always the same pattern of movements, regardless of whether an inferior being like a Yamcha or a powerful one like a god of destruction fights. That is why I like to make things more interesting and entertaining. But if you insist so much, Broly said as he went on the attack, trying to hit Beerus with the typical Dragon Ball combat pattern. Aura. 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 However, contrary to what had been happening until now, Beerus was the one who was masterfully dodging all of Broly's blows. Wow. Is that the famous Magat no Goki that Whis has told me so much about? It's quite impressive. But will you be able to dodge all of this from all directions? Broly said as he multiplied his arms and teleported them through his formless realm to attack Beerus from every possible angle. Aura. 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 Emuday. 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 Even so Beerus, thanks to his Magat no Goki and feline reflexes he was able to dodge that dangerous, crazy and absurd combination of teleported blows from Broly. Although Beerus knew that this is something that he couldn't continue to do for a long time. These attacks from Broly were incredibly fast, unpredictable and combined perfectly to leave him with no opportunities to dodge. Beerus needed to find the perfect opportunity to attack. He needed to find the right moment in which Broly, annoyed by not being able to put a finger on him, neglected the defense 100 to do everything possible to hit him. That would be when Beerus would take action. He just needed to wait for this opening to be created. I just needed that little chance. There is. And seeing his long-awaited opening, Beerus unleashed all his power, dodging Broly's attacks with an extreme speed that he hadn't shown until now and... Pum! And just at that moment, in which Beerus was about to hit Broly's face, an ape tail teleported directly towards his crotch. Hitting him just when he least expected it. When he was giving everything to attack Broly. Ayuvich. Beerus complained, writhing in pain. Surely for the first time in his life he regretted that his owners hadn't neutered him when he was young. Cat joke number, I don't know. It seems that you don't master the supreme technique at all, kitty. You only master the defensive version with great difficulty, but as soon as you go on the attack. It stops having effect and you are an easy target. Just like Whis told me, Broly said, affectionately hitting Beerus's head, who was still writhing in pain due to the almost destruction of his noble parts. An agonizing pain that left him completely paralyzed and unable to do anything. Ha! Or, that's what Beerus wanted him to believe. Nanny! Shouted Broly, surprised like one of his subordinates. Beerus had recovered quickly from that blow. He was actually faking most of that pain with the intention that Broly would feel some kind of pity for what he had done. Doesn't matter if Broly is a Saiyan, human or humanoid ca. If you are a man and see another one deeply in pain from a blow to the testicles, it is inevitable to feel some kind empathy. And Beerus waited for that moment of compassion or guilt to fight back. Daee. Beerus yelled as he savagely slapped Broly's neck. Pum. Which? Crack. It broke. Beerus broke Broly's fucking neck. And Beerus celebrated his victory. Do you have something to say about this, conceited idiot? Nothing, right? Ha 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 ha. I have to say it was a good hit. Broly answered as he put his neck back in place. Something that surprised, scared, disappointed and disgusted Beerus, so much so that he jumped several kilometers back. How is it possible? I have. Beerus. You cannot kill what cannot die. And the time for easy difficulty is over, now the real fight begins. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you, Broly said, showing no fear of the giant energy attacks that Beerus was throwing at him. Plom. What does the energy of a god of destruction taste like? Broly said as he activated his Tgthegood, with which he devoured the energy attacks as if they were strawberry jelly. This bastard. He's devouring my energy, Beerus thought, shocked by the myriad of annoying abilities that Broly had in his arsenal. His physical attacks weren't effective and neither were his energy attacks. There is no other. Hakai. If normal methods didn't work in him, he could only resort to divine methods. Virtually absolute skills against which it is practically impossible to defend oneself. Unless. Hakai. Unless that person also knows that same divine ability. It's not possible. He too. Beerus yelled upon see that Broly, despite not being a Hakaishin or Hakaishin apprentice, was capable of using Hakai with a mastery similar to his own. Surprised? Do you think there is something you can do that I can't? Apart from being lazy for decades, of course. In that subject you are the absolute champion, said Broly while manipulating his Hakai and Beerus energy, which he kept in the palm of his hand, and which he slowly brought to his tail. This is a small demonstration. And at that moment Broly used the special ability of his Stand-Tail Strauss, which allowed him to copy the properties of what it touched, completely copying the Hakai energy. And since he is transformed into true Saiyan, all those properties were transferred to his body, which had become an extension of his own stand in this transformation. What the hell? His body. It's like it's made of Hakai energy. Beerus thought, actually terrified and puzzled. He would never have imagined that something like this was possible. Yet Broly right now was like the embodiment of destruction, something beyond the reach of any god of destruction. This is bad. Very bad. I have to get away and think about something. Beerus thought, that for the first time in his life since he became a god fled even momentarily from a mortal. Banch Tenin. Don't run, Broly said as he used another of his Tgthegood techniques, which attracted Beerus directly towards his giant hand. However, Beerus didn't just let himself be caught. Taking advantage of the momentum, he hit Broly's neck at the moment of being grabbed. Prom. repeating once again the same attack that broke Broly's neck earlier. But it was as if a kitten devoid of claws stroked me to ask me to pamper him. Because this time his power was greater than a few minutes ago, he had used his KIEN ability to reduce the effect of Beerus's attack. In addition to using Ehiko's subjective immunity, that attack didn't do anything at all. It was no different to a caress. But Beerus didn't give up. Yum. So like Goku, if nothing worked on his adversary he resorted to biting. Pum. And obviously Broly hit him again, so that his hand wouldn't get slobbery, something that made him quite angry. So he decided to be a little tougher with him. It's not necessary, but I think I'll add another of my bodies to the equation. Let's multiply my current power by 2. Damn monster. I have to. What's that? Beerus said, who managed to stabilize after that blow, but looking up, from where he planned to retreat tactically he saw something unusual. Above him he could no longer see the emptiness of space, with some of its distant stars, everything had turned purple like his own Hakai energy. Have you ever heard that when the devil gets bored he kills flies with his tail? Broly said as he stroked the beginning of his tail. Therefore, Beerus focused his gaze on that tail that Broly was emphasizing, until he realized the terrifying and absurd truth. Impossible. What he was seeing above him, he was precisely Broly's tail, which had acquired absurd proportions. It was thousands of times larger than the largest planet that Beerus had had the pleasure of destroying in his life. You know, I'm tired of your buzzes, Broly said as he made his tail quickly fall against Beerus, as if it were a multiplanetary-size fly swatter. Therefore, that great mass of meat and Hakai energy fell at great speed against Beerus, a tail that with its normal size and normal shape already caused him great damage. What if now that hit him directly? Beerus didn't know it, but he had no intention of finding out, so he attacked with his most powerful energy attack. God Devastating Meteor. But that attack didn't seem to stop the advance of that colossal whip. At most, he only managed to bend it slightly to slow down the impact. Although for Beerus that was enough, if he managed to stop the impact and grab onto that tail, it was still possible not to take damage, but impossible. What the hell is this tail? Each of the hairs on Broly's tail turned into a Broly, made of Hakai, which beat Beerus from all directions. A Beerus who barely had any energy after stopping Strauss. Ah. Pim. Pum. Pum. Prash. Crosh. Plum. And when those Broly's tail beat down Beerus, who seemed more dead than alive. Broly returned his tail to normal size and approached Beerus, to give him the typical arrogant speech of the bad winner as expected of a god of destruction. You are almost immune to Hakai and you are also able to withstand my educational lashes. I promote you to my favorite punching bag. Ah. However Beerus still hadn't given up, anger and resentment still gave him energy to fight. Even if it was only to strike one last blow. Zawarudo. But not even the KIEN of Broly had that opportunity. His ability enhanced by Dio Brando's stand and hits ability allowed him to stop time before Beerus could lay a finger on him. Nice try, but you never had a chance against me, not now. During the time that you slept, only in my dimension have I lived longer than you, I have trained more than you, I have acquired more skills than you or anyone can dream of. I have turned my immortal body, my bodies, into perfect machines for combat and conquest. My power, my skill, my army, my universe grows exponentially as we speak, and did you think you had any chance of beating me? Ha 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 ha. Dreamer. I am the ultimate expression of power. But even so, you have managed to make me amuse. So I have to congratulate you on that. Although you will not remember this congratulation. You will always remember my blows. Aura. 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 Emuday. 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 And after hitting him 1,000 times in stop time, and now that we restart time. Clash. With a snap Beerus received all the blows at the same time. Pash. 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 A few minutes after the beating, in the same place. Beerus woke up for the second time this day, although this time with indescribable pain in his body. Ah. Ah. Qua. It felt like almost all of his bones had been smashed at once. In fact, that's what had just happened to him. He was unable to move. The only thing he could do in that situation was to complain and curse the culprit. "Oh, you have regained consciousness. When you want you are able to wake up quickly," said Broly, the culprit of that situation that continued to mock the terminally wounded cat in front of him. "You. What the hell are you? How is it possible that a mortal?" A kid, Beerus asked, still incredulous at what he had just experienced. He had received the greatest defeat and humiliation of his life, from the hand of the boy he defeated a few decades ago, a boy of the same race that he proposed to exterminate and who upon awakening prophesied as a great opponent. He just couldn't believe that fate was making fun of him like this. This hadn't even been a fight. It had been a massacre. "I'm the fucking legendary Super Saiyan god. Although you can now call me senpai. Seeing that you are no longer able to continue, I would return you to Earth so that Whis can take you away and heal your wounds. But I still have to return the incredible favor you did me when I was a toddler. You smashed all my fucking bones," said Broly, who hadn't yet sated all his resentment and hatred towards the gods with Beerus. He still had one thing to do. And now that Beerus was unable to move, it seemed the ideal moment. "You just break me apart. Wait. What are you planning to do with that roll of toilet paper? And with those tweezers? And with that latex glove? And by all the gods, tell me what you plan to do with that pineapple." Beerus yelled with more fear than ever upon seeing the torture items that Broly was making appear from his dimension. "You soon discovered it. Whis though, you better turn off the camera. Children shouldn't see this." "Well, neither the children nor anyone," said Broly, covering that place with a white curtain. However, due to the reflection of the light, anyone could see perfectly what was happening inside. "No, oh. Wait. H. No, Broly. Not there. Not with that. Help. Help, Whis." Beerus yelled with all his soul as he prophesied the terrifying fate that awaited him. Chapter 231. A few hours later, on planet Earth. The party had already ended and all the attendees were returning to his house, including Whis, although he would prefer to continue eating in Broly and Bulma's house. "That's the best party I have ever attended. And the fight wasn't bad at all, although I didn't know you could do so many things with your tail." And Broly didn't waste that moment, so he told a dirty joke that exalted his masculinity. "That's what Bulma told me when." "H. Don't explain those things. Moron." Joke that was quickly interrupted by Bulma, for obvious reasons. "By the way, Broly. What was that transformation? And why haven't you taught us to do it before? How can we do the same?" Goku asked, excited to see that there were new ways to become stronger, and obviously he wanted to acquire it. "It's the Super Saiyan God, didn't you hear me? I didn't explain it to you because I wanted you to first dominate the mortal phase before passing to the Divine One. But I see that with these two in the equation we should start running before walking. There are different ways to achieve it, but don't worry about that, I'll show you if you want," said Broly, showing how generous he is with his friends. "SII. Celebrated all the Saiyans and half Saiyans here. But obviously Broly's kindness and generosity usually had conditions. After you go back to being my butlers and servants for a week. First task, clean up all the mess from the party." "Damn. He has done it again," all the Saiyans of the place shouted again, especially Vegeta and Goku, who reopened the wounds that they believed were already closed. "I don't want to see you sniffing around. As for Gohan, you can come as much as you want, I'll give you privileged classes. As for the children, your parents will teach you, go play with Bra. And Piccolo, I can't train you to transform, but it will be good for you to take my classes with Gohan. Like in the old days," said Broly, showing that he had favorites among the Z Warriors group. "Greet!" shouted with joy those who skipped being Broly's servants. "Why only them?" The four who couldn't save themselves protested. "Because I don't want your stupidity to rub off on me. I just want to properly teach people with high IQs. Broly said, with a rather humiliating but technically true excuse. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed except those who were being sentenced to forced labor to gain a new transformation technique. Well then we go for today. Thank you very much for everything, said the families without Saiyan and Gohan, who left the property of the brief family to return to their insignificant homes. By the way Broly, when will you bring me Beerus? I would like to stay and all that, but I think I should get him to our planet before he wakes up, asked Whis, who missed his cat now that he was already full. Here it is. He won't wake up for a few hours. Maybe, Broly said, which made Beerus appear in front of Whis in a sorry state. You could hardly tell if he was dead or alive. Ha ha ha. I hope that after this defeat Beerus begins to reconsider taking his training seriously. Since long ago he lost his motivation because there was no one to rival. I knew it was a wise decision to train you, said Whis, satisfied by the beating that his boss had received, but above all by the possible consequences that this beating would have on Beerus. Yes, yes. Whatever you say. I sense that you will continue asking me to be his replacement and that you will continually come here for food, right? Asked Broly, that didn't even need to use an ability to predict that. You can count on that. Although you could also come visit me to train like in the old days. You still have things to learn, just like Beerus, Whis replied, as he carried Beerus on his shoulders to leave as soon as they finished their conversation. You mean to cook? But yeah, don't worry, of course we'll see each other, said Broly, who knew he would no longer get rid of Whis after tasting what he tasted on Earth. So I say goodbye for the moment. Sorry for the inconvenience we have caused, Whis said, apologizing to Bulma for showing up at her party uninvited and causing such a ruckus. It's no big deal. Things that happen, Bulma replied politely. See you soon, Whis said, disappearing from planet Earth to return to his bedroom planet, where he had to heal Beerus as soon as possible. And seeing that Whis had left, Bulma asked her husband, I didn't know you had such special friends. Do you know any other crazy psychopath and his butler who can pay us a visit like this? Well, there are his two brothers, but I doubt that they will come here personally, Broly replied, being quite sincere. He doubted that Kampa wanted to approach him. What? Those two have brothers and they are. Okay, I won't ask any more, I'd rather not worry anymore. I don't want to be a jinx, said Bulma, who preferred not to ask any more. For the first time, she didn't care about the strange friendships of her husband, she preferred to live a little in ignorance. How about we go relax while we let my lackeys do the cleaning? Broly said to everyone who wasn't Vegeta, Goku, Ginger and Yam. I think it's great. They said Bulma, Bra, and Rashi, Zinjibur and Vegeta Jr., who were staying at Broly's house until his companions finished their assignment. Chi-Chi and Goten left with Gohan and Videl. Vegeta and Zinjibur, let's go to my room, I have a game that I want to show you, Bra said, who wanted to continue playing with his friends, especially Vegeta. Zinjibur. Don't leave those two alone at any time. Shouted Broly, very alarmed by the way in which Bra approached and spoke with Vegeta Jr. Broly. Bulma yelled, seeing how stupidly hyper-protective Broly was with his daughter. Are you seriously not worried? Broly protested as he pointed out how Bra took Vegeta Jr.'s arm to guide him to his room. Ha 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 ha. Maybe it's Bulma's genes that have manifested very strongly in Bra, Rashi said, hinting that Bulma was destined to be with Vegeta in the first place. Maybe this is the destiny in some way. Mutant Rashi, you know that is a taboo subject, Broly said, quite pissed off, wondering if he should put Rashi to collect the ruins of the party with the 4 Saiyans. And while all of them entered the house to enjoy a pleasant evening. I hope the transformation technique is worth it. And I hope I learn it soon, the poor Saiyans said that had to work right now, something that caused them allergies. Although this time the payoff seemed worth. A few months later. We have arrived, said Whis, who appeared on his residential planet with Goku, Vegeta, Yam and Ginger behind him. Wow, traveling with you is very interesting, said Goku, who thought they would teleport instead of opening a wormhole like Whis did. Although neither he nor the others had much time to marvel at Whis' skill or the structure of that strange pyramidal planet surrounded by decorative planets. Because. Boom. Prum. Kra. Prampa. The planet itself seemed to be shaking up and down with each of those shrill sounds, which sounded like an atomic bomb falling into a percussion instrument factory. What the hell is happening here? Yam asked, not expecting such a commotion upon coming here. Is a natural disaster occurring on this planet? Asked Ginger, that believed that thousands of earthquakes were happening at the same time for some strange reason. Something like that. A natural disaster. Who is in a very bad mood? Don't speak until I tell you, Whis said, as he advanced towards the origin of that cataclysm. A very angry humanoid cat who trained as if his life depended on it. What a bummer. Beerus-sama, I'm glad to see you training hard. Millennia have passed since the last time. I don't know what this change in attitude is due to, Whis said, arriving with the four idiots at the second most dangerous location in the universe right now while he feigned ignorance and innocence. You know it perfectly. Don't play innocent. This is all your fault. You intended this to happen. Beerus yelled, very angry with Whis. In part he was to blame for what had happened with Broly. If he hadn't trained him this wouldn't have happened. Maybe. Or at least that's how he wanted to think. I'm sorry, Whis replied, winking at him. Obviously he wasn't sorry at all. And what are those four doing here? Beerus asked, seeing the four Saiyans in front of him. Saiyans. The thing that he wanted most to destroy in this universe right now. Just seeing them made him want to use Hakai against everything. And Whis, like a good servant, answered, shielding the four idiots a little. I went to Broly's house to pick up some food prepared by him and I found them sweeping nearby and... But he was quickly interrupted by Beerus. Not only felt annoyed, but also outraged. What? Have you ever eaten heavenly food without me again? And also you rub it in my face. IP. Until now he hadn't been able to taste the divine food of Broly, since he had forbidden anyone to give him anything. The only thing he could do was hear how Whis spoke wonders of those divine dishes while he could only dream of them. Dreams that turned into nightmares since he was unable to even smell them. For him this was a greater torture than what Broly did with the pineapple that day. However, quickly Whis made his day with very good news. Don't worry, Beerus-sama, this time he let me bring some. For both of us. We have enough for a week. Some news that filled Beerus with happiness, who threw down his training utensils to venerate the food that Whis had brought, and also reviewed the hatred he had towards Broly, subtly lowering it on his counter. Really? Me too. So that smug, spiteful Broly has finally made peace with me for what I did at his party and for what I did to him in his childhood. I knew that even someone like him should have a good side. Actually, when I asked him he said verbatim. Of course Beerus can eat too. Give him everything you want. Once that imbecile tastes all of this, he will be unable to live without my food. And once the supply is cut off, that poor wretch will come to me begging, crying and kissing my feet so that I can give him some of my leftovers. I'll make him my pet. Wah. Whis replied as he recited verbatim what Broly told him when he delivered the food. That bastard. I am going to. Beerus yelled with more rage than ever as he reset his Broly hate counter to its peak. And collaterally also towards the entire Saiyan lineage, that is causally present in that plant. And you? What the hell are you doing here? Beerus yelled as he released his Hakai energy and pointed at Goku, Vegeta, Ginger, and Yam with his finger. He was incredibly upset, more angry than ever, and he needed to take it out on someone. And in front of him he had four friends of Broly. For Saiyans, just like the person who caused him all that suffering. We have come to train with Whis. Sir. The four answered as if they were recruits before a general. And why the hell would Whis have to waste his time with you and I would have to endure your stinking presence here? What the fuck do you want? Asked Beerus, who was about to disintegrate that scum friend of Broly as soon as they finished his sentence. Beat Broly. They all shouted with great hatred and resentment. Beerus said, dumbfounded, interrupting his destruction intent for now. Weren't they friends? Why did they have so much hatred towards him? That bastard. I hate him with all my soul. I swear on my pride that I'll make him pay for everything. I want to gouge his 3 disgusting eyes and stick them up in his fucking butt. I want to strangle him with his own tail. I'm not going to work until I defeat him. The four yelled, exposing all the hatred they felt towards Broly. For months Broly kept them as servants doing all their dirty work with the promise of teaching them to transform into Super Saiyan God. The son of a bitch made them do horrible things that would make a goat vomit, and the bastard still hadn't made up his mind to teach them the transformation. At the end, one day when Whis came to Broly's house, they begged Whis to take them away to train, hoping to defeat Broly one day. Whether with Super Saiyan God or not. I see. On second thought, I wouldn't hurt to have training partners. I hope you improve quickly if you want to be of use, Beerus said when he verified that he wasn't alone in the universe at the moment. They shared the same hatred towards Broly, and that practically made them friends. And in this spontaneous and awkward way, the great anti-Broly association between offended gods of destruction and outraged Saiyans from Universe 7 was born. An association that would grow exponentially in the near future. I'm glad to see that everything has gone smoothly, said Whis, pleased to see that Beerus had found playmates, who would possibly become rivals in the distant future. And who knows, perhaps among them was the next would-be Hikation. And meanwhile at the Desire Realm. That's right, Whis, everything has gone exactly as planned, Broly said with a malicious smile, which he watched from his spy room as Goku, Vegeta, Yam and Ginger began their training with Whis and Beerus. Chapter 232. Months after Bulma's birthday party. After Beerus was brutally beaten and humiliated by Broly, he went back to training like never before under the supervision of his teacher, nanny and taxi driver Whis. On top of that, Vegeta, Goku, Yam and Ginger spent practically every hour of the day training under Whis' supervision, and worked part-time as Beerus' punching bags. And right now it was their turn to start work. Are you sure about this, Beerus-sama? All four against you at the same time. He believed that was something quite exaggerated and abusive for a training. What happened? Do you want me to repeat what I said because you haven't understood it well? Or do you find the terms of this match unfair? Do you need to ask someone else for help? Beerus said arrogantly, challenging the four Saiyans to attack him at the same time. In his opinion, the only way they could have any chance of playing a minimally dignified role in this battle. Arrogant and hurtful questions that ignited the competitive spirit, pride and fighting spirit of his punching bags. We are no longer the same as before, Beerus. AH. In this way the four Saiyans without fixed work unleashed all their divine energy. And we shouldn't forget that they are users of the Broly super body multiplication. The great technique that uses all the potential of the S cells of a Saiyan to create extra bodies. Bodies that, if they were all fused, showed the true potential of a Super Saiyan in a base state. That's why our heroes and Vegeta didn't show physical changes even after raising their power to a Super Saiyan Blue. In fact, their power was now even greater than that transformation as they were using the full potential of the S cells, and best of all, they didn't need to dose it so much. This power without repercussions gave them the confidence to face the cosmic cat. It's Beerus-sama. Beerus corrected upon hearing such a flagrant lack of respect for his divinity. Wah. In this way. Fauuu. Fap. Crash. Boom. Strikes. Thousands of strikes were being delivered one after another in that friendly spar. But for now each and every one of those attacks only had one perpetrator. The four punching bag Saiyans. Beerus only, albeit masterfully, dodged each and every one of those attacks. If I don't master this technique perfectly, I'm afraid it will be impossible for me to beat that son of a bitch, Beerus thought as he tried to change tactics. Pum. And finally he went on the attack, hitting Vegeta in the face for the first time that day, crashing him to the ground. Crack. And immediately after. Fauuu. Shoop. Dash. He dodged each and every one of Goku, Yam and Ginger's attacks again. To immediately attack again as soon as he had a chance. Pram. Crashing Ginger to the ground this time. Crash. Yes. I feel like I'm close. I'm getting closer and closer. Beerus thought as he attacked the two remaining Saiyans again. However, this time the one who received a blow to the face wasn't the Saiyans, but him. Shit. Now. Yam yelled, who joined Goku to attack Beerus, who was trying to get away and regain his rhythm. Final flash. Golden flash. And not just Yam, also Vegeta and Ginger, who used energy attacks to prevent Beerus from retreating. In this way Beerus went totally on the defensive while trying to dodge the attacks of the four Saiyans at the same time as he had done at the beginning. Palm. Crash. Prom. And although he managed to dodge some and block others. Shit. 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 Fucking shit. Many of the attacks of the four Saiyans managed to hit him. Stop that shit. Beerus yelled as he went on the attack, not caring about the goal of his training. And as always without caring too much about their lives. Crash. Prom. Boom. In less than 5 seconds the four proud Saiyans were defeated and knocked unconscious on the ground. Beerus-sama, to master Magat no Goki you have to have it activated all the time. You will never advance if you deactivate it when attacking. And as you have seen in certain extreme situations, it is impossible for you to reactivate it to defend yourself, Whis said, pointing out his student's obvious shortcomings. I know, Whis, Beerus replied, very angry with himself. Amazing. Beerus-sama is super strong. Despite being defeated, Goku was very satisfied and happy with the fight. He is always motivated to see that there are other people stronger than him, even if it sounds absurd. Damn. There is still a big difference between us. Why is it so? It is evident that he is stronger than us, but he shouldn't be so by that much margin. In terms of raw power there wasn't such a big difference between them, at least not to lose that way in a 4 versus 1. At least if everything depended on raw power. Why can we barely hit him? Is it some god of destruction trick? Yam asked Whis, defending his sister's thesis. One could say yes. Your problem is that you keep thinking of moving before moving, instead of just moving. Especially Vegeta, Yam and Ginger. You waste too much time, that's why Goku always surpasses you, Whis said, showing why he was one of the best teachers in the franchise, besides that he liked to teach others, unlike other angels. It's true, you think too much, Goku said, proud of having a flat encephalogram. That's because you never think of anything. The others protested, revealing a sad truth. Don't despair. Not even Beerus-sama has been able to fully master this ability. If he was capable, you wouldn't have been able to touch him even once, and of course he wouldn't bother training with you, Whis said, encouraging his 4 new students while reminding Beerus about the importance of continuing to train. Despite being technically the strongest being in the universe, he is now the strongest being in the universe. Shut up, Whis. I may not have mastered it yet, but of all the gods of destruction I am the one who masters it the best, Beerus replied, excusing himself for not having learned the Megat no Goki yet. And what about Broly? Does he dominate at 100? Vegeta asked, hoping to find something that Broly hadn't conquered before him, like his alternate woman. He knows it better than you 4. Even so, he still has a long way to go. He has a hard time clearing his mind, he thinks too much and too many things at the same time. It is his blessing and his curse, Whis replied, regretting that his most outstanding student hadn't yet learned his favorite divine technique. The what? Broly has been unable to learn this important skill yet. How difficult was it to achieve? Not. Wait, that was the least. If they by chance managed to master this ability before Broly, does it mean that they would have surpassed Broly in something? Wait, not only that. Then, if we can master this technique, can we win against Beerus and Broly? Vegeta asked, that at this point he only thought about those 2 things in his life. Who knows? It is something that you will have to discover for yourself. And for this you will have to train hard. Try fighting with these extremely heavy suits. Maybe it will help you, ho, Whis said as he materialized in Goku, Vegeta, Ginger and Yam some huge and heavy suits, which prevented with their large size and weight from making any kind of minimally fluid movement. It's hard to move with this, Goku and Vegeta protested, they couldn't fight each other. And it also makes me look fat, Ginger and Yam protested, for obvious feminine reasons. And while Beerus drank a terrestrial soda, the 4 Saiyans were training in a ridiculous way under Whis' supervision. 2 people invited themselves to that fun. Takashi J. Show. Who are those 2 imbeciles? Your new disciples. Said Kampa, the irritable and fat brother of Beerus, who had come to bother. Long time no see, brother, Beerus said, that this time he was in the training ground instead of taking a nap. Well now, what a surprise. If it isn't Kampa-sama, said Whis, who for some reason greeted his cat's brother before his own sister. And while Goku, Vegeta, Ginger and Yam discussed among themselves about the great and evident resemblance between Beerus and Kampa and Whis and Bados answered their questions about Kampa and Beerus. Beerus spoke directly to his fat twin brother. What are you doing here, Kampa? For the usual thing. Beerus asked with a mischievous smile, implying that he was looking forward to this encounter. Of course. Let's have our usual showdown. Make the preparations. Kampa replied, who, being the challenger, believed he had everything won. Of course. Whis, bring that special thing, Beerus said to his servant to go to the special fridge with a padlock to bring here his most precious possession, which he had kept safe for that occasion. You mean that? Okay, answered Whis, who understood his cat's instructions perfectly. When Whis returned from the castle fridge, both angels put on a table what they had brought. In the case of Whis, 2 servings of Broly's gourmet fajita, made with chicken meat seasoned with milk stardust and meteor garlic and served with graina lettuce, red-hot chili pepper and 100 flavors bread. A delight that both Whis and Beerus had saved for a special moment, since Broly's food was scarce, especially for Beerus. Therefore, they had to dose it intelligently, but showing off in front of his brother was as or more important. What is this? Beerus asked, somewhat disappointed with the sample that Kampa had given him. It was a simple egg and it wasn't even pretty, it didn't smell like Broly's food. However, despite the little enthusiasm on his brother's face, Kampa continued to show great confidence in himself and in his egg. Just taste it. Eat a boiled egg of the newly discovered Dondenbird, its taste will leave you at a loss for words. So, by showdown they actually meant a food showdown? Goku asked, he was expecting a fighting tournament or something Hikaizen stuff, or at least related. And it is. This is a ritual whenever he sees Kampa-sama, said Whis, who unlike Goku was very satisfied with this type of tournament. He was capable of eating things from another universe, and above all he wouldn't have to clean up the mess from their fights. Ah, man. And here I thought I was gonna get to see Beerus Sams go all out, Goku said, making his disappointment visible. And while Ginger consoled Goku with patting on the back and Vegeta insulted Goku. Beerus and Whis finished eating that egg. Ha. Well, was I right or what? You're speechless, aren't you? The sixth universe really isn't called Heaven of Delicious Taste for nothing, Kompa said, believing that he had won overwhelmingly despite seeing the apathetic faces of Beerus and Whis. A type of facial expression that usually means, you haven't impressed me. Fufufu. Just shut up and taste that there before you run your mouth, Kompa, Beerus said with extreme self-sufficiency as he instructed his servant to deliver some samples to his stupid guests with lousy palate. Kompa muttered upon see that strange combination of things. This appearance is quite peculiar, said Vados, while like his fat cat, she take a bite of this mysterious delicacy. And when they tasted it. What the hell is that? How can something so delicious exist? Kompa and Vados yelled at the same time as they began to think after trying these fajitas that all the other food they had eaten throughout their lives was rotten. Kompa-sama, are you sure what we have eaten so far was food? Vados said as she wiped the tears from her eyes, tears of happiness that unintentionally fell from her eyes for the first time in a million of years. It seems I have won, Beerus said with satisfaction, the enormous satisfaction of seeing your brother overwhelmingly lose to you. Beerus. Where did you get this thing anyways? Asked Kompa, who at this point didn't even care to admit that he had lost, he just wanted to know where he could get something this delicious, regardless of the cost. A planet called Earth. And this is just one of the thousands of delicacies out there. Earth is overflowing with so many delicious treats, I couldn't even begin to tell you about all of them. Beerus said, without lying at all, that dish was obtained by him on that planet, but he didn't mention his creator, that he was from another world to avoid naming that horrible subject. Hey Vados. Our sixth universe would have an Earth as well. Find it. Chama shouted with great scaremongering, he needed the location of that planet and he needed it right now. It was a matter of food or death. Moreover, while Vegeta, Goku, Yam and Ginger were asking Whis about the other universes, despite the fact that Broly had already spoken with them on other occasions, Vados found the information she was looking for, although unfortunately she couldn't satisfy her fat cat's selfish desires. Ah, I found it, Kompa-sama. There's an Earth in our sixth universe as well. But unfortunately, in this Earth's past it appears a senseless massive war broke out, driving all of humanity into extinction. Vados said, very sad to announce that terrible news. She also wanted to go to Earth right now to eat for days until she was full. Well, you are kidding me, shouted Kompa, extremely angry and depressed. And as a good brother that he was, Beerus didn't miss that opportunity to laugh at his misfortune. Ha 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 ha. Sucks to be you, Kompa. Looks like you don't have any more Earthlings there to make you all that super delicious food. Although the best is not made by an Earthling. Well, that happened to our Earth more times than I can count. We've been right up against the face of destruction plenty of times. In fact, that was Vegeta, Yam and Ginger original goal as well. Goku said as he looked at his current friends and former enemies while remembering all the times he saved the world or others saved it. There's no need to name names. Vegeta, Geiner and Yam protested, who were already enough ashamed of their past to have someone remind them of it, especially now that they were daddies and mommies. And seeing that there was no other alternative, Kompa resorted to his plan B. Grrjj. Beerus. Face me. In a hand-to-hand combat. If I win then we exchange Earths. What? A hand-to-hand combat. Between two gods of destruction. That was something worth to see. Yes. Finally. The four Saiyans thought excitedly, hoping to learn something from that fight. Maybe Beerus' weakness or some cool technique that allows them to beat Beerus. Ha 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 ha. So, you and me in a fight? I'm sorry for you then, now I'm in my prime. You can't win. Beerus said, that after having trained for a year as if his life depended on it, he was completely sure that he could beat up any Hikation who came to challenge him. However, Kompa, who was aware that even in his worst moments he was capable of defeating his brother due to his overweight, he proposed another plan. Not quite. Each of us will choose people from our own universe to battle. Let's see. How does a 5-man team competition sounds? They fight one at a time. Whoever defeats the other's team leader in the end will be named the victor. What do you say? A hand-to-hand team competition selected by the gods of destruction of the 6th and 7th universes. Kompa said, explaining the simple rules of the tournament. A tag team match that Hikation didn't participate in. That wasn't the spectacle that the four Saiyans longed to see, but this could be even better. Sound interesting. But I don't have anything to gain from this battle, do it? And besides, how do you plan on switching Earth to your universe in first place? Beerus replied, who quickly saw the flaws in Kompa's proposal. This fat cat pretends to use the Super Dragon Balls. Some Dragon Balls with the size of a planet that are distributed between universes 6 and 7. Which are extremely powerful, so much so that you can even ask to kill a Hikation for you, said a handsome, tall, muscular, powerful, with a tail and 3 eyes dude who came at the right moment to explain in a few seconds what that fat cat would take minutes. Chapter 233. This fat cat pretends to use the Super Dragon Balls. Some Dragon Balls with the size of a planet that are distributed between universes 6 and 7. Which are extremely powerful, so much so that you can even ask to kill a Hikation for you, said a handsome, tall, muscular, powerful, with a tail and 3 eyes dude who came at the right moment to explain in a few seconds what that fat cat would take minutes. Oh Broly-san, Whis and Vados said, warmly greeting the most important person in their lives, since he is the best cook they have ever known. Hello, how are you? Broly said, returning the greeting, but with less enthusiasm than Whis and Vados, since they were almost freeloaders who only wanted him for his food. Ah! Broy! Beerus and Kompa yelled with far less enthusiasm than Broly, since they were face to face with the only mortal who could beat them up. And besides, he is a fucking bastard. What's wrong, do you know him? Asked Beerus, surprised to see that his twin brother had had the same reaction as him. How is it possible? He is supposed to be in Universe 6 and that mortal can't travel between universe. Yes, of course. Whis hasn't told you anything. Said Kompa, who was partly grateful to Whis for not telling the bastard of his brother about his humiliating defeat at the hands of Broly. Something they both had in common and neither of them wanted to talk about. Of course I know them. They accused me of something very ugly years ago, which wasn't my fault, and they still haven't apologized. And regarding what I do here. It's because Bulma had told me to bring you some food. I hate when she forces me to compensate you for making you work for a month without reward. But above all I come for you for. Especially you Vegeta and Yam. Said Broly, quite annoyed while pointing to his least favorite Saiyans couple. Hey. Why? What have I done now? Vegeta protested, he was tired of always being Broly's scapegoat for everything. Why me too? Yam asked, that she wasn't used to receiving deserved punishments from Broly, since Vegeta always paid for both of them. It is more about what you haven't done. Since you are here every day training, your son Vegeta Jr., whom seems you have abandoned, spends all day at my house with my adorable bra. Except for the few times when he is with his uncle Rashi, who also seems to have invaded my tranquility with his daughter to cry saying how much he misses his wife, the rest of the time he's with me and my family. Fuck. My house has become a fucking Science nursery. They practically get up, eat and have dinner and go to sleep at my house. And that's not all. Vegeta Jr. calls me dad sometimes. And that's something that I will not tolerate. Besides, he is still too young to ask my daughter for marriage. So you can start taking care of your children by yourself before I call social services, or Piccolo, Broly protested in an excessively melodramatic way, showing without complexes his facet of hyper-protective father and Vegeta hater at the same time. Guys, you are irresponsible, Goku said, very disappointed with his friends. You aren't who to talk to. Everyone shouted, and with reason. Well. Leaving that aside. Were you talking about a tournament? Broly asked Kompa and Vados, changing the subject to forget that his daughter liked Vegeta's son. This. I think that. Shit. I didn't take into consideration that Broly could participate in this. If he participates, Kompa said that he tried to avoid that question by all possible means. He couldn't let Broly participate in the tournament he had proposed, or else his team wouldn't have a single chance of winning. However, unfortunately for Kompa, Broly heard everything about the tournament perfectly. Although in a way Kompa had to feel lucky, since he told him, don't worry, whatever it is I'm not interested in participating. What? Shouted Beerus, extremely disappointed since he hoped that Broly would participate and thus have the victory assured. However, the disappointment of Beerus meant the automatic happiness of Kompa, who speak openly about his tournaments again. Great. So it's decided, whoever wins the tournament will get the Super Dragon Balls. For now I only have 6, but I hope to find the one that I am missing soon, especially if I have your help, of course. If those 4 clumsy people who can barely move participate and also find the sphere that I am missing. This will be the best, I will get my wish for free and I will also be able to win my arrogant brother. Ha ha ha, I'm a genius. So you also want us to help you find the one you are missing. You are a, Beerus said, angry at having to accept new responsibilities. For having to participate in a nuisance that doesn't benefit him too much. An annoyance that he was about to reject, but. Please, Beerus-sama. With Bulma's radar we could find something like that in an instant. Come on Beerus-sama, let's have the contest. Please. Goku said, begging the cat to let him play. Do you really wish to fight in this tournament? Beerus asked, a little conditioned upon see Goku's puppy face. Of course I do. Goku said, jumping like a little child. And you three? Beerus asked to check if the others also wanted to participate. Yeah, sure, Vegeta, Yam and Ginger replied. So then it shall be. Let us partake in this thing. Said Beerus, who from time to time liked to please his subjects and his brother. He was a bastard, a despot and a genocide, but deep down he's a good person. Yeah, whatever. But go find your son before he asks me to adopt him, or worse. I'll lend you a Dragon Ball's radar and a spaceship. So don't dare to waste Bulma's valuable time on you when she could use it on me. And to change the place of the Earth either, create the same if you want, but don't move my house or I will kick your fucking ass compa, as I did when I was little, Broly said, once again showing how incredibly overprotective and territorial he's with his family. Did he beat you up when he was a kid? Beerus asked his brother, partly surprised, scared and above all, making fun of him, even though he was also beaten recently. Oh, I see, Broly got married and had a daughter. How unexpected, said Vados, surprised by those statements. No one had informed her about it, and Whis nodded, agreeing 100 with his sister. Whatever. Let's talk about the tournament rules, said Broly, who wanted to finish this topic quickly to go home. The agreed rules were the usual ones in this franchise. Losing consciousness, surrendering, leaving the ring means defeat. You cannot kill the opponent. Weapons cannot be used. And of course doping was also prohibited. The tournament would be in a week on an unnamed planet in an intermediate dimension between Universe 6 and 7 at 10 AM. On the part of the Universe 7 team, the last member would be Piccolo, since Gohan wasn't at all interested in that stupidity. And due to Broly's protection, Beerus was unable to blackmail him into participating. During that week of waiting our beloved Saiyan searched for the last Super Dragon Ball, which couldn't be found, since it was located in the intermediate dimension. Broly already knew it, but he greatly enjoyed seeing how Goku and the others searched for it throughout the universe uselessly for days. However, despite this unnecessary loss of time, the four of them were able to train tirelessly for 5 days in a row in Bulma's time compressor and also in Den's time room, which he reformed to eliminate the limit of uses. Seriously, Kami, Den has surpassed you in everything. So, the day of the tournament. Really? Except for Gohan, who has to work and take care of Pan, no one else has to do anything today. Broly protested, hinting that there were too many people here. It's Saturday, Broly. And besides, you're here too, Krillin protested, contradicting Broly's protest. You only know how to find excuses, said Broly, concluding this absurd discussion without an obvious winner or loser. Everyone took a day off to attend the event. In this select group were Whis in his role as taxi driver, Beerus, the 5 participants, the rest of the Z-Warriors, their friends and their families, and also a useless octopus who proclaimed himself the king of the universe, accompanied by a useless patrolman known as Jocko. Are we there yet? Broly said to Whis, since he was tired of waiting, and seeing that Bra and Vegeta Jr. got along so well got on his nerves. There is little left, Broly, Whis replied, with more patience than a saint. If I had known that this magic cube was so slow I would have teleported us there directly, said Broly, showing his dissatisfaction with public transport. You only know how to complain. If you're not going to fight, don't come. Shouted Beerus, who didn't feel comfortable being in such a small space with Broly, much less when he didn't stop bothering and didn't even come to help in the tournament. Do you want Beerus to fight? Do you really want me to fight? Again? You're sure? Broly said, threatening Beerus with an extremely forced grin. TSH. I haven't said anything, Beerus said, reading between the lines what Broly wanted to say to him. If something he learned from Goku, Vegeta, Yam and Ginger is better not to provoke that guy. By now everyone had gotten used to this hierarchy in which Broly was at the top, Bulma by his side, Beerus below, Whis on the sidelines and everyone else below Beerus. However, the new addition to the group didn't understand what the hell was happening. Jocko, who the hell is that guy? How can he speak to the god of destruction like that? Said King Jinga, the crowned alien octopus who was supposedly the king of the universe now that Frieza was dead, or something like that. King Jinga. Don't go near or talk to that monster. I assure you, it's for the best, Jocko said, giving the universe's most important warning, one he couldn't give himself decades ago. And after a few minutes of travel in which each one did what they wanted, they reached the planet of the tournament, from which they could see the Super Dragon Ball. So those are the Super Dragon Ball. They are huge. Everyone said very surprised, especially those who were already surprised to see the disparity in size between the Dragon Balls of Earth and Namek. They expected their size to be much larger than Namek's, but they never imagined something like these. Those Dragon Balls were as big as a small planet. Badge, I've seen them bigger, said Broly, not at all impressed. His Dragon Ball were bigger. Yes, yes, whatever you say, said the others, who were already tired of his boasting, especially after enduring him the whole trip. I'm serious, Broly replied, but not giving more details. Moreover, when landing on the planet asteroid there were already people waiting for them, such as Kampa, who as a good host went to receive them. Ah, so you really came. I was starting to think you chickened out, said Kampa, as irritable as ever. Shut up, Kampa. Let's finish this as soon as possible, I don't have all day for your nonsense, Beerus said, who was quite irritated after enduring Broly's irritating attitude for a quarter of an hour. The least he wanted was to also have to bear his brothers. Do what? You spend the years sleeping, Kampa answered. But they weren't the only gods aboard that planet. UOH. What are you doing here, Kaioshin-sama? Goku said, excited to see familiar faces, like the useless gods that came to Earth a few years ago. And Shin and Kibito were also happy to see Goku, the only pure soul among the Saiyans they had ever met, not counting his son. Well, Goku-san. It's been a while, hasn't it? ¿Qué tal habeas estado tras? HRM. Hey. Are you guys the 6th universe, Kaioshin-sama? Goku said, who interrupted Shin's warm reunion speech to focus on the new faces. In this case, two guys who dressed almost the same as Shin and Kibito, had earrings like them and also looked alike, although uglier. However, before the Kaioshins from Universe 6 could be surprised and even upset by the confidence with which Goku addressed them and his disrespectful attitude. That's right, Goku, they are. How long without seeing you, useless-chan? They shit with fear upon see that their greatest nightmare had grown, appeared behind them and leaned on their shoulders in a very disturbing and dark way. AH. Broly. Fuwa and his assistant shouted in deep terror upon see that they were surrounded by Broly's rocky arms and that his face was a few inches from theirs. A head from which a disturbing and threatening third eye protruded, a third eye that they would never forget in their lives. Do you know them, Broly? Goku asked, asking the obvious. Yes, of course, we are old friends, Broly replied happily as he embraced the two Kakishin with his arms effusively, who seemed to be praying to some higher entity to take pity on their souls. Well, it doesn't seem like they are, Goku replied upon see that those two Kaioshin were trembling with fear and were also totally pale, as if they were sheets of paper. Nonsense. Of course we are. Right? Broly insisted as if he were a dangerous and well-backed mobster catching red-handed by the police while trying to extort money from some poor merchants. Yes, yes. We are, Fuwa and his assistant answered as they looked at the ground, afraid of making eye contact with someone. That's what I thought. Anyway, let's sit down. Nice earrings, by the way, Broly said, saying goodbye to Fuwa and his lackey while touching Fuwa's new earrings, since the old ones were stolen by him. And once Broly sat with his family and began to pay more attention to his wife and daughter than to them. Shin asked his brothers from another universe, have you also suffered at his hands? More than you could imagine, Fuwa replied while wiping the cold sweat that fell from all parts of his body. If you only knew, Shin replied, who thought he could imagine what they had been through. What does Broly have against the gods? I don't understand, Piccolo asked himself, who didn't miss a single detail of that uncomfortable meeting. And of course in that place there were more mortals from Universe 6 who also had conversations with each other. This tournament reminds me the Broly tournament we have on our planet Sarada, said an anonymous Saiyan from the 6th universe of the many who were in the tournament. Since Broly taught them to use the Super Saiyan, they basically became the most powerful race in the universe. Kampa's team currently consisted of Hit, Metalman, and Saiyans. Some rules are different, like the rule that allows you to use weapons in the shape of Broly. But except for everything else it is almost the same, answered Kaba, the ex-champion of that tournament. Really? Some said while looking indignantly at Broly for explanations. Are you surprised that I have business in other universes? Come on, these Saiyans have fun at my tournaments, Broly answered while avoiding the astonished gazes of the Saiyans of Universe 6. After Broly signed autographs the non-participants sat in the stands and the participants moved to the ring, where the toughest challenge awaited them. An challenge that even the greatest fighters could be unable to overcome. An elementary level written exam. Broly, are you sure you don't want to participate? Asked C-18, who didn't understand why he didn't participate and humiliated them all. The Broly he knew loves being the center of attention. In a stupid tournament for the benefit of idiot cats in which only weaklings participate. No thanks, I prefer to sleep, Broly answered, despising his universe and also the opposite while he materialized high-quality cushions in the stands. Who knows, maybe there may be guys like you among those 5, said Krillin, who wanted to believe that the universe was big, especially when there is more than one. And that someday, maybe today, Broly could find his natural enemy. Something that isn't mathematically impossible, but in Broly's opinion. Ha 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 ha. Like me? Ha 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 ha. Wait, really? Wah 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 wah. Broly said as he tried to contain his laughter, although it was impossible. This was one of the best jokes he had heard in his life. And Krillin, somewhat offended, but not surprised by the answer, replied, "It wasn't necessary to be so sarcastic. I laugh because you didn't say something silly at all. The only interesting guys on that team are 2. One is the extremely serious purple dude. And then there's that Saiyan girl over there. Let's just say we have a little in common." Although very little, of course, Broly replied, pointing to Hit and Kale as he wiped the tears from his third eye. "What? That girl?" Everyone shouted in shock. Has the arrogant and narcissistic Broly just compared himself with another living being by saying they have things in common? In addition, what they both have in common is related to his power. This didn't look good, it didn't look good at all. They didn't know exactly what he meant by that, but it was certainly bad news for the representatives of their universe. "What do you mean, Broly? Do you know her? Can we truly win?" Almost everyone shouted, extremely scared upon hearing that ambiguous statement, and among them was Beerus, the most scared of all. "No spoilers," Broly said as he made himself comfortable to sleep, ignoring the requests of his curious friends. And after leaving almost the entire audience terrified, with suspense and with a great cliffhanger. The participants had already finished their exams, which Goku almost failed, although even a 4-year-old would be able to pass it. The start of the tournament was imminent. And before Broly fell asleep until the interesting fight started, he came up with an idea that he already had in mind from home. "I'll make things a little more interesting. And convenient for me. Goku. I have to tell you something," Broly said to Goku telepathically. Chapter 234. Goku. I have to tell you something. Yes, I'm talking telepathically, to you and the others, Broly said telepathically to Goku, Vegeta, Ginger, Yam and Piccolo, although he silenced those who weren't Goku to avoid interruptions. Broly just wanted them to hear what he had to say. "What do you want, Broly? Have you regretted not being able to participate?" "I'm sorry, but I'm the first," Goku said as if he were a child or a dog afraid that someone would dare to take his toy from him. "Shut up and listen. It's important," Broly shouted telepathically. "Sorry," Goku apologized for his childish attitude. "You have to win all the matches without losing," Broly said solemnly as he dipped his churros in the hot chocolate. "What? Why?" Everyone in the telepathic conversation screamed telepathically, although only Goku and Goku were able to speak. "Because I have bet Lie that you will win all the fights, and you should know that I don't like to lose." "Never." Broly said with a very unkind and gloomy smile, which only disguised a clear threat. Oh, they said upon hearing that worrying message. They must win at all costs. And also, for the good of all, only Goku had to fight. Obviously that made the others who weren't Goku very sad. But Broly, who wasn't entirely sure if Goku had understood what to do, tried to be a little more specific, adding certain incentives to motivate the former protagonist. "So if you win, I will give you a great reward, a huge one. But if you lose or act like an idiot by overestimating yourself, thus not fighting seriously. He. Trust me, you'll regret it. You will excessively regret it. And not just you. I will punish everyone else with you. I will punish your friends with twice the severity. And to Vegeta with the quadruple." "What? Us too? That is unfair." Ginge, Yam and Piccolo shouted, this time not telepathically. "Why always me?" Vegeta screamed non-telepathically, frustrated at always being Broly's scapegoat. "Okay, I get it," Goku said, miraculously erasing his typical stupid smile from his face after being threatened like that. Before he wanted to have fun and try things with the people of the other universe, however, now he had to exert himself to the maximum, beyond 100, as if it were a fight to life and death. So his friends helped him remember that feeling. Kakaroto. Goku. As you lose a single combat, we will kill you. Piccolo, Ginger, Yam and Vegeta cheered him on at the same time in a threatening way, especially Vegeta. And Bulma, seeing the paranormal event that was happening before her eyes, that Vegeta, Yam, Ginger and Piccolo enthusiastically encouraged Goku to win each fight, even though that implied that they wouldn't have the opportunity to fight. She activated her feminine intuition to find the origin of this oddity. A very easy, fast and obvious search. "Broly, what did you tell them?" "That, if they hurry and finish this tournament soon, a barbecue awaits for them at our home. You know how much they like my food," said Broly, trying to find a convincing excuse. However, he failed miserably. Bulma realized right away that everything had been caused by him, so she said affectionately, "Honey, if you're going to lie to me, do it better, please. I will sleep for a while. I'll wake up when the good stuff starts," said Broly, who resorted to the old and reliable strategic retreat. On another occasion everyone would have rebuked him for that intervening, abusive and even cowardly attitude. But not today. He has been very annoying all day, for which everyone appreciated that momentary tranquility. Although some didn't like so much that Broly went to sleep. This bastard. Sleeping in a moment as important as this, Beerus said, quite annoyed that someone showed so little interest in one of the events he was presiding over, especially if that someone had refused to participate and that person is also Broly. True, but Goku is incredibly motivated and focused. I've never seen him like this before, just like Vegeta and the others, Whis said somewhat astonished. He had never seen these Saiyans behave like that. It was as if they were betting their life on this tournament, or else they wanted Goku to completely win that tournament. At the very least they care about my honor. I think I have been a bit strict with these guys. I will hit them a little less hard in the next training session, Beerus said, extremely moved upon seeing eager his punching bags had to beat his twin brother in this competition. A few minutes later. Dad. 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 Papa. Awake. Bra said as she shot a key sphere at Broly's face. Boom. Can't you wake me up like a normal person? Broly protested, as he woke up. She hadn't done him any harm, it was a matter of protocol. Goku's combat with the Saiyan from Universe 6 begins, Bra said, who didn't even apologize for his original and violent way of waking up his father. Oh great, thank you sweetie. Has he fought well while I slept? Asked Broly, who quickly forgot his anger. Yes, he has done very well, he has finished the fighting quickly. Although the giant robot has caused problems and has entertained a bit fighting against that short Saiyan with hardly any muscles. He only knew how to transform into a Super Saiyan, Goten replied, who was very proud of his father's performance in this tournament. I understand. Those useless haven't been able to improve from that point. I really have to do everything myself. Anyway, let's see how Kale fights, Broly replied, disappointed with the progress of the Saiyans of Universe 6. Dad. Why did you say that combat with that girl would be interesting? Tell me please, Bra asked, pleading with her powerI technique for force her father to answer the question everyone wanted to know. She even rehearsed during the minutes that Broly was sleeping to increase the probability of success. Can't you wait a few minutes to find out yourself? Broly said as he covered her daughter's almost crying face with his tail and looked away. You know that I can't. Bra screamed as she tried to push her father's tail away for her attack to be effective. I'm sorry sweetie, but your dad doesn't make spoilers, he replied, hardening his heart as he looked away. What do you mean? You and your damn answer talker got all the series endings, even just by watching the first chapter. Bulma protested, bringing out some of her accumulated resentment, as every woman does. Do you still hold a grudge against me for that? It's been 18 months since that and I haven't done it again, replied Broly, who believed that he had already apologized enough a long time ago. How long would she keep reminding him? I was interested in that show, Bulma insisted for the umpteenth time. How many times did she have to remind him? Why are women so spiteful? However, luckily for everyone, Bra ended that embarrassing show. Dad, Mom, shut up, the fight is already starting. And just like Bra said, which indicated Vegeta Jr. to sit with her despite Broly's disapproval. Kale had started his fight against Goku, who was looking at her seriously, since he detected that there was something strange with that almost adolescent female Saiyan. In the same way Kale was even more alert due to the power that Goku had exhibited until now. Undoubtedly her opponent was incredibly powerful Saiyan despite not having transformed into Super Saiyan. She don't know about Broly's super body multiplication. So strong that she had even defeated Kaba with extreme ease, thus she couldn't suppress her power in the slightest. I wanted to avoid it because I lose control, but I have no other choice, Kale thought with obvious nervousness as she faced Goku, the mighty Saiyan from another universe, while she transformed. What the hell? A transformation that made everyone jump out of his chair, including Beerus, who even seemed traumatized by the appearance of the teenager in front of him. No way. Everyone shouted once more time as they pointed at Kale and looked at Broly, playing to find the differences between them. Even Broly helped in that game by transforming into Legendary Super Saiyan so that the most idiots, who were the majority, could quickly find the differences. Green hair. Increase in size, hypermusculature. Power that increases exponentially without pause at an alarming rate, Piccolo said, scared and very much. His biggest nightmare was coming true and he had nowhere to run. It's like, Mutant Rashi said as he pointed at both of them with his fingers. For the first time he was pointing out something in a woman other than her secondary, or primary sexual characteristics. Broly, what's going on? That is the same transformation as yours, said Bulma, highly impressed and concerned to see the great resemblance between that hypertrophied teenager and her husband. Above all, she was worried about finding her something attractive despite being a woman. Certainly seeing the transformation of Kale aroused the amazement of everyone who knew Broly. Moreover, more than one started scratching their heads to try to understand what was happening. And obviously many of them began to come up with theories, each one more crazy and far-fetched than the other. However, only one of those idiots, Yamcha, dared to share his theory. It's very simple. Young Broly went to Universe 6, it was there when he found a female Saiyan who... Pum. A very dangerous theory, so much so that he ended up embedded against the wall of the tournament facilities in a position known to all. Yamcha! Shouted Puar, who truly feared for the life of his master. As I have already explained, Universe 6 and 7 are twin brothers. In both there are Saiyans, Namekians, and there is even a planet Earth like the one we live on, although now they are all dead there. That's the reason for this tournament. Well, in the same way, in this universe there is also my counterpart. Someone who was born with the same mutant S cells that I have, and that's that girl over there. She is not my daughter. I only have eyes for my Bulma, Broly said, finally explaining what kind of relation Kale and him had. Especially emphasizing that she wasn't his daughter as he looked at Bulma. I already understand it. Does that mean that she has infinite power just like you? Bulma asked, who quickly dismissed Yamcha's absurd theory, since Broly had never given her a reason to suspect about his fidelity. In addition, she was more concerned right now about the possible implications of someone else in the multiverse having the same powers as her husband. That could be something horrible and dangerous, especially if your childhood friend was fighting against it. Yes, that's right, answered Broly, relieved that his wife didn't doubt even for a moment about his fidelity. Thanks to that, Yamcha would live one more day. Infinite power. That means Goku is in trouble, shouted Beerus, who didn't miss a detail of that whole conversation, since he was also interested in knowing the truth about that Saiyan. And the truth worried him excessively. He couldn't bear the idea of seeing Goku losing, that could mean seeing his brother happy, and he couldn't allow it. Yes and no, look at it for yourselves, Broly replied as he asked everyone to pay attention to the fight instead of looking at him. Although he really liked being the center of attention. So everyone began to pay attention once more to the combat between Goku and Kale, especially analyzing each of Kale's actions to find some weak point in that ultramuscular titan woman who seemed to destroy the world with each of his movements. And the first to realize any of the peculiarities was Rashi, thanks to his years of experience as a martial artist, and being chased by enraged women. Has that girl become Berserker? That's right, just like normal S cells, the mutant S cells that Kale and I have are activated by anger. Normal S cells give a limited amount of power with the activation of a certain level of anger, which is more or less controllable as well as the power it gives. With training it is possible to control that anger better and at the same time get more power out of those S cells. But with the mutant S cells it is not like that. The power grows exponentially as well as the anger that generates that power, thus creating a vicious circle that makes us crazy super powerful, almost lacking in rationality beings who attack friends and enemies alike as if we were wild beasts, said Broly, explaining the factory defects of his own S cells. But you control yourself perfectly in that state. I have even seen you sleep transformed after getting angry about losing poker with Bra after promising not use cheats or abilities, said Bulma, remembering certain funny episodes of her married life. To which Broly proudly replied, that's because I have great control of my power and mind for various genetic reasons, mainly the Juggin, and abilities acquired through a very hard and intelligent training to take advantage of my abilities at the same time that I have eliminated said defects. Although the first time I transformed I had a hard time controlling myself. Fortunately I transformed for the first time into Universe 6, I would be very sorry to have destroyed Universe 7 if I hadn't been able to control my anger. Asshole. You released that anger on me. Kampa protested, who like his brother also paid attention to the conversation between the members of Universe 7. As I was saying. Unfortunately that young woman isn't as successful as me. You see, despite the difficulties and danger, Goku is more or less able to anticipate her crude movements. And also Broly said as he pointed to the fight between Goku and hypertrophied Kale. A match in which Goku practically dodged all of Kale's wide, powerful, predictable, and hyperdestructive attacks. Pam. And then hit her when she left an opening. Withdrawing temporarily and attacking again when possible, when suddenly. Kale, who seemed to be suffering, unleashed a violent explosion of energy in all directions. An explosion that almost destroyed the ring and almost expelled Goku from it. What was that explosion of power? Goku almost fell from the ring, said part of the public, who didn't expect that suddenly Berserker Kale would perform such an intelligent and almost victorious action. However, quickly the most observant of the group realized that this hadn't been a premeditated or favorable action for Kale. Has she gotten weaker than before, or is it just my impression? Piccolo said, who never lost sight of Kale's absurd increases in power, much less that extreme decrease in it. Not only that, her muscles have gotten smaller, Rashi said, although he was also struck by the decrease in power, he especially noticed her aesthetics. If I'm not mistaken, her body is unable to withstand so much power, so she is forced to expel it when it reaches the critical point. A critical point that, being blinded by anger, is unable to control correctly, so she becomes exhausted, loses control of her body and also hurts herself a little. I am right? Said Whis, who momentarily abandoned his cosmic cat to join the bleachers of Universe 7, where the most interesting conversations were taking place. You have said it perfectly, Whis, it's nice not to have to explain everything myself, answered Broly, very happy that there are people around him with a minimum of reasoning ability and battle sense. But, what if you don't unleash that power, Dad, Mr. Broly? Asked Vegeta Jr., who had a momentary slip. A slip that didn't go unnoticed by Broly. What did you call me? Most likely he will die. If you seal a container and keep filling it with water, it will end up exploding. That is why she instinctively expels that power, albeit clumsily, said Vados, who also joined the stands of Universe 7 with his brother. It was more entertaining to be there than with her cat, and the food was better. Hey! Where are you going? Therefore, without paying attention to them, everyone else kept talking about Kale and his S-cells. And one of the most interesting questions that came up was, then, Papa, do you also have to expel power in this way so as not to die? Bra asked, worried about her father's life. Obviously this was an extremely interesting question. Both for those who were his friends, who didn't want Broly to die, and for his enemies, who were many and were eager to know the mortal weaknesses of their powerful archenemy, although many of these enemies were also his friends. However, of course Broly, as always, broke the hope of his enemies, telling them that nothing they did against him would be effective under normal circumstances. It would have to be like this, but as you know, I'm not normal at all. I can maintain control while I'm transformed, so I can better dose my power and energy, releasing it in a controlled way in combat so as not to reach that point of excessive accumulation. In addition, I developed a skill that allows me to send excess energy to another dimension to take advantage of it later, without forgetting my famous Broly super body multiplication. If to all this we add that I have trained my body to brutal limits, I have modified it to better adapt to all my changes, and I am also immortal. No, there is no danger that I will die by my own power or that they will become a disadvantage. I have conquered all the advantages and weaknesses of my S-cells. Oh. Too bad. Almost all the Z-warriors, Beerus and Kampa sighed, and especially Vegeta, very sad to hear that they couldn't use Broly's own mutant S-cells against Broly. And those are some disadvantages that it seems that Goku has understood, said Broly while pointing to the combat again. AH. Boom. Plash. Clack. Kale is out of the ring. The winner is Son Goku, from Universe 7. Said the referee, ending the match. I see, he's been pulling her to the edges and waited for the precise moment when she would release her energy. At that moment, while he was being pushed by the shock wave, he teleported in front of her. Just when Kale was weak and disoriented, to push her out of the ring with a simple kick. Without a doubt the most efficient way to win, Whis said, explaining in detail the final moments of the combat between Goku and Kale, explaining the onomatopoeias that Meroman had written. Obviously to avoid representing the combat, since Whis was going to explain it anyway. I am a rascal. I'm surprised that Goku has come up with a strategy like that, said Beerus, who joined the stands of Universe 7 so as not to be alone. Don't underestimate Goku's intelligence, at least when it comes to fighting, Broly replied, showing some respect for one of his childhood heroes. Although right now Goku was the least of his problems. It seems that your universe has problems, sister. Whis said, pointing to the ruins of the ring in which in which Kale, who was still transformed, continued to fight against Goku despite having lost. In her state she was unable to reason or acknowledge that she had lost by falling from a completely shattered ring. The only way to defeat her was to kill her or knock her unconscious. And until she was defeated, her only instinct would be to crush Goku, who tried by all means avoid her attacks. If contestant Kale continues to fight after losing, the Universe 6 will be disqualified. Said the referee, denouncing this unsportsmanlike behavior and its consequences. What? Kampa yelled, outraged by that rule. Did that mean that Hit wouldn't have a chance to beat Goku and the rest of his brother's team? Did that mean that his entire team would be disqualified? Although unlike Kampa, Beerus was very happy with that referee decision. Ha 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 ha. That would be fun, don't you think, Kampa? What the hell are you doing, Kale? Do you want to be destroyed? Kampa yelled as he pointed his hand at Kale, ready to use his Hakai before his team lost for breaking the rules. Obviously this assassination attempt wasn't well received between the whole audience, especially Broly. Since this partially interfered with one of his plans, I think I should be the one to step in to stop my female version from another universe, but that could compromise my plan, so should I ask Hit to take care of this? No, that would be even more inadvisable. Anyway. So while Kale kept causing dread trying to kill Goku, like almost everyone in this show, Broly teleported behind her. Calm down, girl. And as if she were a kidnapper or rapist, Broly put a handkerchief on Kale's face and she fainted instantly, ending her transformation. What was that? Asked all the public. They couldn't believe that there is a drug capable of knocking out such a powerful being. Where can I buy that? Asked the Galactic King. Where could they get that drug? If they could mass manufacture it, they would gain a very useful weapon to stop super powerful villains. He had to get that drug for the Galactic Patrol at any price. Broly brand chloroform, extremely effective against non-Broly Saiyans. I had to make it up when Bra wouldn't let us Fu sleep at night due to her crying when she was a baby, Broly replied, explaining the origin of one of his inventions while taking the unconscious Kale with him. An origin that made everyone present laugh who understood what Broly was referring to. Ha 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 ha. Therefore everyone laughed out loud except the little kids, Goku and Broly. Please, Bulma protested, very embarrassed. Daddy please, Bra protested, very embarrassed. He always has to do unnecessary things, Beerus protested, who hoped to win his brother quickly, but of course, Broly always had to screw up his plans. Don't worry, I'll take care of her, she's my version from another universe after all, I have to take responsibility. You can continue with the tournament, said Broly, ending his speech. GRRJJ. Referee announces the next combat. Beerus yelled at the referee as he tried unsuccessfully to hide how angry he was with Broly's intervention. Well done, Broly. You have finally done something good for me. Kampa yelled, thanking for the first time that Broly existed. And while Broly left the ring, which was being rebuilt by Vados and Whis, with Kale under his arm, he warned Goku, pointing to his next rival, stay focused Goku, your next opponent is someone very special. Really? I'm even more excited than before. Goku said with extreme enthusiasm as he looked anxiously at Hit. And like Goku, Broly also looked at Hit, but unlike Goku, Broly talked telepathically with him. Hit, you know what to do. Yes, Broly-sama. Hit replied telepathically to his boss, indicating that he would execute the orders he previously received from him without any problems. A telepathic conversation that went unnoticed by everyone. Obviously no one could intrude on the private channel created by Broly with which he could communicate with his subjects and temporary workers of his own dimension. However, the slight change in Hit and Broly's aura and composure from having eye contact didn't go unnoticed by Whis. Chapter 235. The fight between Goku and Kale had ended with Goku's victory. With this, Universe 6 accumulated 4 defeats and 0 victories. A single more defeat would mean the total and absolute defeat of Universe 6. Therefore, while Whis and Vados repaired the ring, Kampa was giving a motivating and hopeful speech to his team to encourage them in the next fight and not feel hopeless about previous losses. Damn. Damn. You have lost all the battles against a single enemy. You are all useless. You deserve being DES, Kampa yelled, expressing how satisfied he was with the team that Vados had recruited for him. So much satisfaction felt by this incredible result that he was about to reward them with a dense Hakai in their faces. However, luckily for the participants of Universe 7, in that team there was a responsible adult with the ability to reason. I don't think that's fair to them, Hit said, ending with that phrase, Kampa's murderous intentions, even though Hit was a murderer. What do you mean by that, Hit? Kampa said, very confused, despite being a dude who had lived billions of years and is one of the most powerful gods in the entire universe. Proving that being powerful and living long doesn't conflict with being extremely stupid. That guy is without a doubt one of Broly's disciples. I think you already know what that means, Hit replied, trying to make him remember what Broly did to them years ago. And they were also being trained by my brother, if you remember. It seems that you underestimated them a lot when they were wearing those training suits, Kampa-sama added Vados, who agreed with Hit's observation. Could they really blame new recruits they didn't know before for not being able to compete against the students of the multiversal abomination Broly, an angel and a Hikation? This competition was never fair from the start, but the idiot just didn't notice. And that was something that even the stupid and impulsive Kampa could understand if someone clearly explained it to him, so he reluctantly gave up the idea of killing them for now. Damn. Hit, can you handle him? I cannot use my killing techniques in this tournament and I am facing a monster trained by the greatest monster. But it will be a fun fight, Hit answered as he advanced towards the ring with his hands in his characteristic pockets, hinting that he wasn't 100% sure of winning. Meanwhile, in the stands of Universe 7. Due to the good performance of Goku in this tournament, in which he concentrated on fighting properly rather than playing the idiot overestimating himself too much. The whole audience was in a great mood, they just needed to win another match to have a landslide victory. An incredible achievement. A single fighter from his universe would defeat the best fighters of an entire opposing universe. That was without a doubt the result that everyone wanted to see. However, not everyone were carried away by this tribalism and treated this matter with rationality. So much as to worry about the last opponent they should face now. That guy, he seems strong, said Krillin, who like everyone else was trying to measure his power level, and of course his aura and energy seemed extremely powerful. He didn't seem to have as brutal a power as Kale's, but even so, his attitude, way of moving and presence alerted all the fighters there that Hit isn't a common dude. He's very dangerous. Broly, do you know him? He has been looking at you all the time and he has talked about you a lot. And I think that on some occasion you have also looked at him as if you knew him, asked Bulma, who unlike the rest wasn't specialized in detecting the power or fighting ability of others. Instead she had developed a sixth sense that told her when something strange was happening with her husband. And that sixth sense wasn't wrong this time. I like that you look at me so closely, Bulma, but I do know him. After all, with this guy I had the most difficult fight I have ever had in my life, Broly replied, unaware of the storm that these words would unleash. What? Everyone shouted as if those were the words that announced the end of the universe. The most difficult combat of Broly's life? Was that guy that strong? That meant Goku is in trouble. Everyone from the stands screamed in panic again. And my Dragon Balls and Big Brother pride too, yelled Beerus, demonstrating what their motivations were. Calm down. That was when I was about Bra's age and it was before I could transform, neither I had all the abilities I have now. Right now I could defeat him with a single blink. Although during our fight I managed to transform and with that defeat him with extreme ease, Broly said, trying to reassure his upset friends and family. Off. You scared us, everyone replied, who were hyperventilating from the fight from before. So Goku has a chance to beat him too? Chi-Chi asked, who from time to time worried about her husband. Although very little, for years she only saw him as a bad source of income. Goku's raw power is greater than Hit's. However, winning or losing depends all on Goku's and on his ability to understand, adapt and counterattack Hit's characteristic ability, Broly answered without being 100 specific in anything. Characteristic ability? What kind of ability did Hit have that he can counteract the raw power margin between him and Goku? No spoilers? Bulma and Bra asked. No spoilers, Broly replied while hardening his heart and mind, since Bulma were using the sexy poopy eyes attack to tempt him to confess. And they were about to achieve her goal. It seems that Bra learned this trick from her mother. And while Bulma continued to tempt her husband and Bra tried to learn that technique, the fight between Goku and Hit started. Hit seemed to teleport in an extremely efficient way, with which he could surpass Goku, anticipating his attacks. What is happening? How can that Hit be so fast? Asked the general public, who had no fucking idea about Hit's skill. Moreover, Broly, who could no longer resist the combined attack of Bra and Bulma, revealed the truth earlier than expected. It's not speed, it's his special ability. A skill known as time skip. Timki skip. What is this? Asked the illiterates with a lack of imagination. The explanation of his ability is somewhat complicated, so it would take several minutes or maybe hours to explain it in detail, especially considering the number of illiterates per square centimeter who is listening to me. So I will make an imprecise explanation, but practical. He can stop time for several tenths of a second, in which he can move freely in that stop time, but without being able to interact with others, Broly replied kindly as he materialized a computer screen to graphically show Hit's ability to make it easier to understand. Manipulating time. I'm surprised he's got the same ability as me, said Whis, one of the few who didn't need Broly's video to understand Hit's ability. So you know what is the way to defeat him? Shall we tell him? Vegeta Jr. asked, that unlike his father he didn't hate Goku or anything like that, he felt the colors of Universe 7 and wanted them to win overwhelmingly. No, that would be cheating. Besides, it is likely that he realizes himself, Broly replied as he separated Bra from Vegeta Jr. subtly. And while Bulma growled at him for what he had just done, the combat continued. And Goku, who until now had been on the defensive, taking hit after hit from Hit without being able to do anything. Ploo. He was finally able to counterattack. And not just once. Ploo. Ploo. But 3 times in a row. This was clearly no fluke. Goku had found a way to counter Hit's ability, and this was something that our dear assassin didn't like. How did you do that? Hit asked, somewhat surprised, but not much. He was already aware of the kind of person he was up against and what he was capable of, but still he didn't expect him to find his secret so quickly. You can jump forward 0.1 seconds in time, right? All I did was predict where you'd be 0.1 seconds after you vanished, Goku said, who explained everything without leaving a single detail. Why does that idiot have to explain everything to his opponent? He has to learn a little from his son, Broly asked rhetorically out loud, and with good reason. Now Hit had a clue on how to counter his counterattack. If Goku had shut up, he might not have discovered it, or it would have taken longer. Fucking shonen characters. Now that I know your trick, I'll be able to fight properly, Goku said, confident of being able to defeat him now that he had gotten used to his ability. But as always, overconfidence was the greatest weakness of our childhood hero, and Hit let him know, you are too presumptuous. Do you really think my limit is 0.1 seconds? After my loss to Broly, I have been training like crazy. And once the bragging ended. Palm. Crash. Prom. Puak. Both began to fight frantically, hitting each other, dodging and blocking each other hundreds of times. However, Goku seemed to be the one dominating the battle now, unlike a few minutes ago. Incredible. In an instant he's predicting dozens of attacks and staying ahead of them. Shin said, fascinated with the skill of those two mortals and embarrassed by his uselessness. They could go on like this forever without reaching any end. Said Fuwa, another god who had no fucking idea of combat, as useless as his cousin from another universe. And seeing that Goku still had the advantage in this fight, Kompa, from whom someone would expect a bit of analytical ability at least when fighting, since that was his only virtue, he said like a fool without self-control. Hey Vados, this is getting us nowhere. So Vados was forced to explain to him and the audience who really had the upper hand in that situation. Don't fret, Kompa-sama. Hit barely uses any stamina for his time skip. On the other hand, his opponent is forced to think and react at incredibly high speeds. They simply keep us this exchange, it will be the Saiyan who depletes his stamina first. Besides, haven't you heard what Hit said earlier? And as always used to happen after this kind of explanation. What that guy or woman said in the explanation happened. And in this case, Hit, who until now was more or less even with Goku. Pum. He returned to control the pace of the battle, countering Goku's foresight in some clever way that surely some idiot wouldn't be able to understand. Goku was no longer able to attack, not even to defend himself, he had become unable to predict Hit's movements. And obviously someone would ask about what had just happened in the hope that someone smarter could explain it to him. Goku can no longer predict his movements. What is happening? Asked Yamcha, one of the official idiots of this great franchise. You have heard him before, 0.1 is not his limit. From what I have been able to observe, his longest jump has been 0.5 seconds, was replied, since being much more powerful, observant and intelligent than Hit could understand and perfectly evaluate the ability of Hit. But shouldn't Goku be able to predict his movements anyway? I know that predicting the next 0.1 is easier than the next 0.5, but it shouldn't be that different. Zinjibur asked, that since she is a little girl the author forgave her for not knowing how to reason as experienced fighters. The problem is when he varies his time skip distance continuously. The first kick was 0.1 seconds, the next punch was 0.3, the next was 0.5, then 0.2. And so constantly, it isn't surprising that Goku is incapable of calculating his next move, much less being able to react to it. Was replied once again, who was always willing to clear up the doubts of our protagonist group. That means that my dad doesn't have a chance to win? Goten asked, worried. Very few times he could be proud of his father, and today was one of those few times. He wanted him to defeat all the representatives of a whole universe. Until he manages to stop him and counterattack, hardly, Whis replied, sentencing that discussion and possibly the result of the fight. Damn Broly. Why did you motivate that guy to improve? Beerus protested, angered by how Broly's intervention years ago had complicated things for Goku now. Well done Broly. Well done Hit. Kompa cheered for the opposite reason. These guys are retarded. But you still forget to mention something, Whis said Broly as he walked towards Whis, leaving a long silence to create a great expectation among the audience. An audience that wanted to know at once what Broly meant, which finally answered after a few seconds, in this reality skills like these aren't of much use if you use them against someone who vastly surpasses you in raw power. In this reality? Whis thought, surprised by that choice of words that went unnoticed by everyone else. And as always happened, in a timely manner, Goku got Broly's message despite not having heard him. I see. I will have to use everything I know. At this point he could no longer reserve power or energy. He had to give everything in this fight, or else he would lose, and what is worse, Broly would punish them all. Therefore, Kaioken X20. Goku activated his Kaioken X20. This is a technique that is incompatible with a Super Saiyan transformation. The Kaioken Super Saiyan Blue never existed, that was invented by Toei Animation. However, due to Broly's multiplication and fuse technique, right now Goku had a power greater than that of a Super Saiyan Blue in base state. And by multiplying that brutal power by almost 20, his combat capacity soared in a disproportionate way. However, that increase in power didn't intimidate Hit. It was useless to increase his power and speed if he couldn't react correctly to his attacks. An increase in power won't be able to. Plaska. Beat me. But Hit couldn't finish his sentence, or at least couldn't finish it standing up, as he fell on his ass due to Goku's surprising and unexpected blow. Plap. As his ass fell right out of the ring. What the hell? Kampa shouted, confused, indignant and devastated. Goku just hit Hit. And had he thrown him out of the ring? How had he done that? How had he been able to predict Hit's unpredictable attacks? Broly. Spill the. Hey. However, Broly glared at Beerus, indicating that he wouldn't answer with that lack of manners. Most likely he would give him a beating instead. So Beerus, with good judgment, asked another person, no. Wise, explain please. After increasing his power to the maximum and using the Kaioken, Goku has overcome with a wide margin the power differential between him and Hit. A unique ability such as this only works at maximum efficiency on those equal to or lesser than the user's own power and level. As Broly spoiled before, or as you could see years ago when Gohan tried to transfer his injuries to Beerusama with his antithesis ability. His ability was not entirely effective on Goku. Whis replied to his cat, proving once again that he was one of the few intelligent characters in this franchise. Ha ha ha. It wasn't a spoiler, it happened with Gohan, but this way I kept you in tension. You should have guessed it, you are a very inattentive fandom, said Broly, criticizing his companions in a somewhat strange way, which contained technicalities that they didn't understand. That doesn't matter, the important thing is that I have won. Referee, declare my universe the winner. Beerus yelled once his curiosity was sated thanks to Whis and Broly. It was time to declare himself champion before his brother protested and fled with the award. Oh okay. Challenger Hit has been removed from the ring. Goku is your victor. I hereby declare the 7th universe winners. The referee announced, even though Kampa was killing him with his eyes. Yeah. The whole universe 7 screamed for the crushing victory they had achieved. They were so happy that it even seemed that they had won something. Criticism dedicated to sports fans. It was an incredible match, Hit, but I wish I could fight you in a match where we don't have so many restrictions, Goku said as he held out his hand to help Hit get up, demonstrating to Universe 6 the flawless sportsmanship of Universe 7. Maybe we will have an opportunity like that in the future, Hit replied, accepting Goku's kindness. Hit had been defeated, but he didn't seem to be upset with the result. He had finally been able to fight a strong guy as well as interesting since a long time ago. After all, only ones he could have fun with at this point were his coworkers. For him that was already enough reward, he had no reason to be angry. Unlike others. Hey Hit. You said you could defeat him. What the hell happened? Kampa yelled, extremely angry with the utter defeat of his entire universe at the hands of a single idiot. I never said that I would win. Hey, hurry up and take me home, answered Hit without giving importance to Kampa's protests. At no point did he guarantee that he could win and didn't owe that guy anything. Why the hell should he give him some explanation? On the contrary, there was no term that forced him to win the competition, they only rewarded him in the case of winning. There was no clause in the event of failing his mission. But something as simple as that didn't cross the mind of the impulsive Kampa. He was angry, very angry, so much so that he even began to think that wouldn't be such a bad idea to kill Hit and the entire team as he tried to do before the last fight. Wah. Miu. Wah. Maybe this way he could be satisfied, since screaming like a hysteric while kicking the ground was only making him more furious. Hey, Kampa. Beerus said, who without warning appeared behind his brother to reassure him. However, seeing how his brother, the one who always beat him in everything, had come to show off put him in even a worse mood, so he screamed even louder than before. You. What do you want? Don't you see that? Hey, Kampa, you retard. Incited Beerus, who now seemed even more upset than he despite having won. But Kampa was still in his world of absolute failure, although at least he knew how to admit defeat. Yeah. I know, Beerus. I'll give you the stupid Super Dragon Balls. Not that. Look over there, you moron. Beerus yelled, very, very upset as he grabbed his brother by the head so that he would look where he was pointing his finger. Is it really appropriate for you to be pointing at him? Whis asked coldly, as his was a teacher of etiquette for nobles. And it wasn't surprising that attitude part of Whis. And even Beerus, since the person Beerus had just pointed out, whom Kampa had ignored and displayed an attitude unbecoming of a god of destruction was Zen. Zeno-sama. Finally. The alien, subnormal, not so evil, and with excessive power Stewie has appeared. Broly thought as he watched as the actual most powerful being of this reality appeared in front of him. Chapter 236. Zen. Zeno-sama. Finally. The alien, subnormal, not so evil, Deus Ex Machina Stewie has appeared. Broly thought as he watched as the actual most powerful being of this reality appeared in front of him. Zeno-sama. Wait, is the real one? Shin said that after the joke that Broly played on him some months ago, he no longer knew what Zeno-sama was real and which wasn't. This time yes, I think, said Kibito, that wasn't 100 sure either. Does he look like Broly's robot? Krillin said, one of those who remembered the joke, even though he still didn't know the identity of that being. The real one? Robot? Whis asked, extremely confused. Why were Shin and Kibito doubting about Zeno-sama's identity? How is it possible that mortals knew about him? Broly's robot. It's a long and embarrassing story related to a Broly joke, Shin replied without delving too deeply into what actually happened. But it wasn't necessary, Whis is someone intelligent, so just by listening to the few clues they gave him was able to get an idea of what happened. Who is this Zeno-sama? Vegeta asked, who had been asking himself that question for a long time. And seeing the reaction of Beerus and Kampa, his curiosity multiplied exponentially. Zeno-sama is the being who rules over all universes, Wish answered without further ado. What? Every single universe. Shouted all non-gods except Broly. Of course, knowing who is the owner of everything you know is something shocking. Especially when you didn't know that there was someone with that position. Especially when that supposed king at all didn't seem strong at all. And that obviously generated a lot of questions for everyone. Luckily Broly explained a little more while was left to kneel before his dwarf and childish boss. Let's say that he is the equivalent of the god of destruction of all the universe and incidentally also the sovereign of all of them. Something that unfortunately shows that the pure destructive power is the most powerful power in the universe. New information about the hierarchical structure of the universe that changed a lot from what they until now believed. Wait, does that mean there is also an angel and a god of creation from all the universes? Bulma asked, who quickly connected the dots. Good intuition, Bulma. Zeno is the original Hikaishin, but unlike our Hikaishins he don't have fighting power but can erase everything and can be defeated. Daishinkan, the original Tenshin and Whis' father is his servant, teacher and assistant. More or less the same relation between Beerus and Whis. And finally in another place quite far away and doing absolutely nothing we can find the original Kaioshin Zurama, who created all the universes and also the Super Dragon Balls that you can see, Broly said, explaining to everyone in great detail the great powers of this reality. A conversation that everyone listened to with great attention, even those who already knew about all this. However, those privileged ones couldn't pay more attention to Broly's wise words, since they had their hands occupied with another matter. An audience with their supreme boss that was taking place while Broly and the others talked about them. Forgive us, Your Majesty. You have our sincerest apologies. Beerus and Kampa apologized to their supreme boss, who reproached them missing their duties as god of destruction to perform this illegal tournament without his consent. After checking it out, the whole thing was friggin' boss. So sweet, in fact, that I got to thinking we need to do this again, but hook it up so that next time we've got every single universe in the mix. However, like the police chief in every American movies, Zeno first scolded them and then praised them after checking it out. The whole thing was friggin' boss. So sweet, in fact, that I got to thinking we need to do this again, but hook it up so that next time we've got every single universe in the mix. Wait. What did they just hear? Zeno-sama hadn't gotten angry nor would kill them? Great, this was all they needed to hear, and therefore they didn't need to say anything else either. Now they just needed to shut up, bow their heads and wait for Zeno-sama to go back to his palace to do whatever. Everything was under control, they just didn't have to do or say anything else and they would survive one more day. Whoa, seriously? That sounds awesome. Let's do it. I'm in. However, just like with Luffy from One Piece, the plans don't make any sense when Goku is in the equation. Go Goku. A peon like you can't go, addressing Zeno-sama, yelled Beerus, whose heart almost exploded upon see that Goku, the idiot of the group, spontaneously interrupted in that conversation, speaking directly with the most important and dangerous being. Anything that bothered him even minimally could be the perfect excuse to kill them all. And this could be one of those situations. It all depended on how Zeno-sama interpreted Goku's words and attitude. Then consider it done. And soon. Zeno replied, happy to see that this pleasant stranger agreed with his initiative. Great Xeno-sama wasn't angry, the worst was over. It's a promise. Goku said as he offered his hand to the Supreme Being to seal his promise with a handshake. Poor idiots. The danger had just increased by 9,000. Don't you dare, Goku, Beerus stammered while holding his pee as he saw that both Xeno-sama and his guards were looking at Goku's hand without even blinking. Oh. God. It's impossible for Xeno-sama not to be bothered by this. What had Goku just done? This. Could this be the end of the days that Xeno-sama prophesied long ago? They were all about to die. Or maybe not. Sweet. I'll definitely hook it up, Xeno-sama said with joy as he performed the polemic handshake with Goku. Oh God. We had survived that too. Phew, and while Kampa and Beerus felt a great relief to see that today wouldn't be the end of days. Xeno-sama said goodbye to everyone, about to being teleported home by his bodyguards. Peace, I'm out. I can't wait. Till next time. Goku said, saying goodbye to his new friend. Bye. Xeno-sama said, completely disappearing from the universe. Therefore, after making sure he was gone, the scolding began. Goku. You're an idiot. Xeno can destroy all the universes in one clash. You can't risk making him angry, never. Beerus yelled, trying to make even an idiot like Goku understand the danger to which they had been exposed. A danger that same idiot had intensified. Heh. Seriously. Goku said, who still hadn't fully understood that. And you, Broly. It is evident that you can see the near future and that you know about Xeno-sama. Why haven't you stopped him? Shouted Kampa, who has always tried to blame others for everything. Because seeing you on the verge of a heart attack is extremely fun. Ha 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 ha. I've even filmed it to enjoy at home again. Should I upload it on GodTube? Ha 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 ha. Broly said, proving once again why he is so loved among all the gods. You fucking bastard, stop acting like none of this matters to you. Even you wouldn't be safe from Xeno-sama's wrath. Shouted Beerus, who for once agreed with his brother. Really? Answered Broly with arrogance. An arrogance to which they were already well accustomed, but that no one expect to hear right now in this context. Was he really serious? Like Goku, he didn't understand what Xeno-sama is capable of. Definitely. Either you're stupider than I thought, or you're fucking crazy, Beerus said, outraged by Broly's words and attitude, even more than by what Goku had done. Goku is just stupid, but Broly is fucking insane. Well, let's get the Dragon Balls, specifically the last one, which is exactly this planet. Come on, I have things to do at home and Bra has to do her homework, Broly said, ignoring Beerus and company to go back to his everyday life. Ouch, Bra protested, now she didn't want to go home. Really? Have we been fighting on top of a Dragon Ball? Piccolo said, amazed by this discovery. Why haven't you told us until now? Said Kampa, who felt like an idiot. He was looking for this Super Dragon Ball for years without success, and it turns out that the planet he had chosen for the tournament is that Super Dragon Ball. Because it would be a spoiler, answered Broly, closing that discussion. In this way the strange tournament ended with the crushing victory of Goku and Universe 7. Beerus took possession of the Super Dragon Balls that Kampa had in his possession, and also the last of all, which was the same planet on which they had been fighting, just as Broly said. And after everyone left, the group from Universe 7 used the Super Dragon Balls to make their wish. Tsunenojwa Kiniana, Chanmich. Said Whis in the language of the gods in order to Fuu. Summon Super Shenron, the golden and winged eastern dragon with the size of several galaxies. An imposing and majestic appearance that fascinated everyone. The biggest and most powerful dragon of wishes of all was front of them. Wow! It's huge. And seems super strong. Well, almost everyone. Badge, I've seen bigger and cooler dragons, Broly said, that he wasn't impressing at all, especially because he had already seen it before. Another display of arrogance that Beerus was loathing let me hesitate. Anyway, Whis, repeat what I'll tell you. And while Beerus was talking to Whis to act as his interpreter with the dragon, Bulma sent a mental message to her husband Broly. If Beerus makes a macabre wish, you have to stop him. I'm worried about what that maniac might do. His first intention was to ask for a wish to defeat me, but he let it run as soon as I sent him a telepathic message. Don't worry, it's actually quite an innocent wish, Broly answered to reassure his wife. Jua Ketsuya, Whis said when he finished reciting Beerus's wish, who was lazy even to ask for his own wishes. It is done. Can we go home? Broly said, pointing to the watch that had just materialized on his wrist. K has petted Lord Beerus? Goku asked. It's a secret, Beerus replied, satisfied to leave everyone in wonder. He has asked to restore planet Earth from his little brother's universe so that he can eat almost as well as we can. Ha ha ha, how cute you are, Beerus. I would never have imagined that a Hikaitian as unscrupulous and selfish as you would expend such a valuable desire to create something and also altruistically. Ha ha ha, seriously, very cute, said Broly, who understood perfectly, and as always didn't miss that opportunity to make fun of him. Damn you bastard. Do you know the language of the gods? I should have asked that dragon to turn you into a child to give you a beating like decades ago instead. Protest the angry, blushing and red as a tomato Beerus, which tried to strangle Broly without success. Ha ha ha. You can try it next year if you want. Or, if you can, Broly said, very happy with Beerus' reaction. Clank. While knocking him out. Later. Inside the wormhole that Whis uses to travel long distances. That stupid Broly. He seems to train daily to drive me crazy. Someday Whis, I swear that someday, said Beerus to his psychologist Whis, imagining what he couldn't do in reality as a last resort. But I guess not everything has gone wrong. I don't know what he said, but finally that stupid Goku has taken things seriously. Ha 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 ha. Kampa's face when he saw that his entire universe was defeated by one of my fighters has been incredible. Only for this tournament has been worth it, Beerus said, trying to see the bright side of what had happened today. It's not good to always be grumpy. Although I almost had a heart attack when Zeno-sama appeared and Goku almost killed us all. You'll have to harden his training from now on, Whis. As punishment, I mean, Beerus said, forgetting that Goku was the one who had won the tournament. And I don't know. I think we should look for the Super Dragon Balls too. Kampa entered my universe illegally to extract some, I think he should return the favor. Besides, he owes me, I have spent my desire to help him. And I think the wish I have in mind would help us both again. That's why I'll need your help to collect them all, Whis said Beerus, who finally realized a haunting truth. Whis hadn't heard a single word of what he had said so far. It's like he's deep in thought. Whis. Whis. I am talking to you. Beerus said, asking for the attention that every cat thinks he deserves. Oh. I'm sorry, Beerus-sama was distracted, Whis said, coming out of his bubble to pay attention to his cat again. This is not like you, what worries you? Is it because of Zeno-sama's appearance? Beerus said, really worried, he had never seen him so distracted. Not. It's Broly. Didn't you find some of his interventions very strange today? Said Whis, showing the origin of your worries with that question. This was certainly a nuanced question, especially for Beerus, who hated and depended on Broly on so many levels. Normally he would answer with a rudeness, would insult Broly and forget that conversation, but Whis's serious expression made him take this matter more seriously as well. To be honest, everything he does and says always seems suspicious to me. What has he done today? Therefore, Whis began to express his concerns. The first thing is his position regarding the tournament. I see understandable that he doesn't want to fight people weaker than him. But I don't understand why he got so involved in the rules of this tournament, and it makes a lot less sense that he caused only Goku to fight. The Broly I know would have done that to Vegeta in hopes that he would lose at some point to punish him. This is quite unusual. It is true, but it is likely that they had some kind of disagreement that we don't know about, and that is why Broly wanted revenge. Don't you think you're being a little paranoid? Said Beerus, that didn't understand how this insignificant fact was causing Whis to have so many headaches. This is a minor thing that I would have overlooked if it weren't for everything else. I can understand that he met his female counterpart from Universe 6, since it is not the first time he has visited it. And also that he knows Hit, after all they fought years ago on their first visit to Universe 6 and kidnapped him, that's why Kampa had to go find our universe while you were still asleep. However, the relationship they both have now doesn't seem to be one of former enemies, Whis said, exposing each and every one of the suspicious data that he had found so far, no matter how small or insignificant seemed. What do you mean? Asked Beerus, not understanding what did that have to do with him. For a moment Broly probably spoke telepathically with Hit, and Hit was nodded at him, as if he had willingly accepted an order. As if Broly were his boss, Whis said again, explaining in this case a detail with more assumptions than the previous ones. And what does it matter? Broly defeated him and he now considers him his boss. What's so weird about that? Are you worried that Broly ordered him to lose on purpose? Is that all your concern? Unsportsmanlike conduct? A brainwashing? Hypnosis? Said Beerus, who frankly didn't care too much about that. The tournament was over, he had won and even used the reward. Would Kampa claim something from him now? And what does matter if Hit is Broly's lackey? That has nothing to do with him. And Whis, seeing that these details didn't matter too much to him, proceeded to reveal the really worrying data. When Zeno appeared he didn't even flinch, as if he knew exactly who he is. Yes, it is certainly strange that a mortal knew about Zeno. But we're talking about Broly, he must have learned it somewhere, maybe Shin got off his tongue, said Beerus, who had regained interest in this conversation. Yet he kept trying not to worry too much, trying to find coherent and reassuring explanations for Whis' concerns. But this was a detail that was really worrisome that they couldn't underestimate, so Whis insisted. Not only that, from what Shin told me, Broly made a joke on them years ago in which a Zeno-sama robot intervened pretending to destroy all the universes. He knows what Zeno-sama is capable and also knows all about the Hakaishi, Tenshin, Kaioshin Trinity in the upper level. Something that not even many gods are aware of. Yet a mortal knows. Besides, he also knows perfectly the process with which Zeno-sama destroys universes, says Whis, who could see that Beerus had stopped looking for less worrisome explanations. Now Beerus is as concerned as he is, so he continued the conversation, and not only that, despite knowing Zeno-sama and his power he didn't seem to be intimidated. It was as if. Although it was only for an instant I noticed. Broly looked at Zeno-sama in an unusual way, as if Zeno-sama was, Whis said, who was about to say something that couldn't even be imagined. Stop, Whis. Beerus yelled, ending that conversation before it was too late. He didn't want to hear that combination of words, although he knew exactly what Whis wanted to say. I know we are talking about Broly, but still this is too absurd. He knows that Zeno-sama can destroy all the universes at once, and with it his family, friends and everything is in those universes, besides that he doesn't like to destroy things. Even if he could survive to Zeno's wrath, he wouldn't risk everything like this. Because it's impossible to defeat Zeno-sama in any way, right? That's right. Zeno-sama is the absolute being. No matter your fighting power or skills, it is impossible to defeat him, Whis said, repeating one of the undeniable truths he learned from the moment of his birth. Well. So let's stop worrying, let's just worry that Goku's stupidity don't play tricks on us. And that Broly's arrogance doesn't reach the ears of Zeno-sama or someone else that know him. That guy likes to play with fire. If that makes me worry, Beerus said, trying to forget all those troubling conspiracy theories that went nowhere. He mustn't allow his fear and hatred towards Broly steal his slumber. Especially when all they had was speculations and conflicting information. Yeah, I guess I'm worrying too much, Whis said, trying to reassure himself and Beerus as they landed in his planet. Exactly. This whole tournament thing and Broly has whetted my appetite. Whis, prepare something succulent, Wish said as she headed towards the kitchen, returning to his carefree cat life. Of course, Beerus-sama. I had prepared ramen and sushi for dinner. I guess there is no need to mention the little importance he gave to the Super Dragon Balls, as if they couldn't affect him in any way. Still, what is this strange feeling I have? Whis said and thought as he followed his cat, which asked for food as soon as possible. Meanwhile at the Desire Realm. Broly and his henchmen were looking at the hacked God Tube, in which the entire tournament was posted by someone. Good job, Hit, you lost on purpose at the right time flawlessly. A great performance, Broly said, praising his first subordinate. I didn't act, Broly-sama. Without using the powers that you gave me, this was the legitimate result, Hit answered with respect. Within its 3 realms, each and every one of the people that Broly had kidnapped had been able to train and increase their powers in 1,000 ways, and Hit was obviously not the only one who didn't. However, as far as Ki and the serial abilities he had, Goku was still someone difficult to beat, especially with the techniques that Broly had given him. I see. Anyway, it doesn't matter, everything went according to plan. Although Whis seems to be more attentive to my interventions. Maybe I should control myself a bit, or maybe not. It's fun to see them worry and always be alert around me. Ha ha ha, Broly answered, which among other billions of things was spying in Whis and Beerus while they talked about him and everything that had happened during the tournament. So what is the plan for now? Aizen asked, always ready to help in these matters. Just wait a few months. I have already planted the necessary seeds so that all events lead to the expected scenario in a more precise way than the original one, Broly replied, indicating that for now everyone could relax. By seeds, do you mean Goku's crushing victory and that video on GodTube? Orochimaru asked, although he wasn't as good as Aizen in this matter, he loved evil plans. That's right, this will intensify the motivations for our next goal. I just have to keep an eye on these Kaioshin so that everything goes as planned, said Broly while simultaneously observing 3 different Kaioshins. Some Kaioshins that, like Whis and Beerus, didn't know that they were watched every second by with unknown mean. Chapter 237. In Universe 10. In the Supreme Kai world. Plam. Plomp. Clash. Plash. Kolm. Pum. Pimim. A useless and a Kaioshin fought in a sparring match. Plam. Plomp. Clash. Plash. Kolm. Pum. Pimim. A fight in which both fought in a more interesting way than the typical fights in Dragon Ball. In addition to hitting each other at high speed, they also used telekinesis to restrict enemy movements, hitting him, suffocating him, throwing him against rocks, using those rocks as a weapon. A very intense, strategic and interesting combat. Yet the useless was destined to lose. That's enough for today. The match has been decided. Gawaz shouted, ending the fight before his disciple Kaioshin Zamasu could excessively injure Kibito, the useless. Incredible, Shin said, impressed to see Zamasu's great combat ability, possibly the only non-weak Kaioshin he had seen. Thank you, Kibito, Zamasu said, helping Kibito to get up from the ground, one of his favorite places. Of course, Kibito replied as he was picked up. Meanwhile the Supreme Kaioshin kept talking. If I recall, Zamasu is the 10th Universe Kai of the North, Shin said, trying to find out more about that incredible Kaioshin. Right now he's following in my footsteps and training to become the 10th Universe's Supreme Kai. Gawaz replied, explaining to Shin that he should not feel embarrassed, his disciple had lost against the disciple of another Supreme Kaioshin, there was no dishonor in that defeat. Even if we were to gather all the universe's Supreme Kais together, I doubt his skills and abilities would have any peers, said Shin, recognizing how low the fighting level within the Kaioshin is compared to the powerful mortals of many universes. And Gawaz didn't contradict Shin at all, yet he didn't take pride in front of him. Most likely. There's just something that's been bugging me though. If anything, he's a little too serious and focused. And while the Supreme Kai spoke, the disciples did that as well. As I expected, all of you from the 7th universe truly are of a high pedigree. Zamasu said, trying to show some humility, although certainly Kibito had been one of his most powerful Kaioshin rivals until now, which said very little about the other Kaioshin. I can't help but be left speechless at the thought of a Kai possessing such a reservoir of talent. I thought I had become stronger and more skilled thanks to the training I have done in the last decades, but it has not been enough. It's good to see I still have another referrer to reach, Kibito answered, that despite the motivation he had thanks to the combat between Moro and Broly decades ago, which made him train like crazy, he was still fucking weak and unfit for combat. Another referrer? Zamasu asked, confused. Was there another strong Kaioshin besides him? Was he talking about Shin? And that was the moment when the conversations between teachers and disciples became intertwined. Nothing, he didn't say anything. Kibito, remember not to mention Broly at any time. It brings bad luck, and the monster always knows when we talk about him. Especially when we speak ill of him. Remember what happened the last time when we came back from Earth, Shin said, very upset as he telepathically reminded Kibito that he should never name Broly just in case, even if they were in another universe. Nobody knows what that guy is capable of. I have the utmost respect for the two of you. I heard that just a few years ago, you two were able to bring down Dabura and Babidi and prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Zamasu said, really impressed by what Shin and Kibito accomplished. Not only was he impressed that they managed to defeat such dangerous guys as Dabura and Babidi, he was also enormously proud that Kaioshins like him protected the universe with their own power and initiative. Something that no other Kaioshin used to do. Well, we couldn't have accomplished that with our strength alone. Besides, duties such as those usually falls under the God or Destruction's jurisdiction, Shin answered humbly, also reminding Zamasu that they should not be in charge of fighting against the bad or dangerous guys to protect the universe. Their only job was to create planets, sow them with life and watch over mortals, and in any case try to make the civilizations of said mortals progress. Although the latter was only done by the most hardworking Kaioshin, who were very very few. Indeed. Although that would prove difficult for our universe's God of Destruction since he's rather fond of taking naps, Kibito answered, justifying why some useless people like them were forced to fight for the peace of the universe. Although they were actually fighting for their own lives, because Babidi wanted to kill them to avenge his father. Besides, if it weren't for Son Goku and his friends, we would have fallen at the hands of Babidi surely, Shin said, revealing who really saved his butt. Although he omitted the name of the monster he feared the most, instead he mentioned Goku, whom they went looking for to save them in the first place. This Son Goku. Who is he? Zamasu asked, who had never heard of a Kaioshin with that name. He is a compassionate Saiyan currently residing on the planet Earth, Shin replied, being more specific than before. A Saiyan? Ha. Ha ha ha. As if a mere mortal could ever hope to attain powers that could surpass we gods, Zamasu replied, believing that Shin was playing a stupid prank on him. He couldn't believe that mortals could even measure up to the gods, much less surpass them. Something that showed how ignorant or arrogant he is. There were many mortals relatively in almost all the universes far superior to Kaioshins like him. Even in underdeveloped universes like Universe 7. And Kibito, a Kaioshin who previously also had a hard time believing this was possible, was the one who brought it up to him. In truth, and it is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but recently there have been many mortals that have transcended to the level of we gods. Surely you jest, Zamasu replied, who still couldn't quite believe what they were saying. Or rather, he was reluctant to believe that something like that was true. Be that as I may, there is still no entity that can surpass the power of a god of destruction, or at least I hope so. When push comes to shove, leaving it to them would be the most prudent decision, Shin replied as he had Broly in mind and deviated from his responsibility in others. I disagree. I think you made a most wonderful decision. Unnecessary existences should be eliminated, Zamasu said, in a somewhat sinister way and with a somewhat disturbing message. Unnecessary existences? Shin asked rhetorically, but without trying to think what Zamasu was trying to say, proving his futility was legendary as ever. From now on, let us both proactively seek to protect the order of our universes, Zamasu insisted with his pro-Kaioshin speech. A speech that came to say that all the Kaioshins should work more and risk their lives. Therefore, Shin replied, sure thing. Well then. If you'll excuse us. We'll be leaving now. Kai. Moreover, in this way our brave and hard-working Kaioshins from Universe 7 fled like civil servants upon hearing something about merit, working and taking risks. While Zamasu processed the only new thing that he had learned today, Son Goku. Who are you exactly? Chapter 238. In Universe 7. On planet Earth. On January 12, 776 at 2:30 p.m. A long-awaited event was taking place in the emblematic house of Capsula Corp. An event that happened several times a year without fail. Ooh! Delicious, Whis shouted with extreme happiness as he put a sausage in his mouth, which he tasted as if it were the most delicious thing he had ever eaten. If you think of something gay you will go to hell. Since today was one of the many days in which Broly organized a barbecue for all his friends, Vegeta, and even. Why the hell am I at such a small table, away from others, and my plates are smaller? Beerus yelled, protesting for the vexatious treatment he was being subjected to. Don't you remember what you did the last time you were invited to one of my parties? You're still in your test period, don't complain or I'll kick you out of here. In fact, you can thank Bulma, thanks to her you aren't eating cat food in a bowl on the floor when we were done eating. Thank her. Broly said, showing Beerus who the alpha male is in that house. One of the many lessons he learned from Caesar Milan in his shows he tamed Eric Cartman in South Park, Legendary. Thank you Bulma, Beerus said, swallowing his pride so he could eat the most delicious dishes in the multiverse. It's nothing, but be nice. Broly hates when his barbecues are ruined. And then it's my turn, bear him all day in a bad mood, Bulma says to Beerus, forgiving his previous transgressions if he promised to behave from now on. I recognize that it is one of my few defects. However, for everything else I am a raft of oil. Unperturbed, always calm, Broly said as he put more meat on the embers with great happiness and inner peace, as if he had reached enlightenment. Indeed. How could anything make him nervous or angry? Today was being a perfect day. The birds sang, the butterflies danced, Vegeta and Goku were forced to work as waiters. Single men chatted and ate straight from the coals while drinking beer. The women gathered to whisper and criticize others while they ate what their husbands brought. Beerus ate very carefully so as not to disturb anyone. C-16 took care of the plants and animals with Mr. and Mrs. Brief. Piccolo and Gohan took care of and played with Pan, the unpredictable super baby stronger than Yamcha. The children played innocently with each other. Everything was perfect. Vegeta Jr., come, I'm going to show you something that my mother bought me, Bra said, stretching out Vegeta Jr.'s arm to tell him to follow her to her room. Can I go too? Goten asked, who was curious about what Bulma had bought to Bra. Something that didn't fit into Bra's almost perfect plans. This no. Only Vegeta Jr. can come. Or maybe not. Stop here, little girl. Where do you think you are going? He yelled, one of the Broly clones, that stood between Bra, Vegeta Jr. and the interior of the mansion. To my room. To play, Bra said, trying to find a good excuse, but without much success. Nothing about that. Neither children nor Vegetas can enter your room. None of you can move from here. Be where I can see you, although I can see you everywhere, Broly said, giving the ultimate ultimatum to prevent disaster. His elementary school daughter was out of control and Vegeta Jr. didn't put up much resistance to her obvious advances. If he didn't intervene, nobody else could. Broly, Bulma protested, seeing that her husband was still a cliched overprotective father. I don't see this relationship with bad eyes. It can be fun, said Yam, that liked Bra a lot. She is a strong girl, with initiative, full of life, fun, rich and very mature for her age. Yam didn't dislike the idea that his son could date this girl despite their young age, the problems between the two families and the temporal paradoxes. In fact, this was what she liked the most of all. LOL. Bra is like her mother when she was little. She is as precocious as her said Panchi briefs, Bulma's mother and Bra's grandmother, that better than anyone could see the similarities between them. A statement that Bulma disagreed with at all her soul. What are you talking about? You know that isn't true. However, she was the only one who disagreed. I think your mother is right. Not many other rich and pretty 16-year-old girls take advantage of their summer vacation to embark on a dangerous adventure to search for some wish-granting spheres to find a boyfriend, said Oolong, the sarcastic little pig who accompanied Goku and Bulma on their first adventure, and that he could 100% assure that Panchi had hit the mark. That sounds like you were an exceptional precocious, said Ginger, who didn't miss the opportunity to laugh at the expense of someone's shameful past. Shut up, if you say it that way. Oh men, Bulma said, trying to hide her face so they wouldn't see how flushed she was. After hearing what they had said, and doing a bit of self-criticism, she had no choice but to admit that she was undoubtedly a penis hunter in her youth. Ha 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 ha. An adorable and funny reaction that made everyone laugh out loud. Everyone except Piccolo. Watch that girl. Make sure that she is always a foot apart from Vegeta Jr. Shouted all Broly's bodies distributed in the garden, more worried than ever after listening the last conversation. Why me? Do you think I'm a babysitter? Piccolo said, very indignant, which was giving the bottle to Pan together with Gohan and Videl. Of course, you are the official babysitter of the group. You were born for this and you are very good at it. Broly replied, highlighting what was evident. How noisy. But of course I am the problem, Beerus protested from his pet table, complaining about the double measuring bar that was being used at this party. Everyone yelled, ran, ate and did whatever they wanted without any consequence. Everyone except him, who was forbidden to yell, eat whatever he wanted, or move from his assigned chair. For the first time he represented order and everything else chaos. Until Broom. A honk marked the end of this adorable chaos. Everyone at the table. It's 2:40 p.m. In 69 seconds the most delicious chops in the multiverse will be at their perfect point. So you will have exactly 69 seconds to eat your plant before its perfect conditions expire. I don't want anyone to lose focus. Do as we have rehearsed the last weeks, Broly said as he activated his custom nuclear alarm for everyone to pay attention. These chops are a special preparation ingredient which had to be cooked in a very special way and had to be eaten at a specific time. If it was cooked and eaten in this special way they would be extremely delicious, but if not, those chops would be almost ordinary chops. Which would morally sink Broly, so everything had to be done perfectly. That is why everyone was focused, remembering the rehearsals in which Broly had made them participate for this day. Few seconds. There were only a few seconds left before everyone could finally taste the delight that they had waited so long for and for which they had suffered so much in recent weeks. Everyone was so anxious that they even counted down. Clank. But in the middle of the countdown something unexpected happened. Something that didn't happen during the previous 18 rehearsals. Suddenly a strange flying vehicle appeared next to the tables. What? What is that? Shouted the children, Videl, Mr. Satan, Whis and Beerus. This is a very characteristic vehicle that many of them would find it difficult to forget, obviously for those who had seen it before. That's it, Trunks' time machine, Gohan yelled, who ran towards the time machine like almost everyone else, especially Bulma and Vegeta upon seeing who was inside the vehicle. The what? Yelled Whis and Beerus, who believed to heard certain combination of taboo words. The chops are ready, quick, everyone at the table, said Broly, who had already finished cooking. And he seemed to completely ignore everything that was happening around him. It was as if only his chops existed in the universe. It's Trunks! Yelled everyone who approached the time machine and could see their favorite time traveler. Meanwhile, Broly continued his business. Yes, I already heard. You can talk to him when you eat the chops as we have rehearsed, said Broly, who still didn't give importance to what had just happened and wanted everyone to do the same. But it was impossible for that to happen, no matter how good those chops were. And he is very badly injured. We have to help him immediately, shouted Bulma, who was obviously asking for Broly's help, who have overly effective healing abilities. However, that wouldn't be easy. Broly was still obsessed with his role as a chef and didn't care about anything else. He had rehearsed a lot for this day and he wouldn't allow anything or anyone to spoil this moment. Or we can ignore him, eat the chops and heal him later. He won't die in 58 seconds, so Broly said, offering an alternative that he found very reasonable. But only he found it reasonable. Broly! Shut the fuck up. Come here now and heal him. Bulma screamed, using her alpha female authority that has always characterized her when necessary. Fuck everything. Why does Trunks always come on my barbecue day? Broly yelled, giving up as he threw his apron and chef's hat on the ground in outrage. His chops would have to wait. Chapter 239. In Universe 7. On planet Earth. On January 12, 776 at 2:30 p.m. A long-awaited event was taking place in the emblematic house of Capsula Corp. An event that happened several times a year without fail. Ooh! Delicious, Whis shouted with extreme happiness as he put a sausage in his mouth, which he tasted as if it were the most delicious thing he had ever eaten. If you think of something gay you will go to hell. Since today was one of the many days in which Broly organized a barbecue for all his friends, Vegeta, and even. Why the hell am I at such a small table, away from others, and my plates are smaller? Beerus yelled, protesting for the vexatious treatment he was being subjected to. Don't you remember what you did the last time you were invited to one of my parties? You're still in your test period, don't complain or I'll kick you out of here. In fact, you can thank Bulma, thanks to her you aren't eating cat food in a bowl on the floor when we were done eating. Thank her. Broly said, showing Beerus who the alpha male is in that house. One of the many lessons he learned from Caesar Milan in his shows he tamed Eric Cartman in South Park, Legendary. Thank you Bulma, Beerus said, swallowing his pride so he could eat the most delicious dishes in the multiverse. It's nothing, but be nice. Broly hates when his barbecues are ruined. And then it's my turn bear him all day in a bad mood Bulma says to Beerus, forgiving his previous transgressions if he promised to behave from now on. I recognize that it is one of my few defects. However, for everything else I am a raft of oil. Unperturbed, always calm Broly said as he put more meat on the embers with great happiness and inner peace, as if he had reached enlightenment. Indeed. How could anything make him nervous or angry? Today was being a perfect day. The birds sang, the butterflies danced, Vegeta and Goku were forced to work as waiters. Single men chatted and ate straight from the coals while drinking beer. The women gathered to whisper and criticize others while they ate what their husbands brought. Beerus ate very carefully so as not to disturb anyone. C-16 took care of the plants and animals with Mr. and Mrs. Brief. Piccolo and Gohan took care of and played with Pan, the unpredictable super baby stronger than Yamcha. The children played innocently with each other. Everything was perfect. Vegeta Jr., come, I'm going to show you something that my mother bought me, Bra said, stretching out Vegeta Jr.'s arm to tell him to follow her to her room. Can I go too? Godin asked, who was curious about what Bulma had bought to Bra. Something that didn't fit into Bra's almost perfect plans. This no. Only Vegeta Jr. can come. Or maybe not. Stop here little girl. Where do you think you are going? He yelled one of the Broly clones, that stood between Bra, Vegeta Jr. and the interior of the mansion. To my room. To play, Bra said, trying to find a good excuse, but without much success. Nothing about that. Neither children nor Vegetas can enter your room. None of you can move from here. Be where I can see you, although I can see you everywhere, Broly said, giving the ultimate ultimatum to prevent disaster. His elementary school daughter was out of control and Vegeta Jr. didn't put up much resistance to her obvious advances. If he didn't intervene, nobody else could. Broly, Bulma protested seeing that her husband was still a cliched overprotective father. I don't see this relationship with bad eyes. It can be fun said Yam, that liked Bra a lot. She is a strong girl, with initiative, full of life, fun, rich and very mature for her age. Yam didn't dislike the idea that his son could date this girl despite their young age, the problems between the two families and the temporal paradoxes. In fact, this was what she liked the most of all. LOL. Bra is like her mother when she was little. She is as precocious as her said Panchi Briefs, Bulma's mother and Bra's grandmother, that better than anyone could see the similarities between them. A statement that Bulma disagreed with at all her soul. What are you talking about? You know that isn't true. However, she was the only one who disagreed. I think your mother is right. Not many other rich and pretty 16-year-old girls take advantage of their summer vacation to embark on a dangerous adventure to search for some wish-granting spheres to find a boyfriend said Oolong, the sarcastic little pig who accompanied Goku and Bulma on their first adventure and that he could 100% assure that Panchi had hit the mark. That sounds like you were an exceptional precocious, said Ginger, who didn't miss the opportunity to laugh at the expense of someone's shameful past. Shut up, if you say it that way. Oh men, Bulma said, trying to hide her face so they wouldn't see how flushed she was. After hearing what they had said, and doing a bit of self-criticism, she had no choice but to admit that she was undoubtedly a penis hunter in her youth. Ha 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 ha. An adorable and funny reaction that made everyone laugh out loud. Everyone except Piccolo. Watch that girl. Make sure that she is always a foot apart from Vegeta Jr. Shouted all Broly's bodies distributed in the garden, more worried than ever after listening the last conversation. Why me? Do you think I'm a babysitter? Piccolo said very indignant, which was giving the bottle to Pan together with Gohan and Videl. Of course, you are the official babysitter of the group. You were born for this and you are very good at it. Broly replied, highlighting what was evident. How noisy. But of course I am the problem, Beerus protested from his pet table, complaining about the double measuring bar that was being used at this party. Everyone yelled, ran, ate and did whatever they wanted without any consequence. Everyone except him, who was forbidden to yell, eat whatever he wanted, or move from his assigned chair. For the first time he represented order and everything else chaos. Until. Broom. A honk marked the end of this adorable chaos. Everyone at the table. It's 2:40 p.m. In 69 seconds the most delicious chops in the multiverse will be at their perfect point. So you will have exactly 69 seconds to eat your plant before its perfect conditions expire. I don't want anyone to lose focus. Do as we have rehearsed the last weeks, Broly said as he activated his custom nuclear alarm for everyone to pay attention. These chops are a special preparation ingredient which had to be cooked in a very special way and had to be eaten at a specific time. If it was cooked and eaten in this special way they would be extremely delicious, but if not, those chops would be almost ordinary chops. Which would morally sink Broly, so everything had to be done perfectly. That is why everyone was focused, remembering the rehearsals in which Broly had made them participate for this day. Few seconds. There were only a few seconds left before everyone could finally taste the delight that they had waited so long for and for which they had suffered so much in recent weeks. Everyone was so anxious that they even counted down. Jjj. Goo. And with the end of the countdown, Broly served the respective chops to each one, and in a perfectly synchronized way, everyone ate them with great precision and speed. And the chops were delicious, exquisite, perfect, divine. These were some of the words that perfectly defined the chops they were eating. However, no one said anything, since his mission was to eat those giant chops in a set time without wasting a second. Only when they finished with all the meat on their plate could they talk again. And after a few seconds, the most gluttonous, mainly the Saiyans, they were the first to have that honor. These are the best chops I have ever tasted. Goku yelled exaggeratedly just after finishing. This is the only good thing that Broly knows to do, Vegeta said without fear of retaliation, since Broly could read his mind, whether he thought about it or said it out loud, Broly would punish him. So at least saying it aloud would feel more comfortable with himself and possibly take someone with him in this tragic road. I agree, Beerus thought, who would later receive a beating from Broly with Vegeta. Certainly, these are the best chops I have eaten and that I will surely taste. You always outdo yourself. At this rate I will stay to live here. Ha 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 ha, said Whis, that really considered staying and living with Broly, Bulma and Bra, especially when Beerus took one of his long naps again. Don't joke about that. We have quite a few tenants lately. I prefer to bring you the free food personally instead, Broly said as he looked at Vegeta Jr., who was interacting with Bra in an excessively friendly way in his opinion. That would be wonderful. By the way, what did you laugh at during the countdown? You didn't do it in any rehearsal, asked Whis, that by being extremely observant and always being attentive to what Broly was doing, he was able to notice that slight detail. Something that in another day and event could have gone unnoticed, but not in this event in which Broly asked so much seriousness and concentration to everyone else. You pay more attention to me than my wife. And that is very worrying. It's nothing, something funny had just happened to one of my cells while I was cooking. Nothing to worry about, Broly answered while picking up the plates to serve the dessert, which was also specially prepared, for which they rehearsed 9 times. Oh, I see. Something has happened to one of your damn clones, said Beerus, who would never forget the beatings that several Brolys gave him at the same time. Yes. One of my clones. Of course, Broly replied as he inspected all his bodies scattered within the 3 realms, and outside of the 3 realms. Which seemed to have multiplied in a few seconds. For some reason. Chapter 240. A few seconds later. After Bulma convinced Broly to save his ribs in the formless realm to eat them later. Broly decided to heal his stepson in the same way that Jesus Christ did with another guy in his good times. Fuck you, Trunks, get up right now, you screwed my barbecue again. Therefore, Trunks woke up. Phew. That's a relief. Are you alright, Trunks? Bulma said, seeing with relief that her alternative son was fine. But before Trunks could fully wake up, his instincts took precedence over his reasoning, especially upon seeing Goku's face. You son of a bitch. Bastard. Trunks yelled as he punched Goku. A punch that Goku easily parried due to his superior speed and strength, and that Trunks was still disoriented. "What's the problem, Trunks?" Goku asked. He didn't understand why he was being attacked. He had done nothing wrong, much less to Trunks whom he hadn't seen for years. But luckily for Trunks and Goku that disoriented state was over. "What? Goku? The real one?" said Trunks, realizing that the one in front of him is his friend Goku. "What are you doing, Trunks?" Bulma asked, not understanding that aggression towards Goku. There are a lot of people who had reasons to hit him, but no one thought for a second that Trunks was one of them. Unconsciously, everyone thought that Trunks had reflexively attacked Goku, believing that he was the guy who had hurt him to that point. However, his following interventions made many think that he wasn't yet in his right mind. "MOM. MOM. You're alive," Trunks said upon seeing Bulma, tried to hold back his tears. Innocent statements that set off the alarm in the minds of some part of the audience. "What are you talking about? Of course I am alive, I am immortal." "Wait," Bulma said, who started to draw pretty accurate conclusions. "MOM." Beerus and Whis yelled upon hearing that shocking revelation. "That young man is also the son of Bulma and Broly? Where had he been hiding?" "I demand to hear an explanation," Trunks, Vegeta said, worrying about his alternate son in his own way. "Dad!" Trunks yelled with joy upon seeing another familiar face. Without knowing the reaction that this word was going to create. "Dad!" Whis and Beerus yelled 1,000 times louder than a few seconds ago did. Why? It was necessary to ask why. Anyone who knew Broly would be terrified upon the genealogy of the mysterious young man in front of them. Something could explain why Broly hated Vegeta so much, although it didn't explain why Vegeta was still alive. "I'm so glad I was able to make it back to the past," Trunks said, relieved to realize that he had managed to reach his destination, from where he could call for help. And once again there was an overreaction. "Back to the past." Beerus and Whis shouted one more time, capturing another extremely worrying data. "Did you just realize now?" said Broly, who felt the need to get in the way of that family reunion. And that would be the last uninterrupted conversation by the two guests. Too many very disturbing questions had accumulated that needed an answer as soon as possible. "Broly. What the hell is happening? That boy come from the future. Why does he say that he is the son of Bulma and Vegeta?" Beerus yelled, demanding an immediate explanation. Both he and Whis were very confused by what was happening, and the few things they understood were either illegal, impossible, or raised even more questions. Although they weren't the only people who wanted answers. "It's true, Dad. Who is that handsome boy? He has a girlfriend?" Bra asked, very flushed and with maiden eyes, as she looked at Trunks obsessively without even blinking. And obviously this sentences, body language and expression of Bra towards Trunks triggered all the existing alarms in Broly's overprotective father's brain. No. 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 Oh. This is so bad in so many senses that I don't even know where to start. Bra. Vegeta Jr. Goten. Zinjibur. Go to Bra's room and do whatever you want, but don't even think about leaving the house until I say so. Orders that contradicted the orders that Broly gave them on the previous chapter, something that Bra wanted to point out. "But Dad, before you told me that. I know what I said. Go inside. I prefer that to what is happening here," said Broly, sentencing the discussion, choosing the lesser evil. "Okay." All the children said at once, heading inside the mansion. Therefore when the children left, the adults began their conversation with the two annoying gods. Which lasted several minutes. "I see, so this is Trunk, the son of Bulma and Vegeta from a future timeline. And Trunks has come from that future to this past timeline with the time machine that the future Bulma of that timeline created," Whis said, summing up almost everything. However, that explanation created more questions in Beerus, who missed certain past episodes that didn't help him fully understand those data. Wait. If he comes from the future, why is he Vegeta and Bulma's son? Bulma. One day you cheated on Broly with the guy he hates the most to piss him off. Plash. What the hell are you saying? Bulma yelled as she slapped Beerus for obvious reasons. "Good slap, honey," said Broly, shielding his wife to force Beerus to gladly accept that slap. "It's true, I didn't tell you what happened years ago, Beerus-sama. A few decades after ago, my sister and I believed that Broly could be a time traveler. However, in the end, after resorting to many sources, we discovered that wasn't like that. We discovered that this is the timeline created by the first time traveler from another universe, who fled to our universe to hide from the persecution of the universe 12 gods. In our universe this mad scientist carried out some experiments and fortuitously thousands of years later our mutant and superior Broly was born. A Broly different from the other timelines. And from what we can see in this timeline Broly was ahead of Vegeta in terms of marrying Bulma too. Whis responded by explaining to his cat the conclusions of his criminal investigation. Investigation that he concluded with the evidence collected thanks to the Dragon Balls, Shin's trips to the past and other timelines, in which he was able to verify that there were other different Brolys and especially by the answers of the omniscient Zuno. All this happened. Why was I not informed? Beerus asked indignantly for being neglected in such an important matter, a matter that also involved his worst enemy. Because you were sleeping and because the time I wanted to talk to you about this matter, you said you didn't want to hear anything. Also, Broly is no longer suspected of being a time traveler. Rather, it seems that we have just found the culprit, Whis replied, emphasizing Beerus's incompetence, and why he hadn't been told anything until now. Yes, I am innocent of time travel, however I haven't yet been compensated for that false accusation, Broly replied, half lying. Putting that aside. This is quite the surprise. I'm impressed you were able to create a device capable of such a feat. I was always under the impression this type of technology was beyond humans, Whis said, praising Bulma, the most important, influential and decisive character in this manga despite not being a combatant. The being that had created the most powerful weapons in existence, the time machine and the Dragon Ball radar. Some compliments that Bulma loved the future me created it. I have to admit I'm pretty awesome. Although from what you can see not only allows time travel, it allows travel to any time of all parallel lines. If it weren't like that, Trunks would have traveled to the past where I wasn't with Broly. And that makes everything even more worrying. I believe we've already informed you that manipulating time is a very serious offense, Whis said, that despite how impressed he was with the feat performed by his favorite human, he had to inform her that this is illegal. That's right. I have every right to destroy you right here now. In fact, even if I did, you'd have no right to complain about it. Beerus said, whose words were more motivated by his attempt to avenge the earlier slap than by fulfilling his duties as a Hakaishin. Hang on a second. It was the me from the future. No, the me now. Bulma protested for being accused of a crime that she hadn't yet committed. It's true, and that Bulma married Vegeta, so it's Vegeta's fault. Destroy him, said Broly, who quickly used his favorite scapegoat. A death sentence that Vegeta didn't agree with at all. What the hell are you saying? That even makes less sense. This makes sense to me, Broly insisted with his illogical argument. Nonsense that continued for a while. And while that discussion continued, both Beerus and Whis found themselves in a great dilemma. Beerus, being a Hakaisen, was in charge of destroying any threat to the universe, and someone capable of creating a time machine was undoubtedly someone very dangerous. Furthermore, someone related to that person had time traveled right in front of them, creating a new timeline, one of the greatest multiversal crimes. Therefore, they must be destroyed as soon as possible, either to punish him for his crime or to prevent new ones. And Whis, as the Tenshin in charge of the Hakaishin, he had to make sure that the Hakaishin fulfilled his duties. But, considering that Bulma was already their friend, that she hadn't committed any crime yet, that if they tried to do something to her Broly would declare war and that they couldn't kill Trunks either because Bulma would ask Broly to stop them. But most important of all, if they eroded their relationship with that couple they would no longer be able to eat the most delicious food in the universe. They tried to ignore those little details and focus on other more important things. And specifically Whis wanted to ask Trunks a question. A question of vital importance that has been haunting his head for decades. Trunks, you already came to this timeline from the future years ago, right? That's right, sir. As my mother, Broly and the others have explained, I came a few decades ago due to the android's problem, Trunks answered, who still didn't know the identity of that guy and the ugly cat, but they seemed to be important people. And after solving the problem with the androids you went back to your future, which is 18 years ahead of our timeline. I'm wrong? Asked Whis to the time traveler that they hadn't yet killed. Yes, of course. After coming here I went back to my time. Trunks answered, that like the others, except Broly, didn't understand why Whis had asked such an obvious question with such a serious face. I see, this is curious, Whis answered, who frowned and began to think about the implications of that answer that changed practically everything. However, the others, except Broly, still didn't understand why Whis was giving so much importance to that detail. Why is this so interesting, Whis? The boy came from the future and then he came back. It's obvious, isn't it? Said Beerus, who thought he had missed something the day he was taught how time travel works. Everything that Trunks had said is very normal, at least within the logic of time travel. While Whis was giving a lot of importance to this simple detail. What didn't fit here? It's true, I haven't mentioned it to you yet. But when we suspected that Broly was a time traveler, Shin used his time ring to investigate him in different timelines. We were able to investigate him in the present and in the past, but it was impossible for us to do so in the future, Whis said, finishing explaining the origin of his worries. Information that perhaps didn't say much to most, but that exploded with the force of a nuclear bomb in the brains of others. What? Was it impossible for you to travel to the future with the rings? Beerus yelled, showing great concern, and Broly feigning that same concern. Those time rings have any limitations to go to the future or were damaged? Asked Bulma, Gohan and Trunks, that they didn't understand how it was possible that they couldn't travel to the future. From the point of view of relativistic physics, was difficult to travel to the past, but going to the future shouldn't be a big problem. No, those rings don't have any limitation. They allow you to go to the past, the future, and even the present of each timeline without creating new timelines. And it's not due to a malfunction of Shin's ring. We were able to verify with other Kaioshin that their rings didn't allow them to travel to the future. I doubt that all the rings would break down simultaneously, Whis replied, explaining the concepts to mortals without much information about the magic world. Whis, you should explain these things to me even if I refuse. And, do you know why this happened? Is there some kind of explanation? Beerus asked, who was beginning to hate all time travel with all his soul. After many years we only came up with 3 explanations. The first and simplest is that the rules that govern all time rings changed. But we quickly discarded that probability, since I secretly consulted this question with Dai Shin-kan and he told me that they hadn't made any changes. Was explained again. He asked about the time rings, but without explaining the problem they had. Well done, Whis, Broly thought as he read Whis' mind to make sure everything was going as planned. Although this was something he had been doing for decades. What are the other 2 options? Bulma asked, which she sensed that she wouldn't like the second alternative. And obviously Whis, who was dying to explain his other theory, replied, these are the ones we obtained years ago by asking Zuno. One is that someone blocked the future using the Super Dragon Balls or other unorthodox method. And the other and more worrying is that in the future there will be a multiversal cataclysm that will prevent time travel. Although we don't know exactly what type of cataclysm, who or what will cause it or when it will happen. However, there are very few who have such a capacities. In fact, I can only think of one person. A cataclysm? Multiversal? Don't tell me that, Beerus said, extremely scared, since like Whis he could only think of one person. He only knew a person with such power capable of causing a cataclysm of this magnitude that would even distort space-time. Are you talking about Zeno? Broly said, exposing the main culprit they were thinking of. It is very probable. That is why none of the angels, Hikashin or Kaioshin have reported this to Dai Shin-kan, Zeno-sama or anyone else in their sphere or power. This is likely to cause Zeno-sama to advance his possible plans to destroy all the universes and timelines. A destruction that somehow prevents traveling forward to that eliminated future. We need more information if we want to avoid this possible cataclysm, Whis answered, finishing with his theory. The destruction of all universes and timelines. Shouted absolutely everyone who hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the matter. Does that mean that in the not too distant future everyone would die? And that's almost impossible to avoid that situation. Fuck. That's the worst news anyone could receive. Panic quickly spread among the group, who although they were used to living on the edge meeting from time to time with creatures capable of destroying the universe. Fuck. That destruction had never come from a supreme being, owner of each universe against which they could do nothing. It was desperate, devastating, so much so that only one person could stay calm. I see, that's why you were surprised that Trunks could go back to the future. A future that you cannot travel with the rings of time, but that Trunk was able to access through his time machine. And that this also gives us important information. This cataclysm won't occur in 18 years, that gives us a margin, said Broly, trying to change the subject to distract the agitated minds of his family, friends, acquaintances and Vegeta. Exactly, this last reflection is what has positively surprised me. We still have time to discover the possible origin of the end of all timelines, Whis affirmed, trying like Broly to transmit positivity to the group. A positivism that managed to control the audience's anxiety so much so that even the most intelligent used their brains to find some solutions or at least analyze the problem like Bulma. As for the reason why Trunks can travel back to the future, I can only think of 2 reasons. That my time machine is better than your magic rings. Something impossible, Beerus said bluntly, poking at the bubble of pride that Bulma was beginning to build around herself. Or that because Trunks is a native of that future he is able to return like you did with the rings when traveled to the past. Let's say that the alleged future cataclysm prevents us from traveling from the present to a future of which we don't belong, but it doesn't prevent us from returning if we belong to that future, said Bulma, finishing explaining her latest theory, which although it was the most likely wasn't her favorite. I see, that makes a lot of sense, Beerus said, who accepted that theory although he still found all of this too disturbing and strange. And Gohan, who had been thinking about the space-time paradoxes that they were theorizing for a long time, tried to resolve a loose end that remained to be answered. Wait, there is something that we haven't considered yet. Whis, Beerus. Do you know if any Kaioshin have used their time ring to travel thousands of years into the future before? A much more distant future than Trunks' future. Yes, of course. The Supreme Kais have the task of observing the evolution of mortals. Many times, sometimes, they use the time rings to travel thousands of years into the future to see how they will progress. Many of them went to futures further than Trunks, I know that well enough, Whis replied, who knew for a fact that some Kais had traveled to very distant futures to investigate, some even to know when they would die. Then, how is it possible that they could travel to that future before but not now? What has changed? Gohan asked, although he sensed the answer wanted to know if other alternatives existed. Most likely, the culprit, whether direct or indirect, of this space-time blockade is in a new timeline. A timeline created after that time travel made by the Kais, Whis said, reminding everyone one of the many reasons why time travels are a great crime. I see. A new timeline, Beerus said, very focused on this theory as he tried to tie up all the loose ends in his mind. Well. Anyway, what we have discovered today is pretty good, Broly said, who approached Trunks and put his hand on his shoulder as a sign of friendship or at least not aggression. Good? Why? What's good about this? Trunks asked, who didn't understand how can the end of everything have a good side. And also didn't understand why Broly was treating him with such familiarity right now. He believed that he hated him and wanted to kill him for being Vegeta's son. It's obvious. Through you we can be 18 years ahead of all events at all times. If we can find an effective way to connect your future timeline with the one we are currently living in to send and receive information, a subject in which my Bulma is an expert, we will be able to know exactly when the total apocalypse happens in the future. In addition, if you manage to place yourself in the upper echelons, it's even possible that you will discover exactly trigger of that alleged apocalypse. Therefore, with this information we will be able to avoid that situation in our timeline, said Broly, which made everyone regain hope as he brusquely stroked Trunks' head, who was afraid for his hair. It's true. Everyone screamed at once again, but this time with extremely joy. What a relief. They aren't destined to die helplessly. There's still hope. Thanks, Broly, for coming up with great ideas. I think I'll forgive you, Bulma and Trunks. As long as you help save all the universes, of course, said Beerus, pretending to be magnanimous when in reality he just wanted that the intergalactic criminals could save his butt. It seems that he could finally be a little calm. They had time to spare and a possible solution to avoid the possible catastrophe. Anyway, everything was going well for him again. Yeah, I know. I don't know if I should do it. What you told me earlier offended me a lot. I think I would need an apology, Bulma said, making things quite difficult for Beerus. Suddenly Bulma had become one of the people who could save all the universes and Beerus too, therefore she wanted to take advantage to that situation. And the first thing was to have that conceited cat under her control. Oh no, Beerus said, who understood that at least the next 18 years would be even more difficult for him because of Bulma. Didn't he just have to suffer with Broly? Now was his wife also added to the equation? Who the hell had put together these two bastards who seemed like they were always dominating him? When did he lose his ultimate authority in the universe? What the hell was happening to his life? Why hate this family? I'm sure myself in the timeline without Broly is very happy, Beerus thought as he prayed for Bra not to follow in her parents' footsteps. But he wasn't the only one with unsolved questions either. Can we ask Trunks about what happened to him in the future? I want to know what kind of enemy he had fought. Said Goku, who could no longer bear his desire to fight against the guy who beat up Trunks. He had been listening for hours, conversations that didn't understand about something that would happen in the future. But none of that interested him now. His body was begging him for action. Ups, you are right. Sorry son, we got distracted by the apocalypse. Tell your mother who did this to you, said Bulma, who quickly put aside her malevolent plans towards Beerus to focus on her son. And Trunks, in a cordial way, not caring that practically everyone had ignored his story for a few hours, replied, don't worry. It's normal, anyone would be worried about all this you have mentioned. You see, all started when. Chapter 241. After that extensive debate about the problems of space-time theory, of theorizing about a possible apocalypse and of looking for possible solutions. Finally was time to listen what had happened to Trunks in his future. That should have been the first thing that should have been talked about, but because of Whis and Beerus the multiversal problems came first. Moreover, to make it easier for Trunks to explain his story as well as possible, Broly used one of his abilities. An ability with which he projected Trunks' memories through his third eye as if it were a movie. This is very strange, Beerus said, pointing to Broly's absurd ability. He can do even weirder things, I guarantee you, said Bulma, assuring that this is only the tip of the iceberg. However, despite being a fucking weird method, this projection helped others a lot to understand what had happened to him, better even than any explanation. Everyone could see how a cruel and evil Goku came to Earth and began to massacre humans, justifying it as an act of justice, an evil Goku that claimed to have massacred many other planets before this one. A Goku that Trunks wasn't able to face, even when he wasn't transformed into a Super Saiyan. So after multiple defeats and almost losing his life fighting against him to avenge the death of his mother, Trunks was forced at the last minute to use the time machine to escape here. So this is what happened. It's horrible to see Goku do these things, said Chi-Chi, that began to appreciate her husband a little more after this. Yes. As you can see, I couldn't do anything against him. My only option was to flee or die, Trunks said, emphasizing how complicated the situation was for him. Therefore, before Vegeta began to explain his nonsense about defending his pride over his life and that running away from that situation was cowardly, the few smart people here proposed a slightly more constructive debate. Whis, Beerus. Have you noticed, right? Broly said as he pointed to Black Goku in his projection, trying to test if the other two gods had been attentive. Of course. That Goku is wearing a Supreme Kaioshin Potara and a time ring, said Whis, who of course paid close attention to those two details, vital details that disturbed the two gods. This is absurd. What does a Goku do with a Supreme Kaioshin Potara and a time ring? Did the Goku from another timeline become evil and intelligent and stole the ring of time and the Potara to conquer other timelines? Beerus said, trying to fit the pieces of this intricate and absurd nonsense puzzle. I see it unlikely. My father would never do something like that. He's only interested in fighting strong guys, he doesn't care about all the things that guy says. And he would never come up with such a complicated plan to do something like that, said Gohan, defending his father using his lack of motivation and intelligence as evidence in each and every timeline. It's true, Goku replied, who agreed with his son. Regardless of that guy's identity. What the heck is myself on that timeline doing? How can he let a danger like him do what he wants? Beerus said, protesting against himself and his uselessness at the time of exercising his position. But before someone, especially Whis, could theorize that he was sleeping or eating while all that was happening in that timeline, Broly explained the real reason. I'm afraid I know the answer. The time Dabura and Babididai tried to resurrect Bu to kill all the Kaioshin and dominate the universe, obviously Shin and Kibito had to beg Trunks for help, since they are useless, and Beerus, another useless one, was being sleeping all the time. Therefore, since they are useless, both died during the attack. And you know what that means, said Broly, who continued projecting Trunks' memories, this time when he became Kaioshin's assistant to fight Dabura and Babidi. A conflict in which Kibito and Shin died, as Broly had explained. A death that he rewound 69 times. What? The Supreme Kai died. For something like that to happen. Once a moron, always a moron. Always sticking his nose into everything even though he's such a weakling. Beerus yelled with all the resentment that his body and mind could express, while Broly nodded affirmatively to each and every one of the complaints that Beerus dedicated to Shin. What are you getting all worked up for, Beerus? So you actually like Kaioshin? That's surprising, said Goku, who couldn't believe that the arrogant, selfish and psychopath Beerus could be affected for the death of something or someone so much. But thankfully Whis corrected that misinterpretation. Ho ho ho. That's not it at all. You see, the Supreme Kai and the Gods of Destruction are a set. If the Supreme Kai dies, the God of Destruction dies as well. Their fates are bound together. What did you say? Everyone but Broly shouted upon hearing that informative bomb. Is it so easy to kill a God of Destruction? Those are really good news. Which means in all likelihood, in Trunks' timeline, the God of Destruction no longer exists, Whis said, ending this conversation in which they couldn't attribute Beerus's absence to his negligence. Well, at least not partially. And female intuition tells me that Goku, who seems to have a time ring and the knowledge to use it, chose to attack that timeline in that universe precisely for that reason. The Hakaishin, the other Saiyans, or the fucking Master Me aren't there. If he knows all this, if he's from another timeline and seems to want to fulfill its mission to exterminate every living being in the universe, one of his first steps would be to prevent anyone from getting in his way. I wouldn't be surprised if he had personally killed all the other Supreme Kaioshin from the other universes, or at least he could try to do it in the future when he thinks he's gotten strong enough, Broly said, making a perfect analysis of the situation thanks to his great intelligence, and because he had seen the manga and anime. Although for coherence this universe was following the plot line of the manga, since the TOEI animation version is a fucking nonsense. It makes a lot of sense what you say. That guy appeared shortly after the death of the Supreme Kaioshin. And every time we met he fought against me without showing all his abilities, and once I managed to hurt him he fled with some method of teleportation, said Trunks, who endorses Broly's version just like the others. His teleportation ability must be related to his time ring. Every time that Goku was hurt he traveled to his timeline until he recovered, said Gohan, who like the other intelligent characters tried to complete the Broly theory, which made a lot of sense. I agree with what you said. However, as for his identity, he knows about the time rings and also about the relationship between the Kaioshin and the Hikashin. Only a select group of people know of this information. And those who could use the rings are even fewer, said Whis, who began to narrow down the list of possible suspects. In addition, to further improve the situation, Broly helped Whis to further narrow down the list of suspects based on the information they had obtained. My intuition tells me that some supreme Kaioshin or disciple of Kaioshin who knows about Goku's power and wanted it for himself is the culprit. Maybe we should investigate that profile. Who knows, maybe we are in front of the real culprit of all this temporary blockage. That guy is using a time ring, which doesn't create temporal paradoxes, and it is not impossible that he used the Super Dragon Balls to block the future or even change his body with Goku. A god could have access to all that information, especially when both factors were published in GodTube during the tournament in which only Goku. Wow! These deductions were incredibly consistent and accurate. If all this were true, and Broly wasn't used to being wrong, this would reduce the list of suspects to only 24 people. And all thanks to Broly, that although he usually left all the work to them, for some reason was very involved in this issue today. Maybe too much. Cut the act, Broly. Beerus yelled, pointing at Broly as he tried to hide the cold sweat that ran all over his fur. What happens, Beerus-sama? Why are you shouting like that? Right now he hadn't said or done anything wrong, on the contrary he was trying to help everyone, which should be appreciated. Not every day Broly was willing to help. What the hell is wrong with you, fucking cat? First you shite Vegeta and my wife. Then you threatened to destroy my wife, and later you interrupted and pointed at me. Do you want another beating? Broly said in an extremely threatening tone as he cracked his knuckles, hinting what would do to him. Seriously. Stop pretending. Do you really want me to believe that everything that has happened around you so far has been a coincidence? Your illogical powers for a Saiyan or for any other living being. The fact that you knew that we were coming to planet Vegeta a few days before it was destroyed, and that for some reason you knew that we were strong and how to deal with us to achieve what you wanted. That you came to a planet with Dragon Balls, which you surely exploited to be what you are now. The fact that you then went to Universe 6 in search of the Super Dragon Balls to make some unknown wish, and that you knew who my brother and Vados were. That a child could repel my brother, that you knew about the link between the Hikashin and the Kaioshin. The fact that new time rings were discovered shortly after you appeared, and that you are different in the other timelines. The scary fact that we cannot travel to the future, and the strange explanation that the guy named Zuno gave about the multi-temporal catastrophe in the future, which in some way prevents us from escalating this problem to Dai Shinkan or Zeno-sama. The fact that you happen to be married to the woman who in another timeline invented a time machine, that the child of that woman who isn't yours has arrived here in that time machine. That you know about Zeno-sama and other secrets that not even all gods know. The strange attitude you had when you saw him during the tournament. That now a guy with the appearance of Goku, another Saiyan who casually was saved from the destruction of the planet Vegeta, that he came to the same planet as you, that he is practically your lackey and his son is your disciple, happened to arrive in Trunks' dimension armed with a time ring and a supreme Kaioshin Potara and began to conquer everything. Your strange hatred and disdain for the gods, and Vegeta, the father of that boy, who surely that Goku is killing right now. And now your strange, proactive and impeccable collaboration in this case, when you usually don't care about anything. There cannot be so many casualties together. I don't believe anything about you anymore. Who are you and what are you planning? Beerus said, bringing out all the suspicions that he had kept in his mind for a long time, and that had made him explode suddenly in this accusation after analyzing everything he had discovered today. A deduction that put everyone on alert. For obvious reasons everyone had always thought that everything around Broly was abnormal and even suspicious. Until now, everyone among the Z Warriors group had accepted Broly's powers, intelligence, knowledge, behavior and interventions almost as if it were something almost more or less relatively normal for him at least. However, this chain of conspiratorial accusations blew the imagination of almost everyone, something very natural in curious creatures like humans, scions, Namekians, Foys and other strange things. Quite logical accusations in view of his suspicious history. Chapter 242. Quite logical accusations in view of his suspicious history. However, Broly had trained for years to counter these arguments. Not only that, he enjoyed this moment. He enjoyed seeing that Beerus, like Icarus, his wings burned when he got too close to the sun. Very good deduction, Beerus. I see that you aren't only an idiot who only knows how to destroy, sleep and eat, you also know how to use your head from time to time. You've been hot, Beerus, but not enough. Beerus, I understand that you are paranoid upon find out about your alternate yourself death and that there is a guy who could kill Shin at any moment and you too in the process. I must also say that I am flattered that you think that I can be the main culprit of all this, since if this is true this would be a very far-fetched plan that requires many resources, power, patience, intelligence and manipulation skills. Capabilities that you seem to attribute to me due to the fear you feel towards me for obvious reasons. But, I'm afraid your fear towards me is making you lose your mind. Are you saying that I'm mad? Shouted Beerus, who couldn't tolerate that he not only denied what seemed so obvious to him, Broly was also insulting and belittling him. If I wanted to kill you or the other Hikation I wouldn't need to kill any Kaioshin, I can do it directly without killing weaklings. However, if I haven't done it in this timeline, it is because I don't like to kill and I don't want to do it either. Without needing to explain that, I wouldn't be such an idiot as to let someone I know use a time machine that I already know exists to come here and explain everything I did. Besides, what the hell did I win by sending an evil Goku to another timeline to kill everyone? That son of a bitch killed the Bulma from that timeline. Can you tell me why I would do something like that? Do you really think I would do something bad to this or another Bulma, especially one who was unlucky enough to be with Vegeta when I wasn't there? In any case I would like to make up all the bad moments that she has been through for not being there with her. Broly said, giving very logical as well as arrogant and pejorative arguments towards third parties to reason that it was impossible for him and Black Goku to be partners in any way. Bastard, Vegeta protested feeling extremely offended. Broly, Bulma sighed feeling extremely flattered. Those were such solid arguments that Beerus wasn't able to refute, but he didn't give up, something smelled rotten here and all his senses told him that the culprit is Broly Gur. Okay, maybe you're not the one to blame for that. But. What about Time Block and your strange participation in all this? What about your suspicious past? You are obviously trying to hide something or distract our attention. First of all, I'm a fucking genius. Can you stop putting me on your mediocre standards? You cannot understand or accept that I am better than you and for that reason do you want to burn me in a public square? Live with it. Second, I don't know exactly why that fucking time lock exists. It annoys me to admit not knowing about something, but it's the truth. Maybe it's Black Goku's fault, a wish to the Super Dragon Ball or that Xeno has destroyed everything in the future. That is why, like you, I am trying to unravel this mystery and avoid possible inconveniences that could splash me, my family and friends in the future, either if it's due to Black Goku, stupid Goku, Xeno doing or maybe due to another dude who we don't know anything about yet. Are these explanations enough for you, paranoid cat who won't be taste my food again for a year? Broly said, explaining why he was helping everyone while announcing the sanctions towards Beerus for that crime towards his honor. And that's when the debate came to a standstill. The tension between Broly and Beerus was more than evident, the anger and bloodlust began to be palpable in the environment. A tremendous battle, that would surely end with the defeat of Beerus, was about to take place. A combat that no one believed they could stop once the conflict started. Luckily for that building Whis was there to calm the grumpy cat. Beerus-sama. It isn't good to accuse someone of something so serious with only prejudice and speculation without a 100 solid basis. I think we should first investigate about that Black Goku with the information we have. We should involve Shin to help us with the search for a Kai with somewhat extreme ideologies, Whis said as he used his multi-purpose staff to contact Shin and force him to do some work. A few wise words that made Beerus see reason and make him understand that he shouldn't insist with that accusation, he would only win Broly's enmity once again and that they could even lose their supply of divine food. Moreover, once Beerus backed off, Broly did too. Well, start there. Bulma, how long will it take to fill the time machine with fuel to go back to Trunks' future? Broly asked Bulma, who was aware that his beloved wife had been researching the time machine that Cell used and that she had also recently developed the fuel to run it. The time machine runs on a fuel called Blue 15 electrofluid that I had recently developed. For now I only have samples, but in one day I can have it all set up for a round trip. It will also give me time to make the necessary modifications to establish permanent communication between both timelines. Bulma replied, not only had she already thought about making Trunks' time machine operational again, but also about creating the new device to adapt it to her new needs. Perfect, then useless gods, you have until tomorrow to find out who is the culprit. Trunks, follow me, Broly said as he indicated for Trunks to get up from his chair and follow him somewhere. To some place where they would presumably be alone, a perfect opportunity to assassinate him, so Trunks wasn't very fond of going with him. Go with you? Where? To do what? There is an annoying enemy to defeat in your future, a future to which it is likely that you can only return. With the power you have now, it will be impossible to defeat him, so I will train you in my accelerated time dimension. I know you would like to waste time with others and discover that Gohan has been a father or that C-18 and C-17 have family and work for Goku, but now your priorities must be different, Broly said, explaining that he didn't intend to kill him, only to train him. However, if by chance he died during training it would be his fault. What? Everyone screamed in shock upon hearing that Broly wanted to help Vegeta's progeny. In addition, the most surprising thing is that it was his own initiative, no one had suggested or asked him to do it. What the hell is happening? Beerus' theory is right. Why? I thought you hated me for being Vegeta's son and all that. Why do you want to help me? Trunks asked, who had understood more or less correctly why Broly was so unfriendly to him at times. For many reasons. I was unable to help during the android crisis, for reasons beyond my control, for which I am technically in debt. Because Bulma has asked me to be good to you today and years ago, and she will surely ask me to help you in a few minutes, with which I prevent her from telling me. Because you deserve to be able to avenge your mother. Because I want to be a better father to you than Vegeta has ever been and will be able. And above all so that you and my daughter don't get together while you're here, answered Broly, giving some highly praiseworthy arguments, and others that showed he's a bit of a son of a bitch. You fucking bastard, Vegeta protested again. A very emotional speech that touched the hearts of almost everyone, but despite that, Trunks continued to distrust Broly's intentions. Whenever he saw him, Trunks had the feeling that he wanted him dead. Luckily Bulma helped him get rid of that quite coherent fear. Trunks, go with him. Don't worry, everything is going to be okay. Okay, Mom. Thank you for everything once again, Trunks answered, who despite continuing to be afraid, trusted the criteria of his alternate mother. Broly wouldn't dare make her sad by killing him, right? Right. And meanwhile the otakus of the please only thought about the usual. Can we go fight against that black Goku as well? A scared Goku, Vegeta to Bulma. If by going with Trunks in a time machine it is possible for you to go to the future. Yes, I suppose so, but if not, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here. Either way we try, I'll expand the space of the time machine so that you can all fit in just in case, Bulma replied, still not sure if it would be possible to lose sight of those two due to the strange laws that apply to traveling to the future now. Do you want to go too? Gohan asked Ginger and Yam, that despite liking the idea of going to help Trunks he didn't want to get in the way of his revenge. In addition, with Goku, Vegeta, and the Super Trunks trained by Broly, it would be enough to fight against a single enemy, if in addition Ginger and Yam wanted to go. No, thanks. We have better things to do. Let Vegeta take charge of avenging his wife and his son, Yam replied for Ginger too. A Yam who had refused to speak up until now because she had been in front of the biggest focus of her marital problems so far. And obviously Ginger didn't say anything just in case, she didn't want to see her sister in Yandere mode again. And seconds after Broly and Trunks went to train and Bulma to his lab, while some were betting if Trunks would come out of that training alive, the gods were arguing telepathically among themselves. Whis, what do you think of all this? Do you also think I'm paranoid about Broly? Beerus asked, who even wondered for a second if he had really been wrong and Broly was really innocent. Had his fear towards Broly really driven him crazy? It is possible that you are. However, some of the things you have said I have thought about them too and I find them quite disturbing even though we don't have any solid proof. I doubt that Broly is related to Black, but I don't rule out that Broly is involved in the time lock. Years ago more or less I ruled out that possibility, but now I have suspicions again after meeting Trunks. And even if they aren't related, we cannot ignore that there is something very strange about Broly. And there has always been, Whis replied, acknowledging that he never stopped suspecting that Broly was hiding something from them during all this time. Then? Beerus asked, asking for advice from the wisest person he knew and supported him. I think we should keep our suspicions to ourselves and review them more carefully before exposing them, precisely to Broly. The closer we are to him, the more likely we are to know what he intends and obtain evidence. For now we have almost nothing, Whis replied, advising caution to raise the least possible suspicions. They need to wait for Broly to become overconfident, fail at some point in his act and therefore give them some clues. Clues that could become evidence that would incriminate him as the greatest criminal in the multiverse. That was a logical, slow plan, which left a lot to chance, although logical. However, this plan had a big problem and Beerus expressed it quite well with his next question, what if we are right and he's up to something? If so, we'd better alert all the Hikaishin. Whis replied that he knew perfectly well that even if they discovered absolutely everything, Beerus would be unable to arrest or destroy Broly. And since Whis is an angel he couldn't intervene either. The only thing they could do is ask all the Hikaishin that exist in the multiverse for help to fight Broly at the same time, and pray that Broly is wrong in his claim that he could kill them all at once. And this was the plan, a plan that they had to follow with great prudence, secrecy and confidentiality to avoid leaks. What they didn't know is that there was always a Broly watching over them, even in their thoughts. Ha 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 ha. The little rats have followed the trail of breadcrumbs that I have placed, believing that it was due to my clumsiness that they fell out of my pocket, not knowing where they really lead, but when they do, it will be too late. Ha 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 ha. I always knew that you never fully believed me decades ago, neither me nor Zuno. That's why you've always tried to have me close to you, apart from the food. And you have done very well, but it wasn't enough. Two of the Brolys thought that it was in charge of specifically watch over Beerus and Whis. Like hundreds of others who watched over each and every important creature in the universe. Creatures that would play an important role someday. Chapter 243. In the Form Realm. In the area reserved for training, without laboratories or other facilities, two grown men walked through the immense white esplanade while the biggest and weird of them showed the other the place. Here we are, Trunks, my private dimension where time passes slower. Perfect for more time to train, do homework, watch TV series to prevent your family from spoiling you. And much more, Broly said to Trunks, as if he was showing his bachelor floor to his alternate son. Wow, awesome. It's like there is no end, said Trunks. He never imagined that Broly would have a private dimension like this one, although at this point nothing surprised him. Yes, whatever you say, but take off your shoes. You are dirtying the floor, said Broly, very angry, showing great anger towards Trunks. The same anger and displeasure that he had shown towards him the first time he met him and discovered that he was the son of Vegeta and his wife. A sudden change in attitude that Trunks quickly identified as a danger to his life. Sorry, excuse me, I didn't know that. It's a joke. Do you intend to train without shoes? You have to take care of your feet, Broly said, slapping Trunks on the back, showing with a smile that this had been a joke. Okay, that was funny, Trunks replied after feeling that his testicles returned to their original place. Obviously he hadn't found it funny at all. He was still shaking in fear. An absolute failure to ease the tension between them that Broly had no choice but to accept. I wanted to make a joke ease the tension between us, but instead it had the opposite effect. Anyway, let's get down to business. I have to at least train you until you're on a similar level to Goku and Vegeta, but first of all I have to check how strong you are to know what you lack, so you will fight against me until you have no energy left. Don't reserve anything, otherwise this exercise wouldn't make sense. Otherwise it won't be possible for you to defeat that bastard. Give your best from minute zero, Broly said, indicating to Trunks with his tail that he should attack him, that unlike other occasions he didn't do it in a mocking way, he was being very serious about. A seriousness and change of attitude on the part of Broly that forced Trunks to leave behind his fears and doubts. Broly hadn't taken him to this secluded and unknown place to kill him, for whatever reason he wanted to make him stronger. And Trunks couldn't miss that opportunity, he just shouldn't. Okay, Broly-san, I will give everything, Trunks said with great determination as he transformed into Super Saiyan. Obviously this wasn't the normal Super Saiyan that he used the first time he came to the past. Of course it wasn't about the imperfect and muscular transformation that he learned with his father when he came to the past. And neither was the Super Saiyan 3 that Goku this time had no chance to learn. His appearance was similar to that of a Super Saiyan's 2, however it wasn't a Super Saiyan 2. His hair was more golden and spiky than a normal Super Saiyan 2, the amount of aura he gave off was much more intense and dense. But above all, his power was the most different. Despite not being transformed, he was even more powerful than a Super Saiyan 3. And that power and appearance even surprised Broly few. Attack. Therefore, the combat began. A combat in which Trunks with his sword tried to mortally wound Broly. A Trunks who fought with a power, speed, control and imagination that would even blow Vegeta and Goku by the wayside if they fought with the same kind of power level. However, no matter how much he tries to hit Broly it was impossible, his tail always got between him and his sword. So hopelessly, Trunks was unable to do anything except drain all his energy trying to uselessly reach for Broly's neck, which didn't even move from the beginning of the fight. Terrafor, 12 minutes later. Damn! Yelled Trunks on his knees and holding on to his sword as he finished his transformation. He didn't even have the strength to take another step, much less to maintain that powerful transformation. The only thing he had the energy to do was curse his humiliating defeat and his inability to even force Broly to take him seriously in this fight. One more defeat in his long history of failures and half-victories that wounded his already damaged soul. But Broly didn't see it that way, he was quite satisfied with what he saw. I don't usually give compliments to anyone, especially to Vegeta derivatives, but with you I am forced to make an exception. You have achieved something that none of the others non-Broly Saiyans have achieved on their own. Surpassed the Super Saiyan 2 in a stable way, and not by little margin, you are very close to reaching the maximum limit of the multiplier x 500. You may even have more talent than Gohan. Bulma's genes have favored you. It's not surprising that in the manga Goku in Super Saiyan 3 was scared when he felt Trunks' ki. If he hadn't resorted to his divine energy, Trunks would have easily defeated him. Even Trunks fights better than Goku now. If all half Saiyans trained like pure Saiyans they would be incredible. It's been 10 years. I've been training every day as if my life depended on it, Trunks answered, accepting with some pride that compliment as he tried to get up off the ground. I see, in that area you are better than Gohan. I congratulate you, you have earned my respect, answered Broly, who partly criticized that since Gohan had become a father he had loosened his training a lot. And Pam. Broly sent Trunks back to the ground with a blow of his tail and said, we can end the fight now, get up. Was that hit really necessary? Fuck. Trunks thought, somewhat angry as he tried to get up again that day. He had already lost, acknowledged his defeat, he had no energy and he attacked him by surprise. It's evident that he still hates him. Or is he like that with everyone? Yes, it was. And yes, I can read minds, so be careful with your thoughts, Broly said to scare Trunks a bit. As always, his educational trick was 1 carrot and 2 sticks. I'll keep it in mind, Broly-san. Then. Have I passed your test? Trunks asked as he tried to empty his mind just in case. I would like to say no and then tell you it was a joke, but it would be stupid. Yes, of course you have approved, with great margin. Thanks to your talent, surely inherited from your mother, and effort, you will avoid a lot of time and suffering during your training. Time that we can dedicate to other tasks, Broly said as he tightly clenched his fist. A part of him still hurt to praise him due to his genealogy. Really? What does the training consist of? The first thing of all is to teach you my technique of body multiplication. You already saw it in action a decade ago. This technique uses your S cells as fuel to create permanent clones, and these clones can only be created with perfectly activatable S cells. In your case you have practically mastered the 500 units, so you will be able to perfect this technique quickly. I think it is not necessary to mention to you what are the benefits of having this ability always activated, right? Broly said, using his classic PowerPoint to illustrate the explanations of his abilities. No need not, sir. I know them well, answered Trunks as if he were a recruit on the first day of instruction. He obviously knew the advantages of this ability, as he saw how Gohan used it during his fight against Cell while his mother explained everything about it. Perfect, less saliva to waste. The next thing I'm going to show you is this. Try to feel it, said Broly while. Apparently he did nothing. For 1 minute. Until Trunks had to raise his hand to ask. Broly-san, are you playing a joke on me again? I don't feel anything at all, said Trunks, who once again thought that Broly didn't want to train him seriously. What you haven't been able to feel is divine energy. A type of energy of higher quality than the ki that mortals use, and that obviously gives a lot of advantage in combat and in daily life. A type of energy that will be very useful when facing another enemy that used divine energy like Black Goku, since only divine energy user can sense divine energy, answered Broly, showing that he was serious, although he liked to make his alternate stepsons doubt. However, that and many other of his doubts were resolved after knowing this information. It's true. When Black fighted seriously I was unable to feel his ki. How did you? Che, I'm not done yet. I will also teach you the Kaioken. It's very useful combined with body multiplication, apart from other auxiliary skills such as putting a washing machine. In addition, if you are able to surprise me, I will give you a great gift. A privilege that until now only Gohan has been able to obtain, Broly said, interrupting the unnecessary and easy to answer questions as he gave Trunks new incentives for completing this training. Only Gohan? Why are you so generous all of a sudden? Trunks asked, somewhat moved. He didn't understand why precisely he deserved this honor. Especially when everyone knows how Broly is like. It's obvious. I can't let my wife's alternate son go around the world looking and fighting like a beggar. What kind of alternate stepfather would I be? Said Broly in his Tsundere mode. What was the reason? Broly didn't really hate him that much, but he had to keep playing his role. He had promised Bulma that he would seriously train Trunks to make him as strong as he could. He also wanted to replace Vegeta as his father figure, creating a good bond during the training. And above all, was something more or less necessary for his plan. Or at least to disguise his true plan. Ha ha ha. Thank you very much, Broly-san, said Trunks, who laughed genuinely for the first time since he was alone with Broly in the form realm. He never expected to see some, supposedly, cute side of Broly. In fact, he even thought for a moment that Broly was actually someone quite kind instead of the cruel and dangerous psychopath ogre he pretended to be and that everyone except his mother had described. You have finally laughed naturally. Perfect, Broly said, smiling just like Trunks, but suddenly, now erase that smile from your face. From now on the pain begins. Suddenly Broly erased the wide smile from his face to become the incarnation of Gunnery Sergeant Hartman himself. An abrupt change of attitude that scared Trunks again, who withdrew from his mind everything he had thought of Broly a few moments ago. Don't panic. It is part of the ritual, said Broly, paraphrasing one of the best fictional teachers. Yes. Okay. Right, Trunks replied, who was starting to get used to that kind of schizophrenia that characterized Broly when he talked to him. Maybe. No you aren't, replied Broly while reading his thoughts. It was clear that he wasn't fully focused now. Can we start now? Please, begged Trunks, who wanted to end this tense situation as soon as possible. Taking a beating from Broly seemed even preferable to him than all this shit.